Chapter 1. Tiankai Mountain, a simple wooden house is located on the top of the mountain. A figure in Tsingyi leaned on the old tree beside the wooden house. Holding a wine gourd in his hand, watching the red sunset, taking a bite from time to time. Above the sunset not far away, from time to time, there are still huge monsters, exuding a terrifying breath, flashing past. Guru. After taking a sip of wine, Ning Baikan stood up, stretched his waist, and shook the wine gourd in his hand. Gone? Old cow, go get me a drink. Frowned, and threw his wine gourd to a bull demon who was lying next to him. This bull demon is huge, as big as tens of feet, with the demon spirit soaring into the sky. Moo! Don't go, get out! Was hit by the wine gourd so that the bull demon opened his eyes, glanced at him indifferently, turned his head, and continued to sleep soundly. Hey, I'm so violent, you won't go. Ning Baikan was angry when he heard the words, rolled up his cuff, and walked towards the old cow. At the same time, a long sword was also held in his hand. Are you going? Gestured the 3-foot green front in his hand between the old bull's legs. Ning Baikan looked at it viciously, threatening. Fug! Get this seat away! The old cow felt a cold in his crotch, was shocked, swished and flashed to the side. The demon spirit rose into the sky, dyeing the red sunset glow black, and his eyes glared at Ning Baikan with fire. If there is a big disagreement, he will come up and do a posture. Maid, you can move the calf's head in this seat? In case of a bruise, can you afford the responsibility? Lao Niu glared at Ning Baikan and cursed. Also glanced between his legs from time to time, for fear of scratches. What's the use of your stuff? I haven't seen you use it for so many years. Do you want me to find a cow spirit in the mountains for you to try? Looking at the scared look of the old Niu, Ning Baikan sneered and teased. Roll! Cursed angrily, the old cow jumped into the air, got down on a cloud, and said casually, Don't disturb my dreams, or I will kill you. Have you seen a 1-foot-long horn? One head will kill you. After finishing speaking, the old cow also shook his head. A pair of horns like sharp weapons exudes a cold atmosphere, and the threat is self-evident. Ding, dear strong man, the Heavens chat group invites you to join. Do you want to join? Whether? Just when Ning Baikan grinned and wanted to trouble Lao Niu again, a voice rang from his soul stopped his actions. Zushan chat group? Hearing this name, Ning Baikan was taken aback, raised his eyebrows, and looked into the endless void. Some memories that were about to be forgotten, flooded like a flood, filling his mind. That is his memory on a blue planet, although short, but very rich. Ning Baikan is a traverser. When he first crossed into this world, he was accepted as a closed disciple by the head of a holy land. He is extremely talented, and he has achieved the strength of the Supreme Immortal in just a mere 1,000 years, and he is tyrannical and terrifying. His master, who is now the head of the Holy Land, has practiced for tens of thousands of years, and he is only a fairy king. There is only one level difference between the two. Tiankai Mountain is his dojo, located in the endless mountain range within the Holy Land. As you can see above, as the Saint Son and the head of the next generation, he does not have any waiters. Only he and an old cow are the only ones on the dojo. By the way, there is also a simple wooden house. In his words, practicing together is nothing more than a word of enlightenment. Feel the mountains and rivers, the avenue of heaven and earth. It's not good if there are more people, so I took the old cow under my seat, came to Kishan this day, and set up a dojo. Meditate quietly. Actually, it was all annoyed by those disciples in the Holy Land. One by one, all leaning in front of him, wanting to get his guidance, or rather, looking forward to it. After all, he is the next generation leader. I'm getting bored, and things like that happen, haha. After thinking about it for a long time, Ning Baikan took out another hip flask, took a full sip, and laughed. Thinking of his many memories above the blue star, naturally he would not refuse. The heavens and the world, the 3,000 worlds, he is also very curious. There are also those animations, novels, film, and television characters that I have watched. Maybe I can still see you in this chat group of the heavens. After all, in this type of novel, the members in it seem to be the protagonists of all dimensions. No matter how bad it is, he is also a person of luck. Ding, Zushan chat group, welcome you. With the sound of this prompt, a chat group interface suddenly appeared in Ning Baiken's mind. The interface is very simple, except for a chat box, there is only one sign-in, shopping mall, and enlightenment on the side. Ding, Ning Baiken, Gao Yao has joined the group chat. While Ning Baiken was looking at the chat group interface, at this time in the group, following the sound of this reminder, it became a pot of porridge. Heroic management, ho ho, another newcomer has joined the group. Let me come to Kong Kong, who is this time? Gu Sooner, a newcomer here? It seems that there is another drama to make up. Thor, presumably the administrator knows the identity of the newcomer again, let us know if the newcomer is a big boss. Yakumo Zi, we are also very curious about the identity of the newcomer. If there is a big boss, we have to hug the thighs. Nan Zionio, if you hold a thigh, please let me hold one too. Highly important, who are you? Are you a man or a ghost? Why do you speak in my head? Seeing that there are already many people in the group, Ning Baiken, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These guys, except for the brave manager who doesn't know who they are, everyone else knows them. Gu Sooner, the ancient clan of Fighting Horse Continent. Thor in Marvel. The old woman in Gensekyo who likes to be tender. And one of the popular characters in Love Live, Minami Bird. As for getting into the group with yourself, it should be a role in the myth of the film and television drama, right? A character who can be called a tragedy. Heroic management, ha ha ha, how are you two newcomers? First of all, welcome to the Zushan chat group. Heroic management, this chat group spans across the heavens and all realms. It connects me to a place for communication among thousands of planes. Of course, there are other functions. Please see the group announcement for details. Chapter 2. Heroic management, in short, it's just one sentence. If you don't understand, just go to the group announcement and meditate on it. In a slightly rudimentary room, a brave young girl lay on the bed, laughing from time to time. The cluttered objects in the room make people look at them and sigh. Chat group Dad, the future of the newcomer, please help me upload it. Ding, the large file mythology has been uploaded. Ding, because the newcomer Ning Baiken's world is too strong, it is impossible to detect its future. Ha! Was still full of smiles, but Su Xiaoyu, who was planning to enter the group to pretend to be a group of big guys after a while, suddenly smiled solidified after hearing the chat group's prompt tone. What the hell? The world intensity of this guy named Ning Baiken is too high? Even the chat group can't detect its future? Newcomer, are you a boss? At this time, Su Xiaohu's mind was full of question marks, with a dazed expression on her face. There are so many planes in the heavens and worlds, and she can understand the appearance of new people she doesn't know. Ning Baiken doesn't know it himself, this is normal. But even the chat group cannot know the future direction of the world, which is a bit scary. Is no doubt a big boss. Gu Sooner, hey, why is there only one file, isn't there two newcomers? Yakumo Zi, the management of hurry up, there is one more, hurry up and send it out, it's been a long time since no newcomers have joined the group, I can't wait for it. Nan Zionio, shouldn't you welcome newcomers first? Nan Zionio is a little dazed, newcomers join the group, shouldn't we have a wave of welcome ceremony first? Why are you staring at that drama or something, so you can't move your eyes? Thor, welcome newcomers or something, isn't there management? She welcomes them, I just want to make up. Chapter 2. Gu sooner, that's right, this is Yazi. Yakumo Zi, Allah, don't kill me, Malur hurry up. Heroic management, ahem, be quiet. After discovering that there was a big brother among the newcomers, Su Xiao was stunned, and he also returned to the chat group numbly. This kind of chat group can't even see the future world in the long river of time, and the characters who enter the group in it must also be a tyrannical and abnormal existence. Even if he is not strong now, in the future, he will definitely be a terrifying existence. This thigh, she, Su Xiao first hold it in respect. Heroic management, at that, hello, gangster, welcome to join our chat group, I'm the administrator Su Xiao, I know me quickly. What the hell? Seeing several group members operating by the administrator, they were suddenly surprised. You must know that among the current group members, there are mortals, monsters, and gods. Yakumo Purple and Thor, both of them are not weak in strength. But when the two entered the group, they didn't let the administrator take the initiative to show good things like this. Ning Baiken, haha, I am not a big boss, I am just an ordinary person, hello everyone. Ning Baiken was stunned by the fact that he was stunned by 8. After seeing the manager's speech, he smiled back. Is also a little curious in his heart, he also knows his own strength. Is very strong. Although there are many great abilities in his own world that are much stronger than himself, he is in this chat group. Among the members at this stage, no one can be his one enemy. The strength of the big monster Yakumo Zi is not to be feared. And Thor, the of Thunder, not to mention, even if he was promoted to the rank of Heavenly Father, he still had to kneel in front of him. But how did this administrator know? Did the chat group tell her? Yes, since I am an administrator, there must be some privileges. Commonly known as permission dog? Heroic management, ah ha ha ha, boss, you are humble. With your strength, how can you be an ordinary person? At this time, Su Xiao was even more sure that this newcomer named Ning Baiken must be a big brother. After all, after joining the group, I am not surprised at all. I can still be so peaceful, and the chat group can't peer into the future of its world. If this is not a big brother, she will give you Su Xiao. Yakumo Zi, it seems that the newcomer is a thigh, at, hello, big guy, welcome big guys into the group. Gu sooner, hello, big guys, welcome big guys into the group. Thor, hello, big guys, welcome big guys into the group. Nanzionio, hello, big guys, welcome big guys into the group. Looking at this neat format, Ning Baiken's mouth showed another smile. I have been practicing for thousands of years, and I have felt dull. In this world of practice, whether there are any entertainment projects, I can only drink alcohol every day. It seems that in the future, it will definitely not be boring. Ning Baiken, ahem, I'm really just a plain ordinary person. You don't need to be like this. The thigh is impossible, and it's impossible to be the thigh in this life. Ning Baiken, who was full of smiles, did not intend to reveal his own strength. You must know that only low-key is the ultimate king. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Ding, because group member Ning Baiken is the first 9th tier strong in the group, he is specially promoted to be the group leader, and the live broadcast function is enabled at the same time. However, just after he finished speaking, a face slap came. A prompt sound from the chat group thoroughly exposed his strength to the other members. Hiss. After the prompt sounded, the members of the group, except for looking at the high-level announcement of the group with a dumb face, took a breath and were shocked. Yakumo Zi, 9. 9 order. Yakumo Zi at this time, her eyes waved in her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't stop the shock from appearing on her face. What level did she identify when she first came in? 5th order. The well-deserved number 1 in the group, even Thor, the of Thunder, is only the level of Tier 4 peak. I didn't expect this newcomer to be a rank 9 powerhouse. Is too scary, right? Gu Suner, the 9th tier boss, terrible. I was shivering in the first tier, and I didn't dare to speak. Nan Zionio, the 9th tier boss, terrifying like this, the first tier I shivered and dared not speak. Thor, the of Thunder, the 9th tier boss, terrible, and the 4th tier I shivered and dared not speak. Sure enough, he is an extremely invincible boss. Su Xiaohu's eyes were also bright at this time, and his expression became excited. With such a big guy as the group leader, this is undoubtedly giving them a big thigh hug. Furthermore, this big guy seems to be quite kind. Isn't that pretty? Heroic management, I'm just an ordinary person, an ordinary 9th order boss, is it okay? Chapter 3. Nan Zionio, the unremarkable 9th tier boss is aside for the time being. This chat group actually has the operation of the group owner, which is amazing. Yakumo Zi, no, I think the operation of the group owner can be ignored for the time being. The 9th order boss cannot be ignored at all. 9th order. With this kind of existence, Yakumo Zi didn't even dare to think about how strong she would be. Thor, yes, the group leader or something, not to mention it for the time being. What I am more curious about now is how terrifying is the existence of this 9th order. Gu Suner, let me take a look. Sister Z's current strength in the group is the 5th tier evaluation, in my world it is equivalent to Do Sheng, Sai. Speaking of this, Gu Suner couldn't help being stunned. Fight the Emperor? No, 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 it's impossible to just dowdy. Fighting Emperor or something, at most it is the existence of Tier 6, right? After all, the strength of Do Sheng is only rated at level 5. The 9 steps. How strong is? She doesn't know how to cut. Is there still a realm behind Dowdy? Now it seems that there is absolutely. Yakumo Zi, I'm very curious. I have cultivated to the 5th level, and I don't know how many years it took. Well, 17 years, the 9th level boss, how long has it been since? Heroic management, ahem, you seem to have exposed something, Sister Zi. When Su Xiaohu saw Yakumo Zi's words, he laughed secretly, yelling at his 17-year-old guy every day. Finally exposed, right? Yakumo Zi, we are only 17 years old this year, do you have any comments? Threat JPG. Heroic management, no, no, how can there be opinions? Nan Zionio, so, how old are you, big brother? Is there older sister Yakumo Zi? Who is older than Zi Ma? Seeing this question, Ning Baikan couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth. Don't be kidding. In terms of age, I can't keep up with it. After all, there is a purple mother first, then there will be days, and the purple mother is even before the way of heaven. Now she is 17 years old, and a chaos counts as 1 year? This sentence should not be a joke. Even if there is water, it can't go anywhere. After all, it is in Gensekyo, who are all old-aged characters. Group leader Ning Baikan, I am 16 years old this year, I'm still very young, just 1 year younger than Miss Yakumo Zi. Ning Baikan said that she didn't know how old she was so that Zi Ma could yell that she was 17 every day. I said I was 16 years old, shouldn't it be a problem? Gu Suner, are you so young? Only 16 years old, he's a 9th tier boss, isn't it possible? I am 14 years old this year, and I have just arrived at the fighter, which is a first level low-level rating. If the boss is really 16 years old, how can he live? Thor, I don't believe it, even if you beat me to death today, I don't believe it. If you are 16 years old, if you can't practice for a few years after your birth, you have practiced for 10 years, how can you reach the 9th rank? Do you get 1 level a year? Yakumo Zi, I don't believe it either. How can it be possible for only 16 years? Nanzionio, isn't the big guy a white-bearded grandfather? After all, there are very strong existences, and most of them are in this image. Heroic management, I think it's possible. Su Xiao felt that this is not only possible, but also very possible. After all, even if it is the protagonist, it is impossible to cultivate to such a terrifying state at the age of 16. Of course, Long Aotian didn't say anything. Group leader Ning Baikan, okay, well, my current age is only more than 1,000, and I am not an old man with a white beard. Group leader Ning Baikan, personally, I think I'm pretty handsome. Seeing what these guys didn't believe one by one, Ning Baikan shook his head helplessly. He has no obsession with age or anything like Yakumo Zi, and he is not afraid of being said that he is old. In his world, a person over 1,000 years old looks like a yellow-mouthed child in the eyes of others. Yakumo Zi, it's impossible that the boss is only 16 years old. It has been more than 1,000 years, horrible. At the age of 17 this year, people tremble and dare not speak. Group leader Ning Baikan, is that really the case? Stare. Yakumo Zi, ahem, of course it is. Ning Baikan shook his head looking at Yakumo Zi's lackluster look. Can't understand, why do women care so much about their age? Nanzionio, it's over 1,000 years old, it's so scary, shivering. Gu sooner, by the way, what is this live broadcast function? Chapter 3. The age of the big brother or something, even though she was more than 1,000 years old to cultivate to the 9th rank, she was also shocked. After all, her father, the patriarch of the ancient clan, has also experienced thousands of years, and is still only a 5th-order existence. But what makes her more curious is this newly opened feature. Live streaming? Thor, live broadcast, I know a little bit, there is this thing on the earth, I have seen it too. Nanzionio, I have watched it too, but I just don't know the difference between the live broadcast in this chat group and the ordinary live broadcast. Heroic management, if there is a difference, there should be some differences, but I don't know what it will become. Gu sooner, so, what on earth is this? Why do you all seem to know what this is? Only I don't know. Fighting Horse Continent, which has no technology, really doesn't understand what it is. Can only look dazed. Live broadcast. Ning Baikan looked at this function, and his mind also showed a look of remembrance. In the last life on that blue planet, he didn't look at it less. However, most of the games are broadcast live. Female anchor or something, I have rarely watched it, after all, it is as beautiful as a fairy in the live broadcast room. A look in reality, hiss, terrifying. Group leader Ning Baikan, it's not easy to know what the difference is, just try it. After saying this, Ning Baikan looked at the live broadcast function and turned it on silently. Ding, the host Ning Baikan has opened the live broadcast room. Ding, because the host Ning Baikan was the first to open the live broadcast room, he was rewarded with 1,000 points. There are rewards? Hearing this beep, Ning Baikan was taken aback. What is points? Heroic management, hey, there is a reward of 1,000 points, envy and jealousy. Yakumo Zi, envy and jealousy. Gu sooner, envy and jealousy. Nanzionio, envy and jealousy. Thor, envy and jealousy. When several group members saw this prompt, they were all jealous. 1,000 points is enough for them to buy a lot of things in the group mall. Heroic management, big brother, please support, I will warm the bed. Chapter 4. We guys thank you very much, and you will have to pay a lot of attention for the first few days. One more price review buy. One more, no limit on the amount. More one flower fresh 1001. Chapter 5. Tiankai Mountain, next to the simple wooden house. Ning Baikan's tall and straight figure stood on the edge of the cliff, holding a wine gourd in his hand, looking at the red sunset that reflected the whole world. What exactly is this live broadcast like? After starting the live broadcast, he did not receive any prompts, so he said that after the live broadcast room was opened, there was no movement. He also doesn't know if those group members can see himself. What is this guy doing? The old cow resting on the cloud, with his eyes drooping, looked at Ning Biken standing on the edge of the cliff inexplicably. This bastard, he has nothing to do every day to trouble himself. Why did you stop like this today? The old cow was a little clean and happy, but also a little strange. Originally planned that this kid would come to make trouble again, so he used his own horns to give him a sharp horn, but he didn't expect that he didn't come. Are you thinking of something bad about me? Standing on the edge of the cliff, Ning Biken suddenly felt a malicious look. Followed his gaze and found that the old man was staring at him with his big eyes. Go away, Lao Niu doesn't look at the evil pen. The old Niu's heart suddenly twitched when he heard the words, and it was rare to be clean. How could he look at him so hard to die? I think you owe you to clean up. You just didn't clean up you. You feel unhappy, don't you? Ning Biken heard the words, and a murderous aura spread out uncontrollably. Shabai? Is this silly cow talking about himself? It seems that I have been so kind to it recently, which made it a little floating. Made. The old cow felt the murderous aura emanating from Ning Biken's body, and suddenly panicked. However, even if I panic in my heart, I can't let the wind fall on my lips. Come on, dare you to come, I will kill you with my horns. If you have the ability, don't run, I have to hack you to death today, sir. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Biken stepped out, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Lao Niu. Under the sword light flashed, the old bull jumped out instantly, his huge figure standing in the sky, staring at Ning Biken dumbfounded. Fuck, are you serious? Guru. After an exclamation, looking at the sword in Ning Biken's hand, the old cow couldn't help but swallowed secretly. If it hadn't flashed fast just now, Maverick's head would really be unsafe. Don't run, master, if I don't hack you to death today, I won't be called Singde Orang. You are not called Singde Orang if you step on a horse. When Ning Biken took another step, the old cow turned around and ran away. What are you waiting for if you don't run? At the same time, just as Ning Biken was chasing the old cow and slashing, a few faint shadows appeared on the top of Tian Kai Mountain. Where is this? Didn't I click into the live broadcast room? Why did I appear here? Gu Suner, a petite figure, looked at this simple wooden house and the overlapping mountains, and the sunset glow was so red that she couldn't help but feel dazed. Didn't you click into the live broadcast room? This is the world of big guys, it really looks very simple. Just when Gu Suner looked dazed, a crisp voice suddenly came from beside him. I saw a girl who looked very heroic. She opened her hands and breathed the air that she couldn't breathe. This voice. Is that little narcissistic manager sister? Ah, the aura of this world is amazingly abundant, no wonder the boss can cultivate to the 9th rank, it's not without reason. After this clear voice, Gu Suner heard another lazy and charming voice. Turned his head and saw an ant holding an umbrella, slouching leaning on the old tree, with a charming posture. Is this Yakumo-zi? That big guy on the other side is Thor? And that dress is a bit high. Some strange but beautiful girl, is Nanzionio? By the way, where is the boss, why didn't you see others? At this time, Thor, the of Thunder, also looked around and nodded towards the crowd, then spoke. When entering the live broadcast room, everyone saw an option. The holographic projection mode, enter the world of the live broadcast room in a virtual posture, and be able to move freely without being noticed. 2. First-person mode, locks the perspective of the person who opened the live broadcast room, and feels everything that the person from that perspective feels, including pain. 3. Screen viewing. A few people who know what it means, naturally chose the first option, so that they can travel in the world of Big Brothers happily. But Gusuner was confused and chose the holographic projection mode. "Maid, don't run, you." Just when several people were looking for the trace of the boss, they suddenly rang out with a loud shout, which scared several people. Looking through the sound, I saw a huge buffalo exuding a terrifying demon spirit. Yes, it's Water Buffalo. This buffalo, which is not a simple character at first glance, fled in panic from the 9 heavens. Hiss! The moment they saw this cow, several members of the group took a deep breath. Especially Yakumo-zi, as a monster, she can clearly feel the horror indescribable demon spirit in this bull monster. "Are you stupid when you are your grandfather cow? Don't you run. If you have the ability, you can put down the sword, Niu yet, I will challenge you." Just when a few people were shocked, they only saw the buffalo suddenly stop next to the wooden house. Turned around and looked at the 9 heavens, roaring like Hong Lei. However, the somewhat trembling voice made this monster buffalo look a little funny. "Humph! It's useless to say more," the little master said. "Today, little master, I won't cut your bullwhip to feed the dog. Little master, I am not called Singde Orang." Chapter 4. Before a few members of the group could react, a figure exuding a bright sky, carrying a terrifying coercion, slowly fell from the 9 heavens. A few people looked up, and saw that this person had a handsome face, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and a well-defined skin. Of course, being handsome is not important. The important thing is that the shining majesty of the sky that resembles the scorching sun on his body, oppressed as if the whole world is about to collapse, and it is terrifying. It is said that you are not called Singde Orang if you step on a horse. Hearing this sound and the coercion, after the old cow spit out a word, his huge body suddenly fell on the ground weakly. Stared at that big bull's eye, panting, "Love you. You have the ability, you really crippled your grandfather Niu today. I call your father Niu. Oh, are you here?" Ning Baikan, who was slowly falling from above the 9 heavens, picked a long sword in his hand, and in the horrified eyes of the old cow, he was about to do it. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he saw a few phantoms, standing beside the old tree in a daze. Chapter 6. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, who was full of majesty, he was looking at them with a smile. In the hearts of several group members, there was an extremely unreal feeling. In their hearts, the boss is not a grey-haired old man. Should be the kind of extremely coercive middle-aged face, right? Never thought, it turned out to be like this. Big guy. Su Xiaohu's eyes were dull, and he asked in disbelief that the terrifying sense of oppression was in line with his status as a Tier 9 boss. But this handsome face is so unbelievable, and at the same time so dazzling. Ning Baikan smiled and nodded. As soon as the long sword in his hand was closed, the aura that seemed like the scorching sun also dissipated. Didn't expect this live broadcast to be a holographic projection method? Welcome to watch my live broadcast. This is my dojo, although it is a bit crude. After thinking about it, Ning Baikan said to a few people again. He could understand the incredible and shocked look on the faces of several group members. So handsome. Gu Suner looked at Ning Baikan's smiling face and couldn't help but feel a little blush, and her little heart thumped and thumped. Is handsome and strong. Compared with that wretched Xiao Huo, it's a world. Handsome. Hearing Gu Suner's involuntary words, Ning Baikan laughed again and said, I feel so too. Ah, my eldest son, you really scared us. At this time, I was so refreshed, I also spoke. However, those eyes that still have a little horror have been staring at the old cow. After all, they are all monsters. She has never seen such terrifying monsters, or even, unheard of. Curiosity is also common sense. The Big Brother's world is really terrifying. I'm afraid the strength of this monster is also very strong, right? Thor, the of Thunder, still maintained a look of shock, the breath of this bull demon, and the radiant power of the big man. has been lingering in his heart so far. His father, who has already stepped into the Heavenly Father's level, does not have such power. Lao Nu, the rank in the group should be able to reach the 8th rank. Hearing Saul's words, Ning Biken also glanced at the unpredictable old cow, and said slowly. Lao Nu's current strength is comparable to that of a real fairyland, and he is only a realm lower than himself. The 8th level is still achievable. Hiss. Hearing Ning Biken's answer, several members of the group involuntarily took a breath, and their faces were shocked. Although I can guess that this big demon is very strong, I didn't expect it to have an 8th rank. Is really terrifying. I said, kid, who are you talking to? Isn't it stupid? Just when several group members were shocked, Lao Nu looked at Ning Biken with a dazed expression. In those big eyes, there is a foolish look. Won't be really stupid, right? After came back to his dojo, he began to mutter to the air, and even stepped on his horse to say narcissistic words that made it nauseous. The old cow is a little uncertain, is there really someone there, but he didn't pay attention? However, after repeated confirmation, Lao Nu found out that this kid may be really stupid, no one is here at all. Roll. Hearing what Lao Nu said, Ning Biken didn't bother to look at it, and then casually said a word. This one must be the administrator, right? After rolling down, Ning Biken looked at the heroic girl again and asked curiously. Several other people, he can easily recognize who they are, after all, they have seen movies, cartoons, or novels. Although my memory is a bit vague, I can still remember the general appearance of a few people. But this heroic girl, he doesn't know who it is, she must be an unknown administrator? Yes, gangster, I'm Su Xiaohu, the administrator of the chat group, and I know me quickly. Su Xiaohu, who heard the big guy's question, answered with excitement. On the heroic cheeks, it is also a little red at the moment, delicious and inviting. I'm familiar. Before Ning Biken could reply, the old bull on the side glared at its big eyes and howled like Hong Lei. Damn, boy, are you really stupid? No way, it seems that you are too lonely to practice here alone, causing hallucinations. The words were filled with regret and panic. In the eyes of, there was also a look of regret, as if a generation of peerless arrogance would fall at this time. Are you rolling away? Ning Biken, whose speech was interrupted, his face suddenly turned black when he heard what the old cow said. The long sword in his hand reappeared, and after the sword light flashed, it was inserted next to the old cow's neck. The cold sword intent made the old cow's neck cool. Suddenly, Lao Nu jumped up again, talking non-stop, as if he was thinking of Ning Biken. Fuck. Boy, this is a disease. If you are ill, you have to treat it, otherwise you will really become Shabai. Do you remember the old Zhao Han in the Holy Land? The Halazi is rolling on the ground every day. Maid. Looking at the stupid bull who kept talking, Ning Biken's face became darker and darker. I should cut off this stupid cow's whip and feed it to the dog just now, lest it disturb the exchange of feelings with the group of friends. I'll ask again one last time, can't you go away? With a wave of his hand, Ning Biken once again held the long sword in his hand, looking at the old cow with a cold expression. The breath that resembled the scorching sun exploded again. If this stupid cow doesn't roll anymore, he will ask the group members to eat beef today. Guru. Seeing something wrong with the old cow, he panicked and swallowed secretly. Immediately jumped onto a sunset glow. Is over, this kid is not only stupid, but also crazy. No, you have to tell this kid's master about this matter, otherwise this one of heaven's favorites will be abolished. The old cow, who jumped above the sunset glow, muttered to himself, and after another glance at Ning Biken, he immediately fled towards the holy place. Hearing the muttering of the old cow, Ning Biken's mouth twitched. If this guy actually went to his master and said this, would he be annoyed to death? The great compassionate prisoner heavenly hand. Think of the scene where the elders, disciples, and so on in a lot of holy places came to ask for warmth and care. Ning Baikon's face suddenly turned darker. Amidst the shocked expressions of several group members, they shook their big hands at the old bull who was running away. In an instant, a big hand that obscured the sky and exuded a frightening aura fell from the 9 heavens and grabbed it at the old bull. Chapter 7. Moo. Amidst the panicked howl of the old cow and the shocked expressions of several members of the group, the big hand that obscured the sky grabbed the huge old bull in his hand, pressed the old bull who was caught and looked terrified on the ground and rubbed it. Hearing the miserable howling, Ning Baikon's face that had been black for a long time finally recovered. Smiled and looked at the group of friends again. Sorry, I was disturbed by this stupid bull, let's continue. Forward. The few group members who saw this scene looked at each other. This familiar operation seems to have been tempered. It seems that this is not the first time the boss has done this, right? Oh, by the way, is there another person? Ning Baikon, who looked at a few people again, found that there was no high-profile figure. Is there another person? Su Xiao blinked his eyes, thought for a while and said, I should still be watching the group announcement. Gao Yao knew her too. Although she had experienced traveling through time and space, she was still just an ordinary person in the final analysis. In the face of the extraordinary existence of the chat group of the heavens, the ability to accept it cannot be compared with that of the boss. That's a pity, I didn't even get involved in the first live broadcast. Ning Baikon nodded, and he was able to guess Gao Yao's mood at this time. It is estimated that apart from shock, there is only shock. Indeed, at this time, after reading the group announcement, the whole person was dumbfounded. This is me, I have joined an amazing place. Chapter 5. In the group announcement, there is a detailed explanation of the chat group. There is also an introduction to the members of the chat group that have joined now, although only their names and strengths. But it was enough to shock Gao Yao. For example, Yakumo Zi and Thor, the of Thunder. Name, Yakumo Zi. Title, Yukai Idler. Race, Realm Monster. Strength, Tier 5. After seeing this chat group's introduction to Yakumo Zi, Gao Yao's breathing suddenly became hurried. The ability to fly into the sky, move mountains, and fill the sea with one's own power, in his eyes, is a means that only immortals can have. Although the above is a demon, not a fairy. But that's not important. What's important is another feature introduced in the group announcement. Epiphany function. As mentioned above, as long as you have enough points, you can turn on the Epiphany function. And the effect, although no one has used it yet. But the introduction above, the 8 characters of becoming immortal in an epiphany, made him excited. The function of this function means that in the future, he can also fly to the sky, move mountains, and fill the sea with his own power. Become a fairy? Points? How do I get points? When he thought that he could become an immortal, Gao Yao quickly read the group announcement again to see if there was any way to get points. As a modern person, after shock, his ability to accept is very fast. Something's wrong. How could there not be? Fluttered over and read the group announcement for a long time, but couldn't find the high points to get the points, a little stunned. Didn't the administrator say that there is everything in the group announcement? Why can't I find it? And many more. After searching for high points for a long time, I suddenly saw a line of small characters, which read, the way to get points is currently unknown, it all depends on my luck. Luck? What's this all about? It seems that you still can't become a fairy right away. Gao Yao was stunned for a long time, and shook his head somewhat disappointed. If he could immediately become a fairy, he would be able to find Xiao Chuan. Coming into this weird world, I don't know where it is, and only Ogawa can bring him a sense of peace of mind and will not make him feel lonely. But where is the world so big? Thinking, Gao could not help but sigh. Now he doesn't even know if Yi Xiao Chuan has traveled into this world like himself. How to find? Hey, someone was talking just now, why is it quiet now? After sighing, Gao Yao opened the chat interface of the chat group again. Found that the lively chat group just now was quiet, and there was no movement, and he couldn't help but scream. Live streaming. However, after flipping through the chat history, he knew how it was so quiet. The one who joins himself in the group to win people, is a very strong boss, the fairy among the fairy? Has become the owner of the group? This big guy just started a live broadcast? Isn't you the only mortal in this group? Gao Yao sighed again after seeing his dirty and embarrassed appearance. Gao Yao has entered the live broadcast room. With the sound of a reminder, Gao Yao also opened the live broadcast room, ready to go in and take a look at the heroes of the big guys in the group. Tiankai Mountain Top. Ning Baikan and all the group friends had a very happy conversation. Of course, it would be better if there was no such annoying howls. Having practiced in this world for thousands of years, apart from the initial curiosity, there was no fun at all. It means that his realm is as if he is open, and he keeps moving upwards, so that he can be happy and feel that he is a good show, and he deserves to be the protagonist. At other times, I was bored to death, except for cultivation. Just when the few people talked very happily, a faint phantom suddenly appeared, attracting their attention. This is the newcomer worthy? After waiting for this phantom to be solid, everyone was stunned. This is too embarrassing, right? Is muddy, clothes and hair are messy. It seems a bit miserable. Gu Suner looked at this image of Gao Yao, and she couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows like a crescent moon, and said aloud. Is not disgusting, just a simple feeling, the newcomer seems to be miserable. I couldn't even take care of my personal image. Ah, it's a bit miserable. Yakumo Zi also smiled at the corner of her mouth and looked at it leisurely. Among the many members of the group, everyone seems to be a good AZ, but this one, the newcomer, is so embarrassed. It looks like the plot has just begun. Su Xiao also watched over. When he saw the image of Gao Yao, he immediately knew what stage the plot was about. At the very least, he has not yet become a castrate. This product in the original work is also quite miserable. The protagonist Yi Xiaochuan has always regarded it as his own, considering it, and treating him well. In the end, he was blocked by Yi Xiaochuan in every possible way, and even turned against each other. It can be said that he is very sorry for everyone in the world, but he is worthy of Yi Xiaochuan. Can be said to be deep and righteous. Chapter 8. Is it high? Seeing this embarrassed and muddy figure, Ning Baikan also knew his identity. Of course, there are only a few people in the chat group, except for him, they are all here. Now that someone comes over, it is naturally high-minded. Brother, you are a bit miserable, ha ha ha. Thor, the of thunder, suddenly laughed when he saw Gao Yao. Then, he waved his hand, come here, come and sit down, tell us how you got so miserable. The words were filled with a narrow look. Hey, I said Uncle Saul, you are too much, people are so miserable, you have to come over and tell you. You sprinkled salt on your wound, right? Hearing Saul's words, Nan Zionio on one side gave him a white look, and said denounced. Forward. Seeing the high importance of this scene, I was a little dazed. He didn't care about the words of the big guys in the group. He could see that there was no malicious intent. However, this kind of immersive experience is really a magical method. Gao Yao has seen you guys. Looking around Tiankai Mountain, which is like a fairyland, Gao Yao arched his hands at the crowd again, and then walked over. Although he has no culture, he also knows some etiquette. TV series should have been watched, right? This newcomer, come, tell me, how did you get so miserable? Stayed high and walked over, Saul looked at him with a smile again and said loudly, his expression was full of curiosity. Forward. Hearing this, the senior executives are a little dazed. Do you really want to tell me? Glanced at the other people. Although they didn't speak, their expressions were full of curiosity. Okay, important things, you will know by looking at the file. Seeing Gao Yao who didn't know how to say it, Ning Baikan smiled and said aloud, yes, Gao Yao wants you to take a look. Clear. This one must have joined the group with himself, and then became the leader of the group, right? Seeing Ning Baikan speaking, Gao Yao guessed his identity. That kind of temperament like an immortal, and the huge aura that radiated from all over his body at all times made him want to kneel on the ground. What? Boss, do you know the important things? Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Su Xiao suddenly gave a hey, looked at him in surprise and asked. At the same time, there is also a hint of speculation in his heart. It is said that some existences with terrifying strength can spy on the long river of time by relying on their own magical power, and through to know the future. Is that the boss? He is this kind of existence? Otherwise, the file has just been uploaded, and no one has had time to read it. How could the boss know? Know a little. Nodded, and Ning Baikan said again, it's not only the important ones, I know a little bit about your situation. Is more than just a little knowledge. Except for this administrator, Su Xiao, he is very clear about the identity of each group member and his future experience. Of course, a low profile is still necessary, just a little understanding. Sure enough. As soon as Ning Baikan's voice fell, I saw the manager Su Xiao's expression like this. Those big watery eyes showed a touch of heat at this time, staring straight at him. What does it really happen? Chapter 6. Several members of the group next to looked at them curiously when they heard Su Xiao say this. Such. Respected the curiosity of everyone, Su Xiao silently explained the situation that he had just guessed. Hiss. Suddenly, several members of the group took a deep breath. Looked at Ning Baikan in shock, his expression was full of shock. Is the boss so scary? Gu Suner looked at the man in front of him with an incredulous expression. Go through, Akatsuki in the future? Although the intensity of the world she lives in is not too high, and there is no clear understanding of this aspect, it does not affect her shock. All things related to the way of time. All are unpredictable and unpredictable. No wonder the big guys are so calm after joining the group, and even open the live broadcast room leisurely. Yakumo Purple was also dumbfounded by Su Xiao's words. Looking at Ning Baikan's gaze, it also became brighter. It turns out that the big guy has been in the long river of time, knowing the existence of us in the chat group, no wonder, no wonder. Horrible. Nanzionio, it's terrifying. Thor, horrible. Highly important, horrible. Such a terrifying boss can communicate with him in the same chat group. Is simply the blessing of repairing forever. This time, not only was Su Xiao's eyes looking at Ning Baikan hot. Everyone is, his eyes become extremely hot. Ahem. Seeing this scene, Ning Baikan suddenly coughed helplessly, interrupting everyone's imagination. He just pretended to be a secret force. He didn't expect that these guys would have such a big reaction, and the brain circuit was strong enough. It's not as exaggerated as you said. With my current realm, I want to spy on the past and the future in the long river of time, but it's still a long way away. Shook his head, Ning Baikan also explained. Mainly because the eyes of these guys are a bit wrong, the girls are okay. But Sol and Gao Dao, you two big men, the look in their eyes is really a bit frustrating. The sun is upright, he doesn't have that hobby. Look at it. However, Ning Baikan was helpless when he saw the unbelieving expressions of the group members. Why tell the truth, you still don't believe it? If you want to spy on the past and the future in the long river of time, at least you have to exist like an emperor. He is still just a little supreme immortal, and he is separated from the immortal emperor at the level of the immortal king, so he can do it. You know, big guys like to be low-key. Seeing Ning Baikon's somewhat helpless expression, Su Xiaohu also retracted his gaze and said with a grin. The low-key, gentle boss is even more attractive. Well, the boss is really low-key. Upon hearing this, Gu Suner nodded, agreeing with this statement. After all, when the boss just joined the group, he said that he was an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the chat group that exposed the 9th tier terrifying power of the boss, he would still be chosen as the group leader. I think they are still in the dark, right? Ah, isn't there a saying to say that? Yakumo Zi also retracted that fiery gaze, and said, low-key is the kingly way, pretending to be forced will be struck by lightning. Incisive. Makes sense. It seems that the big guy is deeply taboo about this, and completely avoided the unnecessary trouble caused by pretense. The low-key boss is really the most attractive. Chapter 9. It didn't take long. After some small talk, the group members also left one after another, and the live broadcast room was also closed by Ning Baikon. The first live broadcast in the chat group ended successfully in the laughter of everyone. Am I getting 1,000 points? Guru. After the group members left, Ning Baikon also took out his hip flask again and poured a sip of wine into his mouth. He still remembered that when the live broadcast room was just opened, the chat group prompted him to get 1,000 points. But what's the point of this point? Ning Baikon, who was looking forward to it in his heart, also opened the so-called group announcement and read it carefully. Enlightenment, shopping mall. Among the functions that chat groups have now, these two functions are where points are spent. Enlightenment? Looking at this enlightenment function, Ning Baikon was also curious. Is this literal enlightenment? In the world of his life, some great abilities are in the state of enlightenment. Even some mortals became immortals right after enlightenment. With a look of inquiry, Ning Baikon turned on the enlightenment function and planned to find out. Ding! It takes 200,000 points to turn on the enlightenment function once. Do you want to turn it on? Whether. However, after he turned on this function, the trace of curiosity of inquiry disappeared without a trace. 200,000 points? He only has 1,000 now, where does he follow? I don't know if this stuff is useful for me, let's talk about it later. Shook his head, Ning Baikon was too lazy to struggle with the 200,000 points to activate the enlightenment function once. Rumbling. Just when he wanted to see the chat group shopping mall, the mutation happened suddenly, and a terrifying demon gas broke out in vain from the foot of Tiankai Mountain. The flaming sunset glow was reflected, and in an instant, it was stained with black air by the soaring demon, and it was covered with clouds. The still bright world dimmed instantly during this breathing time. Boy, my uncle is angry. At the same time, under this vision, a roar that shook the sky also sounded in vain. After the roar that shook the sky, on the endless sky, a phantom of a bull head that was nearly 10,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. The bull's head stared at the star-like eyes and stared at Ning Baikon. It was not difficult to see the anger contained in those eyes. And, a trace of grievance? Noisy. Under this monstrous demon aura, Ning Baikon raised his eyebrows, waved his right hand, and a sharp sword turned into a stream of light and moved towards the phantom bull head. Boom! This sharp sword that he wielded casually, carrying the terrifying sword intent and power of the horror, came in an instant. Nima! Boy, if you have the ability, put down the sword, I will beat you to death, old cow. Seeing this sharp sword, just hanging above his head, Sun Yan's sword aura seemed to be able to kill it at any time. The cyan old cow swallowed again, and cursed in a weak voice. Guru! Ning Baikon, who took a sip from the wine flask again, looked through the layers of space, and looked at the old cow who broke free from his restraint and hid in the sky. Raised his eyebrows again, and said slowly, one more word, this saint child will really cut your bullwhip to drink. When one person and one cow were facing each other, the little demons on Tiankai Mountain shivered. The overwhelming sword intent and demon spirit are pressing their nerves all the time, for fear that these two bigwigs will click them if they are not careful. It's starting again. How many times have these two big brothers? How many times do ghosts know that since they moved to Tiankai Mountain, they have come out like this every 3 to 5? Shenzining is now the supreme immortal? He really is the proud son of heaven, who can compare with him in this world? I don't know who can compare with it. This demon just wants to move now, and he's worried every day. I can't take it anymore, hey! Just when many little monsters were trembling and couldn't help but complain. Moo! Hearing Ning Baikon's words, Old Nu suddenly let out a low moo in resentment. It's good for you, but I still have to beat myself up, not being a son of man. I don't know a good cow heart. Boy, you give me to the old cow and I will wait. I will go out on a horse to practice for 2 days, and I will take your dog's life when I come back. As soon as S words fell, the cyan old bull ran wildly, and his huge body disappeared instantly. Noisy. Ning Baikon shook his head, and so did this old cow. Still practice for 2 days and come back to take his own life? I will give you 1,000 years of cultivation, and you will not be the opponent of this son. I dare to die, let him have one hand. After the old bull scolded and fled, the dense clouds and the monstrous demon spirit also disappeared. As night falls, a bright moon rises, and the stars are shining down. Guru. It was Ning Baikon, who had a slurred sip of wine again, and continued his practice. Although his realm has reached the supreme immortal, but the journey of cultivation, there is still no slightest relaxation. Chapter 7. After all, on top of him, there are many powerful and old monsters, like a big mountain, pressed on his head. He won't feel at ease if he is not in the realm of the Emperor. Ghost knows if there are any enemies in the Holy Land who are stronger than Skyrim? Maybe an enemy will come to you tomorrow? This kind of plot is not only in novels, but also in this world. So, cultivation still cannot stop. In the next few days, Ning Baikon didn't see anyone in the group talking, it was unusually quiet. If it weren't for the prompt sound in the group, several group members were in the group file and downloaded the video file Mythology. He all wondered if these group members were stunned by their handsomeness and dare not speak anymore. Gu sooner, I watched it for a few days, and finally finished it. I feel that my heart has been severely hit. It's really worthless for the newcomer. Yakumo Zi, I've finished reading it too. Indeed, Gao Yao treated Yi Xiaochuan that way, but Yi Xiaochuan didn't know what to do, but he tried to obstruct Gao in every way, and even turned his head against him, and his heart is very sad. Thor, what makes me even more angry is that Gao Yao has been cut off from his little brother because of Yi Xiaochuan. That guy didn't feel guilty at all. Nan Zionio, that's right, it's not worth it to take him as a brother of life and death if you lose money. The heroic management. What makes Yi Xiaoqunming even more ridiculous is that Yi Xiaoqunming knows how history will develop, and while holding Xiang Yu's thigh, he also went to meet Liu Bang and became Meng Tian's younger brother? Tisk tisk. What is the difference between this behavior and those 3 family slaves? Chapter 10. Gu sooner, also, this Yi Xiaochuan, it is impossible to complain. I obviously like the Princess Tuan, so I want to send it to Qin Shi Huang. As soon as he said this, Gu sooner felt that this person must have a lot of heart. Actually personally gave the woman she likes to someone else, this kind of operation, she can't figure out why she could do it. Besides, it doesn't matter if you give it to Qin Shi Huang as a concubine, it's still broken. In the end, it made the poor Princess Tuan wait for 2,000 years alone. In these 2,000 years, even a mortal, with a planer, can figure out this princess, right? He didn't even do anything. Nan Zionio, moreover, this man is still a scumbag. That Susu is not afraid of contracting the plague for him. He took care of him for a long time. He is good, Susu is gone. Nan Zionio, also, this lady Susu's bones are not cold, this guy actually likes Princess Tuan again, and throws the Susu girl who died tragically for him out of the sky. Dead man. Identification is completed. Nan Zionio thinks more and more angry, and sure enough, men don't have a good thing, they are all scumbags. Thor, if I were in a high position and slapped Yi Xiaochuan to death in the morning, there would be so many things behind. Heroic management, you also said that it was you, how about it? Have you read this document that belongs to your future? Highly important, look at it. The high priority at this time, the mood is extremely complicated, and unbelievable. I saw everything in the video, his righteousness to Ogawa, and what Ogawa did to him. How can it be? When he thinks of what he saw in the video, his mouth can't help but feel a bitterness. But he saw Ogawa as his own brother, he has always been like this. Unexpectedly, it ended up as a castrate. Castaway. The sky is big and the earth is big, and there is no end for the big. Yakumo Zi, what do you feel when you find that someone you treat as a brother will turn against you? Feeling? Is naturally angry, extremely angry. He wants to do his best and treat Yi Xiaochuan with heart and soul. In the end, you still have to fight against yourself because you don't want to change history? Still feels like a treacherous minister, doing harm to the court? Even, still want to let yourself, after all kinds of torture to get the status, prosperous and wealthy to abandon? This is such a good brother. Group leader Ning Baikan, oh, what are you talking about? At this time, Ning Baikan also noticed the movement in the group. After a few days of daylight scenes, the chat group finally became lively again. Gu Sooner, let's talk about matters in the high-level world, the group leader, you know that Yi Xiaochuan, it's just a scum among scum. Heroic management, agree, it's a scumbag. Discuss the plot of the myth. Guru. Ning Baikan, who was leaning on the old tree, took another sip of wine, and a smile of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Group leader Ning Baikan, the shame of the traveler Yi Xiaochuan. This person, Ning Baikan didn't want to make too many comments. In his eyes, this product was completely rubbish. In the later period, it was obvious that he and Gao Yao could control Dakin with the same writing and martial arts, but because he didn't want to change history, he didn't make any moves. Even repeatedly stopped Gao Yao, doing nothing. Heroic management, the shame of the traverser? This is a good name, and it fits on his head. It is just right. It is worthy of being the leader of the group. Gu Sooner, indeed, he is the shame of the traverser. Although Xiao Huohuo's trash metamorphosis is also a traverser, he is much better than Yi Xiaochuan. Yakumo Zi, Xiao Sooner really has a big opinion on the little lover in his original track. Little lover? Hearing Yakumo Zi say this, Gu Sooner curled his lips in disdain. Just him? It's going to go into my room in the middle of the night and want to do nasty things, also worthy? If it weren't for the strong man sent by her father to protect her, she would have been tainted if she hadn't found out in time and threw him out. The person he likes should be like the group leader, with a temperament like an immortal, and terrifying strength. What's the situation? Ning Baikan was a little surprised when he saw Gu Sooner. How can this girl not resemble the one in the original story of Fighting Horse Continent? The plot has changed a little bit big. In the original work, isn't this girl Xiao Huohuo's loyal fangirl? After joined the chat group, did the plot change? This is it. Thor, so, what are you going to do? At this time, Seoul is again 8's high profile. For that Yi Xiaochuan, he really couldn't see, he wanted to slap to death. However, this is a high-minded world. If this stuff is in his world, he will pass right away, spanning many galaxies, and directly slapped it into scum. High demand, what do you do? The high point who is still immersed in anger, a little dazed. How to do it? Thor, this is Yi Xiaochuan. After seeing this future that belongs to you, how are you going to face him? Are you going to die or ignore it? Shoot to death? Gao Yao's heart jumped when he saw Soul. Really deserve to be the tycoon who is respected as Thor? Nan Zionio, if you want me to say it, just click him and finish it. It's a curse to stay. The heroic management, agree, if you don't shoot him to death, even if you have precautions, maybe you will be castrated by him in the future because of the arrangement of fate. Yakumo Zi, this is not impossible. Group leader Ning Baikan, it is indeed possible, after all, this Yi Xiaochuan is the son of luck in your world, it's hard to say. Hiss. Seeing this, Gao Yao took a breath, and quickly clamped his legs tightly. If you are prepared, you will not necessarily be castrated? Indeed, after the anger, all Gao Yao could think of was to stay away from Yi Xiaochuan and leave it alone. Did not expect to say, go and click him. But now seeing the big guys say this, he panicked. Especially the existence of the group leader who can travel in the long river of time, all said so. Is even more panicked. Group leader Ning Baikan, so, for you to have a happy life in the future, go and cut the shame of that traveler. Thor, for your happiness, go and cut people. Gu Sooner, for happiness, go and chop. Heroic management, for happiness, go and cut. Yakumo Zi, for luck, go and cut. Nan Zionio, Sister Zi, how do I feel that you are driving? Hello. A little harmony is not good, I am still a minor. Please ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 11. Do you really want to chop? Seeing the big guys say this one by one, Gao Yao muttered a little tangledly. If he were to hack Yi Xiaochuan now, he would probably be counter-killed, right? No, no, no. If you remove the estimate, you will definitely be killed. After all, he is just a cook without the power to bind chickens. Yi Xiaoquan's physical fitness is much better than him. Besides, judging from the current development of the plot, Yi Xiaochuan should have worshipped Xiang Yu and learned a martial art. Highly important, although I want to chop him a little bit now, but I can't do it. I am just an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken. Gao Yao, besides, I'm almost starving to death now, I can't find him at all. Thinking of the high profile here, I also complained of bitterness in the group. Are about to starve to death and kill people? Can be pulled down. Chapter 8. Solving one's food and clothing first is the top priority. Group leader Ning Baikan, it's so miserable, I sympathize with you for a second. Seeing Gao Yao say this, Ning Baikan suddenly laughed and said jokingly. When this guy just crossed, it was really miserable. It is difficult to solve even one's own food and clothing. Thor, it's miserable, I'm going to starve myself to death, ha ha ha, it's a pity that you're not here with me, otherwise you will have enough trouble. Gilyalu. As soon as he saw Soul mentioning the big fish and big meat, lying in a rotten haystack, he immediately felt a sense of emptiness in his stomach. Highly important, big brother, why don't we mention food? I feel like I'm going to heaven when I mention it. Thor, this is what you said you were starving to death. I just said casually, it doesn't matter to me. Heroic management, seeing you are so miserable that you are almost starving to death, this lady will give you something to eat. Food? Seeing the words of the manager boss, Gao Yao immediately brightened his eyes. However, the next second he sighed and closed his eyes. Are not in the same world, even if the boss is willing, he is powerless, and there is no way to give it to him. Ding, the heroic management sent Gao Yao a red envelope. Heroic management, now, take the red envelope, there is something you dream of in it, don't thank me, who told me to be the management of this group. Can still send red envelopes? Ning Baikan couldn't help being stunned when he saw Su Xiao's operation. Why didn't he see this feature? Gu Sooner, hey, what is this red envelope? Why have I never seen it before? Yakumo Zi, ah, there is even this function. Why haven't you used it before? Nanzionio, sure enough, chat groups or something, how could there be no red envelope function? I haven't noticed it all the time. Heroic management, ha ha ha, I didn't expect it, I just saw it just now, I didn't have it before. It seems that it is a new function that was opened after the group leader came in. Red envelope? Gao Yao closed his eyes and suddenly heard this beep, and he immediately became energetic. As a modern person, he naturally knows what red envelopes are. You have received the other party's red envelope. Looked forward to it, and tremblingly received the red envelope. The next second, his eyes widened. Grumble. With the sound of swallowing, only to see his empty hand, a fried chicken suddenly appeared. My dear Gao Yao, thank the administrator, your kindness and virtue will not be repaid, I hope. Was holding this fried chicken, Gao Yao's expression was calm, and after opening the chat group, he was about to kneel and lick. After all, this big administrator is his current parents. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Heroic management, you can pull it, you can eat it. High demand, ahem, okay. This red envelope, not only can you send money, but can you also send other things? Ning Baikan, who knew what was in the red envelope, became curious again. The red envelope of the chat group of the heavens is really extraordinary. Can send the real thing. Boy, your master asked you to go back to the holy place, saying that something will be dealt with by you. Just when Ning Baikan wanted to continue the water group, a rough voice rang in his ears. Turned his head and saw that the old cow was completely bruised, looking at himself grinningly. Beside it, there was a young girl with a tender complexion, who also looked at herself nervously, her blushing little face was undoubtedly excited. Master, brother. The people from Xianheng Holy Land, come to our Holy Land today to communicate. During the discussion, the saint son of Xianheng Holy Land defeated all the senior brothers and sisters. I also threatened to say that in our heavenly Holy Land, there is no disciple who is qualified to fight him, all of them are rubbish. The little girl became more excited as she talked, her face flushed with excitement, she became even more red at this time, like a red apple. Looking at each of the senior sister was vomiting blood by the arrogant son of Xianheng, and then the guy became even more arrogant. That feeling, don't mention how frustrated it is. Fuck. Hearing the little girl's words, Ning Baikan hadn't spoken yet, and the old cow on the side became angry. Boy, this is someone coming to ask for trouble. Dare to come to our heavenly sacred place to make trouble, and even threaten to fight none of them. Boy, if you don't beat him so his mother doesn't even know him, Grandpa Niu, I will look down on you for the rest of my life. Looking at the angry look of Lao Niu, Ning Baikan's face also showed a trace of coldness. Haiyunheng Holy Land? Several sacred places are weak and small, so dare you come to your own turf? Still picking many disciples by one person, and uttering cynicism? Go back. After a sneer, Ning Baikan pulled the little sister who didn't know her name. Stepped onto the back of the old cow and said lightly. Get down. Grandpa Niu, as a great monster, can you ride it? Realized that Ning Baikan was standing on his back, the old Niu was furious, turned his head and stared at the big eyes, staring at him firmly. If you can't go any further, you will fight for the first time. To shut up. Seeing Lao Niu's reaction, Ning Baikan waved his right hand and a light flashed. A sharp sword hung between the old cow's legs, exuding a cold, sharp and cold breath, making the old cow's legs involuntarily tighten. Gurgle. Feeling the cold breath, old Niu suddenly closed his mouth and swallowed secretly. This kid threatens himself with Grandpa Niu's calf head every day. Sooner or later castrate him, let him know why Grandpa Niu is your Grandpa Niu. Big guys, please flowers. Please comment. Chapter 12. Tiankeng Holy Land, in the martial arts field. At this time, the holy son of Xianheng Holy Land, Kong Mengo, was standing on the court with a face of spring breeze. Looking at the disciples of heaven and Holy Land who had been beaten by himself, a smile of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Waste! In this heavenly holy place, the disciple is so unbearable, he is still a top power? These people, who can't even take one of his tricks, are they qualified to become disciples of the Holy Land? It's a huge holy place, and even an opponent can't be found. It really is some waste. After thinking about it, Kong Mengo looked around and found that no one wanted to challenge him anymore. He laughed. In all the words, ridicule was revealed. The disciples of the heavenly sacred land he saw all blushed, lowered their heads in shame, and did not dare to look at them. Waste! Seeing this scene, Kong Mengo, who laughed loudly, cursed again with disdain. Arrogant attitude, crazy. Cough cough, don't be proud. If it weren't for our saint son, and the absence of fellow Tianbang brothers, how could you allow you to be so rampant? At this time, a disciple who was blasted off the stage by a single move, saw that Kong Mengo was so arrogant, he couldn't help but flushed. Yes, yes, if you are here, how can you be so presumptuous here? If our son is here, one palm can suppress you, and still allow you to be so arrogant. What is the ability to defeat us? If you have the ability, go find the senior brothers and sisters on the top of my holy land. As soon as he said this, he immediately met with many disciples, all of whom looked at Kong Mengo with flushed faces and said in anger, "Son?" After hearing these words, Kong Mengo looked at the many disciples with disdain. Is there a holy child in the heavenly holy place? Why has he never heard of it? There is also this list of the day, and I have never heard of it. These wastes actually want to use this kind of illusory, never existing thing to save their face? GG, I'm sorry, but the bad guy has a somewhat strong personality, and he doesn't know how to measure, and hurt the disciple of the Holy Land. I hope you don't blame the leader. Not far away, several figures stood in a magnificent hall. Their gazes passed through the layers of space and looked towards the martial arts field. An old man with a gloomy expression, seeing Kong Mengo defeating many of the Holy Land disciples in one move, he couldn't help showing an astonishing grin. However, in the words of apologize, there is always the meaning of flaunting power. No problem. Hearing this, beside the old man, a middle-aged man who stood upright beside the old man raised his eyebrows and raised his eyebrows. Spoke silently. There was no trace of the anger and despair that the old man had imagined. Seeing that Mo Yandao reacted like this, the old man couldn't help but look stunned. Shouldn't be. With his understanding of Mo Yandao for tens of thousands of years, isn't this guy supposed to be frustrated and yelling at him? Why is it so calm, without a trace of anger? Is it true that the so-called saint child, the heavenly list? Thinking of this, the old man's face became gloomy again, his expression gloomy. The fact that Ning Baikan was accepted as a disciple by Mo Yandao and became the son of heavenly sacred land did not go out, except for the people in the Holy Land. No one knows. Chapter 9. And the so-called Tianbang is also something that Ning Baikan tinkered with when he was bored. The disciples email protected at EJ in the list of heavens, all of them are among the top-notch ones in the Holy Land, and they are all tyrannical. Similarly, this matter is only known to the people of heavenly Holy Land. Don't say that you don't have a holy son in the heavenly sacred place, even if there is, if he dares to come out, this holy son can trample him under his feet. I saw the disciples of the Holy Land who were blasted off the stage by themselves, but still unconvinced, their complexion flushed. Kong Mengo was already arrogant, and he became even more arrogant. His voice was arrogant, and the disciples under the angry stage gritted their teeth. If it weren't for the fight, and they couldn't put down their faces, they would have rushed forward. Beat this guy who utterly speaks so much that he doesn't even know him. Moo. Boy, he said he was going to trample you under his feet, ha ha ha, he really did not live or die. Just when many disciples of the heavenly sacred land couldn't help but want to curse a few more words, a terrifying demon gas descended in vain from the sky above the sky. The originally clear and cloudless sky became dim after this demon gas descended. This is the Blue Bowl Demon Saint. Great, this Blue Bowl Demon Saint is the mount of the Holy Child. Since it has appeared, does it mean that the Holy Child is back? Ha ha ha, you rants, our Saint Son is back. Seeing this scene, and the laughter that resembled a billowing thunder, the many disciples in the heavenly sacred land instantly became excited. Looked up, only to see a huge and terrifying green cow, slowly falling from the sky above the sky. On the back of the cow, there are two figures, one big and one small, and they are their sons. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Lao Niu carried Ning Baikan and the little girl, and it was just a moment. Carrying a powerful pressure, fell on this martial arts field. Hey, kid! Your grandfather Niu, when did you become the mount of your holy son? Just after Ning Baikan pulled the unknown little junior sister from Lao Niu's back. Lao Niu stared at the big eyes, staring at the disciple who just said he was Ning Baikan's mount. Looked at that disciple in a cold sweat, and was terrified. Then he retracted his gaze, and the sound was like Hong Lei's angrily, "Train the calf again, believe it or not, Grandpa Niu, I will kill you." No, no, no. Seeing Lao Niu's gaze turned away, all the disciples from heaven and Holy Land hurriedly set out, panicking in agreement. However, although on the surface it was agreeable, many disciples silently complained in their hearts. Has been riding back, isn't this a mount yet? What's so noisy? Just now you said, as long as I come out, you will trample me under your feet. Ignored the bully who was bullying his disciple, Ning Baikan stepped onto the court since he appeared. Looking at this in front of him, the son of Xianheng Holy Land, whose complexion became a little embarrassed, said coldly, "Now I'm here, how are you going to step on it?" Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baikan's horrible aura that could not be added also broke out completely. Chapter 13. What? How can it be? After Ning Baikan's breath erupted, Kong Mengu's complexion instantly became horrified, his face full of unbelievable. The breath that resembles the scorching sun always exudes the majesty of heaven. Click! Even this Fang Tiandi was almost unable to withstand the coercion, and made a cracking sound. The Supreme Immortal. Feeling the breath that can crush him into dust at any time, Kong Mengo paled and uttered these three words with difficulty. In front of such a terrifying strength, he is an ant, and he will be pinched to death by the opponent at any time. Ha ha ha, you continue to be crazy, now our holy son is here, you continue. Didn't you say that even if our holy son comes, you can trample it under your feet? Ha ha ha, just by you? Is it worthy? Just like him, he can't even enter the ranking list of our holy land, or is it a holy son of a holy land? Waste! Seeing the arrogant Kong Mengo who just flaunted his might, now he is so oppressed by the breath of their holy son that he can't move. All the disciples of the heavenly sacred land showed a happy expression, ha laughed and mocked. Damn it! I heard the disciples in the audience who couldn't even take a single move, mocking myself ceaselessly. Kong Mengu's complexion was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water, his eyes gloomy. Come and tell me. Looking at Kong Mengo, who was so pale under his own pressure, Ning Baikan's mouth became even more cold. How do you want to trample me under your feet? A waste from the celestial gang realm, dare to go to the heavenly holy place to show off his might, it is simply looking for death. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baikan's terrifying aura of the supreme immortal realm also broke out completely. After this terrifying aura completely broke out, the world seemed to tremble, and the sound of bursts of space bursting out continued. In an instant, the entire heavenly sacred ground was covered with clouds and thunder billowing. The martial arts field at the foot of Ning Baikan also began to crack at this moment. If it were not for his intentional control, I am afraid that the entire Holy Land would be completely annihilated under his terrifying aura. Boom! Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, Kong Mango, who had been clenching his teeth to support, finally couldn't hold it, and knelt down as soon as his legs became soft. Asshole! Under this coercion, Kong Mango, who was forced to kneel down, had blood-red eyes and stared at Ning Baikan with hatred. As the son of Xianheng Holy Land, has he ever suffered such a great shame? Was actually forced to kneel down with his momentum. If his eyes can kill people, Ning Baikan has already been killed countless times by him. Boy, kill him! Grandpa knew, I was upset when I saw the look of this product, so I just gave him to Grandpa New and I clicked. The old cow on the side saw this, staring at his big eyes and shouting loudly. The killing intent in those eyes was really real, and he looked at Kong Mango with fear and cold sweat. Puff! Not only that, after the old cow withdrew his gaze, he exuded a monstrous demon spirit, and strove to oppress Kong Mango fiercely. Under Ning Baikan's tyrannical aura, Kong Mango, who was already at the end of his arrogance, looked pale even after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Good, very good. After a mouthful of blood was spit out, under the pale complexion of Kamengo, it was even more gloomy, and he said bitterly, "If you don't kill me today, you will definitely make you pay the price in the future." He didn't believe that the saint son of the heavenly sacred land really dared to kill him. He had avenged this grudge. Then kill it. Hearing this product, Ning Baikan raised his eyebrows. He didn't know where he was confident. Dare to say such things so arrogantly at this time? I really don't dare to kill him. After thinking about it, Ning Baikan waved his right hand, and a sword light flashed. Zuzier dare! At this moment, an aura that was 3 points stronger than Ning Baikan's terrifying aura, followed this roar, and came in vain. Rumbling! Hearing this roar, Ning Baikan frowned and looked at him, only to see an old man with a gloomy face, looking at him angrily. The tyrannical aura emanating from all over his body, and the oppressive feeling like the majesty of the heavens, is a terrifying existence of an immortal king. The head of Xianheng Holy Land? Seeing this old man, Ning Baikan also knew his identity, the Lord of the Holy Land. Guru took out his own wine gourd, took a sip in silence, but did not stop for a while. The sword light passed by Kong Mango's horrified eyes quietly. With the sound of a crisp sound, Kong Mango, who had just been so arrogant and outspoken, died. Fairy King? So what? Angered him, and the Fairy King will kill you too. Fuck. Good job, kid. The old cow on the side of was shocked when he saw this scene, and quickly erected a hoof for Ning Baikan. I'm sorry, it doesn't have a thumb, so it can only stand out with a hoof. Your sword fits my appetite too much for your grandfather Niu. There is the demeanor of my grandfather Niu back then, ha ha ha. In front of an immortal king, he dared to slap his disciple directly with a sword. This bravery, he was convinced. Looking for death. Seeing Ning Baikan after he appeared, still killing his apprentice with a single sword, the head of Xianheng Holy Land suddenly became furious. A terrifying killing intent also radiated from him. The terrifying aura of the immortal king broke out in vain and crushed the entire heavenly Holy Land. If you dare to do it, you will die too. Glanced at the furious head of Xianheng Holy Land, Ning Baikan poured another sip of wine into his mouth, and said coldly. While speaking, a blue and simple long sword also appeared in his hand. Fuck. This kid is tired of life? How dare to provoke an immortal king like this? I'm afraid it's not because he thinks his life will be too long. After hearing Ning Baikan's words, the Lao Niu's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked over with a bewildered look. Chapter 10. This riding horse is making a big death, this kid. People are a fairy king. Even if your master is also an immortal king, this is still in your heavenly sacred place, is this too arrogant? Chapter 14. Boom. After hearing Ning Baikan's careless words, the head of Xianheng Holy Land immediately rose into anger. The terrifying aura of the Supreme Immortal King is like the turbulent waves, oppressing violently, and pressing the many disciples in the heavenly Holy Land to tremble with fear. Are you here, provoking me? The head of the Holy Land Xianheng, who looked gloomy, stared at Ning Baikan sullenly, and asked with astonishing murderous intent. There was a big discrepancy between the words, and he meant to directly suppress Ning Baikan. Gu. You can try. Ning Baikan, who was holding a 3-foot green peak, picked up the wine gourd again and poured a sip of wine into his mouth. This inattentive, indifferent attitude made the shameful complexion of the head of Dexuanheng Holy Land even more gloomy. Good, very good. Looking at this white robe, holding a 3-foot green front in his hand, his temperament is like Ning Baikan, who is banished to the world. The powerful cultivation of the Supreme Immortal made the head of Dexuanheng Holy Land even more jealous. He thinks he is a generation of peerless arrogance, but he has also cultivated for tens of thousands of years before he has reached the realm of the Immortal King. But this so-called celestial Holy Land saint, judging that his bone age is only 1,000 years old, he has cultivated to the Supreme God. Such a talent, I can't keep him. Thinking about it, the head of Xianheng Holy Land shouted with a gloomy face, I don't know the dignity and inferiority of the young, the heart is ruthless, it's time to kill. Slay the fairy finger. As soon as the voice fell, the old man with a gloomy face was even more murderous. After his eyes flickered, he pointed to Ning Baikan. He believes that with his own strength, with the Xianheng Holy Land behind him, even if he killed this saint child town in the heavenly sacred land today, the heavenly sacred land would not completely tear the sword skin with him and besieged him. Fuck! I did it, this fairy king really did it, what a terrifying power! Seeing the immortal king standing in the sky start his hand, Old Nu's eyes widened and his face was horrified. Nima! This kid is going to suffer a lot. Panic, Lao Nu looked at Ning Baikan, who was above the martial arts field, with a calm complexion, and his eyelids jumped up uncontrollably. This kid really has a problem with his head. The fairy king above has taken a shot at you, a junior, even if he doesn't care about his face. Are you standing there waiting to die? Boom! Just as the old Nu made a horrified complaint, the power of a finger from the head of the Xianheng Holy Land also came in vain from the sky above the sky. The astounding finger of the carrier Huang Tianwei, as if he was going to razor thousands of miles to the ground, and slammed toward Ning Baikan. My mother! Seeing this scene, Lao Nu's already horrified look became even more horrified. In the next second, Malur jumped up, and a man fled away from the distance. Boy, wait, I will rescue the soldiers, I will come back and kill this old man. Rescue soldiers? Seeing this operation of Lao Nu, the many disciples of heavenly sacred land were all taken aback. This is in the heavenly holy land. Why do you want to run outside the holy land when you move your rescuers? Still riding a horse, running faster and faster? It is said that although this blue bull demon saint is powerful, but the character of greedy for life and fear of death is also unique, and I have seen it today. Bah! This kind of greedy for life and fear of death, leaving behind the mount for the owner to escape, don't worry about the sun. I was so afraid of death because I was blinded by the sky-reaching cultivation base. Seeing that this old bull was the many disciples who had escaped, they all condemned with contempt. Compared to the horror of the old cow, they didn't have much fear under the terrifying coercion after this fairy king shot. Joke! This is a heavenly sacred land. If a fairy king kills his own holy son in his own holy land, then how do they mix with the heavenly sacred place? The Lord of the Immortal King is indeed terrifying. At this time, seeing that the head of Xianheng Holy Land had taken a shot directly, Ning Baikan also put away that casual attitude. His eyes condensed, and his gaze looked at that Qingtian finger like a torch. Ning Baikan clasped the 3-foot green peak in his hand, and the sky-shaking sword intent broke out in vain. Thousands of cyan sword auras manifested, wantonly horizontally and horizontally between heaven and earth. The cold breath made the temperature between the sky and the earth become cold. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again, and his fighting spirit rose to the sky. Let me try, how strong is this immortal king? As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baikan picked the long sword in his hand and was about to kill him. The attitude of facing an immortal king without fear, and even preparing to go forward to fight, made many disciples even more respected in their eyes. So courageous! Dare to act fiercely in my heavenly sacred place and look for death. However, before Ning Baikan could go up and fight the first battle, two shouts of anger suddenly resounded throughout the heavenly holy land. I go! Hearing this angry shout, Ning Baikan was taken aback, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. Seems like there is no need to fight? In the next second, only two figures were seen, exuding that terrifying breath, coming across the world. What? The head of Xianheng Holy Land, who felt these two auras, was shocked, his complexion paled suddenly, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. There are two fairy kings in the heavenly Holy Land, it's impossible. Amidst the horrified expression of the head of Xianheng Holy Land, the two figures arrived in no time, and they all shot together. Rumbling. Under the simultaneous shots of the two immortal kings, the head of the Xianheng Holy Land was completely unable to compete with them. Puff! The Qingtian finger that fell from the sky also shattered in an instant, turning into nothingness. A mouthful of essence and blood was also sprayed from the entrance of the head of Xianheng Holy Land, his complexion pale. Do not! Impossible! The head of Xianheng Holy Land, who was hit hard in an instant, looked at the two figures with an incredulous expression. One of them is the head of this heavenly holy land, Mo Yandao. A sacred place that has not been passed down for 10,000 years, dare to come to my heavenly sacred place to provoke? Who gives you the courage? Seeing the unbelievable look of the head of Xianheng Holy Land, Mo Yandao let out a disdainful cry. There are also differences between holy places. His heavenly sacred land has been passed down for countless years. How can a fairy king in your own way know its background? Can scare you to death when you say it. Me, Kangyun Holy Land, there are a few statues living in the world on the horses of the immortal emperor. Chapter 15. Is this myself, was used as a gun. When Ning Baikan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The people of Xianheng Holy Land, I'm afraid they have been remembered for a long time, right? Otherwise, the two immortal kings will not come out directly to kill him. It's just that there is no excuse for destroying the entire holy place. Used themselves as bait to lure the head of Xianheng Holy Land to make a move, and then they made another move to kill him. Finally, with a big wave, wiped out the entire Xianheng Holy Land? Looking at the two middle-aged men laughing there, Ning Baikan shook his head. Are really two scheming old men. The people in Xianheng Holy Land don't know where they provoke them. Xiao Chen, you cooperate well. After killing the head of Xianheng Holy Land with one hand, Mo Yandao came over with a smile and patted Ning Baikan on the shoulder. Regarding Ning Baikan's performance just now, he can be said to be very satisfied. Facing an immortal king, he is not afraid of it, and even wants to fight against one. He is worthy of his apprentice. Nice job. Master, since the matter has been resolved, the disciple will retire first. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Ning Baikan immediately felt a bitter cold for the disciples who wanted to come up and take advantage of the situation. If this is entangled, when will the ghost know how to get away? Go go! Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Mo Yandao in a good mood waved his hand and looked at the head of Xianheng Holy Land who was killed by the town. Burst into laughter again, let you step on a horse to grab the sight with me, it's just looking for death. Grab the sight? Was it because of this? After hearing this, Ning Baikan also thoughtfully glanced at the corpse of the head of Xianheng Holy Land, which turned into a stream of light. In the fiery sight of many disciples in the Holy Land, disappeared instantly. In the next second, Ning Baikon's figure returned to the top of Tian Kai Mountain. He has heard about the site grabbing. Is not a big deal, it's just that the disciples of the two holy places discovered a spiritual vein at the same time, and they fought. However, because there was an older generation of cultivators on the Xianheng sacred land, hurting the disciples of the heavenly sacred land, did this happen? The matter of protecting the shortness of the heavenly sacred place is very famous in the whole practice world. If you hit the little ones, the big ones will trouble you. Chapter 11. If the big ones still cannot be beaten, some old ones will come over and make trouble for you. If the old one is beaten, then you are done. Those old and immortal who can't get out of retreat every day will also trouble you. Guru picked up the wine gourd and took a sip of wine. Ning Baikon shook his head again. Knowing about the protection of the heavenly sacred land, he even dared to let the older generation take action, hurting the disciple. It was simply looking for death. If you want to say that the younger generation fights, you can fight as you like. As long as you don't kill you, there will be no opinions. Can't beat it, it's because you have no ability. Oh, let me go, your kid is not dead, great. Just when Ning Baikon was about to open the chat group and exchange feelings with the group members, a wild voice suddenly rang. I saw the old cow who had just escaped without a trace. At this moment, he was a little confused and slipped back. Lao Niu just remembered after slipping thousands of miles in a stream of water, it seemed a bit stupid. That stepping horse is a heavenly sacred land. How can the fairy king want to kill someone's holy son in the heavenly sacred land? Thinking of the old cow like this, he ran back again in a hurry. Sure enough, when it returned to the holy land, it saw the body of the immortal king, lying on the ground too dead to die. You ran very fast just now. Seeing the old cow come back, Ning Baikon couldn't help but looked at it with a smile, with a dangerous sneer at the corner of his mouth. Maid. This dead cow runs faster than the rabbit dad in danger, and doesn't mean to help at all. What is the purpose of staying? Ahem, am I not going to help you move the rescuers? How can it be in time if you don't hurry up? Hearing Ning Baikon's words and the smiley expression, Old Nu suddenly shrank his head and said quickly. Rescue soldiers? If you find an excuse, you have to change a horse. For 1,000 years, every time he encounters danger, this old cow definitely runs much faster than him. Every time, he threatened to move the rescuer, and then he couldn't find Niu Ying. After the crisis was over, it was him who appeared the fastest. Go ahead, don't disturb the little master, I have a drink. Too lazy to pay attention to the old cow, Ning Baikon took another sip of wine into his mouth, and then closed his eyes. Then opened the chat group. Do you think Grandpa Niu I like to talk to you? Glared at the big bull's eyes, and the old bull flung the bull's tail, leaned to the side, and prepared to take a nap. Ran tens of thousands of miles in succession, making it even weaker, with cold sweat all over, and a faint pain in the back. Is like a kidney overdraft. Group leader Ning Baikon, oh, is there anyone else? Ning Baikon, who opened the chat group, naturally heard the muttering of the old cow. But I don't bother to pay attention to it. Compared to cleaning up this old cow, it is undoubtedly much more important to connect with the group of friends. Heroic management, yes, there are, the group leader, I am here. Thor, I am here. Nanzionio, I'm here too. Yakumo Zi, ah, we are here, what is the command of the group leader? Gu Suner, we are always there. Yo, it's all here. Ning Baikon was also taken aback when seeing group members popping up. The moment he left, he has been in the water group? They? However, AKO seems to be missing one person. Group leader Ning Baikon, what about Gao Yao, how is he now? He won't starve to death, right? Although he knew that Su Xiao had sent him a red envelope, which was enough for him to have a full meal, it did not prevent Ning Baikon from maliciously guessing. I'm really going to starve to death. It's probably the traverser who died the saddest. There isn't one, right? Gu sooner, Gao Yao, he has now embarked on a journey to Kuiji, and he plans to go there for a wave of Yi Xiao Chuan. Go to Kuiji to squat in Yi Xiao Chuan? Gao asked this guy to make up his mind. Are you really ready to do something against Yi Xiao Chuan? Yakumo Zi, I think even if he squats for a while, he will probably be killed back. Highly important. Seeking a wave of flowers, evaluation votes, etc. Chapter 16. Thor, well, I think so. Although I agree with Gao Yao's decision to squat in Yi Xiao Chuan and get him done, I also think that I will be killed. Gu sooner, after all, he is a cook without the power to bind chickens. Heroic management, that's right, I'm also on the side of being killed. Nanzionio, same road. Group leader Ning Baikan, well, together. Ning Baikan felt that, judging from the current high-level state, he really wanted to kill Yi Xiao Chuan. There is a real high probability that he will be counter-killed. Although it is not that there is no winning rate, the winning rate is estimated to be a little slim. Highly important. Seeing the big guys say so, Gao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Can you still play happily together? It's you guys squatting on Yi Xiao Chuan on your own, and give him a yin, cruel, one set to take away. Now one by one he said that he would be counter-killed, and he said that he was so frustrated that he didn't dare to go. Heroic management, so, if you want to successfully take Yi Xiao Chuan away, first of all, you have to make yourself stronger. Yakumo Zi, yes, as long as you become stronger and stronger than Yi Xiao Chuan, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? Gu sooner, as long as he gets stronger, slap him to death, it's not a dream at all. Seeing these words, Gao Yao was shocked again. He understands this truth, but how can he become stronger? Are you going to find a master to learn art now? It's too late. High demand, then how can I become stronger? I was speechless for a long time, and finally decided to ask the big guys for advice. After all, he is just a common man, who knows nothing. The big guys in the group, there are gods, monsters, and the most invincible Thai group boss. Heroic management, well, there is an enlightenment function in the group, which can make you suddenly realize and become immortal. High demand, sorry, I have no money, excuse me. That epiphany function, Gao Yao also glanced at it, and suddenly he was desperate. 200,000 points. Sold him, it's not worth the points, right? Group leader Ning Baikan, 100 push UPS a day, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and insist on running for 10 kilometers a day. Such an uninterrupted cycle for 3 years. Group leader Ning Baikan, in 3 years, you will be able to become a peerless powerhouse, the kind of existence that blasts a planet with one punch. Seeing Ning Baikan's speech, Gao could not help but vomit blood, full of black lines. Highly important, group leader, don't tease me, this way at best can increase your physical strength a little, how can it become so strong? Group leader Ning Baikan, I didn't tease you. It is true that someone has become a powerful existence by relying on this exercise method. For example, a certain bald devil? A serious punch can blast the bald head of a planet. Isn't it the way to cultivate? Is bald at best? Yakumo Zi, it's impossible, right? The exercise method that the group leader said can be done by an individual, right? Gu sooner, it's really impossible to look like that. My daily practice intensity is several times higher than this. For several years, I am still a first-order Xiaomen Sin. Thor, if what the leader of the group said is true, then I should be invincible now, not a tier 4 scum. Nanzionio, the leader of the group is joking, right? Obviously, several members of the group did not believe what Ning Baikan said. How can that be possible? With such a little intensity of training, if you insist on 3 years, can you become an existence that can blow up a planet with one punch? It's almost the same as bursting a balloon. Heroic management, no, you are wrong. The group leader is not joking. A guy who really uses this exercise method has become a big guy. Unlike the other group members, Su Xiaohu obviously knew the existence of that bald devil. However, just because I knew that Su Xiaohu's admiration for Ning Baikan now became even more exaggerated and broke through the sky. How did she know that she knew it all because of watching anime? And the world of the group leader, obviously is not a world of learning and testing, there is no such thing as anime. In other words, the leader of the group, he detected the existence of the bald devil from the long river of time, and even the existence of time and space. That's why I said that. Hiss. At the thought of this, Su Xiaohu couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath, shocked. Sure enough, the leader of the group is worthy of the existence of the 9th level boss, a group of horrors. If Ning Baikan knew what she was thinking, she would definitely be shocked by her face. Maiden, your brain circuit, really don't be too strong. Such a situation where there is no relationship at all, you have even imagined it, and you are completely untouched by the horse. Horror. Chapter 12. High demand, is there such a thing? Seeing that not only the group leader, but also the administrator, also said the same, and they looked vowed. Said unceremoniously, his heart moved. If you can really exercise like this for 3 years, you can become such a terrifying powerhouse. Then he went to a deep mountain and stayed for 3 years. After he came out, wouldn't he be invincible? Gusuner, really? Thor, really? Yakumo-zi, is this really true? Nanzio-nio, really or not? Is not only high-minded, the other group members, under Su Xiaohu's vowed affirmation, are also a little stunned. Then, is the heart beat together? Heroic management, it's more real than real gold. There is indeed a guy who became a big boss like this. It's just a small price. A small price? This exercise method, if you can really become a big boss who can blow the planet with one punch. What is a small price? Even if it pays a big price, they can accept it. High demand, what's the price? Is it scarier than being a castrate? For Gao Yao, as long as it is not more horrible than being an inhumane, he can totally accept it. There will be no hesitation. Gusuner, same question. Thor, same question. Yakumo-zi, the same question. Nanzio-nio, same question. This exercise method was confirmed by Ning Baikan and Su Xiaohu. Attracted their attention in an instant, and they all wanted to practice for a while. After all, this kind of training is more intense than ordinary people's physical exercise, they can do it. Chapter 17. Group Leader Ning Baikan, compared with other ways to become stronger, this price is not worth mentioning. Thinking of the big light bulb staring at a certain bald devil, Ning Baikan suddenly laughed. Compared to other ways to gain power, the price is indeed very small, or even negligible. Heroic management, yeah, that's right. Gusuner, so, what the is it? I'm very curious, you guys don't want to sell it. Seeing the leader of the group and Su Xiaohu still selling guanzi there, Gusuner felt like being scratched by a cat's claw. My heart tickles tightly. Highly important, I can't wait to know, 2 big brothers, don't sell it, let's talk. Yakumo-zi, urgent. Thor, very urgent. Nanzio-nio, I'm so anxious to be crazy. Heroic management, okay, since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. Seeing how impatient several group members were, Su Xiaohu burst into laughter. What are you doing in such a hurry? Really, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, don't you know? Heroic management, that is, bald, and never grow hair. How about it, is the price small? Heroic management, if you are bald, you can have incredible power and become an invincible powerhouse. Is it worthwhile? It's a great deal. Yakumo zi. Nanzionio. Gu sooner. Excuse me. Hearing the price that needs to be paid, the three of them involuntarily glanced at their beautiful long hair. I imagined what I would look like after being bald. Then came a feeling of abhorrent cold, and I didn't dare to imagine what would happen after I became bald. Thor, excuse me, goodbye. It is a trivial price to see this one. Soul said that moving his hair is moving his life. Excuse me. Yakumo zi. This opportunity for cultivation is for you, goodbye. Gu sooner, I will let you too. High demand, what? You only need to pay such a trivial price, are you not even ready to practice? Saw that except for himself, several members of the group seemed to be disturbed. Gao Yao scratched his head, not sure why. Doesn't it just become a bald head, what's so scary about? 100 push UPS, 100 squats, 100 sit UPS, 10 kilometers long run every day. Once again thought about the exercise method, the group leader said, although it was still a bit difficult for me. But in order to have a happy life in the future, Gao Yao gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to find a deep mountain to dive in and retreat for 3 years. Highly important, since you are not cultivating, then I will go to practice for a while, big brothers, see you in 3 years. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan and so on have been completely forgotten by him. As long as he concentrates on training for 3 years, he will be an invincible powerhouse when he comes out. Are you afraid that he knows Yi Xiaochuan? Slapped to death. Gu sooner, come on. Thor, it's a man, come on. See you in 3 years. Nanzionio, I hope you will appear in 3 years, and you will appear as an invincible boss, come on. Yakumo zi, Allah, the bald head in the future, work hard. Heroic management, go, I will miss the way you look when you have long hair, ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Ning Baikon's mouth twitched. No way? This high point, are you really planning to go to retreat and exercise for 3 years? Group leader Ning Baikon, although I don't want to interrupt you, but what I want to say is that this system of cultivation is actually useless for you. Group leader Ning Baikon, if you really use this system to train, let alone 3 years, even 30 years, it will only make your physical fitness stronger. After all, no one can become a bald devil. That kind of bug-like existence, there is one that is already very surprising. Come here a few more, the cultivation is too simple. Even Ning Baikon, who is even more terrifying than that peerless Tian Jiao, is even more talented. It took thousands of years to cultivate to the supreme immortal level. It's really that easy. What else is he practicing? He went straight to exercise for 3 years, and he was a strong man after he came out. Bald head is bald head. Anyway, with his looks, even if he is bald, he is handsome. Highly important. Seeing Ning Baikon's words, Gao Yao's expression of excitement stopped abruptly and froze in place. With a broken dream expression on his face, it looked extraordinarily funny. Gu sooner, so, the leader of the group is still joking, and it scares me to death. I thought that cultivation is really that simple. Yakumo zi, it really shocked us. If the cultivation is so simple, then our billion. 17 years of cultivation, isn't it a waste of time? Did she just say a billion? I said it. Sure enough, there is a purple mother first and then there will be a day, is there nothing wrong at all? Ning Baikon had a horrified expression on his face. He couldn't imagine how the Yakumo zi spent such a long period of time. My own 1,000 years have made him feel bored. Heroic management, I saw Sister zi. Nanzionio, me too. Yakumo zi, no, you didn't see it. Yakumo zi, who was lying listlessly in the gap, jumped up. Cowherhu. Almost revealed his age. If this is exposed, how am I embarrassed to say that I am 17 years old in the future? Highly important, suddenly I feel so tired. No love. He was almost limped by the group leader, and completely lost his love. Had been in retreat for 3 years and was ready to eat the turf every day, but now they told him that they couldn't use this system. Group leader Ning Baikan, don't panic, don't you just want to become stronger? Isn't it easy? Ning Baikan shook his head when he heard Gao Yao's unlovable tone. Want to become stronger? Isn't that easy? There are a lot of ways to make him stronger quickly, and there is always one that suits him. Allows him to become a first-order late existence in just a few days. This kind of thing is still very easy. Big guys, begging for a wave of flowers, evaluation votes, etc. Chapter 13. Chapter 18. Ding, Group Owner Ning Baikan sent a red envelope. Group Leader Ning Baikan, there is a low-level exercise method for you to practice, and a pill for stretching your legs and staring eyes. After eating it, you can become a Popeye. Ning Baikan, who teased the group members, became serious at this time. Randomly came up with a body-refining exercise, and a jidon, and sent it to Gao Yao. Without this red envelope function, it might be difficult to make Gao Yao stronger in a short period of time. Now, if you just throw something in the past, you can raise his strength from a mortal to the level of a later stage in a short period of time. After all, there are a lot of things in his pocket. If someone else gets his strategic material reserve, there is no need to worry about the resources of the immortal king. Highly important, Gongfa. Pills. Was struck by this joke with a bitter and high-minded expression. When he saw this red envelope, his eyes suddenly brightened. This thing from the group leader should be the legendary elixir and cultivation technique? Hiss! Doesn't that mean that you can practice? Thinking of this, Gao Yao jumped up with excitement and trembling hands led the red envelope. Ding! You have received the other party's red envelope. Following the prompt sound of the chat group, Gao Yao only saw that in front of him, a jade slip appeared out of thin air. And a simple, black-looking pill? Carefully put away the jade slip and pill, Gao Yao only felt his heart beating violently. Gao Yao, thanks to the group leader, I have no thanks, I can only do it by myself. Gu Sooner, don't tell me, the boss of the group is handsome, like a character who is going to die, don't think about you as a master. I put my things away and was so excited that I opened the chat group again, ready to thank the host. But before he finished speaking, Gu Sooner interrupted him. Nan Zionio, that's right, I thought you were a serious person, but I didn't expect you to have such an idea. Yakumo Zi, the leader of the group is also something you can covet? A perverted middle-aged man. Thor, I didn't expect you to be such a high-minded, terrible. Heroic management, if you have this idea, go to Seoul, the host, don't even think about it. Highly important. No, what happened to him? What are these guys talking about? What is the leader of the group, don't even think about it. Isn't it okay to thank yourself? Also, where is he perverted? Group leader Ning Baikan, it's terrible, don't come close to me in the future, I'm panicking. Looked dumbfounded and high-minded, after seeing the group leader all saying so, he vomited blood immediately. Highly important, I am. Group leader Ning Baikan, okay, be more serious, if you put a drop of blood on that jade slip, it's all right. Group leader Ning Baikan, if that pill, just swallow it directly, but you have to swallow it after learning the exercises, otherwise you will burst into death. Just when Gao Yao wanted to ask what he was doing, Ning Baikan spoke again. Directly interrupted what he wanted to say, choking silently. Highly important, explosion, explosion. Had an uncomfortable face, panicked and high-minded. After listening to the leader of the group, he was immediately stunned. Is it so scary? Gu Sooner, indeed, if there is no practice method, swallowing the pill will only have a counterproductive effect. The energy will rush through the meridians and eventually burst and die. Gu Suner, who knows something about elixirs, also spoke at this time. Gu Suner, but no matter how I think about it, I feel so envious. I can get the benefits of the group leader, envy and hate. This is the first time for the boss of the group to give this guy Gao Yao. Whatever you think, Gu Suner feels a little upset. Yakumo Zi, we are also very envious. I can only watch it eagerly. Nan Zionio, I am also an ordinary person, and I drooled with envy. Thor, envy, jealousy, and hate. I also want the love of the group leader. Heroic management, I also want a wave of love from the big guys. Guru. Seeing what the group members said, Ning Baikan took a sip of wine silently. Among the chat group with such a small number of people, there were two strangers unexpectedly. Horror. Group leader Ning Baikan, today's mood is okay, everyone has a share. Isn't it just a few basic exercises and basic training methods? There are a lot of these things. Throw it out, it can kill them. Hearing this, the eyes of a few group members waiting to be fed suddenly lit up. Really? Heroic management, the leader of the group is Big Brother Niobe, Poyan. Thor, the leader of the group is mighty and domineering, Sunrise Oriental, only the leader of the group is undefeated. Yakumo Zi, the leader of the group, the big guy Niobe, Poyan. Nan Zionio, the leader of the group is a big shot. Seeing that it is really good to take, several members of the group knelt and licked. Even if it's Jiden or something, it's useless for Yakumo Zi and Soul, but it's great to use it as a souvenir. Gu Suner, thank you for the gift of the group leader, the little girl has no repayment, so she has to take her own. Gu Suner has been muted for a minute. Similarly, Gu Suner also started his own wave of operations. Intends to fish in troubled waters, expresses his innermost thoughts, and expresses himself. But. Xiao Suner, you are just thinking about fart, hum. Before he finished speaking, Su Xiao was forbidden to speak. Shameless. After seeing that he was banned, Gu Suner knew who did it without even thinking about it. Could not help but cursed angrily. Suner, what's wrong with you? At this time, Xiao Huohuo was watching her not far away. After hearing her scolding, he rushed over immediately and asked with concern. None of your business. Seeing Xiao Huohuo, the perverted Lo-ic Endumis, approached, Gu Suner immediately showed a look of disgust. After a cold reply, he turned around and left, too lazy to look at him again. Humph! What kind of noble? Xiao Huohuo, who was treated coldly, also snorted coldly, looking at the leaving back of Gu Suner. In his gaze, he also showed a look of yin, sooner or later, you will be my young master. As soon as S words fell, Xiao Huohuo took another sharp breath, as if sniffing the remaining fragrance in the air, his expression greedy. Chapter 19. Excessive. Seeing this wave of operations by Su Xiao's banning Gu Suner, Ning Baikan also twitched the corners of his mouth. Originally, he still had some expectations. I didn't expect to be directly arranged by the banned package. There is no reason at all. Ding, group owner Ning Baikan sent 5 red envelopes. Shook his head, Ning Baikan didn't struggle anymore. Anyway, the time is still long. There are so many opportunities in the future, so you don't need to care about such details. Ding, Yakumo Zi received your red envelope. Ding, Nan Zionio received your red envelope. Ding. Once the red envelope was sent out, it was completely snatched in less than a second. At this speed, Ning Baikan was stunned. Are all these one by one, all engrossed in waiting? Something. Yakumo Zi, the leader of the group is Niobe. Nan Zionio, master of the group. Just when several group members wanted another wave of flattery, another reminder sounded. Interrupted their words like a repeater. Linju, Bo Feng Shuman has joined the group chat. Is there a newcomer again? Seeing this prompt, everyone's expressions were taken aback, and suddenly they became quiet. Then, a large wave of news came in an instant. Thor, a newcomer is here again. This time it's very fast. Only a few days have passed. Chapter 14. Nanzionio, I don't know if among the two newcomers this time, is there anyone with the boss? Yakumo Zi, even if there is, no matter how big the boss is, can there be a powerful group leader? Tier 9 boss or something, it's no joke. How can there be such an existence casually? Join the chat group. Highly important, here is the newcomer. Where is it? Let me come to Kong Kong, who is the newcomer? Go sooner, if you don't swallow your stretched legs and stare at the pill, hurry up and practice, and come out of the water, are you afraid that you will end up becoming a castrate? At this time, it's time for Go Sooner's silence. Go Sooner, at S management, you dog management, authority dog, shameless guy, I want to fight you. As soon as the ban was lifted, Go Sooner embarked on a journey of misfortune. After a wave of high points, he directly approached Su Xiao, who had silenced her at a critical moment. This shameless guy. Without beating her, Go Sooner couldn't swallow this breath. Heroic management, a showdown. Seeing Go Sooner's furious words, Su Xiao suddenly laughed. But when it comes to a duel, silently glanced at the evaluation of Tier 3 in the group, Su Xiao felt that it was better not to respond, so as not to lose the reputation of bullying children. Go Sooner, why? Don't you dare? Tier 3, you are amazing? Believe it or not, I will call my father over and give you a beat. Go Sooner said this, several members of the group watching the show suddenly spouted water. Yes, this girl has a backstage. And it's still a backstage rated as Tier 5 in the group, it can't be offended. Group leader Ning Baikan, okay, a little more serious, isn't there a newcomer into the group? You are not welcome. Was caused by Go Sooner's operation, it was also Ning Baikan who spewed out a sip of wine. I couldn't help but shook his head, these guys, how do you say they are going to crook the floor? At this time, shouldn't you welcome newcomers? Linju, Bo Feng Shui Men. Speaking of the newcomers, Ning Baikan murmured the names of the two newcomers again. In his own memory, searching for the information of these two newcomers. So it was them. After thinking for a while, Ning Baikan looked at the names of the two, and suddenly smiled. Lin Judeo, the village chief of Novice Village of the Crossover. Naruto 4th generation in Naruto. These two guys, he still knows them, after all, they are both very popular. Heroic management, hello, welcome to join our Heavens chat group. Cleared his throat, Su Xiao also started his work as an administrator. Give some novice guidance to the two newcomers? But, how come you feel like a welcoming lady? Seeing her speech, Su Xiao couldn't help but fall into contemplation. It seems, is it really like? Heroic management, if you have any questions, just read the group announcement. There is an explanation of the chat group of the heavens. If you have any questions after reading it, please ask me again. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Su Xiao shook his head again and threw the thought out. Welcome Miss Sister, please welcome Miss Bing. Even if she is a welcoming lady, she is also a lady who has permission and can be a permission dog. Satisfied? Wave Feng Shuman, hey? Who is talking? Illusion? This friend, since I dare to come to Konoha, why not show up? Linju, where is the ghost, dare to confuse the poor Dao? It's not showing up soon. Just as Su Xiao's words fell, the vigilant voices of Linju and Bo Feng Shuman came out. Everyone thought that they had encountered some enemy. Nanzionio, wow, it looks like an ordinary person, shivering. Gao Yao, it looks like this, terrible. What kind of illusion, ghosts and monsters have been said, it must not be in the category of ordinary people. After all, ordinary people at this time must be asking if they are ghosts with a look of fear. Like when Gao Yao just joined the group. Gu sooner, it doesn't matter whether it's an ordinary person or not, I am more curious about what this illusion is. Does it mean illusion? Yakumo Zi, Allah, ghosts, illusion, the world of these two newcomers, it seems that they are not ordinary worlds anymore, just don't know how strong the two newcomers are. Thor, should not be too strong, right? Is definitely not too strong, but it is not too weak either. Seeing the speculation of several members of the group, Ning Baikan thought, with Linju and the fourth generation's strength, in the group, it should be able to reach a second tier, or third tier evaluation, right? Such strength is indeed not enough in front of him, but in the chat group. Obviously, it will not be the bottom. Heroic management, so, if you have any questions, go to the group announcement first. Seeing the vigilant words of Linju and Bofeng Shimen, two guys, Su Xiao couldn't help holding his forehead. Although I can understand, I still feel tired. I have to repeat the explanation several times each time. It's better to be the leader of the group, you don't need to explain, you know what this place is. Chapter 20. Fire Country, Konoha. In the Hokage office, Bofeng Shimen was holding Fei Lei Shen's Kuo in his hand at this moment, with a vigilant expression on his face. The Heavens chat group. Listening to the words that kept coming in his mind, Watergate frowned, and did not dare to relax. Naturally, he has no reason to believe that the words in his mind only feel that he has fallen into illusion. And I had never seen an enemy before, I had already been hit by an illusion, and I was in Konoha and Hokage's office. Such a method is really terrible. Crunch! Just as Watergate was fully focused on guarding against the hidden enemies, a slight noise suddenly remembered. Hearing this moving Watergate, he directly threw Kuo in his hand. Smoothly rubbed out a ball in his hand, exuding a strong breath of wind attribute changes. Prepare a set and take the opponent directly away. But when Watergate looked over, it was suddenly struck by lightning. I saw that the door of the office that had been concealed had been opened. A figure stood at the door at this time. Looking at the Kuo who flew towards her, a red glow suddenly appeared, and she instantly photographed Kuo and glared at him angrily. That fiery red hair is so dazzling. Kuna. When I saw that fiery red hair, Watergate was immediately stunned and knew I was going to suffer. As predicted. After taking the kunao that flew past, Kuna came over angrily with a big belly. Grabbed his ears, came 360 degrees, and roared angrily, "Okay, you Watergate, do you dare to do something to the old lady now? You actually did something to me, you don't love me anymore. You. After almost unscrewing Mizuman's ears, Kuna sat down on Hokage's position. Covered his face and started crying. No, you listen to me. Seeing this scene, Watergate suddenly became bigger and bigger, and quickly explained. I won't listen, pray to Nam, you just changed your heart, you don't love me anymore, woo. However, Kuna interrupted his words before he could finish. Was crying more fiercely, and while crying, he secretly watched Watergate's reaction. The corners of the eyes that showed a little bit of crystal, clearly revealed a gentle smile. The other side. The zombie world, in Yizhuang. Linju also mentioned his peachwood sword at this time, and looked at the surroundings with alert. Damn it! After looking around, Linju saw the broken teapot again. The sudden sound just now made him shake his hands. Directly sent the teapot that he had just bought back on the road of Western Bliss, breaking it into 8 pieces. Let me catch you, you will feel better. Cursed secretly, Linju withdrew his gaze again and continued to be vigilant. However, I am more vigilant. Linju has been listening too, still talking non-stop in his mind. Tiankai Mountain Top. Ning Baikan, who was leaning back on the ancient tree, was a little strange. Lin Ju and Bo Feng Shuman. Why haven't there been any movements for a long time? Could it be that after reading the group announcement, I was shocked? Thor, what's the situation with these two guys? After a few words, there is no response. At this time, Sol also asked a little strangely. Chapter 15. Generally speaking, shouldn't you keep talking? Gao Yao, it is probably the same as when I first joined the group. Did you go to read the group announcement? Yakumo Zi, it doesn't matter whether the newcomer responds or not. The management of watching the fan is the important thing, don't kill the fan. Nan Zionio, that's right, Sister Su must have known the identities of the two newcomers again, and hand over the future of the newcomers soon. Gu sooner, if you move faster, I won't let my father beat you, it's numb. Heroic management, hey, wait. What identity, I must know, otherwise how to be the administrator of this group. There is no special situation, how can I give myself an administrator? Chat group dad, the future of the newcomer, you know. After thinking about it, Su Xiaoyu asked the chat group to upload the files of the two newcomers for herself. As for why, she can know the future of each newcomer, but she hasn't been regarded as a big brother by the group members. The reason is simple. The rating operation in the group exposed her true strength. Tier 3 strength, how could he be a big boss? This made her, who wanted to pretend to be a wave of things, blew up helplessly. She bluntly said that she had watched various cartoons and novels before she knew everyone's existence. Then, I mentioned it vaguely. The mapping relationship between the heavens and the world, what happens in one world, and what will happen in the future, will be expressed in another form in other worlds, so why is it ambiguously mentioned? Because she doesn't know too much, knowing that, she still reads a lot of novels, she said blindly. Ding, the heroic management has uploaded the file Naruto. Ding, the heroic management has uploaded the file Zombie Series. With the sound of these two prompts, the group members who were waiting to be fed became quiet in an instant. The identity of the newcomer, the future? Hearing this chat, Lin Ju was stunned. Is this talking about me? It just seemed, that's how they called themselves. Similarly, the water gate that sent Kuna away after a lot of toss, I was stunned when I heard the chat. What the is this? This question sounded in the hearts of the two at the same time. Isn't it really a ghost, illusion? The two of them had been vigilant for a long time, and found that there was no other movement except for the sound coming from all the time. The Heavens chat group. There were some two people who were suspicious, and then they thought of the sound that rang in their minds at first. Isn't really an enemy? After thinking for a while, they are even more suspicious. Could it be that they really encountered something extraordinary? Remember, what kind of administrator told them to read the group announcement? After thinking about it, the two of them fumbled and found the group announcement at the same time, and looked at it carefully. Chapter 21. At this moment, the lively chat group just now became quiet again. Seeing that there was no movement at all, Ning Baikan shook his head helplessly. Also found the two files and downloaded them. He hasn't watched fan dramas, movies, or the like for a long time, and now it's okay to watch it again. However, before he was finished, the chat group was quiet for a while, and there was movement again. Nan Zionio, the newcomer's future has been downloaded, but I always feel a little headache. Nan Zionio, who had already downloaded the two files, took a cursory look after just clicking in. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Group leader Ning Baikan, hey? What's wrong? Seeing this, Ning Baikan asked a little strangely, is there any problem with these two files? Nan Zionio, the leader of the group. Nan Zionio, these two files, one for several hundred episodes, can't be finished after a few days of watching them. The other is a horror movie. I didn't dare to open it at all. It was terrible. Horrid. Because of this? Yakumo-zi, aren't the hundreds of episodes better? It just happens to be boring. These hundreds of episodes are enough for me to watch for a few days. Thor, indeed, just a little bit, you can finish the in one day, it's not addictive. Group leader Ning Baiken, well, I agree. Nanzionio. Sure enough, the daily life of the boss is completely different from his own. Seeing the three big guys say so, Nanzionio couldn't help but envy. The big guys can control their time at will, which is simply too enviable. Unlike her, she has to go to school every day. If possible, she also wants to be a monster idler among Yakumo-zi. I just lie down at home and sleep in the water if I don't do anything day by day. What a beautiful day! Nanzionio, hidden, let's go. Looking at the future of the two newcomers in the file, Nanzionio has been raising money for a long time, and still fires on Naruto. After all, those things in another zombie series seem to make people panic. Yakumo-zi, Allah, let's hide, too, watching this makes me happy. Thor, go with it. Group leader Ning Baiken, then I will take a look. Seeing that they were about to hide again and went to watch the fan drama, Ning Baiken also clicked on the two downloaded files. I'm going to look back at the feeling of watching the fans in the previous life. But Bo Feng Shuman, after reading the group announcement, there was only shock left in my heart. I didn't expect that there is such a magical place. Linju, it's really amazing. It's incredible that this place can connect with the heavens and all realms and gather us to chat together. Just when Ning Baiken wanted to take a look at Fan and review his previous feelings. In the group, someone spoke again. But this time, it was Linju, who had just joined the group, and Bo Feng Shuman. After reading the group announcement, the shock in their hearts cannot be expressed in words. The heavens and the world, their future, and even the strength rating of the group, all of these shocked the two people's hearts and was infinitely magnified. The original steady breathing became hurried at this moment. Chance. The two words suddenly popped out of their minds. Such a magical place, it is certainly impossible to only have the function of chatting, there must be other incredible functions. Such an opportunity is naturally to be grasped properly. So, as soon as they read the group announcement, the two started talking in the group. Group leader Ning Baiken, oh, you two have finished reading the group announcement? How about, do you know about this chat group? Seeing Linju's speech, Ning Baiken stopped the action of opening the two files again. Replenishment can be refilled at any time. In his opinion, the water group is happier than the replenishment. After all, he has seen it before. Lord? After Ning Baiken spoke, Linju also saw the prefix before his name. This one must be the owner of this chat group, right? And, maybe this chat group was created by this one, and they were also brought by this one? As soon as he thought of this, Linju and Shuman were shocked again. Thighs. If this is the case, then this group leader must be a super thigh. Linju, I have seen the master of the group, I have read the group announcement, and I have a preliminary understanding of this chat group. Wave Feng Shuman, the methods of the lord of the group are really unpredictable, and they can create this magical chat group. They can also pull us from the heavens and the world to communicate and admire them. Horrid. Ning Baiken's mouth twitched when he saw the water gate. What the hell? Where did these 4 generations of eyes come from here? This guy wouldn't be the same as Su Xiaoyu, would he be a guy who disagrees with each other? Linju, what this fellow deist said is that the mysterious and unpredictable method of the lord of the group is really shocking. I go. Linju, a guy with a straight face every day, even has the potential to die hua? After Shuman's words, Linju also agreed to speak, and in the words, there was no exception to Ning Baiken's respect. Group leader Ning Baiken, no, this chat group is not something I can create, and I don't have the strength to pull you from the heavens and the world. After being speechless for a while, Ning Baikan also explained aloud. Without explaining, he was afraid that these two guys would continue to make up their brains, and he didn't know what they would make up their brains. Group leader Ning Baikan, I only joined the group a few days ago, but I was selected as the group leader by this chat group. In essence, it is the same as you. Isn't it? Hearing Ning Baikan's explanation, the two of them were also taken aback. The group owner was not the one who created this chat group? But after listening to what the group leader said, essentially the same as them, he silently glanced at the group leader's 9th level rating in the group. Then, he took another look at his poor second-order peak. How can there be no difference in essence for this kind of gap like a sky? Linju, my lord is joking, I only have second-tier strength. How can I be the same as my lord? You are essentially the same. Feng Shuman, even if the leader of the group is not the creator of this chat group, he must be a powerful person, right? The strength of 7 orders higher than them is completely unimaginable. What a terrifying realm the strength of the group leader has reached. Chapter 16. Chapter 22. Tiankai Mountain. Is still Ning Baikan with his back leaning against the ancient tree, looking at it silently, the starry sky shining brightly. These guys are all horrible existences that can turn into dilemmas. Although Daihua is said to be such a thing, it is not a big deal. But Ning Baikan still feels terrible. After all, the guys at Daihua are just taking care of themselves, regardless of what you are talking about. Even if you refute it directly, it is useless. Even, the scarier thing is that they can pull others and turn them together. Bo Feng Shuman, my lord, I still have a question here, I don't know much about it. Just when Ning Baikan looked at the sky without a word, Shuman glanced at the chat log on it. When he saw the future of the so-called newcomer, his eyes suddenly condensed. Newcomer, are you talking about him and the friend named Linju? Then what is their future? Although this issue was mentioned in the group announcement, it was only mentioned in one stroke and did not go into detail. Group leader Ning Baikan, hey? What's the problem? Feng Shuman, it's the future of this so-called newcomer. I don't quite understand this question. I also ask the host of you to answer it for me. Linju, for this question, poor Deo didn't even think about it, so I asked the host to answer it for us. This newcomer, is it us? This question? Seeing the problem between the two, Ning Baikan laughed, and the two of you will be shocked later. Group leader Ning Baikan, well, the future of this newcomer is the future of both of you. Of course, perhaps it is the future direction of your world, which is more relevant. Does mean the future direction of their world, which is more relevant. After all, one of the two is not the protagonist, and he died early. The other one doesn't have a complete timeline, and nothing can be seen at all. Hiss. After hearing Ning Baikan's words, both of them took a deep breath. A look of shock appeared again. What is the future direction of my world? Can this chat group spy on their future? Is really terrifying. Group leader Ning Baikan, speaking of which, you should also go and see, those 2 files belong to your world, the future. Heroic management, the leader of the group is worthy of the horror existence of the 9th order. This explanation is much more appropriate than what I said. At this time, Su Xiaohu also appeared. For the explanation of the future of each member, Ning Baikan's statement is indeed much more appropriate than what she said. After all, those who are not the members of the protagonist, or in other words, are not the members of the first protagonist. In that so-called document belonging to their future, they didn't have that much time to play. Many things are not so clear. It really deserves to be a group leader who can travel in a long river of time, Niobe. Group leader Ning Baikan, well, of course, you have to be mentally prepared before you see it. Linju's words are nothing, but Watergate's words are a little different. After all, it was dead at the beginning. It was still the husband and wife who both played GG, and the future of his son would be so miserable. Must be mentally prepared, this. Heroic management, indeed, if you go to see the document that belongs to the future of your own world, pray to Nam, it is necessary to be mentally prepared first. Otherwise, it will be darkened accidentally, which is kind of not fun. Hey! Hey! Be mentally prepared. Hearing that the host and the manager said that, Watergate couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Make yourself mentally prepared or something, is there anything wrong? Wave Feng Shui Men, understood. With full of doubts, Watergate also began to download the file that belongs to the future of his world. Naruto. Naruto. Seeing the name of this file, Watergate also laughed. It seems that this future world is heading. Should also be around Konoha. Nanzionio, fuck. The rookie Bo Feng Shuman is gone at the beginning. However, before the Watergate Keeper's file was downloaded, Nanzionio's exclamation made him be ashamed. The start is gone? Yakumo Zi, what the hell, you said that the rookie Wave Feng Shuman, it hangs at the beginning. Thor, is it so sad? Highly important, I'm going, this newcomer, looks more tragic than me, anyway, I'm still alive and well, this guy, just started the game and died. Gu Sooner, what's the situation? I haven't had time to watch this, how can the rookie just hang up at the start? Nanzionio's exclamation not only made the Watergate be stunned. All of a sudden, all the group members were blown out, and they all asked in a daze. Hanging up at the beginning of the game, this is too sad, right? Screenshot JPG. Nanzionio, look, the newcomer used a sealing technique to seal the 9 tails. After sacrificing the soul, he played GG on the spot. Seeing Nanzionio, who was bewildered by everyone, even when he threw out 2 screenshots. Is a scene where Mizuman and Kuna are locked by the chains of death after using the seal. The other one is a screenshot of Kyuubi. Thor, I'll go, and it's dead after the start. Yakumo Zi, it seems that Gao Yao, who is the most miserable position in the group, can abdicate. Highly important. Seeing Yakumo Zi say this, what can Gao Yao say? Thanks to Lao Tai for entering the group for taking the title of the most miserable member of the chat group. Linju, what a big monster, I guess it's not the fox's opponent. Gu Sooner, is this 9-tailed fox very strong? Even if the newcomer uses the seal technique of sacrificing souls, it can be done. Seeing Gu Sooner's speech, Ning Baiken spouted another sip of wine. These words reminded him involuntarily. In the later stage of the plot, Konoha's Hokage was reincarnated from the dirty soil. When asked how the 4th generation Mei died, the awkward expression of the 1st generation Mei and the 2nd generation Mei of Hokage was still fresh in his memory. Sealing that thing will kill you? This sentence can be said to have made him laugh for a long time. Of course, the netizens at that time also had various speculations about the death of the 4th generation to seal the 9 tails. It is said that Watergate is not strong enough and can only be solved with a seal. It is also said that the Watergate was because of Kuna. As a human pillar, Kuna, who was directly extracted from the tail beast, naturally couldn't survive. But the 4 generations who used the most affectionate, did not want to live alone, chose this way to seal the 9 tails. Chapter 23. 9 Tails. Looking at the 2 screenshots, Watergate was immediately stunned. The face that was originally full of gentle smiles also became gloomy in an instant. The ghouls are all sealed? The technique and the chains of death's soul, he can naturally see it at a glance. Why did the 9 tails appear? Could it be that someone completely pulled Kyuubi from Kunao's body? Damn it! After the tail beast completely detached from Renzulai's body, Renzulai would undoubtedly die. Kuna is no exception. Who the is? You can separate Kyuubi from Kuna's body. And many more. A gloomy Watergate, after taking a closer look at the 2 screenshots, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. Writing round eyes. On the screenshot of Kyuabai, under the shining of moonlight, a huge monster fox is destroying wantonly. Among the pair of flushed eyes, there was a mark of writing round eyes. Uchiha clan? Seeing the writing wheel eye mark in the eyes of Nine Tails, Watergate's gloomy expression became even more gloomy. At this friend, I don't know if you can see in the video, who is controlling the appearance of Nine Tails. After thinking about it with a sullen face, Watergate also ate Nanzionio directly in the group. Although he can see it by himself, at this time, he can't wait to know who it is. Kodori Minami, hey? It seems to be a guy named Uchiha Madara, wearing a yellow spiral mask, only one eye is exposed. What? It turned out to be him? Wave Feng Shui Men, how is it possible? When Nanzionio said who this person was, Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't help being horrified. Uchiha Madara? Didn't he die long ago? How could it still survive in the world? Thor, hey? Is this fox manipulated to appear? Yakumo Zi, looking at the shocked look of the newcomer, you seem to know this Uchiha Madara. Feng Mizuno, it is indeed a acquaintance. Uchiha Madara's name, in my world, it is estimated that no one can not know. Chapter 17. Up to 80-year-old man. Needless to say, I must have known each other. After all, this age is the closest person to Uchiha's time. A child who is 3 or 5 years old, who doesn't know Uchiha Madara. You need to know that Konoha is not the Konoha that was in peace after the plot began. Konoha, who has just experienced the war, naturally focuses on nurturing children under the tense atmosphere. These extremely famous ninjas will certainly not fall, let them know. Kodori Nan, well, when I watched the drama, the newcomer did know this Uchiha Madara. When I heard the name, I was almost shocked and stupid. Highly important, if you say that, it means being controlled by a big fox by someone you know or even has a good relationship with, and came over to take a double kill. Gu sooner, it's a bit miserable, it just hangs up at the start, it's really much worse than Gao. Seeing the speculation of several group members, Watergate couldn't help but shook his head. Knowing is going to knowing, what is the relationship, it is impossible to fight, and the era is not the same. Feng Shui Men, everyone knows something, this Uchiha Madara, although I know him, but I have nothing to do with him, because he has died a long time ago. Bo Feng Shuiman, that's why I was so shocked. Hey? Died long ago? Nanzionio was taken aback when he saw the Watergate. She remembered correctly, the guy with the yellow spiral mask really called himself Uchiha Madara. Thor, the of Thunder, did you cheat the corpse? Yakumo Zi, corpse fraud is not necessarily, it may be suspended animation. Kokura, either this Uchiha Madara is a fake, after all, the newcomer said that Uchiha Madara's name is very big. Highly important, this is possible. After all, borrowing a well-known person to do bad things will generally have the effect of framing. Linju, ahem, if this Uchiha Madara is really a corpse, you can contact Pindeo. Pindeo still has some insights in this regard. Seeing everyone talking all the time, Linju couldn't help but cut in. Just right, it may be my own profession. Professional couple, then it has to be said. Everyone's speculation also made the Watergate light up, and he thought about it in secret. Uchiha Madara is actually a fake death, or is this person a fake Uchiha Madara? These two guesses are both possible. Group leader Ning Baiken, you are quite accurate in your guess. You have guessed both facts. The leader of the group? Seeing Ning Baiken speaking, everyone was taken aback. Does the group leader know the truth? Heroic management, sure enough, I am the leader of the group. I have not watched the drama, I have known the truth from the long river of time. Similarly, seeing Ning Baiken's speech, Su Xiaohu's respect in his heart is even greater. The leader of the group is Niobe. You don't need to watch the dramas. If you want to know anything, you can just spy on the long river of time. Strong, invincible. Highly important, sure enough, you deserve to be the leader of the group, invincible. Yakumo Zi, you really deserve to be the leader of the group, these methods are really invincible. Gu Suner, you really deserve to be the leader of the group. Nan Zionio, you really deserve to be the leader of the group. Thor, you really deserve to be the leader of the group. After Su Xiao's words came out, everyone had no doubts at all. Immediately began a wave of flattery. And Lin Zhu and Bo Feng Shuman, after being stunned, also joined the ranks of this wave of flattery. Lin Zhu, sure enough, he is the leader of the 9th rank. The way to spy on the future from the long river of time is really unpredictable. Bo Feng Shuman, as expected of the group leader, I admire it. It started. When Ning Baikan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. This is the horror of the people of Daihua, a wave of Daihua will directly drive everyone to Daihua together? Has said that it is still a long way from being able to spy on the realm of the future in the long river of time. Why don't they believe in yourself? Every day, I know Daihua, and then come to praise myself. In case, one day such a horrible boss really came in, so I don't have to die in embarrassment? Seeking a wave of flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Seeking collections. Chapter 24. Wave Feng Shui Men, since the leader of the group has been in the long river of time, if he has spied the truth, can you trouble the leader of the group to tell me? After following the action of the large forces and touting a wave of Ning Baikan, Watergate also asked eagerly. After all, this matter is about Kuna's life and death, so I dare not let him be careless at all. Group leader Ning Baikan, I have said no. Seeing Bo Feng Shuman expressing Dihua's conjecture again, Ning Baikan's mouth twitched again. I wanted to emphasize to the group members, but when I thought of Su Xiao's dizzy mind, sighed helplessly again. Group leader Ning Baikan, the guy with the yellow spiral mask with only one eye exposed is indeed not Madara Uchiha, but someone else's fake. Fake? Hearing this explanation, Mizuman immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just Uchiha Madara. At the very least, I should be able to handle it. Looking at the screenshot that he had killed himself, Bo Feng Shuman suddenly became a little unconfident. Can it really be done? Feng Mizuno, I said, Uchiha Madara is dead, how could he possibly survive in the world? I was shocked. But as long as it's not the Uchiha Madara who overwhelmed the ninja world, that's okay. Still have a chance. Group leader Ning Baikan, who told you that Uchiha Madara is dead? Not only is he not dead, but he is alive and well. Wave Feng Shuman, black question mark face JPG. Uchiha Madara is not dead? The famous Uchiha Madara who crushed the ninja world with Heidame was not dead? Hiss. After hearing the news, Bo Feng Shuman was shocked on the spot. This news is so shocking. In the entire ninja world, everyone thought that Uchiha Madara was dead. Now the leader of the group said he was not dead? Is still alive. Heroic management, hey, the identity of this masked man is a bit special, do you know who it is? At this time, Su Xiao, who was shocked and speechless, also appeared. Intends to make another cut. Wave Feng Shui Men, who is it? Seeing the Watergate, the manager said so, suddenly there was a faint feeling in his heart. This masked man, wouldn't he be Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Senna? Heroic management, the identity of this masked man is your disciple, Uchiha brings the soil. Bao Feng Shuman, take soil? How is it possible? Isn't it dead already? How could it be soil? Seeing the identity of the masked man, he was shocked by the wave of preparations. How can it be soil? Taking him, isn't he determined to become Hokage? Even if he is not dead, it is impossible to do such a thing. Heroic management, even Uchiha Madara, who the entire ninja world thought was dead, did not die. Isn't it that strange to live with soil? That's weird. Damu did not die, and did something like that in the future. For the 4th generation, how could he not be shocked? Bo Feng Shuman, these two news are so shocking, let me slow down. Watergate was so shocked that his head was blank, and he didn't know what to say. Closed the Watergate of the chat group, still lay down on the chair a little dazed by shock, and began to think silently. Uchiha Madara is not dead. Did not die with the soil. The soil is still in the future, and it will do things that endanger Konoha, and even kill his master. Kuna Kuna. Yakumo Zi, it seems that the newcomer was shocked by these two news. Thor, it seems that the strength of Uchiha Madara puts a lot of pressure on the newcomer. I just don't know if I can fight me. Heroic management, this is impossible. Uchiha's peak strength is around the middle of the 3rd stage. You are a 4th tier peak, so don't bully the kids. Suzuyahu measured Uchiha Madara's strength. Judging from the performance in the anime, it is probably similar to her. Compared with Thor, there is undoubtedly a big gap. Gusuner, speaking of which, the strength of the two newcomers is also quite powerful. Both have a 2nd tier rating. The 1st tier cute Numi is shivering. Highly important, rank 0, dare not speak at all, shivering. Nanzionayo, I am also a 0 order, I was shaking to the point of cramping. Group leader Ning Baiken, as an ordinary person, I am also shivering and afraid to speak at all. Seeing the speech of the leader of the group, all the group members squirted out with one mouthful of water. What about trouble? Chapter 18. The definition of ordinary people is too high, right? If even the 9th ranked boss is just an ordinary person, then what are they? Ordinary people are not counted. Ants? Hiss. Not to mention, in the eyes of the 9th order boss, I am afraid they are really just ants. Horror. Yakumo Zi, by the way, why are you still level 0? Are you useless with the things the group leader gave you? Yakumo Zi, who was choked by Ning Baiken's words, could not help but ask a little strangely when he saw Gao Yao and said that he was a 0 order. Just give it and use it, hurry up, what are you doing in your arms, are you afraid that you will be castrated tomorrow? Thor, yes, why don't you use the pills and exercises that the group leader gave you? You don't know what your situation is, why don't you be in a hurry? Nanzionayo, that's right, if you don't rush to improve your strength, be careful that you will be castrated tomorrow. Gusuner, when the time comes, it will be too late for you to regret. Heroic management, Gao Yao can still be so calm now, not in a hurry. In addition, he also wanted to confess the boss of the group before, could it be that he really is highly important? No, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that the manager is about to start a wave of nonsense, Gao Yao's mouth twitched, and he quickly retorted. He is not in a hurry. Very urgent. But he didn't dare. Since the leader of the group said that he was worried about his body exploding and died, each group member made another knife. Gao Yao was panicked in his heart, holding the jade slip and the pill, completely afraid to operate. What if one of the steps went wrong, and the body exploded and died? How about being dragged and castrated to live? After all, is it better to live? Linju, unified, castrated. At this time, Linju also saw this piece of news, and he was a little confused. This group of friends called Gao Yao is going to be castrated? Fuck. When he thought that he would be stabbed underneath, Linju immediately clamped his legs, always feeling cold and whistling. Is a little scary. Big guys, please. Chapter 25. Group leader Ning Baiken, so, it's useless for you to be afraid that you will explode and die by mistake. Seeing Gao Yao's explanation, Ning Baiken was also a little bit dumbfounded. This kind of low-level pill, although the effect of the medicine can really cause an ordinary person to explode and die. But that is for people who have never practiced. The jade slip he gave Gao Yao contains a bodybuilding exercise. Nothing else is needed, just remember the movement of the meridians. Such a simple operation, still flustered? Go sooner, I said, you are too timid, are you scared of this? Nanzionio, I am really timid, despise you. Even though Nanzionio didn't dare to do it, it was a zero order. But this does not prevent her from despising Gao Yao. After all, she is only a teenage middle school student, not an adult yet. How does compare to a man in his 30s? Yakumo Zi, since you dare not use it, then you just wait to be castrated. Anyway, you were also castrated in the original plot. It's no big deal. Thor, it's right to experience it once. Linju. Can I still experience this stuff? Linju expressed a dazed expression, didn't that thing just disappear after cutting it? What is the experience? Heroic management, haha, experience the feeling of being castrated once, is it okay? Group leader Ning Baikan, I think it is possible. Even if you are castrated, if you cultivate to a certain level, you might be able to grow again. However, Ning Baikan didn't know what realm it was. He never tried it anyway. Didn't know if he was in this state, could he let that thing grow again? High demand, big guys don't make fun of me, I use it, I will use it immediately. Seeing all the big guys are teasing, Gao couldn't help but his face turned red, even he felt that he was a little too greedy for fear of death. Life and death are indifferent, just do it if you don't accept it. He said that he was just using it. As soon as his voice fell behind, he brought out two things that Ning Baikan gave him. First drop the blood to learn the exercises on the jade slip, and then swallow the pill, right? After taking out the two things, Gao Yao casually fumbled for a sharp object nearby and gave himself a finger. Hiss! A little hurt. Next, just drip blood on this jade slip. When spoke, he dropped a drop of blood from the scratched finger on the jade slip. Boom! Just after Gao Yao watched the blood dripping down eagerly, he suddenly felt like his head had been hit hard. Headache. As if it will explode in the next second. Then, countless various forging methods and meridian movement methods were deeply engraved in his mind. Is this all right? Less than a cup of tea, the bursting headache disappeared quietly. Highly sweaty, breathing heavily. And many more. Where is that jade slip? Gao Yao, panting heavily, glanced at random, but found that the jade slip just now disappeared without a trace. I go. Didn't see Eugen, Gao Yao's face suddenly panicked. If this thing is gone, where can I find my own bodybuilding exercises? Can't be cheeky and ask for another copy from the group leader, right? But, just when he thought of the exercises. In his mind, a large wave of bodybuilding exercises and meridian movement methods appeared automatically in the jade slip. Is that so? Amidst a flood of memories, Gao Yao also saw that after receiving the exercises in the jade slip, Jade Jianjian would automatically disappear. Pity. That jade slip, he originally thought, after taking out the exercises, he would sell it for some silver. Is jade after all? Next, swallow the medicine. Eased a little bit of panic, a little excited, Gao Yao took out the pill again. Stretch your legs and stare at the pill. In the legend, where does the cultivator come to build the foundation medicine? Made. If you die, die. Stared at the pill that exuded a simple and unpretentious atmosphere. Again remembered the miserable life he would encounter in the future, Gao Yao gritted his teeth and swallowed it in one bite. Guru. The elixir melts in the mouth. Gao Yao only felt that a powerful energy appeared instantaneously, constantly running around in his body. Aware of this situation, he quickly recalled the movement of the meridians in the jade slip, and quickly absorbed it. It's done. Once the exercises are running, the most important thing is to find that the energy that is running around in one's body instantly calms down. Gently follow his own movements so that the meridians flow, constantly strengthening his physical body. Just as Gao Yao kept absorbing the energy in the pill, the big guys in the group were also strange. Why is this stuff suddenly quiet? Heroic management, hey? Why hasn't Gao Yao been quiet for a long time? Isn't it autistic? Gu Suner, autism shouldn't be autistic, after all, in the original plot, he was castrated, and his brother Yi Xiaochuan had various pitfalls. Gu Suner, he has persisted in all these tragic encounters, showing that his psychological quality is still quite strong. Speaking of this, Gu Suner really admires the high-level psychological qualities. Although she couldn't understand the feeling of being castrated, she didn't know what kind of despair it was, but she could also imagine it. If she were to be replaced in a high position, she would have collapsed a long time ago. Linju, Puff, this important friend, is it so miserable? He was castrated again, and betrayed by his brother or something. Linju also twitched when he saw Gu Suner. Is so miserable. Nan Zionio, it's very miserable. Before Bo Feng Shuman entered the group, he was the worst one in our group. As for other people, it seems that all the small days are going well. Only this high-ranking leader, whether it is now or in the future, will be miserable. Do not. I think I'm a bit miserable without this friend. Silently peeked at the Bo Feng Shuman on the screen, and after hearing a little high-level encounter, he shook his head quickly. Even though he was indirectly hung up by his disciples at the start, he was still more humane. Have a child? Chapter 19. And this high-ranking friend's words, how can it be summed up in a tragic word? Please ask for a wave of flowers, big brothers. Chapter 26. Group leader Ning Baikan, if you want to say something miserable, among the members of the group now, it is not only Gao Yao and Shuman Mi, but the rest of you, I also feel quite miserable. Speaking of the tragic encounter, Ning Baikan remembered it again. Not only is Gao Yao and Watergate a bit miserable, others also have miserable experiences, not much worse than them. What the hell? Seeing the leader of the group, in addition to still absorbing the energy of the pill. All the members of the group were stunned. Anyone else is miserable? Who is it? Will not be me, in my own future, it doesn't seem to be miserable. Nan Zionio, hey, the boss of the group, you said, it's not me, right? Nan Zionio now said that he was a little flustered. Although he has seen his future in the group, it seems that Yazi is not comprehensive. I never mentioned anything about myself when I grew up. Group leader Ning Baikan, it's not you, your world is just a daily world, without extraordinary power, life has always been very happy. To be honest, Ning Baikan is still a little envious of this kind of leisurely everyday world. Of course, that is to say envious on the mouth. It would be impossible for him to abandon his strength and stay in the everyday world in the past. Southern Birdie, yes. Seeing that he is not close to him, Nan Zionio also laughed excitedly. There really is no tragedy in my own life. Beautiful. Thor, it shouldn't be me, right? In the future I saw, my little days are quite moist. At this time, Sol also spoke. In the Thor 1 file he was in the group, nothing strange happened. Gu Suner, I feel that I am quite miserable. After all, in the original plot, I turned out to be Xiao Huohuo's #1 fangirl like a brain dead. Isn't that bad enough? In the eyes of Gu Suner, this is already quite a tragic thing. Became the #1 fangirl of that perverted low ICN. Now when I think of the plot, Gu Suner faintly nauses. Yakumo Zi, in my case, I have had some unpleasant memories before, but now it seems to be pretty good. Heroic management, group leader, look at me and see me, will there be any major events in my future? Group leader Ning Baikan, by the way, didn't Su Xiaohu upload the future that belongs to your world? When I saw the big guy, Ning Baikan was a little confused, don't you know why these one by one? Forget about other people, and there won't be two painful encounters. But this fellow soul, didn't even know? Heroic management, hey? Wait, I seem to have forgotten one thing, the future of Soul World, I haven't passed on it completely. Seeing Ning Baikon's doubts, Su Xiaohu suddenly patted her thigh. At that time, when she had just joined the group, she was groping to send a movie to Thor. But because I was too excited at the time, after I uploaded only one, I completely forgot that there were still many that hadn't been uploaded. Thor, I always have an unpleasant feeling. Su Xiaohu exclaimed. Soul was a little nervous, plus what the host of the group said. Completely panicked? Okay. Heroic management, your situation is indeed a bad feeling. Blame me. I was too excited at the time and forgot to upload all the series. Fuck. Hearing this, Thor, who was already a little panicked even more. No way? Group leader Ning Baikon, so it's like this. Su Xiaohu, the administrator, seems a bit unreliable. Even upload a movie, you can lose everything. Guru shook his head. Ning Baikon silently picked up the wine gourd and took a big sip in his mouth. Yakumo Zi, what tragic things will happen to this guy Thor in the future? Gu Suner, what is the tragic thing? Curious. Nan Zionio, curious. Wave Feng Shui Men, curious. Linju, curious. Thor. Seeing all the members of the group look curious, Ning Baikon smiled again. Amidst Soul's panicked expression, he spoke slowly. Group leader Ning Baikon, well, first my mother died, then my girlfriend broke up, and then my father died, and the only sister who was related by blood would kill him and die. Group leader Ning Baikon, also, half of the people of Asgard were slaughtered. In the end, his younger brother died. A large family, and in the end only him was left. Hiss. After seeing Ning Baikon's words, many members of the group took a sigh of relief. It seems, it's miserable. Gu Suner, except for Soul himself, all of my dearest relatives are on the street. Nan Zionio, still rushing to the street one after another, even their own people were slaughtered in half? How many people would have to die? Yakumo Zi, anyway, a lot is right. How many people are there in Asgard? No one knows the exact number, but I can still imagine it. Although it will not be too much, it is impossible to be less. Linju, except for myself, none of my loved ones survived, it's horrible. Wave Feng Shui Men, this miserable situation, I have a good fight. No. I'm still alive anyhow, you just play GG at the start. It's totally incomparable. Thor. How can it be? Hearing Ning Baikon's words, Saul's first reaction was, how is this possible? You know, his father is Odin, the king of the gods. S strength has reached the terrifying existence of the Heavenly Father level. But in his world, there is no doubt that it is the top existence. No one can fight against it, how could it be possible to die? And his mother has been in Asgard all day. Who can kill the wife of Odin, the king of the gods, in Asgard? As for the sister of what kind of blood relatives, let her die, because she has never met her before. Does she still want to kill herself? It deserves it. Group leader Ning Baikon, by the way, as well as the entire Asgard, in the future, it will be destroyed once and completely destroyed. Fuck. Seeing the knife made by the group leader, Thor vomited blood. Now, he doesn't have the meaning of disbelief at all. The existence that can destroy even Asgard is bound to be the great horror of the Heavenly Father. Pills. Seeking flowers. Evaluation vote bosses. Chapter 27. Ding! The heroic management has uploaded files Avengers 1-4 series and Thor 2-3. Heroic management, ahem, it's already made up, and the general plot is all there. At this time, Su Xiaohu was also a little embarrassed to pass the Avenger, Thor series, all at once. Gu Suner, wow, it looks a little too much. There are 3 world dramas to watch at once, so I feel comfortable. Yakumo Zi, let me come to Kong Kong, who caused Seoul to ruin his family. Nanzionio, I will go too. Thor. Just when Su Xiao complimented Seoul's future, the hot chat group was still chatting. Became quiet again. Thor looked terrified, and once again directly downloaded the future of his own world. Originally thought that his little days would always look very moisturized. I didn't expect that the words of the leader of the group today left his head blank and panicked. Linju, then I also go and see, which future belongs to my own world. Wave Feng Shui men, go together. At this time, Linju and Shuman have also downloaded the files, and they will open the files in the future. Took a closer look. A miserable life. Seeing that everyone was going to watch the fan, Ning Baikan glanced at the file just uploaded in the group, and smiled again. Although it is said that in the original direction of the world, it will indeed be very miserable. But when they joined this chat group. Chapter 20. Fate has changed. After knowing the event that he is about to face, after preparing for it, the ending will naturally be quite different. Guru. Looking at the fiery red sunset that appeared again, Ning Baikan's wine gourds, took another sip of wine. Gone? After taking a sip of dirty wine and shaking the wine gourd, Ning Baikan's mouth twitched. Old cow, go for a drink. Ning Baikan, who was out of wine, threw the wine gourd in his hand to the old cow. Said leisurely and contentedly, if you don't go, I'll do the calculations with you now, little master, you just strayed the operation today. While speaking, another sword light flashed by, and a sharp sword exuding a cold atmosphere, instantly stayed on top of the old bull's head. Maid. Perceiving the cold breath above his head, old Nu's eyes suddenly stared. Looked at Ning Baikan in danger. What kind of? Your grandfather knew, am I buggering? I am going to move rescue soldiers for you. However, although the old bull who wanted to make waves of anger, he glanced at the sharp sword hanging above his head. Endured it again and yelled loudly. Removing the rescuers, is it ridiculous to be able to ride a horse? Don't be verbose, get out and get a drink. Taking a casual glance at the old cow, Ning Baikan withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at it. However, the sharp sword hanging on the old bull's head, the aura of coldness on it, became more and more chilled. Fuck. Go, can't I go on horseback? Feeling that getting closer, still getting stronger and stronger, the old New Zealand's hair is upside down. Consciously a little bit wronged, it was threatened again. Raising for a long time, in that tangled look, a cow's hoof took the wine gourd. The figure flashed, and that huge body turned into a stream of light, and instantly disappeared in this endless mountain range. Hey! Ning Baikan, who saw this scene, shook his head again. This stupid cow has nothing more than to give himself a drink. Said it was his own mount, but he never thought of riding it out on weekdays. After all, it's okay if this product doesn't speak, it's okay to force it. Dressed in white and fluttering with fairy spirit, he rode on a green bull, holding the wine gourd in his hand. Is forced to be filled up in an instant? But, if this stupid bull opens his mouth, that full of vulgar words, can force this to collapse in an instant, like an immortal, forcing the grid to collapse immediately. This stupid bull, or should I be trained? Thinking of this, Ning Baikan nodded as if agreeing with his statement. After some training, it should be fine, right? At the same time, in the mythical world. Swallowing the stretched-legged staring pill, Gao Yao, who was sitting cross-legged, was also about to end his first practice. The energy contained in the pill can be absorbed immediately. About another stick of incense, Gao Yao suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant light suddenly appeared in those eyes. Finished. Feeling the powerful force in his body, the look of high authority, full of excitement. He felt that his current state was better than ever. Some of the old physical problems have also disappeared completely. The explosive energy in his body makes him feel like he can kill a cow with one punch. Is powerful. You really deserve to be the leader of the group, just give me something to make me so strong. Boom. Hit the ground with a punch, punching the ground out of a big hole, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the pothole that I had punched out, that kind of excitement was completely impossible to express in words, and I could only smirk. With this power, it is not too easy to kill a cow. With this strength, in Dakan, is there any place I can't go to? Xiao Chuan, wait, I will come to you soon. Expanded. Gao wants to feel that he is really inflated. After feeling this power, he decided. High priority. More than just going to Kuiji to squat in Yi Xiao Chuan, to get this ungrateful, shameful person to pass through. He still wants to join Dakan. With this power of my own, as well as finding the guidance of the big guys in the group, let Daqin's black flag fill the whole world. Let the tragedies of foreign invasions of later generations no longer be staged. Well, just do it. Suddenly became so proud, he burst into laughter, and strode towards Kuiji. The temperament of the whole person has also completely changed. Highly important. Thank the group leader for this good luck for sending me, the group leader is awesome. Why is there no hot talk? Gao Yao, who walked towards Kuiji, opened the chat group in the first place. Intends to share my joy with the big guys. Unexpectedly, after a long time, there is still no reaction at all. Highly important, where are people? Chapter 28. Closed the chat group. Ning Baikan did not like what I had just thought, go to watch those dramas in the group, adjust his boring life. Instead, he moved his body and came to the ancient tree located on the top of Tiankai Mountain. Looked at the boundless mountains. The time when the slaughter immortal art is great, it is today. Looking up at the endless sky, Ning Baikan's face showed a slight smile. The exercise method he cultivates is the strongest and most domineering exercise method in the heavenly Holy Land. 9 turns slaughter the immortal Jew. If you cultivate this technique to the extreme, the higher the level of the enemy, it is no different from eating and drinking water. This is why he can still rely so easily when facing the head of Xianheng Holy Land, the immortal king. Although that Hui hadn't cultivated the 9 turns slaughter immortal technique to the realm of Daqin, it could also compete against a newly promoted immortal king. In the previous 1,000 years, he also cultivated this technique to an almost extreme realm. But it's a pity that it is not yet complete. He originally thought that it would take 100 years to cultivate this technique to great achievement. I didn't expect that after joining this chat group recently, I felt relaxed and chatted nonsense with many members of the group every day. Can still have such a miraculous effect? Boom! Ning Baikan, with a smile on his mouth, immediately thought. That 9 turns slaughter immortal art, also at this moment, ran wildly, sucking, and vomiting the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In an instant, the endless aura of Kishan Mountain was swallowed up. What's the situation? The aura of the Tiankai mountain range was sucked out in an instant. Which one is so horrible to be shot? It was when Ning Baikan was running the 9 turns slaughter fairy art, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily. The little demons in the Tiankai mountains were also shocked when they sensed the thinness of heaven and earth's aura. To be able to absorb the aura of the entire Tiankai mountain range in an instant, how terrifying is it to be able to do it? Who is it? The shocked little monsters. After the shock, they also immediately thought of it. The son of the Lord who moved his dojo to Tiankai mountain hundreds of years ago. The scene at that time, they can't even forget even now. The Lord Sun in white, exuding the radiant majesty that resembles the scorching sun of the sun, searching for the dojo in the Tiankai mountains. In the end, when I chose the top of Tiankai mountain, it was impossible to live because of the ancient trees in the sky. This sage sun is a sword that flattened the tip of Kishan mountain. The horror of that sword made many little demons shiver when they think of it now. The strength of Master Shenzi has improved again. You really deserve to be the Lord Son of the Heavenly Holy Land. This talent really makes people, oh no, it makes the demon feel envious. I don't know how many years of cultivation will be able to be as powerful as Lord Sun. After thinking that this was Ning Baikon's handwriting, the many little demons in the Tiankai Mountains were shocked. Also showed envy and respect. Respectfully looked at the top of Tiankai Mountain, where Ning Baikon's so-called dojo is located. Tiankai Mountain, on the ancient tree. At this time, Ning Baikon is still running the 9-turn slaughter immortal art. After absorbing the aura of the entire Tiankai mountain range, his realm also began to improve under the promotion of the 9-turn slaughter fairy art. Chapter 21. The terrifying power of the supreme immortal late stage was also slowly increasing at this time. The powerful aura exuding from Ning Baikon's whole body has become even more tyrannical at this time, which is shocking. This situation lasted for several days. The old cow was also threatened and ran for a drink and returned to Tiankai Mountain. Ning Baikon, who looked at the ancient trees, madly absorbed the aura of heaven and earth, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Lao Niu's eyes, which were as big as a fight, also stared wider. I wipe it. This has become stronger again? It's over. Seeing this scene where Ning Baikon is about to become stronger, Lao Niu's face showed a trace of humanization again. If this becomes stronger again, when will I be beaten all these years? Come back? Fuck, it's nowhere in sight. As soon as he thought of this, Old Niu's eyes condensed and he put down Ning Baikon's wine gourd. Is a figure flashing again, turning into a stream of light again, disappearing instantly. No. Old Niu, I have to go to practice for a while, otherwise, if this falls too much, I want to beat him back in the future, but it's impossible. Closed his eyes, still running the technique, absorbing the surprised Ning Baikon frantically. Also noticed the movement of the old cow coming back and the murmur when he left again, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This stupid bull. Still thinking of calling back? Give it a few thousand years of cultivation, and it will not be his current enemy. After thinking about it, Ning Baikon concentrated his energy again, once again immersed in his insights into the exercises, the avenue of heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. Several days have passed again. Boom! Under the change of the sun and the moon, on this day, an aura that was so terrifying that all the creatures in the Tiankai Mountains were suffocated, broke out in vain. It's finished. Ning Baikon, who has been feeling for many days, also opened his eyes at this moment. A brilliant light flashed through his eyes. That tyrannical and terrifying power instantly oppressed this world. The 9-turn slaughter the immortal Jew is great. The supreme immortal consummation. Slowly floated down from the ancient tree, feeling the change in his own strength. Ning Baikon's mouth smiled even more. Now he can step into the immortal king with just one step. When the time comes, with the realm of the exalted king, and with the 9-turn slaughtering immortal art in his hand, he will be the supreme immortal emperor who crosses the 9 days. He dare to fight one. If I face the head of the Xianheng Holy Land today, I will be able to kill it in less than a cup of tea. Guru picked up the wine gourd that the old cow had beaten back, and took another big sip in his mouth. In the realm of the supreme immortal, he dared to threaten to kill an immortal king in less than a stick of incense time. He Ning Baikon, should he be the first one? Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Chapter 29. A few days have passed, I wonder what happened to those group friends. More strength, Ning Baikon in a good mood, opened the chat group again, intending to see how the group members are doing. Didn't share the water with the group of friends for a few days, Ning Baikon suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It seems that you are addicted to the water? Gu sooner, so, Gao wants you to go to Xianyang to find Qin Shi Huang after squatting in Yi Xiaochuan in Kuiji, and then do a big business. Yakumo Zi, if you want to assist Qin Shi Huang to fight for the hegemony of the world, you might as well be the emperor yourself and conquer the whole world. Thor: that's right, to be an emperor by yourself, to conquer the world, and to be the master of that world, is it better than being a master of others? Linju: this is indeed the case. Many emperors in history have a habit of killing heroes. They are afraid that they will not be able to suppress the master. You are careful to help him achieve hegemony and be beheaded. Bo Feng Shuman: I also think it's better to be the emperor by myself. As soon as I entered the chat group, I saw the group members discussing important things. Ning Baikan was stunned. Gao wants this to be a career? I got something for him, has he already used it? Group leader Ning Baikan: what are you talking about? Gao is going to do a big business? What big business? Heroic management. Wow, the group leader actually appeared, shocked. Gu Suner: shocked, the long-lost group leader actually appeared. Yakumo Zi: shocked, did the long-lost group leader appear? Thor: shocked. Linju: shocked, the leader of the group who has disappeared for a long time, unexpectedly appeared. Wave Feng Shui Men: shocked. When they saw Ning Baikan speaking, all the members of the group were taken aback, and then they became happy again. What the is this shock? Didn't I just show up for a few days? When Ning Baikan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he didn't show up for a few days. Makes it seem like it hasn't appeared in a long time. Group leader Ning Baikan: it's all right, don't be shocked, what were you talking about just now? If you continue to be shocked, it will really be endless. Heroic management, the leader of the group: it is like this, high-minded, after using the things you gave him, he felt that he could kill a cow with one punch, and he swelled. Gu Suner: then, full of confidence, he went on the way to Kuiji. Thor: on the way to Kuiji, he told us that after squatting in Yi Xiao Chuan, he will go to Xianyang to do a big business and let the black dragon flag of Qin state be inserted in every corner of the world. Gao Yao: well, it's probably like this. Is that so? Seeing Thor's explanation, Ning Baikan nodded. This high-level idea is totally possible, go to Xianyang and do a big business. Then let Dakan's black dragon banner be inserted in every corner of the world. There is no problem at all. Group leader Ning Baikan: it's a good idea, it's okay. Gao Yao: I also think my idea is good. After all, my current strength is considered a master in my world. The inflated Gao Yao, after listening to the group leader's approval, inflated even more. A proud face. Group leader Ning Baikan: as for what they said above, I think it's okay to be an emperor by yourself. This is indeed possible. After all, the Qin Shi Huang in the mythical world is not a qualified monarch. If it is Qin Shi Huang in official history, or in other worlds, Ning Baikan would not recommend this. Nan Zionio: look, we all said, let you kill Qin Shi Huang and become the emperor yourself. You still don't want to. Now that the group leader has said so, what do you think? Linju: that's it, it's more comfortable to be an emperor by yourself. I have to look forward to working for others, for fear that I will be beheaded someday. Highly important. What Linju said, Gao Yao naturally knew it, and he was also afraid that if he really helped Qin Shi Huang, he would lay down the whole world. I was beheaded suddenly one day, what should I do? But how could he kill Qin Shi Huang and make himself emperor? This is a problem. Group leader Ning Baikan: of course, you don't have to worry about being the emperor now. What you have to consider now is how to squat with Yi Xiao Chuan. Gao Yao: there is still a long way to go before Kuiji. Now I don't know if Xiao Chuan has arrived in Kuiji. When the group leader mentioned Xiao Chuan, Gao Yao didn't know what to do. Although I think it's a good idea, I'll click it off when he squats. But when I really have to face him, I guess I still can't do it. Group leader Ning Baikan: then go ahead and talk about it, what to conquer the world later, you are still far away now, first, slowly improve your strength. Gao Yao, understood. Wave Feng Shuman, the group leader boss, I have a question here, I want to ask you. At this time, Bo Feng Shui Men also touched Ning Baikan and said. Group leader Ning Baikan, hey? What's the problem? Wave Feng Shuman, it's my side, the story of the Nine Tails night in the near future, how should I spend it? Staying up all night for a few days, Watergate is also the Naruto who is about the future of his world, giving the liver to the end. After seeing the death of himself and Kuna, Naruto had such a miserable life? At that time, he almost couldn't hold back and went to Sandame, rubbing a ball on his face. He and Kuna sealed Nine Tails in Naruto's body, their intention was to allow Naruto to be treated as a hero after their husband and wife died. Unexpectedly, everyone in the village would regard Naruto as a demon fox. Alienation, hatred. Even said it's a fist and kick. With so many kinds of things, it makes Watergate very heartbroken to see the village for which he gave his life to protect it. That's how he treated his son? Feng Shuman, there is also Konoha. I don't know how to deal with it now. This village I spare no effort to protect. Thor, then you need to talk about it. Go directly to the old man Sandame, rub a ball on it, and let him play GG. Linju, then rub a ball with Danzo and many Konoha executives, let them play GG, so that you will feel comfortable. Wave Feng Shui Men, don't you kidding me, this kind of thing is completely impossible, right? Chapter 22. Shook his head. Although I thought about it at the time, it was only a momentary anger. If you really want him to do this, it's impossible not to do it. Big guys, ask for flowers, vote for evaluation. Chapter 30. How to spend the night of Nine Tails. And seeing the tragic experience of his son in the original plot, some do not know how to face the village. Seeing the Watergate problem, Ning Baikan also frowned. How to deal with things like the village can only be seen in his own mind. The village is a good village. But the darkness in the village is also a lot more. As for the Night of Nine Tails, take good precautions and you can solve it. Group leader Ning Baikan, you are now, how long is it from the Night of Nine Tails? Now Konoha's powerhouse, although the three ninjas have left Konoha, can they find one from Konoha, right? Jiraiya, 3 generations of eyes, plus Watergate himself, the 3 powerhouses. How could it not be able to solve the problem with soil? After all, the current belt soil does not have the strength of the later stage. Wave Feng Shui Men, up to 2 days. Hearing this question from the lord of the group, Watergate also replied with some headaches. Knowing that Kuna would have someone to make trouble on the night of giving birth, he immediately thought of Mr. Jalea. Then I immediately called someone to look for it. I didn't expect that after so long, there was still no news. And only he and the 3rd generation, even if there are some arrangements, may not be able to ensure that Sing Nai is safe and sound. Group leader Ning Baikan, 2 days. Hearing this answer, Ning Baikan was also speechless. Is it so urgent? Yakumo Zi, it's a pity, I can't make it through, otherwise I can help you. Thor, well, if you can get past, I will help you with that fox. No. We will not solve that fox. Seeing Saul, although I was a little grateful, the corners of Watergate's mouth couldn't stop twitching. This guy does look good. The premise that the fox needs to be solved is that the other party has already pulled Kunao out of Kuna. This kind of problem, let's not solve it, okay? Go sooner, in 2 days, even if I found Jiraiya now, Tsunade, I'm afraid it's too late to return. Kodari Minami, so, we can only rely on the strength of Konoha village to solve the situation this time. Linju, believe in yourself, you can do it. Wave Feng Shuman, it can only be like this, first discuss with Sandame and study the countermeasures. Seeing this, Watergate shook his head helplessly. Really can only rely on the strength of the village. Can only arrange a little more manpower, and then stay next to Kuna with Sandame. To prevent the soil from appearing. Highly important, quietly tell you, if you kneel and lick a wave of group leaders now, the group leaders may give you a little help. For example, what is the pill? Just when Pray to Nam was about to go offline, he was looking for 3 generations and studying the detailed countermeasures. The high-minded words made him stunned. Kneeling and licking? What kind of operation is this? Group leader Ning Baikan, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, help or something, although I can't give you direct help, but with a little help, I can still help. Gao Yao has been muted for 10 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baikan also silenced the Gao Yao. What does it mean to kneel and lick yourself to get help? Is this group owner such a perfunctory person? Feng Shuman, thanks to the group leader, there is no return in the next, I can only get myself. Gu Suner, shut up, you don't need to say the following, let me do it. Gu Suner frowned when she saw the water gate, and immediately interrupted it. These guys. One by one, you all want to fight the group leader's idea? The female group members are fine, but what are you guys coming to join in the fun? Nanzionio, I want to say too. Heroic management, shut up, you all have no chance, whoever speaks, who I mute. Dog management. When they saw Su Xiao, Gu Suner and Nanzionio stopped their voices. Cursed silently. Authority dogs, they still can't afford to provoke them, and they will be banned if they don't agree with each other. Ding, group owner Ning Baikan sent a red envelope. At this time, Ning Baikan was also looking for a long time in his storage space. Groped for a pill that had never been used at the bottom of the box, and sent it to Shuman. Group leader Ning Baikan, there is an elixir in it, its name is Boosting Pill, which can improve your strength to a great realm in a short period of time without side effects. With the strength of Watergate's current 2nd order, to raise a realm, that is the 3rd order, is more than enough to deal with a piece of soil. Broken Body Pill. Improve a realm in a short time. Hearing the words of the group leader, Watergate suddenly lit up, and quickly took the red envelope down. Looked at this one in his hand, a pill exuding tyrannical and violent energy. Stable. Bo Feng Shuman, thanks to the boss of the group for helping me, I can't repay it, I have to. Group leader Ning Baikan, stop, stop, stop. What to report, a little thing is completely useless to me, I can only waste it at the bottom of the box and give it to you, and it can still play its role. Yakumo Zi, the leader of the group, are there still a lot of things you waste at the bottom of the box? Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Yakumo Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. Is really spicy? Group leader Ning Baikan, no, not much, don't think about it. Seeing Yakumo Zi's speech, Ning Baikan twitched the corners of his mouth, in the tone of a wealthy fan. All fools know what this guy wants to do. Yakumo Zi. Mean. The bottom of the pressure box is useless and put there to waste, how good would it be to give it to her? Especially that, just now Ning Baikan gave Bo Feng Shui Men's body explosive pill. Although this name always has a sense of sight that will explode if swallowed, the effect is very good. Improve the strength of a great realm in a short time without side effects. Strong and invincible. With this pill, she can go to Xiao Yuxiang and give her an education of love. Linju, At this time, Linju also started to move a little, his eyes gleaming. In the group, now it seems that he is the only one, and hasn't got the things from the group leader? You can't favor one another and the other big guys, just bring some small things and make a memorial. Gu Suner, seeing the stretched leg staring pill in my hand, I suddenly felt that it didn't fragrant anymore. Heroic management, same feeling. Boss, what has been spent on evaluation votes in the past 2 days, nothing happened at all. Poor. Chapter 31. Hokage World, Konoha. Just when Shuman got the explosive body pill from Ning Baikan, he was excited and confident about the Knight of Nine Tails. A golden beam of light suddenly fell over Konoha, exuding a powerful force, and it was fleeting. Because of the appearance of this golden beam of light, it disappeared too fast. No one noticed. In the dead forest, that golden beam of light descended here. When the golden beam of light just came, that powerful power instantly flew the birds in the death forest. The chirping and frightening calls of the birds are endless. Boom! After the golden beam of light dispersed, 4 figures slowly appeared in the death forest. Is this the Naruto world? When these 4 figures appeared, they looked around. The excitement on his face is also full of surprises in this world. What is our mission? Among the 4, a thin teenager with glasses, after looking at the surrounding environment, knows where they are now. Death Forest. Chapter 23. The second test room of Nakanobu Konoha. Our task is to help bring the soil to release the 9 tails on the Night of the 9 Tails. There is also to kill Uchiha Madara. Catch the 9 tails. Heard the words of a thin boy wearing glasses, a woman with an ordinary face and a pocky face. Spoke for a while after reminiscing. 3 tasks. The thin boy with glasses nodded after hearing these 3 tasks. These 3 tasks can be handled by them. There are still 2 days left before the Night of 9 Tails. Let's lurch in Konoha for 2 days. Looked at a watch on his wrist, which showed the time since the Night of 9 Tails began. The thin boy wearing glasses said. At the same time, I also had a general plan for the 3 missions of Naruto World this time. First help bring the soil to release the 9 tails, and then capture the 9 tails. Finally, look for the hidden Uchiha Madara. Kill it. Perfect. Yes, Captain. Hearing the words of the boy wearing glasses, the other 3 nodded and said in response. 4 generations, sorry. Looking at the Naruto office from afar, the eyes of the thin boy with glasses also showed a sullen look. At this moment, he was still studying the water gate of the pill given by the group leader, suddenly frowned. I only felt a shock in my heart, and a horrible feeling came out spontaneously. Immediately looked at the death forest. Something's wrong. Didn't see any abnormal water gate, but he didn't dare to be careless at all. The creepy feeling seemed to be a haze on his heart, lingering. Could it be that the soil has come? At the thought of this, Watergate's expression became serious. Didn't expect it to come so fast? It seemed that I had to hurry up and arrange it. After thinking about it, Watergate stood up. I am going to find Sandame to communicate the details of the Night of 9 Tails. Although he is relatively dissatisfied with Sandame now, he is even disgusted with what he did to his son in the original plot. But now, he still needs his power. At the same time, when I went to Sandame in Prey to Nam, I was about to talk about the Night of 9 Tails. In the chat group, it was also at this moment that the pan was fried. Ding! It is detected that the world of the group member Bo Feng Shuman has changed, and the mission is being generated. Task: find and solve the abnormal change. Reward: 10,000 points. Participating members: Group Owner Ning Baiken, and a random member is selected to participate. Seeing this task suddenly released by the chat group, everyone in the group, including Ning Baiken, they all looked dumbfounded. Just said that it's a pity that you can't go past the world of Bo Feng Shuman, otherwise you can help or something. Such a task now appears? Ding! The chat group has triggered the task function, and the cross-border function is activated at the same time. Each time you cross the plane, you need 1,000 points. Details of cross-border functions: group members can freely cross the chat group, the world of any group member, by paying 1,000 points. Before they were forced to end, another operation of the chat group made them continue to be confused. Can cross-border? In other words, they were just netizens, except for seeing each other through the live broadcast function. Is it still possible to follow a wave of lines? Heroic management, it has appeared, and the cross-border function that this chat group must have has finally appeared. Seeing the emergence of this task and the cross-border function, Su Xiaohu also became excited. She has also read a lot of the novels of the chat group. These two functions exist in every novel, and it can even be said that they are an indispensable link. Gu sooner, this task means that the world of Bo Feng Shuman has changed. Thor, could it be that during the Night of Nine Tails, will there be any changes that are different from the original plot? Highly important, I think it should be, otherwise how could it be said that something has changed? Nan Zionio, wow, this task is rewarded with 10,000 points. With 10,000 points, you can buy a lot of things in the mall. Linju, indeed, I have been fond of a mahogany sword for several days, but unfortunately, I have not had any points to purchase. I don't even know how to get points. What the group announcement said, seeing his luck, made Linju roll his eyes involuntarily. Luck is really perfunctory. Heroic management, speaking of which, should you say that you are the leader of the group? The participants in this task have directly selected the group leader to participate. Nan Zionio, you deserve to be the leader of the group, the treatment is different, it's terrifying. Yakumo Zi, you deserve to be the leader of the group, the treatment is different, envy. Linju. As expected of the leader of the group, I am envious of it. Thor, the leader of the group is Niobe, envy. Gu sooner, in other words, which one of the remaining places should be selected from among the rest of us? 7 people compete for one spot. It looks a little difficult. P.S. Big guys, give me some flowers, evaluation votes, or something. Nothing happened, I thought I was not read by anyone. Gaiki. Chapter 32. Cross-boundary functions, and tasks. Ning Baikan looked at the 2 operations that the chat group suddenly made, and saw that he was already in the quota of the character participants. Suddenly laughed, this chat group is pretty awesome. Directly appointed him a quota. It seems that the title of group leader is not useless except for the person who can authorize it. But what happened in the world of Prey to Nam? What kind of change is this thing? The chat group did not say that he was still far from the realm of the Supreme Immortal Emperor, and he could not spy a wave in the long river of time. It is naturally impossible to know what happened, and I became curious in my heart. Out of curiosity, Ning Baikan also felt a little excited. After all, I can cross to other worlds. Is also a novel experience for him, and he is full of expectations. Gu sooner, 10,000 points, want to go. Looking at the 10,000 points on the task reward, Gu sooner's eyes were full of desire. If she has 10,000 points, she can. I went to the world of the group leader 10 times. When the time comes, I will get the moon first near the water tower. What else is there? Even if Su Xiaohu's shamelessly authorized dog screamed, there is no way, right? Linju, I want to go too. The points in the reward are enough for me to buy some good mahogany swords. Nan Zionio, I want to too. I saw a skirt in the mall. It's invulnerable to water and fire, and beautiful, so don't want it too much. Yakumo Zi, we have also taken a fancy to a lot of weird things. I haven't had any points to buy it, pitiful. Thor, same. Heroic management, so, everyone wants to go. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaohu suddenly had a headache. 7 people, the probability of being able to select her is a bit low. She wants to go too. Is not only able to get close to the group leader, she is also very curious about the world of Naruto. To feel a wave of local customs in the world of Naruto, isn't it beautiful? Of course, the most important thing is the reward points. 10,000 points are enough for her to buy a lot of things in the mall, and enough for her to quickly rise to the late 3rd stage. Hey! What the is this? At this time, after a brief exchange with the 3 generations on the strategy of the Night of Nine Tails. Watergate is coming into the group again, and I plan to share my response plan with the group friends and see where it needs to be improved. But as soon as I opened the chat group, I saw the task and the opening of the cross-border function. Wave Feng Shui Men, so, what has happened to my world? Regarding cross-border functions, Watergate is also very curious. But now is not the time to be curious about that. The main thing that should be paid attention to is what happened to his world. Thor, the high probability is that during the Night of Nine Tails, some irresistible changes will occur. Nanzionio, it's possible, after all, the current 4 generations, but I already know what will happen in the Night of Nine Tails. Under the butterfly effect, it is normal that there will be abnormal changes. Chapter 24. Gu sooner. So, what kind of change will it be? Heroic management, it's possible, is there a traverser appeared? I saw all the members who were curious about what would happen to the Night of Nine Tails. Su Xiaohu also pondered for a while, guessing silently. Gu sooner, the traverser? Is it just like the perverted traverser Xiaohuohuo? Seeing Su Xiaohu saying this, Gu sooner immediately thought of Xiaohuohuo's perversion. Is also the so-called traverser? Group leader Ning Baikan, it may be, or it may not be. After all, there are many kinds of thieves in the way that traversers travel through the world. Bo Feng Shuman, speaking of which, I did feel something wrong just now. At first, I thought it was bringing soil. Now it seems that it is because of this so-called anomaly. Anomaly can be big or small. It may be a big change that caught him off guard, or it may be a small change. Don't even care. However, with the palpitations he had just felt, it can't be a small change at all, right? Ding! Random participating members have been determined. Participants of this mission, Group Owner Ning Baikan, Yakumo Zi. Just when everyone wanted to guess what this abnormality was, the chat group also announced the members who participated in the mission this time, and suddenly a loud wailing sounded. Gu sooner, it's not me, it. Seeing the 3 bright characters of Yakumo Zi, Gu sooner's delicate little face suddenly showed a disappointed expression. Fail. Didn't even choose her? Missed the opportunity to get close to the group leader this time, and the next 10 crossovers to the group leader's world. Thinking of this, Gu sooner's disappointed expression suddenly became mad. I always feel that this task did not select her, she seems to have lost a lot. Nanzionio, it turned out to be Sister Zi? Is there any mistake? My character is so bad? I didn't choose myself. Thor, so angry. Linju, my peachwood sword, I always feel like it's nowhere to be seen again. Heroic management, it's unscientific. As the administrator of the group, even if I can't be like the leader of the group, I directly decide it, but I have to give me a chance first, right? Gao Yao, it's a pity, I don't have my share. Yakumo Zi, our luck is really good, I picked us all at once. Seeing Yakumo Zi who had been selected, that listless appearance immediately became energetic. The whole person also jumped up from the bed, looking excited. Wave Feng Shui Men, stable. Seeing 2 big guys who are about to come to his own world, Bo Feng Shuman is not worried at all. This wave is steady. It's no use anyone comes, there is a 9th order group leader who is in charge. There is also a 5th order Yakumo purple boss who comes with him, even if it is still unstable. Then who else will come here to be stable? Ha ha ha, as expected, this chat group is my chance. After thinking about it, Watergate laughed again. Needless to say, the 9th order terrifying strength of the group leader, even the 5th order realm of the 8 Cloud Purple Master, is enough to push the entire ninja world, okay. Chapter 33. Across the world. Seeing that the chat group has identified another member to participate in the task, Ning Baikan raised an eyebrow. He is still very interested in things like crossing the world. After all, when he just crossed into this world, he was the same as those cheating modes of traveling. Is the so-called, killed by a car. Guru picked up the flask and took another sip of wine. Ning Bikin's face also showed a smile. It's a pity, the old man didn't know where he ran to hide and practice. Otherwise, you can take it to meet the world. In other words, can this cross-world bring a pet to cross-border together? Ding, the mission has been opened, about to cross the plane. At this time, another system reminder sounded in the chat group. In Yakumozi's a little nervousness, and Ning Bikin's expression with a little surprise. A space portal that was extremely dark and exuding a mysterious atmosphere like an abyss suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Ah, this is... Can you take me across the world? Looking at this space portal that suddenly appeared, Yakumozi's eyes flashed with a gleam. The breath in the portal of this space made her feel a little frightened. The dark passage like an abyss is like a ferocious monster with a mouth wide open, waiting for her to enter. As soon as she enters, she will swallow her in one bite. Well, let's go. After thinking about it, Yakumozi also shook his head with a hint of smile. Stepped into the space portal, the figure disappeared instantly, and the space portal also disappeared. Tiankai Mountain Top. Ning Bikin also looked at this space portal that suddenly appeared, and bursts of subtle spatial fluctuations were uploaded from this portal. After putting a trace of spiritual power into the passage, it was like sinking into the sea. Interesting. Raised his eyebrows, Ning Bikin also stepped in, disappearing instantly. Hokage World. Konoha, in the Hokage office. At this time, the water gate, after seeing the two big guys about to descend into his world, his expression was excited. The incident of the Night of Nine Tails, I don't know what an abnormal incident is. Absolutely, steady. If the leader of the group can't handle it, who else can handle it? Ninth order. The strength of the group leader, but the 9th rank. Although Watergate is not sure about the evaluation of Tier 9, how terrifying it is. But he knows that this is only the 2nd order strength, in front of the group leader, Fart is not. I don't know, when will the two big guys come over? Sitting at the desk, Watergate's gaze turned to the Death Forest again. Just now, the feeling that made his heart palpitations came from the Death Forest. The enemy may hide in it. 22222212. Just when the Watergate was a little excited and looked at the Death Forest with a little dread, a knock on the door suddenly rang. Come in. Retracted his gaze, and Watergate looked over. After seeing the person who opened the door, a smile appeared on his face. Oh, Kakashi, is the mission complete? Kakashi was dressed in dark parts all over his body, with a cat face mask on his face, and walked in slowly. The smiling face on the mask looks a little funny. Teacher, you are so happy, is there a happy event? Put a scroll on the table, Kakashi could not help but ask aloud when seeing the excited expression on Watergate's face. At the same time, my heart was also speculating silently. So excited. Is it because the teacher is about to give birth? Happy event. Seeing that Kakashi took off the cat face mask and looked at himself with a puzzled look, Watergate was taken aback. I am very happy with this kind of thing, is it so obvious? Even Kakashi could see it at a glance. What? Wait, two friends will come to see me, so I am a little happy. After being stunned, Watergate also explained to Kakashi that the smile on his face made Kakashi always feel a little abnormal. Friends? Then I will retire first. Kakashi, who always felt that his teacher was a little abnormal, frowned and was about to retire. Then, go to Master Kunao's place and take a copy of the teacher's book. If it's just a simple friend, it's impossible to be so excited. Maybe it's because the teacher got too much pressure after he sat in Hokage's position. Then, out, cheated? When thinking of this possibility, Kakashi, who had a cold face just now, was stunned on the spot. Well, let's go, take a good rest. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mizuman nodded and said, "By the way, if you drop in, go and see Kuna, she misses you too." Chapter 25. Kakashi has been in self-blame because of the sacrifice of Tu and Lin. Is spent in the days of frantically picking up tasks and doing tasks, and I don't want to let myself be idle, so as not to think of those sad things. Clear. Thinking of the possibility in his heart, Kakashi's complexion changed greatly, and then he looked at his teacher and it was still like a spring breeze with a smile on his face. Calmly put away his panic, turned around and prepared to leave in silence. Really hammered. My teacher must have cheated. However, just as Kakashi turned around and was about to leave, a slight spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared. Who? Kakashi noticed this wave of fluctuations, and his expression instantly condensed. Swiftly came to the front of the water gate, took out the kunao, and was cautiously guarded. Boom! Then, Kakashi saw the scene that shocked him. I saw an extremely dark portal, suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a mysterious aura like an abyss. Stimulates Kakashi's nerves. In his eyes, after this portal, it will appear in the next second. Maybe an evil ghost that only came from the abyss and hell, swallowing them up, master and disciple. Teacher, be careful. Seeing this scene, Kakashi was frightened with a trace of horror. Still stands in front of water gate, this is the duty of an anecdote. Coming. Different from Kakashi's horror and vigilance, Watergate looked at the spatial passage that suddenly appeared. Although he was a little surprised, he immediately thought of the leader of the group, and the two masters of Yakumo and Purple. It must be these two big guys among them? P.S. Please flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 34. Coming. Hearing Watergate's words, Kakashina stared at the expression of the space portal with all his attention, and was taken aback. Is this channel created by the friend the teacher said? Space ninjutsu? Glanced back at his teacher, she looked excited as expected. Ah, this is a distance beyond the world, and the speed is quite fast. Just when Kakashi guessed in his heart, who the teacher's so-called friend was. A mature, charming voice suddenly sounded. Sure enough. After hearing this voice, Kakashina's guess that he had already rejected in his heart came out again. A woman? As expected, the teacher is cheating. It's really fast. However, before Kakashi could fully react, he only heard another soft jade-like voice coming from the passage. Then, in Kakashi's shocked look, a man and a woman walked out of the passage. The extremely dark portal, also at this time, disappeared. Master Yakumo Zi. After seeing the two come out, Watergate suddenly lit up, and immediately greeted him. At the same time, the gaze that looked at Ning Baiken was also full of shock and horror. In Shumen's eyes, after seeing the group leader for the first time, he felt like the ocean of Wang Yang, unfathomable. And he was a flat boat on the ocean of Wang Yang, and he could only move forward cautiously. A little carelessness is to fall into the abyss. Looking at the water gate that came up, Ning Baiken also nodded at him. Then he looked at the young version of Kakashi, who had a small figure and a young face, with a touch of immature. Now Kakashi is only a teenager, and it seems that he is not mature enough. Big guys come over, I'm relieved, this time the Knight of Nine Tails and that change, please ask big guys. At this time, Watergate also said with gratitude. In the words, there is full trust and respect for Ning Baiken and Yakumo Zi. Even because of the task posted by the chat group, two big guys can come and help themselves. But in any case, they are all here to help him. Watergate's heart is naturally full of gratitude. However, with a happy expression on his face, he said with some regret, it's a pity, it happened suddenly, so I didn't have time to prepare. It is indeed a pity, when I learned that the two big guys are coming over. I planned to welcome it, but I didn't expect it to come so soon, so I didn't have time to arrange it. You don't need to prepare something. Seeing that Shuman said so, Ning Baikan shook his head, and it was not a good thing to fantasize. After all, they still don't know what the so-called mutation is. It is undoubtedly the best to hide in the dark and wait for the night of 9 tails to come. Ah, is this the breath of another world? After Yakumo-Zi came out of the space channel, he felt the breath of the Hokage world. As expected, it was completely different from the feeling it gave her in Gensokyo. How long is it from Kuna to give birth? After taking a deep breath of the Naruto world air, Yakumo-Zi also looked at the water gate and asked. Kuna's labor is the focus of this incident. The soil hidden in the dark, as well as the so-called abnormality, will come with Kuna's delivery. It's tonight. Hearing Yakumo-Zi's question, Mizuman's expression also sank, and he said seriously. If it hadn't been for the chat group that had just released the mission to allow the 2 big guys to come over, Watergate wouldn't know what to do now. Even if he can cope with the attack with soil, he may not be able to cope with the change that is unclear what exactly it is. If something happens to Kuna, then he is not necessarily true, just like in the original book, and it is still unknown if he goes with it. Tonight. After Ning Baikan heard Shuman's words, he looked in the direction of the Death Forest. There was also a playful look in his eyes. In the Death Forest, he has already sensed a few unusual auras. The strength is not strong, but the strange aura exuding from the whole body is completely incompatible with the Naruto world. It seems that this so-called mutation is the translator? Seeing Ning Baikan's gaze, Yakumo-Zi also looked at it curiously. Although she also sensed a few not weak auras in the Death Forest, she didn't care about it, just as the strong among Konoha. After all, Konoha still has some strong people. Is there anything abnormal in this Death Forest? Seeing the 2 big guys looking at the Death Forest, the water gate was a little confused. Very good, what are you doing there suddenly? It's okay, there are only a few bugs. Retracted his gaze, Ning Baikan shook his head, looked at Watergate and said with a smile. For those strange breaths, he didn't take them to heart at all. Just leave it to Yakumo-Zi. No need to do it yourself. Small bug. When Watergate heard this, he was taken aback again, and his gaze also looked over. What is the little bug? Is the eyesight of the group leader so good, can he see the bugs in the Death Forest here? Really deserves to be the leader of the group, Cattle Batch. They are. What are you talking about? At this time, watching the 3 of them say something that he didn't understand at all, Kakashi's eyes flickered. Now he found that he seemed to have misunderstood, and his teacher did not appear to have derailed. After all, among the 2 people who appeared, it was a man and a woman. If the 2 are both women, Kakashi will forcefully rush out immediately and find a copy of the teacher's wife, Kunao. The other side. Just when Ning Baikan was watching the Death Forest, the 4 figures appeared in the golden beam of light. Also in an instant, it was a shock in my heart, the hair stood upside down, and the cold sweat couldn't stop it. What's the situation? The thin teenager with glasses jumped up when he noticed something was wrong. Looked around with horror. At that moment, he felt it, as if it was a fierce beast staring at him. Chapter 35. What just happened? At this time, the Pocky, ordinary-looking woman asked in a panic with horror on her face. Just now, she also felt it, like a peerless beast, staring at her tightly behind her. Chapter 26. The breath of death made her sweat so cold that she immediately wetted her back. I don't know. Beside this woman, there are 2 figures, one tall and one short, with the same panic on the face. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. What kind of existence does it make us feel the breath of death before showing up? Yes, Yao, the thin young man with glasses, had a gloomy face at this time. With his strength. Although I dare not say that in the later stage, I can directly push the entire ninja world. But in the time period when this plot hasn't started, it can be completely invincible. However, felt the breath of death under this inexplicable coercion. Is really terrifying. What the is it? Yes, Yao with a gloomy face, only felt a layer of haze covering his heart, lingering. Naruto World's mission, maybe something unusual will happen. The other side is also located in a dense forest. A figure wearing a yellow spiral mask with only one eye exposed, also suddenly appeared. Konoha, I'm back again. Looking at the quiet and peaceful Konoha below, and the corners of his mouth hidden under the mask with dirt, there was also a faint smile. Lin, I will let you see how this Konoha was destroyed. Madam, sorry. As soon as S voice fell, he took another look at Hokage's office, and the figure gradually disappeared. At the moment the figure with the soil disappeared, Kakashi walked in the Konoha street. His brows suddenly frowned, and he looked at the place where he had just brought dirt. Do you bring soil? Kakashi felt that, just now, he suddenly fell on his body, as if he was looking at him with soil. Is so familiar. How is it possible? However, after thinking about it, he shook his head. Tai too has been sacrificed, how can I think of him looking at me next to him? With soil. Thinking of this former partner, Kakashi's complexion sank again, and a trace of grief appeared in his eyes. Kakashi, in a depressed mood, lowered his head and walked slowly towards the cemetery. At the same time, in the chat group, many members of the group are at this time, and 8 is crazy about the water gate. Gu sooner, how about it, the group leader and sister Zi, have they come to your world? Nan Zionio, how about it, have you seen the group leader boss? The group leader boss's temperament is like an immortal, is it shocking you? Thor, haha, I guess it must have been shocked. The first time we saw the leader of the group, wasn't it also shocked? High demand, it's a pity, this time I didn't choose me in the past. I wanted to try my own strength. I have no chance now. Heroic management, you can pull you down, as far as your current strength in the middle stage of the first stage, you can hang on you if you come out of the world of Naruto. I still want to try my strength in the past, don't make fun of you. The existence that appeared on the night of the 9 tails was not an ordinary shadow level, not to mention that there was an abnormal change that did not know what it was, and it would definitely not be a group. The strength of the first order is only for death. Even Su Xiao's tier 3 strength did not dare to say that he could handle it after passing. Linju, indeed, after watching Naruto, the upper ninjas inside are indeed much stronger than the mid-level one. At the very least, it can be compared to the initial level of the second stage. Feng Shuimen, the boss of the group and the boss of the Yakumo Zi have already come, just waiting for Kuna to give birth, and then prepare to squat a wave of soil, and the abnormal change. At this time, being caught by 8's water gate, he also came out and said. Right now, he is at home, with Kuna. Also told her about some things that might happen tonight, and the existence of Ning Biken and Yakumo Zi. Of course, he is not ready to expose the chat group. Gu sooner, has it arrived? Is it so fast across a world? Seeing Shumen's reply, Gu sooner was stunned. She thought it would take a while at least. After all, it took me several days to get from Zhongzhou to this northwestern continent. It takes a certain amount of time to cross the world or something, right? Arrived without finding it. Thor, I also said that the speed of crossing a world is so fast. As expected, it is a chat group that can pull us from the heavens and the world. Nan Zionio, how is it, have you been impressed by the demeanor of the group leader? Highly important, does that still need to be said? I must have been convinced, this kind of thing, you don't need to think about it at all, right? Feng Shumen, the demeanor of the leader of the group is naturally not what I can compare to. The temperament like the immortal coming to the world, I kneel. Indeed, if it weren't for being steady at the time. The first time Shumen saw Ning Biken, he almost knelt. Heroic management, yes, ha ha ha, I almost knelt at the time. Gu sooner, I remember to start a live broadcast at the beginning of the incident. I also want to see the group leader clean up the dirt. Nanzionio, for dealing with, remember to broadcast it. Thor, don't forget this matter, pray to Nam, or when I have points, I will beat you up. Linju, Pandeo also wants to see the demeanor of the group leader. It depends on you to broadcast it, Watergate. Gao Yao, don't forget, if you forget, I will always remember you. Heroic management, if you forget to start the live broadcast by then from now on, the little black house will be your permanent place. Wave Feng Shui Men. Seeing this threat, the corner of Watergate's mouth twitched. Isn't it just a live broadcast? He can drive to you now, why should he threaten them one by one? Made him more stressed, in case he really forgets it. What to do? Please ask for flowers. Evaluation votes. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 36. Night falls. Is getting closer and closer to the time when Kuna is about to give birth. During this time, Mizuman has been with Kuna at home, comforting her. Similarly, Ning Baiken and Bayanzi are sitting in the Watergate house. Waiting for the beginning of the event, each other was speechless. Although Ning Baiken has already discovered the soil and the 4 figures that are incompatible with the atmosphere of the Hokage world. But he was not prepared to directly attack them and kill them. Fighting, killing this kind of thing, just leave it to Yakumo Zi, and if it can be done, he doesn't need to do it at all, just watch the show. Hiss. At this moment, Kuna suddenly felt a pain. The birth of Naruto is coming soon. Here we go. Seeing Mizuman hurriedly taking Kuna to the position of labor, Ning Baiken and Yakumo Zi also looked at each other. Kuna started to give birth to a child, which is equal to the beginning of the Night of the 9 Tails. 2 big brothers, I will ask you this time. After sent Kuna, Mizuman came back into the room with a flash. With a heavy complexion, he arched his hands at Ning Baiken and the 2, and there was a hint of anxiety in his words. Although I am very confident about the strength of the 2 big brothers, it's really time. Watergate said, I can't calm down at all. Don't worry, Yakumo Zi will solve it with only a small amount of soil and a little change. Seeing Shumen's a little nervous look, Ning Baiken patted him on the shoulder and said without paying any attention. If he and Yakumo Zi are here, it will cause Kushina and Mizuman to have an accident. Then he and Yakumo Zi, they can self-defeating. One Tier 9 and Tier 5 exist, and there are still a few guys who have reached the top of Tier 3. What kind of face is still alive in this world? Hey! Hearing Ning Baiken's words, both Shui Men and Yakumo Zi looked over with bewilderment. What does the group leader say? Does it mean that he is not ready to make a move? Fuck! Do you want to be so disdainful to shoot? Yakumo Zi responded to this, but didn't have much reaction. Anyway, she didn't feel any pressure. The ability to bring soil is not strong for her. She also felt the change, and those few people weren't too strong, so she could handle it. But Shumen is different. After hearing Ning Baiken's words, he was stunned. Panic. Very panic. Ah, are you worried about my strength? Seeing Mizuman's look dazed, and with a panic expression, Yakumo Zi suddenly curled his lips. I'm also very strong, okay? No, I will not worry about your strength, Yakumo Purple. Chapter 27. Hearing this, how could Watergate dare to speak the truth? He was really worried. After all, there is a difference between the sense of security that Tier 5 and Tier 9 can bring to people. Is huge, okay? Don't worry, if Yakumo Zi can't solve it, I will naturally take action. Ning Baiken saw that Shui Men didn't believe it, and then glanced at Yakumo Zi's somewhat unhappy appearance, and shook his head. This Watergate, how can you not believe in Yakumo Zi? That's Purple Mom. There is a purple mother first and then a day purple mother, how can you not believe it? At the same time, on the other side. Just when Kuna was sent to a secret room by the water gate to prepare Naruto to be born, a figure also appeared on the Hokage rock. Madam, sorry. The dirt with a yellow spiral mask, in the exposed eye. The scarlet kaleidoscope rotates slowly. After a slight spatial fluctuation, the figure with soil disappeared without a trace. Just when the dirt-carrying figure disappeared, the four figures also came to the Hokage rock, looking at the place where the dirt-carrying figure disappeared. Here we go. Yexiao's expression suddenly became serious when he saw the scene where the soil disappeared. Although the mission this time, for the four of them, there is no challenge at all, and it can even be said to be very easy. But the sense of oppression that the four of them all felt today shocked them. Only dared to be cautious, following the movement with soil. Group leader, this time, are they the four of them? On the other side, the figures of Ning Baiken and Yayunza were hidden in the air. Yakumo's purple eyes rolled around, looking at the four people on the Hokage rock, the beautiful eyebrows clustered like a crescent moon. Although the strength of these four people is not strong, she is also the one who has watched all Hokage. Did not find the existence of these four people in all the plots. Are they the Traversers? Recalled, and did not see the four Yakumo Zi in the Naruto world plot. Also asked Ning Baiken with some curiosity. Hearing the words, Ning Baiken nodded and looked at the four people who followed the footsteps with soil in the direction of Kuna. Then slowly he said, not only a Traverser, but also an extraordinary Traverser, interesting. Unusual? Hearing this, Yakumo Zi was a little puzzled. Is there any difference between ordinary and extraordinary? The strength of these four guys is not strong, what aspect does the group leader say is unusual? Guru did not answer the words of Yakumo Zi. Ning Baiken picked up his own hip flask and poured a big sip of wine into his mouth. He actually felt a hint of incomparably powerful aura on the bodies of these four Traversers. Above this breath, he has been so far. I have encountered the most terrifying existence, even the Supreme Immortal Emperor in the Holy Land is a little bit behind. Such a powerful breath would appear on four people who look like ants in his eyes, which is a bit interesting. After thinking about it, the corner of Ning Baiken's mouth also showed an inquisitive smile. Under the shining of the moonlight, this smile just happened to be seen by Yakumo Zi. Suddenly, Yakumo Zi's heart throbbed, and on the mature, charming cheeks, a blush appeared instantly. What's wrong? Realized that there was something wrong with Yakumo Zi, Ning Baiken, whose heartbeat was pounding, looked at it strangely. Only saw her face flushed, like a red apple, she couldn't help but asked with some doubts. What's wrong? Chapter 37. Konoha, in a secret room. Kuna was lying on the bed, sweating all over, and screaming heart-wrenchingly, making the water gate concealed to the side anxious. Although I wanted to go out to comfort Kuna, but when I thought of the upcoming event, I could only hold back. As time passed a little bit, at the moment when Naruto was about to be born, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the secret room. Coming. Perceiving this spatially fluctuating water gate, his face suddenly sank, and his eyes looked sharp. A trace of killing intent also radiated from him. Even if the masked man was his disciple who brought soil, even if he brought soil in the later stage, it would be washed out. But there is one fact that cannot be changed, that is, he pulled Kunao from Kuna's body and let Kuna die. Under Water Gate's murderous gaze, a figure quietly appeared in the secret room, also after the fluctuation of space. As soon as the figure appeared, the Water Gate immediately started to throw out a few of them. Before bringing the soil to react, the figures of Kunao and Shuman came to him. Snapped. All of this happened between the electric light and flint, and the earth will react when it is waiting. The figures of him and the water gate have already appeared on the Hokage rock, and in a stone gap, there is a handful of flying thunders Kunao. It's worthy of being a fourth generation. I'm very strong. A breeze swept across, gently blowing up the robe with red clouds on the black background. Brought the soil, who reacted, looked at the teacher with long blonde hair standing in front of him, and sighed hoarsely. This series of operations gave him no chance to react at all. It is indeed the yellow flash that made the entire ninja world panic. Bring soil. Just when Uchiha brought the soil and sighed, when he wanted to continue his plan. The cold sound of the water gate made him stunned. I know you just brought dirt, and I know why you didn't die. Looking at the figure in front of him, the water gate looked cold, and continued, all of this, there is still time to turn around. Now when you come back to the village, I can still accept you. How does he know his identity? Why is your identity exposed? Is it Madara? Is it Uchiha Madara who exposed his identity? Was called out by the water gate of his own name, and made a dazed look, and didn't care what he was talking about. At this time, with the soil, my heart was completely filled with panic and anxiety, and my body trembled slightly. Look back. Took the soil in a panic. After hearing what Watergate said clearly, he took a deep breath. Also slowly calmed down. Looking at the blonde, cold-faced Watergate, suddenly laughed. Look back? Why should I look back? I want to destroy Konoha, and I want Lin to see from below, this Konoha was destroyed by my own hands. And Kakashi, I have to make him pay. Ha 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 ha. During the laughter, the face that was hidden under the mask with the dirt turned out to be hideous in an instant. At the same time, a spatial fluctuation radiated from the body with soil. Look at Ms. Watergate, tonight, Konoha will live in fear. With that fascinating, scarlet kaleidoscope, he stared at the Watergate. The figure with soil also slowly hid into the space again, disappearing. Kuna. Seeing the soil disappear, Watergate's pupils suddenly shrank, a golden light flashed, and the figure disappeared instantly. Originally wanted to give him a chance to bring the soil, but at this time, he discovered that he had made a fatal mistake, which should not be like the original plot. Stay away from Kuna, let the soil take advantage of it. What's happening here? At the moment when the two disappeared, the four figures concealed on the side were all in a daze. 4 generations, why did you know the identity of Dato? There is something wrong with this plot. Damn it, Naruto world has really changed. After seeing this scene, Yasuo subconsciously pushed the glasses hung on the bridge of his nose, his expression gloomy. Since the horrible feeling of oppression during the day came, a layer of haze has spread in his heart, and he can't get rid of it. As predicted. There was such a big change in the plot, and he didn't know what the situation was. Go, follow up. Yasuo with an extremely gloomy expression, after groaning for a while, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Udame who is prepared, if Oedo still wants to release Kyuubi. Is basically impossible. After all, the 4th generation of eyes is the yellow flash that makes the entire ninja world tremble, not an ordinary shadow level. This road is nowhere. However, just as the 4 of them were about to catch up with them, a gap suddenly opened in the space in front of them. At the same time, a voice that made Yasuo somewhat familiar also came from this gap. Who? Seeing this scene, the 2 figures, one tall and one short, rushed forward and asked loudly together. There was also a hint of paleness on his face that was a little frightened. Chapter 28. You have to be gentle with girls, right? The group leader. Amidst the horrified expressions of the 4 people, the figure of Yakumo also slowly appeared from the gap. An opened folding fan concealed her cheeks, and there was a hint of playfulness in the scarlet eyes. Stared at him lightly, and after seeing himself, there were 4 people with horror on their faces. Hiss! Yakumo purple! Indeed, after seeing the appearance of Yakumo all 4 of them looked terrified. How can it be? Why does Yakumo purple appear in the world of Naruto? What exactly is going on? Yes Yao saw the appearance of Yakumo purple, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly, and his heart couldn't help being horrified. A character in another world, still a strong existence. How would it appear here? Seeing her purpose of stopping herself and others, she is still helping the 4 generations of purpose? What mysterious and unpredictable changes have taken place in this world? P.S. Big guys, please flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Give me some motivation, big guys. Chapter 38. Allah. Looking at the horrified and shocked 4 people in front of them, Yakumo's mouth evoked an inexplicable smile. It seems that you seem to know us. Do all kinds of animations and games exist in the world of these traversers? Although Yakumo's was surprised that they knew himself, he didn't have too much doubt. After all, if he knows the situation in his own world, he will appear in other worlds in the form of anime, or game novels. It's more than just acquaintance, but also very familiar. Hearing what Yakumo's said, except for Yes Yao, the other 3 people all said silently in their hearts. For the house, if you don't know the monster idlers in Gensokyo, then you are not a qualified house. Tell me, what is your purpose? Seeing the 4 people were silent, Yakumo's raised his eyebrows and asked without delay. Since it's all changed, naturally there is something for it. And, seeing that they have been following in the footsteps with dirt, the purpose must also be related to Kyuubi? No comment. Yeshiao's face was gloomy when he heard Yakumo's words. He still doesn't know why Yakumo appeared. I don't know what her purpose is. Lord God, what's the situation with this 8-cloud purple? As soon as the voice fell, Yeshiao also contacted the Lord God in his heart. People from different worlds appear here, not necessarily arranged by the main god. After all, the urination of the main gods is to inexplicably increase the difficulty of their tasks. If a few players are not killed, it will be unhappy. No abnormality was found. After contacting the main and inquiring about the situation of this 8-cloud purple, the cold voice of the main made him stunned. No abnormality found? What the hell? Such a big Yakumo's stood in front of him. Tell me, did you find anything unusual? Fuck. Just when Yeshiao wanted to make sure again, no matter how he called in his heart, the Lord God never responded. God Lord. Yeshiao is a little certain now, this 8-cloud purple is something the Lord God has made. Increased the difficulty of the task for them, and killed 1 or 2 teammates. Captain, what's the matter? Seeing Yeshiao's expression become more gloomy, the other 3 people also looked over with a little nervousness. There was a look of fear in his eyes. Ah, since you don't answer. Sat gracefully on the gap he cut, and saw that no one answered his question. Yakumo's somewhat enchanting red eyes also showed a trace of killing intent, then, go to death. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful demon gas burst out in vain and rose into the sky. In the horrified eyes of Yeshiao's 4 people, Yakumo's slowly stood up, stomping in the air. Spit out a word coldly. Die. Seeing this scene, the faces of the 4 people who passed through were all showing horror. Especially the team leader Yeshiao, the most powerful of the 4, he can feel the terrifying demon power of Yakumo's the realm of light and heavy. As a cold voice sounded, before the 4 of them could react, they felt a strong oppressive force was suddenly pressed on them, making them immobile. What? Feeling the powerful oppression from his body, Yeshiao was completely frightened in his heart. The cold sweat soaked his back in an instant, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face was pale. Before he had time to react, he couldn't move because of the pressure of a realm that Yakumo's understated. The strength of the big monster is so terrifying. Seeing this scene, Ning Baiken did not have the slightest surprise. The 5th-tier Yayunza was dealing with several 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier existences. Is naturally very relaxed. However, Ning Baiken, in his free time, took a look at the chat history of the chat group. This fellow Watergate must have forgotten, right? The group members asked Watergate to open a live speech, and Ning Baiken was stunned. In order not to let the Watergate forget, did they start to threaten it? It's a bit scary. What's even more terrifying is that this fellow Watergate really forgot. Gu Sooner, by the way, it's been a long time, has it started? That guy in Watergate, won't you forget it? Nanzionio, no way? If you really forget, then we missed more than $100 million. Heroic management, if he dares to forget, my old lady will let him squat in the small dark room every day and won't let him come out. Highly important, hi, this is too cruel, right? The authority dog is terrifying, shivering. At this time, after waiting for a long time, everyone still did not see the start of the live broadcast. Could not help but guess uncertainly. Ding, the host Ning Baiken has opened the live broadcast room. Seeing Su Xiao's speech, Ning Baiken twitched the corner of his mouth. Is it so cruel? If you are in a small black room every day, you can only peek at the screen and can't speak. In order to prevent the Watergate from being closed every day in the small black room, this live broadcast should be opened for him by the host. After shook his head, Ning Baiken also opened this live broadcast for Schumann. After all, it's not to say that it is for the Watergate to block the disaster or something. These group members are also very curious about the content of this mission. Was still guessing whether it was the group members who had forgotten by Watergate, and suddenly saw the group leader open the live broadcast room, and couldn't help being stunned. Gu Sooner, I just said, it must be the fellow Watergate who forgot. It turned out to be a live broadcast by the group leader. Linju, hey, this fellow Watergate, it's really unreliable. Heroic management, it's decided, given that Prey Tunam is so unreliable, he will be a resident member of the Little Black House in the future. Nanzionio, agree. Thor, agree. After some verbal criticism, several group members couldn't wait to enter the live broadcast room. Forward. Ning Baiken couldn't help but shook his head helplessly after seeing these words. It's not that I don't help you, Watergate, but these guys are so angry with you. Rest in peace. At the same time, the Watergate, who was struggling with the soil constantly across the space, suddenly felt a coolness rising from the bottom of my heart. What do I always feel forgotten? Feeling the coolness of the Watergate, he couldn't help tightening his neckline, and said a little puzzled. However, after seeing the dirt-carrying figure disappearing again, he left this trace of doubt behind and hurriedly pursued it. P.S. Big guys, begging for flowers, comment on the votes. Give me a little motivation on Xiapu Street. Chapter 39. Allah. Yakumo Zi, who suppressed the four by using the power of the realm in an understatement, opened a gap again. After a slight spatial fluctuation, the figure instantly appeared on the Hokage rock, watching them playfully. You said, who should we start first? While speaking, he took out a long sword from the gap, and put it on the neck of the pocky-looking female traverser. Feeling the coldness on the neck, the cold blade, the pocky-faced female traverser suddenly struggled, and her expression was terrified. Under this horrified complexion, he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but was so oppressed by the strong sense of oppression that he couldn't speak at all. Since you don't want to say it, let me guess what your purpose is. Seeing the horror on the female traveler's face, Yakumo Zi licked her dry lips. Did not rush or slow to guess, tonight, it is the night of 9 tails, and you have been following the soil. Your goal must be 9 tails. Chapter 29. What? Hearing Yakumo Zi's words, the bodies of the 4 travelers who had been struggling non-stop, suddenly stopped. Turned their heads hard and looked at her in shock. This guy can't be a character made by the main god, absolutely impossible. Yes, Yao looked at the Yakumo purple who was still looking at them with a playful expression, and the horror in his heart could not be expressed in words. The strange character that the Lord God Guy created to increase the difficulty of the task would never talk nonsense with them. As long as you see them, you will come up and kill indiscriminately. And Yakumo Purple is still watching them playfully after downplaying and suppressing them. Impossible. How could characters from other worlds appear here? Was not surprised at their arrival, as if they had known their existence a long time ago. Damn, damn, damn. Yexiao's mood at this moment has already dropped directly to freezing point. The Lord God has never responded to him at all, no matter how he called in his heart, he didn't even react at all. The strength of the four of them, compared with Yakumo Zi, is like a big difference. There is absolutely no possibility of anti-killing, or survival. No wonder the task this time seems to be not difficult, but the rewards are quite generous, that's it. Got it. Yexiao, at this time, already had endless resentment and hatred towards the Lord God. Has changed the Naruto world, and didn't even mention a word. It seems that I guessed it right. Seeing the expressions of the four people even more shocked, he was shocked, and the corners of Yakumo Z's mouth showed a smile again. At the same time, I also liked my wit. The mutation of the Knight of the Nine Tails did not come for the sake of the Nine Tails, but for what else? Kill Naruto, the future protagonist of this world? Although it is possible, at this stage, Kyuubi is more valuable than Naruto. At this moment, Ning Baiken, standing in the air, was surrounded by a few more phantoms. Are several group members who entered the live broadcast room. Oh, you are here. Seeing the appearance of these phantoms, Ning Baiken also greeted them. Gurgle. After finished speaking, he picked up his own hip flask again and took a sip in his mouth, comfortable. Gu Sooner, hey, the leader of the group is drinking again. The last time I was in the live broadcast room, I have been drinking. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he could not help but shook his head when he saw Gu Sooner, who was taking a sip of turbid wine in Ning Baiken. How much does the group leader love wine? But from time to time, he is the leader of the group who takes a drink with the wine gourd, and he looks extraordinarily cool. Linju, poor Dao Linju, I have seen the boss of the group. At this time, Linju also saw Ning Baiken's figure, and was immediately shocked. Even though I don't know how many worlds are separated, Linju can feel the horror of Ning Baiken in this live broadcast room. That free and easy, like an immortal temperament, not to mention it for the time being. When Linju saw Ning Baiken for the first time, he was shocked to the point where he felt like a scorching sun. Deserves to be the leader of the group. This body is extremely terrifying, and people can't help but want to worship it. Invincible. Nanzionio, by the way, those guys over there who were pushed on the ground by Sister Zi, are they the mutations that let the chat group publish tasks? Saw Yakumazai on the Hokage Rock, and the four people who were suppressed by the power of Yakumazai's realm. Nanzionio also asked Ning Baiken with some doubts, his eyes full of curiosity. Thor, it seems to me that 3 of these 4 people have reached the 3rd rank, and they are considered to be strong in Hokage. Hasn't appeared in the drama. It must be the traverser mentioned by the group leader, right? Gao Yao, passer? Is it just like me and Yi Xiao Chuan? Heroic management, I think it's right. The clothes these 4 guys wear are not from Naruto world at first glance. Hearing the speculation of several group members, Ning Baiken nodded and said, these are indeed traversers. However, they are not the same traversers like you, but a different kind of traversers who actively travel through with purpose. It is not difficult to guess the identity of the 4 people who have a breath that is a bit more powerful than the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Among the heavens and myriad worlds, apart from the unpredictable who specializes in doing things in various worlds, who else has such a terrifying strength? Can also let some guys with mediocre aptitudes and completely unsuitable for cultivation, forcibly raise their realm. Heroic management, the leader of the group, you mean, these guys are in the main space. After hearing Ning Baiken's words, Su Xiao immediately thought of this after a while. The Lord God space or something, she naturally understands something. The traversers in are all unlucky people who were forced to pull in by the main and worked for themselves. If anyone is disobedient, all that awaits them is the path of death. So, in order to survive, these guys use all kinds of methods. Very vicious. P.S. Big guys, please flowers. Evaluation vote. Give some motivation. Chapter 40. Gu Sooner, Lord God Space, what is that? Thor, it is definitely not a simple existence that can be related to the word God. Nan Zionio, for example, Soul Yu, the title with a word of God is really extraordinary. Although it is not as strong as Sister Zi, it is indeed much stronger than us. Thor. Hearing this, Thor couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although you can see that you are complimenting me, why does it always feel that something is wrong? Linju, so, what the leader of the group and the leader of the administrator mean is, do these four people come from that main space? Gao Yao, the main space, is there a chat group like us? Hearing Su Xiao's words, several other members looked over curiously. Even Yakumo Zi, who was packing a few traversers on one side, pricked his ears and stopped the action he was preparing to hack people. The Lord God space, how can I say it, there are still a lot of strong people in it. Seeing that all the group members were watching and curiously, Ning Baikan also began to explain, among them, there are many 7th and even 8th orders. Ning Baikan is actually not sure about this. After all, his understanding of the main space can only be seen in the novels in the previous life. The four guys I met this time were very weak. They quietly watched a wave of Ning Baikan that they remembered, and they didn't notice anything at all. They also only have a superficial understanding of the main space. Among them, there is only the memory of taking tasks and doing tasks. Heroic management, does the 7th and 8th levels exist? Hearing these words, not only the senior officials and the others, but even the informed Su Xiao couldn't stop being shocked. The guy in the main space, is there such a strong one? It should be there. Ning Baikan nodded, and continued, after all, that so-called main god, the strength is really unpredictable, even I am too late. Hiss. Hearing Ning Baikan's words, he was still in the shock of the 7th order and 8th order powerhouses in the main space, and the people who hadn't recovered. Was even more shocked and horrified, and took a breath. Gu Sooner, that main god, even the leader of the group is not an opponent. Gu Sooner was even more at this time, widening her big watery eyes. She couldn't believe this at all. What is the strength of the group leader? In the chat group, the leader of the group is a 9th tier invincible boss. As soon as entered the group, he was promoted to the existence of the group owner by the chat group. That terrifying strength, she also felt it when she first entered the group leader's live broadcast room. Such a terrifying group leader is not as powerful as the so-called main god? What terrifying strength is that? Highly important, okay, so fierce. At this time, Gao Yao also shrank his head in fright. He was a little dismissive of the main just now. Thinks their chat group is the most popular. I didn't expect the group leader to tell such a terrifying news in a blink of an eye, it is not too scary. Linju, impossible, is there a realm above the 9th level? Thor, yet, generally speaking, isn't tier 9 an existence that is the highest? How can there be an existence stronger than the leader of the group? Nan Zionio, I am in the 0 order, shivering and afraid to speak. Seeing all the group members were shocked and disbelief. Ning Baikan raised his eyebrows. Tier 9 is the highest? Who told you? If divided according to the rank in his world, the Supreme Immortal can be regarded as the 9th rank evaluation. Such a fairy king is the 10th order. The terrifying existence of the Supreme Immortal Emperor is tier 11. There are even more terrifying existences, how can it be possible that tier 9 is the strongest? Heroic management, ahem, don't you understand? Just when everyone was shocked and horrified, Su Xiaohu coughed twice and came out. With an expression that I have seen everything through, he said slowly, the group leader likes to be low-key, you don't know. Hearing Su Xiaohu's words, all the group members, including Ning Baikan, looked over in a daze. Chapter 30. How do you say this? Oh, that's it, you still haven't figured it out. Seeing all the group members looking at him dumbfounded, Su Xiaohu sighed, hating iron and steel, and she had to take a look at them. Then he looked at Ning Baikan with fierce gaze, the leader of the group who likes to be low-key, said that the main is better than him, actually? There is nothing at all, how can it be possible? In the entire world, who can compete with the leader of the group? It's just that the leader of the group is low-key and humble. You believe it? It's just a pig's brain. Yes. After listening to Su Xiaohu's words, all the members of the group who were still shocked just now, immediately shined. The group leader likes to be low-key and modest, and they don't know it. Why didn't you expect such a crop? Linju, as expected of the group leader, such a modest state of mind, I admire the poor. Thor, I was shocked. I said that with the strength of the group leader, how could someone fight one of them? I didn't even think of such an obvious thing. It was a mistake. Highly important, failure +1. Nanzionio, incorrect decision +1. Gu sooner, failure +1. What the hell? At this time, Ning Baikan was stunned, looking at the misguided expressions of the group members. I don't know what to say at all, can I still ride a horse like this? Especially after seeing Su Xiaohu's words, that face saw through everything, triumphantly. Ning Baikan is completely helpless. Forget it, it's up to you. Anyway, even if he says something now, these guys won't believe it, right? Daihua people are really terrifying. Does the main space? After listening to the conversation on this side, Yakumo Zi also looked at a few people, and murmured a bit of inquiry in his eyes. What? She actually knows the main space? At this time, after hearing her murmur, the four people who passed through her suppressed. The expression on his face that was already frightened, suddenly became even more frightened. What the is going on with this Yakumo purple? P.S. Big guys, take the flower evaluation votes and kill me. Chapter 41. Boss Yakumo Purple, please help me stop. Just when Yakumo Zi wanted to do something to solve these four crossings directly, two figures suddenly appeared on the Hokage rock. What? Seeing the two people who suddenly appeared and the shouting of Watergate, Yakumo Zi raised her eyebrows. The strength of the soil is now the highest level, right? Dignified Naruto 4th generation eyes, can't handle it. The realm of light and heavy. Although I wanted to make a comment, Yakumo Zi made a move instantly after hearing what he said. An understatement of the power of the realm, again in an instant, is to suppress the soil. What? The soil that was too immobile by this realm of light and weight, his complexion changed drastically, and he looked at Yakumo Zi in shock. He only saw Yakumo Zi waved his hand gently at him, he was as if he was being oppressed by some existence, completely unable to move. Moreover, the space around him is also imprisoned, and he can't use the power of God to escape. What means is this? After struggling for a long time, it is still useless with soil, completely shocked. This woman can even confine space? What a terrifying power! Thank you, Yakumo Zi boss. Seeing Yakumo Zi's move, she immediately suppressed the soil, and Shuman was also relieved. You chased me with Tato. After dozens of rounds of fighting, he almost shut himself down. He has always been the only one who used his spatial ability to show others. He didn't expect that today he was shown off by his former disciple. Autistic. But, just when Watergate breathed a sigh of relief, panting and sat down on the Hokage rock. Several group members in the live broadcast room also looked at him with dangerous faces. Nanzionio, this guy who has forgotten our entrustment completely dared to show up. Gu sooner, the person who is not trustworthy, this lady expresses extreme contempt for him. Thor, it is strongly recommended that this guy be sealed forever, only for peeking at the screen, and no right to speak. Linju, agree, he should be punished like this, otherwise he won't have a good memory. Gao Yao, agree +1. What the hell? Sitting on the Hokage rock, sweating profusely, and panting Watergate, at this time I saw Gao Yao and the others. At this moment, he remembered that he did forget one thing just now. Live broadcast. Several big guys in the group, Jian reminded him not to forget to start the live broadcast. But when he saw the soil appeared, he completely forgot about it. Hiss! It's over here. Especially after hearing the condemnation of the big guys and seeing Su Xiao's dangerous expression. Sorry, not next time, this time I was too worried about Kuna's safety, and I forgot it in desperation. Seeing the bad Watergate, he put his hands together immediately, and expressed his apologies to everyone. The look of sincere apology, if everyone hadn't seen the smile on the corner of his mouth that was about to flicker and succeed soon. Really fooled them. Heroic management, hey, it seems that he really wants to spend some time in the small dark room. Hearing Su Xiao's words, the others nodded in agreement. Big guys, misunderstanding. Seeing this scene, Watergate was suddenly forced. Why did I apologize? You still want to be like this, and you don't follow the script at all and leave to feed you. After apologizing, shouldn't you just forgive it? 4 generations, has that guy caught it yet? Just when something was wrong with Prey to Nam, I was about to explain it again. The arrival of 2 figures interrupted him wanting to explain again. Ah, 3rd generation, Kakashi. Seeing the visitor, Mizuman also said hello with a smile, and pointed to the soil that was suppressed by Yakumo's eye. Continued, fortunately, Yakumo Purple has helped, otherwise this guy's spatial ability is really not that easy to grasp. Yakumo Purple boss? Hearing Mizuman's words, it was different from Kakashi who had already met Yanzi and Ning Biken. Sandame's somewhat rickety body also straightened up at this time, and looked at Yakumo's eye with a look of inquiry. What a strong breath! However, from this look, Sandame was shocked inexplicably. The monstrous demon aura of Yakumo's eye has not converged, it is still exuding a powerful aura all the time. This is the friend the 4 generations talk about, right? The strength really is like the 4 generations said, and it is terrifying to an unspeakable power. This guy, I'll leave it to you. Feeling the attention of 3 generations, Yakumo's eye raised his eyebrows, and threw the suppressed soil to the Watergate. Then, he looked at the 4 people who passed through again, and a trace of murderous aura was quietly released. Feeling the murderous aura of Yakumo's eye, the 4 people who have been suppressed pass through are struggling with horror on their faces. The cold sweat that has been coming out from the beginning has already soaked their clothes. The big beads of sweat also kept dripping from the forehead. Lord God, send us back quickly. Send us back, you're on a horse. At this time, Yesyao also kept calling the main space in his heart, wanting the main to send the 4 of them back directly. However, as before, no matter how he called, the main still didn't move at all, as if he hadn't existed before. Damn! Is still Yesyao who hasn't received a response from the Lord God, the whole person is shaking, his face is so pale that there is no trace of blood. He knew that he was dead. Under the suppression of the understatement of Yakumo's eye, he was completely unable to resist. Ah, it's time to send you on the road now, do you have any last words? Seeing the endless horror on the faces of the 4 people, Yakumo's eye stretched out his tongue, licked his somewhat dry lips, and held the long sword drawn from the gap. After a clear sound, the 4 heads still full of horror fell directly. In the next second, 4 pillars of blood spewed out, instantly staining the Hokage rock beneath the feet. The strong smell of blood also drifted away. P.S. Big guys, seeing the growth rate of these flowers and evaluation votes made me a little panicked. How many people read this book? Chapter 42. Chapter 31. Oh! When Nanzionio saw this scene, he immediately felt a cramp in his stomach. He covered his mouth on the spot and retched. Nanzionio, Zi, Sister Zi, the scene of your beheading is too bloody, right? Nanzionio said that this scene should not irritate her eyeballs too much. Too terrifying, is there any wood? Although in some horror films, there are similar scenes. But that is a movie. Is totally different from the scene I witnessed. Fortunately, she was only in the live broadcast room, not at the scene, otherwise, after smelling the strong smell, she would definitely vomit it on the spot. Highly important, hi, it's a bit bloody. Gao Yao also resisted the discomfort, so that he would not vomit. He has never seen such a scene before, and he has not vomited directly like Nanzionio, and he has good psychological quality. Compared with the reactions of the two, the other group members include the fourth generation, Kakashi, and others who are also on the Hokage rock. Has no reaction at all. More or less, they have all experienced war or killing. Faced with this kind of scene, it is completely trivial. It's not uncommon for them to have seen scenes even more horrifying than this. Especially Linju, facing some ghosts and zombies every day, compared to this terrifying, disgusting picture, it is simply gone. Ding! The task has been completed, the reward points are being settled. Just when Yakumo Zi smashed the 4 traversers with one sword, in the chat group, a reminder sounded suddenly. Gu sooner, There is a mission that has changed in this world. Is it just over? Heroic management, the traversers were all killed by Sister Zi, so it must be over. Thor, I feel that this task is just like sending points. Is it that simple? The existence of 3 third tiers and 1 second tier is not challenging at all. Hearing this sound, the members of the group were also taken aback. Is it over like this? Nanzionio, is the mission over? So fast, ugh. Was also the Nanzionio who heard the tone, but also looked over in a moment of surprise. But before she could finish her words, there was another spasm in her stomach, and she turned around and retched over her mouth. Ah, let me come to Kongkong, how many points can I have? At this time, Yakumo Zi also walked to Ning Baiken's side, and said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. 10,000 points, but enough for her to buy a lot of things in the mall. Points. Seeing the reminder that the mission is over, Ning Baiken also raised his eyebrows. The consistent urination of this kind of task is that whoever contributes more will get more points. Like this wave of him, if he hasn't moved his hands at all, will it just disappear? Ding, the reward is being settled. Task reward distribution, group owner Ning Baiken gets 3,000 points, and Yayunza gets 7,000 points. Wow! Seeing the system prompt in the chat group, all the group members showed envy. A lot of points. Heroic management, 7,000? Well, I admit that I am sour, especially sour, envy, jealousy and hate. After seeing the points gained by Yakumo Zi, Su Xiao suddenly felt that life was full of gloomy colors. Why? Why was she not the member of the chat group? 7,000 points, that's it. Many good things in the group mall can be bought with only a few hundred points. Gu sooner, I am also sour, so my teeth are almost falling out. Is also Gu sooner who feels envious and jealous, and can't wait to rob Yakumo Zi directly. That is a chance to cross the boundary 7 times. If you give it to her, she will be able to run back and forth 7 times in the world of the group leader. Linju, ahem, I'm going to catch a zombie that has been cultivated for hundreds of years, but I'm just a little better than a peachwood sword. Yakumo Purple, do you want to think about it? At this time, Lin Ju also said something embarrassingly. Although it always feels a little bad, but he can't help it. That 1 centuries-old zombie, ordinary guy things are useless at all. A mahogany sword in the group mall did a lot of damage to the zombie, but he didn't get points. Can't afford it. For the sake of my own life safety, even if I am embarrassed, I still have to speak. Yakumo Zi, no borrowing, no money, get out. However, before Lin Ju could finish speaking, Yakumo Zi relentlessly rejected him. I just got the points, and I haven't covered my heat yet, how could I lend it out? Even if she wants to borrow, she has to wait until she warms up first. Now? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Guru. It was Ning Baikan who picked up the jug again and took a sip of dirty wine, also a little surprised. I didn't do anything, but I still have 3,000 points? And many more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking at his 5-figure points, Ning Baikan looked stunned. 31,001? What the is this? The first time I started the live broadcast last time, I got 1,000 points, and this time I got another 3,000 points. Shouldn't it be only 4,000? How can be 31,000 points? Ning Baikan was a little dazed, when he asked the chat group what was going on. The points obtained by the group owner in the task are 10 times the number of points obtained. After inquiring about the chat group in his heart, the simple response from the chat group caused Ning Baikan's mouth to twitch. The title of group owner has many benefits. Not only does it have the authority to kick people, mute, and so on, but even the income of the task is 10 times the income? Not bad. Looking at his 31,000 points, Ning Baikan also showed a smile on his face. The position of the group leader, although his strength was completely exposed. But it's not a bad thing. Anyway, his strength will be exposed sooner or later. Isn't it the same for early exposure and evening exposure? Lin Ju, well, the boss of the group, I have been a little tight recently, you see. At this time, Lin Ju, who was mercilessly rejected by Yakumo Zi, saw Ning Baikan's body again. There is also a hint of eagerness and flattery in his eyes. I can see that Ning Baikan's goosebumps are coming out. P.S. Please flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. 43. Chapter 43. Don't see. Ning Baikan, who was made into a chill by Lin Ju's somewhat flattering appearance, was far away when he flashed away. I don't want to be stared at by that a little hot, flattering eyes. Similarly, many members of the group who saw Lin Ju's operation in this wave also walked away. Only left him messy in the wind. Ugh! Sighed, Lin Ju shook his head, it seems that this time the peachwood sword is out of play. Those zombies that have only been cultivated for hundreds of years can only be tough. When he thinks of the hard-working zombies, he suddenly thinks of his 2 incompetent apprentices and the future he sees in the group files. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he murmured, this time, I won't take the 2 boys. If you take these 2 apprentices, you still don't know what will happen to them? On the other side, above the Hokage rock. After Ning Baikan avoided Lin Ju, his figure also came to the water gate, and the 3 generations of people. This guy, what are you going to do with Shuman? Looking at the soil that was suppressed by the power of the 8 clouds and purple's realm, Ning Baikan looked at Shuman with some curiosity and asked. Was killed? Still saying that you are going to give the soil a chance to make him reform? Or, put it in custody? According to Shuman's personality, after Ning Baikan guessed several possibilities, was he more inclined to give him another chance? Kill it. Hearing the words of the leader of the group, Watergate glanced at the dirt with a complex complexion, and after another glance at Kakashi, he said in a deep voice. He has already given soil a chance just now. Shuman's words made Ning Baikan stunned, but he chose to kill it. This is not a Watergate at all. After all, he has always wanted to kill Ju Xingna. Seeing Ning Baikan's expression, Shuman also said somewhat complicatedly. Regardless of whether the belt soil was washed white in the later stage, or whether it was Kakashi's bond with the belt soil. When he was identified by himself and was still working on Kuna, there was no sense of mentorship between them at all. Anyone who dares to hurt Kuna will have to die. Chapter 32. The soil that was suppressed by Yakumoziai, after hearing the words of the water gate, the body that could not move also began to tremble slightly. Speechless mouth also made a sound like crying and laughing. Is that so? Nodded. At this time, Ning Baikan quietly labeled Shuman as a wife-protecting madman. Of course, there is another wife who can't let go. Okay, now that the matter is over, then we will leave. After smiling at the water gate, Ning Baikan also planned to go back to his Tiankai mountain. He knew everything in the world of Naruto at a glance. Whether it is the energy between heaven and earth, as well as the rules, is clearly presented in his eyes. After understanding these things, the Hokage world has also lost its appeal to him. It is better to return to his own Tiankai mountain. Got to go. Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Shuman's expression was stunned, and then he stayed. The boss of the group and the boss of the 8 Clouds and Purple, why stay in Konoha for a few more days? Thank you two big guys over here to help, I haven't had time to entertain you well. While talking, Shui Men also showed gratitude to Ning Baikan and Yakumoziai. He also knew after seeing those passing through. This time, if it weren't for two big guys to come over, facing the existence of 3 Tier 3, Konoha at this stage would not have the strength to resist at all. Even as a 4th generation Hokage, he is just a second-order scum. Gone. Shook his head and rejected Shuman's proposal. Ning Baikan also directly returned to his own world without stopping. Seeing Ning Baikan's figure disappeared, Yakumoziai also said hello to the water gate, and also returned to his own world. As soon as the quest rewards were settled, she almost couldn't hold back and left. I have points. If I don't go home and do a wave of shopping, what are you doing in the world of someone else's home? Anyway, if you have points in the future, you can go anytime. Go sooner. Oh, I'm so sore in my heart, I'm leaving too, goodbye. South Birdie, go together, vomit. Gao Yao, I also retired, and I am still busy on my way. There are still several days away from Kueiji. Linju, oh, no one sympathizes with me. Would you like to lend me points to buy a mahogany sword? Thor, don't think about it, isn't it just a zombie? What are you afraid of? One thing at a time. You, a Tier 4 pinnacle boss, facing those zombies that have been cultivated for hundreds of years, of course, it's a blow. Linju's mouth twitched when he heard Saul's words. You are a big boss, but I am not. I am just a second-tier vulnerable group, and the zombies that have been cultivated for hundreds of years are completely comparable to the third-tier existence. Very panic. Seeing Ning Baikan and Yakumoziai leave, and several group members also withdrew from the live broadcast room. Watergate looked at the still suppressed on the Hokage rock, immobile with soil, with a complex expression. Even if he made up his mind, he was still his former disciple. How can the relationship between master and apprentice be broken? 4 generations, who is this person? At this time, seeing the 3rd generation of Ning Baikan's figure disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. Eased the mind that had just been shocked beyond recognition, and then asked Watergate. Just now Ning Baikan suddenly appeared, he was shocked when he glanced at it. The horrible feeling of oppression that can't be added makes him dare not breathe for a moment, for fear that he will be killed by the horrible coercion with a little change. Hearing the question of the purpose of the 3rd generation, Watergate glanced at the dirt again, and then at Kakashi. A few branches of Kyowa directly pierced towards the immovable soil. He is from several other villages, and his identity is not worthy of scrutiny. Seeing these few Kyowa thorns, the face hidden under the mask with the soil also showed a hint of relief. His eyes gradually softened. Lin, I'm here to look for you. Kakashi, I have to live well. After a few kunao pierced his body in an instant, the dirt also turned his eyes to Kakashi, who was expressionless. A hint of smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. P.S. Big guys, please ask for flowers, I got the votes. Chapter 44. Tiankai Mountain Top. The old Niu lay down beside the wooden houseboard, shaking his tail, his eyes widened, looking for the trace of Ning Baiken. When Ning Baiken had just left for Naruto World, it ran back. Happened to miss this cross-border journey. Something's wrong. This kid never wandered around except going back to the Holy Land. Why didn't you see anyone today? His eyes widened and he didn't see Ning Baiken for a long time, so the old Niu suddenly became puzzled. Could it be? At this time, an idea suddenly popped up in the old cow's heart. It had a funny cow face, plus a weird smile. Has become even more unsightly. Quack, after holding back for thousands of years, this kid finally couldn't help it. Did he go to look for flowers and ask Lu? Thinking of this, Lao Niu couldn't stop laughing. This kid also said that its calf head is useless, his own little brother, hasn't he also not opened the front yet? I said, why are you a cow giggling here? Just as the old bull laughed strangely, Ning Baiken's figure also returned to the top of Tiankai Mountain. When I came back, I saw Lao Niu selling stupid things here, smiling ugly, and even looking wretched. I can see that Ning Baiken wants to clean up the door. Fuck! Why are you so fast? The old cow, who was in a state of conjecture, suddenly widened his eyes after hearing Ning Baiken's voice. Looked over with some shock, only to see Ning Baiken, who was dressed in white clothes and a wine gourd hanging from his waist, was standing in the air. Looked at it with a look that looks like a fool. This look made the old cow's veins violent. What's so fast? Hearing what Lao Niu said, Ning Baiken suddenly fell from the mid-air, looking at it with some doubts. What is this stupid bull talking about? Just after Ning Baiken fell, Lao Niu jumped up immediately. Walking like flying, rushed to his side in 3 or 2 steps, and the nose was smelt on him. Fuck! Ning Baiken, who had been so confused by this old bull, his face turned black in an instant, and kicked the bull's ass. Go! Ouch! The old cow was kicked away by Ning Baiken, and he cried out in pain when he held his ass. At the same time, the old bull who was crying out with anguish showed a weird smile. The fragrance of a woman. It had just been on Ning Baiken, and it smelled that scent exclusively for women. Sure enough, this kid just didn't hold back, and asked Lu if he went to look for flowers. Quack! Once this possibility was confirmed, the old man smiled strangely, looking at Ning Baiken mockingly in his eyes, intending to laugh at him. But, before he laughed, it suddenly occurred to me that this kid is going to look for flowers and ask Lu, maybe even. And myself, or a pure cow. Fuck! When he thought of this, Lao Niu was stunned for an instant, and the strange smile on his face disappeared. No, since this kid is doing that kind of thing, I can't leave Grandpa Niu. After a daze for a while, Lao Niu's eyes lit up again, and he got up and flew into the depths of the Tiankai Mountains. Ning Baiken was stunned by the joy on the bull's face when he left. This stupid bull, is he insane today? After seeing this oneself came back, there are some abnormal old cows. Ning Baiken shook his head helplessly, and put on such a mount, it was really a misfortune in his life, forget it, just treat it as a good deed, alas. After thinking about it, Ning Baiken sighed again and opened the chat group. Group Mall. So far, apart from crossovers and red envelopes, the only place where you can spend points. Of course, there is also an enlightenment function that can be consumed, but the opening condition of 200,000 points makes Ning Baiken discouraged. Let me come to Kong Kong, what's in this mall? With a little curiosity, Ning Baiken opened the group mall in the chat group. The mall that can make the group members so yearning for points, shouldn't it be bad? Sure enough, after opening them all, the dazzling array of things inside stunned Ning Baikan. There are so many things. Gong, martial arts, weapons, formations, everything you need. Seeing this scene, he suddenly became a little puzzled. Is this a chat group or what exchange system? Why is something wrong? Generally speaking, isn't there such an operation for redeeming things in chat groups? Weapon, 500-year-old mahogany sword. Level, magical artifact. Chapter 33. Price, 200 points. After watching Ning Baikan in this mall for a long time, I suddenly saw a mahogany sword. This thing should be the one Linju wants. Looking at this peachwood sword, a magic weapon, it only sells for 200 points. Is really cheap. However, no matter how cheap the price is, Linju, who is penniless, cannot afford it. Hey! I'm the owner of the group anyway, please make him perfect. 200 points or something, for him now, it is completely a trivial matter. Ning Baikan, who looked at the mahogany sword and pondered for a while, also shook his head, and then swiped it down. I'll just send a red envelope later. As it is, the first time you get points or something, celebrate? I can't use the things in this mall. After a long time, although the contents are dazzling, he really didn't find anything useful to Ning Baikan. Some of the fairy artifacts in his world are useful, but the price makes him stun his tongue. 200,000 points is an immortal tool, which has exactly the same points as the enlightenment function. Ding, the system prompts. If the group owner wants to use 200,000 points to buy fairy tools, it is better to save enough points to turn on the enlightenment function. Just when Ning Baikan was thinking about whether to save 200,000 points to buy a fairy, a system prompt in the chat group stunned him. This chat group is quite humane? Does this enlightenment function work well? After a daze, Ning Baikan also muttered with some doubts. Even the chat group suggested that if he had points, he would turn on a wave of enlightenment functions instead of buying a fairy. From this point of view, this enlightenment function is something. At the very least, is it more beneficial than a fairy artifact? Otherwise, chat groups should not recommend it this way. P.S. Please flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 45. Hokage World. Several hours have passed since the Night of Nine Tails. The morning sun is rising, the firstborn sunshine brings a touch of warmth to the world. Konoha, also in the silence and crisis of last night, became full of vitality and vitality. Mizuman, Naruto is crying again. At this time, the water gate that had passed through the Night of the Nine Tails was in a rush. Hearing Kuna's shout and Naruto's cries, Mizuno had a big dark circle against his eyes, and he flashed over with a swish. After killing the soil with the soil last night, he personally took the corpse to bury, in order to prevent the identity of the soil from being exposed. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't want Kakashi to know. If Kakashi knew that the masked man who tried to destroy Konoha in the first place, Kakashi would bring dirt. I don't know how much it will be hit. The big guys in the weighted group have all gone, and then go to bury the corpse with the soil. It is also early in the morning. Watergate, who was going to go home and had a good night's sleep, found it. Wow wow wow! His son, the protagonist of the world, the future 7 generations of Hokage. As long as I can't see him, I start to cry. Naruto really likes you, Mizuman. Naruto stopped crying when she saw Mizuman approaching. Kuna pouted and muttered unhappy. It's obviously that she was born, so why is she so cowardly? Haha. Seeing Kuna looked jealous, Mizuno touched his head and laughed haha. He just wants to sleep now. All day yesterday, he was in a state of extreme mental strain. The attack of the Night of Nine Tails with soil, as well as the strange change that did not know what it was, made him completely afraid to relax. Hey, when Naruto laughs, he looks like you. After pouting, he saw the little guy in his arms smiling. Kuna also laughed, and looked at the water gate, full of tenderness. Thank you to the group leader and Yakumo Purple, and everyone in the chat group. At this time, Watergate smiled triumphantly. My own future has changed. Kuna was not born, he was not dead, and Naruto will not be treated as in the original plot in the future. Chat group Dad Beef Batch. Konoha, Flag Wooden House. Kakashi was alone, with his eyes closed, kneeling silently under Mishuo's spiritual platform. Bring soil. He didn't know why, after seeing his teacher killed the masked man last night. There will be a feeling as if he has lost something important, and it will invade his whole body. The gaze under the spiral mask made him tremble inexplicably. Is neither fear nor excitement, but a kind of sadness. Sorry, I brought the soil, I didn't protect Lin well. When thinking of the masked man last night, Kakashi couldn't help but think of bringing dirt. The mood also fell down instantly, his eyes drooping. No way. Lowered his head, Kakashi, who had been thinking about the masked man last night, suddenly turned pale. The identity of the masked person is to bring dirt? How similar is the gaze under the spiral mask to the gaze that Tai Tu looked at him back then? Also, after the masked man died last night, the sense of grief that burst out of his own writing round eyes, proves his identity? Why is there a sad feeling in this writing wheel? That's because they are eyes with soil. No, it's impossible. Thinking of this possibility, Kakashi's eyes widened immediately. Unbelievable. Take him. Isn't already dead? The soil he saw with his own eyes was buried in ruins, how could it be alive? Besides, he also knew the purpose of the masked man. When the nine-tailed man Juli Koyuki Nai gave birth, when the seal was weak, the nine tails were summoned to destroy Konoha. Bring him, how could he do such a thing? No wonder teacher he. At this time, Kakashi also knows why his teacher 4 generations will personally deal with the masked man's body instead of handing it over to him. Was it because he was afraid that he would know that the masked man was carrying soil? Teacher. Thinking of this, Kakashi stood up immediately, planning to go to the water gate and ask for understanding. The guy with the yellow spiral mask with only one eye exposed, is it dirt? Group leader Ning Baiken, at all staff, a new day has begun. Since today is the first opening of the left eye, I will send you a red envelope. In the chat group, it has been quiet for a whole night, and there is no quiet group chat. After Ning Baiken's words came out, he immediately burst into noise. Gu Sooner, why do you feel happy when you open your left eye first? Nanzionio, why open one eye first instead of opening them together? Is it because you don't want to? I don't believe it. Highly important, I heard that there is a red envelope today. No wonder when I woke up this morning, I heard a magpie squeaking on my head. It turned out that there was a happy event. Thor, people have a good spirits on happy occasions. After hitting my brother this morning, I saw the group leader wanting to give out red envelopes. That's great. Yakumo Zi, you beat your brother, is that Rocky? Thor, well, I'm not thinking about it, educate him early. I won't make mistakes in the future. Heroic management, good job. Linju, for Rocky, it's really time to educate him, he did a good job. Bo Feng Shuman, as soon as I heard that there was a red envelope, I popped it up, where's the red envelope? Seeing the words of the people in Seoul, Watergate was stunned. Didn't they say there was a red envelope? Why did you talk about hitting Loki? However, I flipped the record up a bit and saw the words of the group leader. Opened his left eye first, I was a little happy, so I want to send a red envelope? What kind of ghost logic is this? So, this is the leader of the group. You have money and are self-willed? Feng Shuman, sure enough, the local tyrants have different ideas from ours. Even the excuse for wanting to send a red envelope is so strange. Highly important, wealthy, self-willed. You deserve to be the leader of the group. Heroic management, I am going out first because of my right foot today, and I am about to receive a red envelope from the leader of the group. It's awesome. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. 46. Chapter 46. Group Leader Ning Baikan, wealthy. Wayward. No explanation. Seeing that all the members of the group have been brought out by 8, his expression is dumbfounded. Ning Baikan's mouth also showed a smile like a nouveau riche. In this lack of points, it can even be said that apart from the task points that Yakumo-zi has just earned, no one has the time for points. Ning Baikan, who has 31,000 points, is undoubtedly the number one local tyrant in the group. Ding! Group owner Ning Baikan sent a red envelope. Chapter 34. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baikan sent out a red envelope with his backhand. Ding! Yakumo-zi received your red envelope. Ding! Linju received your red envelope. Ding! Gusuna received your red envelope. In less than a second, this red envelope was completely snatched. Linju, 200 points, there are 200 points. As soon as the red envelope from the group leader came out, Linju grabbed his hand instantly. Originally thought that even if the points were issued, it would not be too much for him. After seeing the red envelope of 200 points, he was instantly dumbfounded. The mahogany sword he wanted to buy just happened to require 200 points. Gusuna, wow, I also have 200 points, so happy to fly. Nanzionio, the same 200, I finally got points to buy a small skirt in the mall, it's good. When I saw Nanzionio, Ning Baikan spewed out a sip of wine. Buy a mini skirt? Did you play the chat group mall as a Love Nikki dress-up queen? You, change your clothes? Feng Shuman, I also have 200 points, is everyone 200? Yakumo-zi, ah, yes. Heroic management, it's 200. Gao Yao, me too. Thor, there are now 9 people in the group. Except for the group leader, each of them is 200. That is to say. Thor, this time, the boss of the group sent a total of 1,600 points in red envelopes? Hiss, it's more than half of this mission. Seeing that each member has received a red envelope of 200 points, Soul broke his fingers and calculated it. Was shocked immediately. Actually took out half of what I had gained at one time and gave everyone a red envelope? Should you say, is it worthy to be the leader of the 9th order? Nanzionio, 1,600 points? God, how many small skirts do you have to buy? Gusuna, I don't know how many mini skirts to buy. I only know that with so many points, I can cultivate from a fighter to a master in a short time. Seeing this number, Gusuna was also a little dumbfounded. Although she is the little princess of the ancient tribe, the cultivation resources given to her by the family cannot be compared with the things in the chat group. 1,600 points, something that can be purchased in the chat group mall, is enough for her to be promoted from the current fighter to a strong fighter in a short period of time. Heroic management, Sister Zi, look at the group leader, and then look at you, is it reasonable? At this time, after Su Xiao received the red envelope, he immediately hit Ya Yunzi. The bosses of the other family members took more than half of the points to receive the goods and gave them red envelopes. She, the guy who took the big head, didn't respond at all? Yakumo-zi, don't look, get out. Highly important, sure enough, I am the leader of the group. I send a red envelope with so many points. The leader of the group is really good, broken sound, Bo Feng Shuman, the leader of the group, the big guy, Niobe, Poyan, Thor, the leader of the group is big. Gusuna, the leader of the group is big. Linju, this kindness of the group leader is unforgettable for a lifetime, and there is no way to repay it. You can only get yourself. Lin Ju has been silenced for 1 minute. Heroic management, go on, you, middle-aged uncle, you still want to covet the boss of the group, what do you think of you? Gu Sooner, that's right, is the leader of the group what you can think of? You have this idea, go find you. Highly important. It's my ass. Hearing Gu Sooner mentioning herself, Gao Yao's mouth twitched. Why did you get on your head again? Well, good job. Seeing this scene where Lin Ju was muted, Ning Baikan immediately gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. A big man, he still wants to medal himself? What do you think? In his lifetime, Ning Baikan, even if he jumped from Tiankai Mountain, he fell to death. It is impossible to have a leg with a man. The law of true incense does not exist in him. If there is, then this law shall be slapped and annihilated. Hey, dog management! Seeing that he was muted, Lin Ju also had a black forehead, but just wanted to express his gratitude. Actually came to myself a mute package, which is simply the permission dog among the permission dogs. But seeing the 200 red envelopes he had received, Lin Ju suddenly laughed again. This time, the zombie that has been cultivated for hundreds of years, there is nothing to worry about. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ju also immediately opened the shopping mall function in the chat group. After a while, I found the 500-year-old mahogany sword and bought it directly. Ding, you need 200 points to buy a 500-year mahogany sword, do you pay? Yes. 200 points have been deducted and the purchase was successful. With the sound of this prompt, Lin Ju's expression also showed a touch of excitement. You know, this is a 500-year-old mahogany sword, can you not be excited? The guy in his hands is only 100 years old at most, can it be compared with this? Following a slight spatial fluctuation, amidst Lin Ju's excited complexion, a mahogany sword appeared in front of him instantly. A peachwood sword comparable to a magic weapon, but it's extraordinary. Looking at the golden body of this sword, and the trace of Taoism that exudes, Lin Ju's eyes lit up. It's steady. With this guy's business, I must cut that zombie under the sword. Master, the big thing is not good, master. Just when Lin Ju showed fiery eyes, carefully looking at the peachwood sword in his hand, a panicked shout suddenly came in from outside the Yizhuang, Master, there is a zombie in the next village. Before Lin Ju went out, a figure stumbled in, looking at him with horror. This figure is surprisingly one of his 2 apprentices, Wen Ke. Who is in a panic, what kind of style is it? Seeing Wen Ke's unbearable appearance, Lin Ju frowned and yelled. Isn't just a zombie? Was so frightened to look like this, how will he inherit his Taoism in the future? P.S. Big guys, what do you think of Calabash Baby? Do you want to pull a wave? If you want, I can arrange it later. Seeking flowers. Asking for evaluation votes. Chapter 47. No, Master, that zombie, he. Wen Cai paled when he heard Lin Ju's scolding, and quickly shrank his head. Was so scared that the words were a little hesitating. For Wen Ke, although Lin Ju is a good master, he is strict. Also made him nervous, and even said that he was uncomfortable, that zombie. What happened to that zombie? Lin Ju glared at him when Wen Cai couldn't say it for a long time. Somewhat helplessly, he shook his head. After seeing Wen Ke still looking at him nervously, he frowned and asked, You said it. A zombie is scared like this, in what style? The zombie ran out in the middle of the day and killed it in the next village. He was not afraid of the sun at all. After Lin Ju glared at him, Wen Cai panicked again, and then he spoke clearly. What? Lin Ju was shocked when he heard this. Zombies who are not afraid of the sun? Ran out in broad daylight, killing in the next village? Could it be the zombie that has been cultivated for hundreds of years? Thinking of this, Lin Ju frowned again. Zombies, dead but not stiff. Gathers the resentment of heaven and earth, unlucky luck arises at the same time, and is abandoned by the three realms of heaven, earth, and man beyond the six realms, immortal, immortal, immortal. Take grievances as power, and feed on essence and blood. Among them, zombies are divided into 8 levels: purple zombie, white zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, walking zombie, fucked zombie, and non-bone. This zombie that doesn't fear the sun must have reached the realm of stiff hair? Not good. At this point, Lin Zhudeng's complexion changed. If he let this hairy stiff enough blood, then it will be promoted to a flying dead existence. At that time, even if he has this 500-year-old mahogany sword in his hand, he will not be an opponent. When Cai copied guys. With a panic in his heart, Lin Zhu also greeted Wenkei, who was still panicking to get things out of him. If this really allowed the zombie to slaughter a town, the blood of those thousands of people would be enough for it to be promoted from Mao Zheng to Fei Zheng. By then, the world will be in chaos. Yes. Seeing Lin Zhu's changed complexion, Wen Cai also knew what was at stake, and hurried to clean up the guy. On the other side, above the town. Just when Lin Zhu and Wenkei took care of the guy's affairs, they hurried over. Chu Hung, another apprentice of Lin Zhu, was cautiously confronting this Mao Zheng at this time. It's so hard. Chapter 35. Looking at the hairy, copper-skinned zombie, Chu Sheng kept shaking his right hand. It hurts, it hurts. Just when this zombie was sucking the blood of a villager, Chu Hung immediately launched a sneak attack. After finishing the pose, he hit the zombie's head with one punch. Then, I felt my hand, like a broken bone, and a piercing pain came immediately. Ha! In the face of Chu Hung, the long-haired zombie was staring at him with that scarlet, cold eyes. The cold breath kept exhaling from the zombie's mouth. This scene made Qia Sheng's unstoppable back chill, and the cold sweat broke out in an instant. Master, I'm afraid I'll be cold if I don't come again. Today, he wandered around with Wenkei when he wandered into this town, and he didn't expect to see a zombie here killing all at once. After seeing this, Chu Sheng asked Wenkei to go back to his master quickly, dragging it here by himself. At the very least, don't let this zombie kill too many people. I thought that by relying on what I had learned, I could last a minute or 3 no matter what, enough to support the master to come. Didn't expect this to be only 1 round? No, it was one of his rounds. This zombie hasn't taken any action yet. That's it, Chu Sheng already feels that he is about to cool down. He is not an opponent at all. Little brother, when can Uncle Zhu arrive? Or, let's run? When Zhu Shu arrives, come back and clean it up. Why isn't this zombie afraid of the sun? Doesn't it mean that ghosts like zombies are afraid of the sun? Behind Chu Sheng, there were nearly 100 people, all of them shivering at the zombie. Among the crowd, there are many people who know Chu Sheng and know that he is Lin Zhu's apprentice. However, the apprentices are always apprentices. They have no confidence in Chu Sheng. Looking at the terrifying zombie, they just want to drive away. Run! Hearing this, Chu Hung rolled his eyes suddenly, and he wanted to run too. But the question is, does this zombie run for them? He just saw it. This zombie jumped nearly 100 meters in one step. Who can run it? Don't worry, my younger brother has come back to call my master, and they will be there soon. After rolling his eyes, Chu Sheng also turned his head to soothe the panic of the nearly 100 people. When my master comes, should I still be afraid of this guy? I'm afraid I won't be able to survive that meeting. Hearing Qia Sheng's words, a fat-eared member suddenly murmured. Maid. Although you are telling the truth, don't tell it. Are you cursing me to die? After Chu Hung heard this mutter, his complexion turned black for an instant. You can shut up. Roar. Just when Chu Hung heard that he wanted to scold the member, the zombie moved. After only hearing a hoarse roar, the furry zombie stared at its scarlet eyes and jumped directly towards Chu Hung. Don't panic, everyone, look at me. Seeing this scene, Qia Sheng's heart jumped and he couldn't help swallowing. Then, those guys who could be seen behind, wanted to stray right away, and immediately shouted, "Eat me a stick!" After hearing Qiu Sheng's loud shout, everyone's footsteps that wanted to flee also stopped, and looked back. Only saw that when the zombie was about to jump in front of Qiu Heng, he didn't know where he touched out a thick log. Due to excessive exertion, the red-faced Qiu Heng picked up the log and ran into the zombie directly. A lot of strength. Have a chance, this zombie is hit by this log, it will definitely be shot out. Good job, Qiu Heng, like your master's 9 uncles. Everyone who saw this scene immediately looked at the Qiu Heng with admiration. The pace that was preparing to escape also stopped immediately. P.S. Big guys, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 48. Of course. Hearing the compliments from everyone behind him, Qiu Sheng looked happy, and his strength to hold the log increased by 3 points. Boom! Just when the zombie was about to jump in front of him, the log directly hit the zombie. However, in the next scene, everyone's expressions were horrified again. I saw that the log broke into 2 pieces directly after he smashed, but the zombie didn't react at all. Qiu Heng immediately widened his eyes, and his face instantly turned pale. Ha! Although the zombie was not flying out of his log, it was also stopped by the jumping figure. On that blue face, some sharp fangs spit out a bit of cold air, staring at Qiu Heng firmly. Goo! Being stared at by the zombie, Qiu Sheng swallowed nervously. With a slight smirk, he looked back at the nearly 100 people behind him again, planning to let them help. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw the dull-faced people behind him just now. They disappeared in an instant, and they ran away in a panic. No loyalty. Seeing this scene, Qiu Sheng's face suddenly went dark. These guys helped them stop the zombies for a while, and now they don't run away by themselves? Just when Qiu Heng raised his to the people who had fled, a sudden sound of jumping footsteps came. The footsteps approached from far away, and came behind him between 2 breaths. Oh my god! Hearing the footsteps and feeling the chill coming from behind him, Qiu Sheng immediately yelled. Just run without looking back. However, no matter how he ran, he found that he was still stepping in place, not advancing at all. Master, help! Perceiving this situation, Qiu Sheng glanced behind him in horror. Found that the zombie's cyan face showed a hint of human sarcasm? And his shoulder, I don't know when he grabbed it. Seeing the zombie with its mouth wide open, getting closer and closer to his neck, he could even feel the cold touch on the fangs. Qiu Heng immediately shouted in horror, Master, if you don't show up again, you won't have me as an apprentice. Ha! When Qiu Heng called for help, the zombie's fangs were getting closer and closer to his neck. A faint scarlet color also appeared in the eyes of the zombie. Autumn birth. At this critical moment, Linju and Wenkei finally arrived. Seeing this scene where Qiu Sheng was about to be bitten, Linju's pupils shrank slightly. After screamed, he took out the 500-year-old mahogany sword purchased from the chat group today, and bit on his finger and smeared it on the blade. Moved several magic tricks in an instant, this mahogany sword burst out with a burst of golden light, and hit the zombie directly. The mahogany sword exuding golden light came and pierced directly into the zombie's eyebrows. Was hit by a sword at the center of his eyebrows, and the zombies covered with hair suddenly let out a painful roar. Qiu Sheng, who was caught by it, was also released at this moment and fell to the ground. How about it? Seeing Qiu Heng get out of trouble, Linju breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to ask. Master, thank God, you are finally here. Seeing Linju appear, Qiu Sheng almost shed tears. Is simply great, looking at Linju's stinky and hard face on weekdays, at this moment, in his eyes, it is so cute. So kind. This zombie is a bit deep, you and Wenkei leave first. Seeing that Qiu Sheng is okay, Linju took the guy Wen Cai was holding over and said in a deep voice. This zombie, as expected, was a stiff hair. Putting on the robe that Chuzheng was holding in his hands, Linju looked at the long-haired zombie with a body of copper and iron. Fortunately, today the leader of the group sent a red envelope, otherwise he would have no choice but to face this stiff hair. Understood. Chuzheng, Wen Ke heard Linju say this, and immediately turned and slipped away. The two of them are eager to run far, just look at it from a distance, fight zombies or something, just leave it to the master? Nai barrier, today the poor way will kill you. Seeing his two apprentices driving off directly, Linju frowned, but didn't say anything at this time. Instead, he looked at the zombie again. Of course, I must have written it down in my heart. After seeing the future that belongs to him, although the timeline is not complete, it is intermittent. But it does not prevent him from seeing the picture of these two apprentices pitting themselves. They are really two idiots, and they have not inherited any of their own ways. He decided to double the time and intensity of their practice this time. Ho ho! Just when Linju was thinking about how to clean up the two apprentices, Mao Zheng let out another roar. Staring at Linju with scarlet eyes, there was also a trace of fear in his gloomy eyes. Was obviously hurt by the blow of the peachwood sword. Bagua Mirror. Chapter 36. Hearing the roar of the zombie, Linju also put other thoughts behind, and his expression immediately became serious. Gave another soft drink, and he took the bronze mirror with the 5 elements engraved on the gossip on one side and shone it at the stiff hair. Tsitsizi. At the moment when the gossip mirror caught the hairy Zong's body, wisps of black smoke appeared from the zombie in an instant. A foul smell of burning dead bodies, followed by it. Effective. Seeing this scene, Linju looked happy. He thought that the gossip mirror had no effect on Mao Zheng. It seems to be useful now. Although it doesn't hurt much, it's better than nothing. Ho ho! After being photographed by this gossip mirror, that Mao Zheng let out a painful roar again. In the scarlet eyes, there is also a touch of hideous color. Then, a trace of essence and blood was suddenly spit out from the stiff mouth, and then absorbed from the nostrils. What? When Linju saw this scene, his complexion changed a lot, his face was incredibly unbelievable. This zombie actually stores the energy of essence and blood in his body? How is this kind of thing possible? Linju, with an incredulous face, saw that the zombie had inhaled the essence and blood stored in his body. The cold breath was stronger again, and he was shocked on the spot. P.S. Big guys, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. 49. Chapter 49. At the same time, just when Linju was fighting the zombies, the chat group became very lively. Moreover, its lively atmosphere is even more lively than when Ning Baikan gave out red envelopes. The reason was that when Linju was banned, he just ran to fight the zombies. In the chat group, 2 new people were added. Saitama, Hexi has joined the group chat. Under the system prompt of this chat group, the group members who were still bragging about Ning Baikan's generosity. In an instant, he shifted his target and cast his sights on the 2 newcomers. Gu Suner, another newcomer has joined the group. I don't know what happened to the chat group recently. Adding people is so fast. Yes, in the eyes of Gu Suner and the first group of members, the speed of adding people to chat groups has indeed become much faster recently. From the beginning of the group leader and Gao Yao, to Bo Feng Shuimen and Linju. Is the 2 newcomers now, the gap between them is only a few days. It is undoubtedly much faster than when a few of them entered the group, and waited a long time for no one to come in, and thought that the chat group was no longer ready to pull people. Nan Zionio, ho ho, good newcomers, welcome to join the chat group of the heavens and 10,000 realms. Heroic management, hey, you girl, you snatched my lines? You want to go shopping in the little black room, right? Thor, ha ha ha, is there a newcomer here? It just happens that I have finished all the drama now. I thought it was going to be boring for a while, but I didn't expect to just pick it up. Yakumo-zi, that's true. To make up for this kind of thing is the only thing that can lift my spirits apart from shopping in a group mall. Gao Yao, it's just right, there are still a few days to go to Kuiji, and it's just time to make up for it. Feng Shuman, I envy you. Every day you have free time to make up. Unlike me, you are so annoyed by Konoha's official duties every day. Seeing that there were 2 more newcomers entering the group, everyone immediately thought of the matter of replenishment. I am not even so curious about the identity of the newcomer and whether he is a bigwig. After all, they already have a group leader for big bosses or something. Even if there are some big bosses in the group, can there be a group leader? Saitama, Tsuruhi, Ning Biken, who was backed by the old tree, knew their identities immediately after seeing the names of the 2 newcomers. Punch the big bald devil Saitama in Superman, and the heavenly king Hexy in Ultra Theological Seminary. These 2 people are not weak in strength. Especially the big bald devil Saitama, who hits everyone is a single punch to solve the battle. It is completely a bug. This is also the only anime in which Ning Biken can defeat the protagonist after reading countless movies. It's a pity that Poros, the overlord of the universe who looks unusual at first glance, failed to force Saitama's full strength. Saitama? Who are you? Why do you speak in my head? Is it the latest high-tech? Hexy, who is talking? How dare to break into the king's palace? Looking for death? Wow! At this time, the group members who saw 2 newcomers bubbling were all stunned. And him, it's all because of these 2 newcomers. One of them behaved too calmly, and the other who claimed to be the king, which looked uncomfortable at first glance. Heroic management, hey, it's time for this lady to play again. Seeing the group members who had no reaction after the 2 newcomers bubbling, Su Xiaohu smiled, and immediately appeared. I want to say that in this group, apart from the group leader, who knows the most about the heavens and the world? Of course it is her, Su Xiaohu. Since the group leader did not move and was not ready to speak out, Su Xiaohu naturally could not remain silent. Group leader Ning Biken, are you invincible now? However, before Su Xiaohu's second sentence came out, Ning Biken's interesting question just choked her words in her belly, but couldn't spit it out. Gu Suner, nothing, invincible. Bo Feng Shuman, what invincibility? What kind of invincibility does the group leader refer to? Thor, does it mean the invincibility of strength back then? Highly important, is this newcomer, like the group leader, a super boss? After seeing Ning Biken's words, not only Su Xiaohu was choked and uncomfortable. All members of the group were shocked beyond recognition. Their group leader, who can spy on everyone's future in the long river of time, they know. Although it is their own imagination, they can be said to be convinced. However, now the leader of the group has a newcomer. I ask you if you are invincible now? What's happening here? Is there such a scary newcomer? Shock. Extremely shocked. Heroic management, yes, you guessed it right. This newcomer named Saitama is an invincible and powerful person in his world. Seeing the group members were shocked to speak one by one, Su Xiaohu laughed again. However, her heart is also very shaken at this time. Of course, it was not for Saitama, but for Ning Biken, so shocked. It turns out that the leader of the group has already seen in the long river of time that Saitama will join the group. Will he say which bald devil exercises method? Really deserves to be the leader of the group. As soon as she saw Saitama enter the group, she thought of this, and her heart became even more enthusiastic for Ning Biken. Such a terrifying boss, if you don't hurry up, there will be no chance in the future. Nanzionio, this newcomer is invincible in his world? Hiss, horror. Gu Suner, this invincibility, is it the same as my father in my world, standing on the top of the strong? Thor, I also want to ask this, is it standing on the top like my father, or is it invincible without any opponents directly? Wave Feng Shui Men, horrible, only second order me, I dare not speak at all. Yakumo Zi, it's terrible, only the fifth order me, shivering, afraid to speak at all. Heroic management, the strength of this big Saitama man is more terrifying than you think. He belongs to the kind of person who can solve it with one punch no matter who he hits. P.S. Please flowers. Evaluation vote. Chapter 50. No matter who you hit, is it solved with one punch? Hearing Su Xiao's words, everyone took a deep breath, and their expressions were even more shocked. Especially Gu Suner and Saul were shocked. You must know that in their own world, their respective fathers can all be called strong men standing on the top, and they can also be regarded as half-invincible existences. However, even if it is stronger than them, there is still an existence that can match it. And this newcomer, no one can match it in his own world? Everyone is a punch. Do you want to be so scary? This is completely done, to the extent that it crushes a world. Saitama? Ali hear you say, you seem not my people in this world. At this moment, Saitama, who was lying in his own home blowing a fan, looked dazed, suddenly his eyes lit up. When a sound suddenly rang in his head just now, he didn't care too much. After all, there are all kinds of high-tech in his world, and the ghost knows if any scientific researcher is experimenting with something. But when he heard the people inside discussing himself, and asked if he was invincible. There are also those things they said, although some are not quite understandable, but there is a message he heard. That is, these guys who speak in their own minds do not seem to be people in their own world? Heroic management, yes, people in our group are not in the same world. Hexy, oh? Are you all from various galaxies in the known universe? At this time, Hexy also turned from an angry expression, thinking that someone had broken into his bedroom, and became curious. Regarding what the group members said, she didn't think it was false. After all, after hearing the first sound, she felt centered on herself. Spread to the entire planet, but did not find any strange aura. In other words, these people are not on the same ball as you when you speak in your mind. Is not even in the same star field? Hexy, who realized that this so-called chat group of heavens is not simple, also aroused a strong sense of curiosity. As the master god level strength in the known universe, she can be pulled out of this chat group without knowing it. It is definitely not a simple existence. Valiant management, the galaxy. No, 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 all of our members are not in your world, not just a galaxy apart. Hexy, not in the same world. Chapter 37. Hexy was stunned when he saw Su Xiao saying this. I thought it was just the distance between each galaxy, but didn't it happen that it was the distance between the world and the world? Group leader Ning Baikan, so, Saitama, are you invincible now? Leaning on the old tree, Ning Baikan, who took a sip of wine in silence, was a little helpless. Didn't expect that he was attracted to other topics, and then put his question behind? Is there a mistake? It's obviously that he was the first, so how can you treat him like this? Saitama, sorry, I was attracted by their words just now, and I didn't answer you. Once again saw that he was caught by AIT's Saitama, and touched his bald head that was enough to reflect light. A little embarrassed and apologized. Although his strength is very strong, as a hero with a sense of justice, Saitama is still very polite. Saitama, well, although I don't know what invincibility is, but now I fight geeks and so on, I have solved it with one punch, and there is no fighting blood at all. Speaking of this, Saitama also looked at the sky outside the window with some disappointment. In fact, he still missed him at the beginning. He just got up after training, although he was very tired in the process of getting stronger. Is so tired that he doesn't want to remember the hard days, but at any rate, he still has opponents. is completely different from now. No matter what level of weirdo, it will be solved with one punch. Group leader Ning Baiken, it looks bald. Hearing what Saitama said, Ning Baiken also understood that Saitama is already invincible. At the same time, Saitama is also bald. Heroic management, well, it looks bald. Saitama. Why do these two guys know that they are bald? Didn't you say that they are not in the same world? Why do you still know this kind of thing? Saitama, who cares about being bald, doesn't want to talk at all at this time. Autistic. Is this kind of baldness spread to other worlds? Hexy, is it invincible? If I have a chance, I would like to fight against this invincible Mr. Saitama in my own world. I saw that this Saitama who joined myself in the group was an invincible existence in his own world. Hexy has also developed some interest in him. Of course, it is entirely interested in how strong Saitama is. Highly important, by the way, this invincible Saitama, is the world strong? At this time, Gao Yao suddenly thought of a question. Becoming an invincible powerhouse in your own world is also different, right? Just like him, after practicing the exercises given by the leader of the group and swallowing the pill, he felt that he could not be invincible in the world. Is not much different, right? If the strength of this Saitama's world is not high enough, then he is invincible in his own world. In the group, you can't be regarded as a big brother, right? Saitama, is the world strong? Group leader Ning Baiken, Saitama's world is so strong, it's actually not too high, and it's not even as good as Gu Suner's Horse Chi continent. Hearing the high-level question, Ning Baiken also wondered in his heart. The world intensity of One Punch Man is really not too high. Most of the heroes are still at the level of ordinary people. Even among the S-rank heroes, there are not many people who can compare to the powerful ones on the Horse Chi continent. After all, the existence of Dozun can directly cross space, and can cross the entire neon in one step? Isn't the intensity high? After hearing Ning Baiken's words, everyone was also shocked by it. Group leader Ning Baiken, however, Saitama is an extraordinary existence, completely breaking the strength of the world, and becoming an invincible powerhouse. Before they could get over, Ning Baiken's words made them even more astonished. Out of style? Break the strength of the world and promote to a stronger existence? P.S. Where's the boss? Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Don't bring up, flustered. Chapter 51. Broke the intensity of the world? Hearing this, many members of the group were even more shocked. Invincible in his own world, even in a world with low intensity, he is still a character. But it was able to break the strength of the world and promote it to a higher level of existence, which had to be horrified. This situation is like the Horse Chi continent where Gu Suner is located. Originally, the strongest is only Dowdy, but some people rely on their own strength forcibly. Achieved a more powerful realm than the Do Emperor, overwhelming a realm. Gu Suner, is it so scary? Nan Zionio, shocked, I really am a big guy. Hello big guy, I know me quickly. Wave Feng Shuman, I only have the second order, which means I don't understand what you are talking about, I can only tremble. Highly important, shake with the thunder. Thor, I won't shake if I shake, I just need to be shocked. Yakumo Zi, when it comes to this, I am suddenly a little curious about Saitama's strength. How many levels of evaluation can I have in the chat group? Heroic management, I think, at least there can be a 7th level. Seeing Yakumo Z's question, Su Xiao guessed. Whether Saitama's strength is strong, or is it so strong that she can't predict it? But there is a jade from the 9th tier boss, Su Xiao, who also converted Saitama's evaluation according to the level of the group leader. After various comparisons, I came up with this theory of the 7th order. 7th order. Seeing Su Xiao saying this, the members of the group were all taken aback and shocked again. Although Su Xiao as the administrator is not strong, but she has seen Fan Duo, and she has a very clear understanding of everyone. There is still a certain degree of credibility in what she said. Gu Suner, is there a 7th tier evaluation? No? Doesn't that mean that Saitama is stronger than the Dowdy in my world? Nan Zionio, it's horrible, it seems that there is another big guy in our group. Thor, horrible. At this moment, the strength appraisal of the chat group was also revealed. In the group strength ranking, the information of Saitama and Hexi also appeared on it. Name, Saitama. Race, human. Strength, late stage 7, under full burst, one punch can explode a planet. Name, Hexi. Race, angel. Strength, tier 5 pinnacle, with full burst, thousands of miles of continents can be destroyed. Hiss. After seeing this scene, all the members of the group took a breath and were shocked. Is this newcomer named Saitama really a 7th tier boss? And, under the full burst, can a single blow up a planet? There is also this newcomer named Hexi, who actually has the strength of the 5th order pinnacle. Is he not a human? Ahem. Her race is not human? Is an angel? Nan Zionio, seeing this, I can only kneel for the 2 newcomer bosses, strong and invincible. A big boss who can blow up a planet with a punch under my full strength, I can't afford it. Thor, the 7th order boss is so terrifying. Highly important, I didn't expect that the world I live in can only withstand a punch from someone else. Yakumo Zi, punch a star or something, I can't provoke it. Bo Feng Shuman, in addition, this newcomer has the strength of the 5th order peak, and he is also a big brother. This time, the 2 newcomers are both big brothers. Gu Suner, by the way, this Hexi should be the older sister, right? Sister Hexi is not a human being, is it an angel? By the way, what is an angel? Hexi, angels are noble and holy, representatives of peace and justice. Seeing Gu Suner's question, Hexi silently answered a representative cognition of his own angel family. At the same time, she was also shocked by the strength information identified by the chat group at this time. I didn't expect that as a main god level existence in the known universe, he would only have a 5th tier evaluation in this chat group. What she didn't even think of was the Saitama that she wanted to fight with just now. Actually has a 7 tier evaluation? And, under the full burst, can you blast a planet with one punch? You need to know this kind of thing, but they can't even do the great judgment of their angels. Saitama? Angel, isn't it a birdman with wings? Is there such a saying? At this time, after hearing Hexi's words about the representative recognition of angels, Saitama also uttered a word in a daze. Among the people he knows, the words that he hears most are really the 2 words birdman. Puff. Seeing Saitama, Ning Baikan suddenly spewed a sip of wine again. In the presence of Tianji Wang Hexi, saying that he is a birdman or something, is this really good? Hexi, I don't know why you say that, but I'm very serious to tell you that our angels represent the existence of nobleness, holiness, beauty, justice, and peace. Hexi, not a birdman. If you insult our angel again, even if it is not against you, I will challenge you to death. Sure enough, Hexi, who saw Saitama's words, also exploded immediately. Issued a warning to Saitama with a serious face. Even if Saitama is a 7th order boss, his strength is much stronger than her. But it is related to the majesty and cognition of the angel family. She Hexi, even when facing the 9th order boss, will not give in. Saitama, sorry, I seem to have said something wrong. Chapter 38. Hearing Tsuruhi's serious and angry voice, Saitama said embarrassedly again. Is completely unintentional, he. Heroic management, ahem, Sister Hexi, Saitama has the kind of personality that can't speak but brain, but I can guarantee that he is not malicious. Seeing that something was wrong suddenly, Su Xiao ran out immediately. Is this serious atmosphere? Otherwise, she is afraid that these two big brothers will fight, although it will not be dead, right? But it will always affect the perfect atmosphere of harmony and mutual love in the group. Group leader Ning Baikan, this, I can also prove that Saitama is a guy with a lack of roots in his head. Saitama. Although Ning Baikan and Su Xiao know that Ning Baikan and Su Xiao are helping him, how come Saitama listens to that? Are you unhappy? P.S. Please flowers. Ask for evaluation votes, big guys. 52. Chapter 52. Hexie, hey. Seeing that the two guys with the name admin and group owner said so, Hexie also snorted and stopped talking, obviously still in an angry mood. Saitama, sorry. Seeing that this newcomer who joined the group with him was indeed annoyed by him, Saitama apologized again embarrassedly. Highly important, in other words, as a Saitama boss with a 7-tier evaluation, he can blow out a planet with one punch under his full burst. How terrifying is that group boss? At this moment, Gao Yao said in a dare to imagine after reading the identification information of that strength. The 7th tier can destroy the planet, what about the 9th tier? Is it possible to blast the strength of a universe with a direct punch? Gu sooner, yes, regarding the strength of the group leader, the chat group only said that there is a 9th rank, but did not say how powerful it is. Thor, after reading Saitama's strength evaluation, I can't even think about the strength of the group leader. Nanzionio, I don't even dare to think about it, shivering. Bo Feng Shuman, if Tier 7 hits a planet with one punch, does Tier 8 hit 2? A direct punch of Tier 9 can hit 3. Seeing this statement of Shuman, everyone spouted out with one mouthful of water. What are you doing here to play kindergarten addition and subtraction? Did you count that? Heroic management, how terrifying is the strength of the group leader? Since the chat group did not introduce this kind of thing, it must be so terrifying that even the chat group cannot detect it. Isn't even the chat group unable to detect and know the super horror? Seeing this statement by Su Xiao, everyone was shocked again and again, their faces full of shock. The heroic administrator, sure enough, you deserve to be the leader of the group, this strength is invincible. After some brainstorming and guesswork, Su Xiao started again on his own. Regarding Ning Baikan's strength, in her cognition, she has become the one standing at the top among the entire universe. No one can fight against the boss of the group. Saitama, Hexie. At this time, after hearing the speculation of Gao Yao and others, Saitama and Hexie were also confused. Just now, the group leader Ning Baikan, who occasionally bubbling up to say a few words, his strength reached the 9th rank under the evaluation of the chat group? Actually, is there such a scary existence? When Saitama saw the news, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the silly style of painting also changed instantly. Has become a well-defined and handsome existence. Saitama, Group Master, shall we have a fight? As soon as the voice fell, Saitama stood up, a flame was burning in his eyes, and his heart was full of anticipation of battle. The group leader's evaluation of Tier 9 in the chat group made him a long-lost enthusiasm. Tier 9, shouldn't it be very strong? He has only the evaluation of the 7th rank, so the 9th rank is definitely much better than him. When I think that this group is much stronger than himself, and can have a hearty battle, Saitama's blood instantly burst out like a blowout. Since he was bald, he has never felt this way again. This chat group is simply amazing. Saitama, Lord, let's have a hearty battle. Wow. Seeing what Saitama said, all the group members immediately moved a small bench and prepared to watch the show. The 7th tier newcomer boss, has he challenged the 9th tier group leader? Gu sooner, the small bench is ready, tremblingly waiting for the two big guys to start fighting. Nanzionio, I look forward to it. Yakumo Zi, I also look forward to it. How strong is tier 7? Thor, didn't you say it? The one that can blow up a planet with one punch is too strong. Heroic management, the quotation is open, and the group leader is facing the newcomer Saitama. How long can the newcomer last under the group leader? Highly important, I bet 100 points, and the group leader can handle it in less than a minute. Wave Feng Shui Men, I bet 200, 1 minute. Gu sooner, I also bet 200, 1 minute. 8 Cloud Purple, +1. Seeing Su Xiao's opening, all the members of the group bet Ning Baikan to resolve the battle within 1 minute. They are more confident of their own group leader's strength than Ning Baikan himself. As far as you can't beat? Are you kidding me? That's the power rating of the chat group. The gap between the 9th and 7th tiers is definitely not as simple as Bo Feng Shuman said that he can hit 2 more at one time. Heroic management, it's closed, open again next time. All of them are so pressured, and they will fart. Seeing that all the members of the group bet for a minute and the leader of the group can solve the battle, Su Xiao's forehead went black. That's it. No fool can bet a wave of Saitama? Saitama, hey, Lord, I can't wait to have a hearty battle with you, come on. Seeing the opening scene of the group members, Saitama shined again, saying that he could not hold on for a minute. The strength of the group leader must be super strong. It's burning up. This time, Saitama's already ignited state, the blood boiled even more. The whole person seemed to be bathed in a ball of flames, with great momentum. Group leader Ning Baikan, no. Saitama, hey. However, just when his passion burst out, his blood boiled to the point that he was about to explode. Ning Baikan's light and fluttering words suddenly made him come down. The surging blood, as if being splashed up by a basin of cold water, extinguished instantly. Group leader Ning Baikan, your current strength is still too weak, you are not interested. In this sentence, he didn't mean to pretend. Saitama's strength, even though he is a strong man in the entire heavens and all realms. But when facing him, it is still a little less meaningful. The gap between the 9th and 7th tiers is not 1.5 stars. But it is like the sky. Guru. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baikan took another sip of dirty wine, and after breathing out a comfortable breath, he raised his eyebrows again. If you want to challenge him, at least you need the strength of the 8th peak? To fight him for 1 or 2 rounds. 7th order, forget it. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, big guys. Chapter 53. Saitama. When Ning Baikan saw Ning Baikan, the blood in Saitama's heart was extinguished, and he was also stunned. Self, is it too weak? Gu sooner, wow, you deserve to be the leader of the group, and only a 9th tier strong like the leader of the group can be qualified to say that the existence of the 7th tier is too weak, right? Thor, you deserve to be the leader of the group. Highly important, the leader of the group is big. Hexi. Hexi, who saw this scene, was also a little dazed and surprised. Should I say, is it the owner of this mysterious chat? A 7th tier strong man who can blow out the existence of a planet with one punch, he still thinks that the opponent is too weak? If the two big characters of tier 9 were not placed there brightly, she would have thought that this group leader was acting like a crime? Group leader Ning Baikan, if you want to fight with me, then continue to practice hard, and when you reach the 8th peak, you will challenge me again. Seeing Saitama's somewhat awkward look, Ning Baikan said casually again. However, even at the 8th level peak, it is not challenging for him. Not everyone, just like him, with the strength of the Supreme Immortal, dare to directly stubbornly sturdy the exalted of the Immortal King. Saitama, is it the 8th level peak? Saitama was dumbfounded for a long time. After seeing this, the blood in his heart surged again. Chapter 39. As long as it reaches the evaluation of the 8th peak, can it challenge the group owner? Decided, continue to exercise tomorrow. Touched his bald head, which is enough to reflect light, Saitama decided to start tomorrow. He will restart that devilish exercise again, or even double it. 200 push UPS, 200 squats, and 200 sit UPS a day. And, keep running for 20 kilometers every day? Group leader Ning Baikan, of course, that is on the premise that my strength has been stagnating and I have not improved at the 9th level. I will only accept your challenge when you reach the 8th peak. Ning Baikan, who had just finished talking, made up another prerequisite after thinking about it. It's impossible for me to not improve. Even if Saitama's progress is rapid, in his opinion, I can't be as fast as him. After all, he has now reached the realm of the Supreme Immortal Pinnacle, and he can enter the existence of the Supreme Immortal King with a single step. At that time, his evaluation in the group is estimated to have to go up a step. Reached the 10th level evaluation. With the strength of the 10th rank, he has no interest in fighting an 8th rank peak Saitama. Saitama, is that so? I know the group leader, I will work hard. Seeing this prerequisite of Ning Baikan, Saitama also nodded, and his expression became a little impatient. I want to get a wave of exercise right away. After all, he is still only rank 7 now, and there is still some gap from rank 9. Don't hurry up anymore, after the group owner has upgraded, if he hasn't upgraded, it will be indefinitely. Go sooner, by the way, the newcomers fan drama, at S Management, Shameless Permission Dog, quickly hand over the newcomers fan drama. Nanzionio, yeah, after talking for so long, I almost forgot to make up this matter. Thor, I'm already hungry and thirsty. Gao Yao, the journey is long, and during the journey of being alone, there is only fan drama that can give me a trace of spiritual comfort. Feng Shui Men, although I have been very busy these days, I can still spare some time to make up for this kind of thing. Hexie, what drama? Is it about us? Saitama, hey. Rookie's drama, does it refer to her and this 7th order Saitama? Seeing everyone's speech, Hexie frowned again. She also knows a little bit about fan drama? But what does it matter for the two of them? Go sooner, how do you say, that drama is the future of your world for two newcomers, and there are big events in your world in the past and in the future. Will appear in that drama. The leader of the group, I explained this way, right? Seeing the doubts of the two newcomers, Gu Sooner immediately explained it. At the end, he also asked Ning Baikan. The delicate little face flushed with a hint of triumph, and he was a little bit expectant. As if wanting to get a compliment from Ning Baikan. Group leader Ning Baikan, yes, it's very detailed. Gu Sooner, hey. Is there a future in the past in our world? Hexie and Saitama were shocked when they heard this explanation of Gu Sooner. This chat group can actually spy on their past and future? Is it possible? Ding, the heroic management has uploaded the files One Punch Man and Super Seminary. Just when the two were shocked, Su Xiaohu also uploaded their drama to the chat group. Heroic management, at, Big Brother, yours is a one-punch Superman, at, Tianji Wang, yours is Super Seminary. What? Just when Su Xiaohu talked to the two of them, and told them which drama was in their world. Hexie's complexion suddenly changed, staring at Su Xiaohu's words blankly. You know my name. At this time, Hexie completely believed whether this chat group could spy on the future of their world. Not to mention the group owner, and the administrator knew the identity and strength of the other newcomer from the beginning. Now the administrator blurted out and shouted out the title she had never revealed, which proved that all of this was true. As the former 3 angel kings, not many people of the younger generation of angels know about the fact that she was the 3 angel kings, the king of heaven, and the administrator can actually tell it. Is this not enough to prove? Saitama, One Punch Superman? I know, I'll check it out later. Thor, One Punch Superman, this name fits the Saitama boss's setting quite well. Everyone hits him with one punch. Nanzionio, I'm hiding, I'm going to see how the boss of Saitama punched a kid first. Go sooner, go with him, I am also curious about how invincible Saitama is in his own world. Highly important, what about Linju? Why haven't I seen anyone for a long time? Come out and see the new guy, hey. Group leader Ning Baiken, yeah, what about Linju? Why is there no one? The silence time has already been lifted, right? Ning Baiken was also stunned when he heard Gao Yao mention Linju, but the newcomer didn't come out. Made him look at his mute time a little uncertainly, it was indeed long past. Is there anything you are busy with? Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes, big guys. 54. Chapter 54. Bo Feng Shuman, Linju Daoist, I guess there is something busy, just like me, if I didn't see the group leader giving a red envelope, I wouldn't have time to come in. Similarly, when Gao Yao mentioned that Linju hadn't moved for a long time, Shuman smiled and said, compared to the higher level, I have to hurry up, but Yakumo Zi is sleeping every day, everyone still has a lot to deal with. Gu Sooner has to practice for a long time every day, and there is not too much in the water. And he has to deal with many Konoha's official duties every day, and he has to look after his children when he goes home, and he is very busy. Even Nanzionio, who is in the daily world, also has to go to school and do housework. Heroic management, I don't know if I'm busy, but he missed this historic scene anyway. Gu Sooner, a historic scene. Gu Sooner, who was still downloading the file, asked strangely when he saw Su Xiaoyu, a permission dog. What the hell? A historic scene? Is it to say that as the 7th Order Saitama boss, challenge the scene of the group leader being rejected? Heroic management, yes, it's a historical scene. The Saitama boss's entry into the group made me feel the terrible part of the group boss. Thor, does it mean strength? Indeed, seeing the power of the 7th Order boss can blast the power of a planet with one punch, and when you think about the 9th Order of the group leader, it is even more unfathomable. Nanzionio, yeah, the strength of the group leader is getting more and more unfathomable, shivering. Heroic management, no, I'm not talking about this. Yakumo Zi, what are you talking about? Gu Sooner, isn't this enough to make people feel more horrible? What is that? Highly important, don't sell it to you, just say it. Seeing that he aroused everyone's curiosity, Su Xiaohu's heroic cheeks suddenly showed a smile that had already seen everything. Sure enough, only oneself can clearly see the horror of the group leader. These idiot group members didn't realize it at all. Heroic management, do you remember? The exercise method that the group leader said at the beginning that will make people bald. Gao Yao, remember, it was a pity that I could not practice. Gu Sooner, do you still remember, why, do you still have to give you an award? Forgot to say that it is impossible to forget, after all, it is just what I said 2 days ago. At that time, they were shocked, and they all wanted to practice for a while. Heroic management, this exercise method is the practice method of the Saitama boss. What? Seeing Su Xiaohu's words, everyone was shocked and unbelievable. The person who seems to them to practice the same way as playing, who can become an invincible powerhouse in just 3 years, is actually the Saitama boss? Also, is the boss of Saitama a bald head? No wonder that just after joining the group, the leader of the group said that he was already bald. A 7th tier boss turned out to be a bald or something, there is always an inexplicable sense of joy. However, what does it matter that the group leader is even more unfathomable? Saitama, I always feel a little unhappy. Saitama still cares about being a bald head. After all, he is only in his 20s. Every time he goes out, he will be mistaken for grandpa or something. He is fed up. Heroic management, it's all here, haven't you thought of it yet? Really? Seeing that everyone didn't react at all, Su Xiaohu also sighed with a bit of hatred for iron and steel. One by one, how come you don't use your brain so much? Heroic management, the leader of the group, in the long river of time at that time, I saw that the leader of Saitama will join our chat group in the future. That's why he came up with that set of cultivation methods, and after the boss of Saitama joined the group today, the boss of the group directly asked him if he was invincible. Can't you see from this, the horror of the group leader? Group leader Ning Baikan. Fuck. Seeing this wave of operations by Su Xiaohu, Ning Baikan was directly shocked, and a foul language immediately burst out. Started again, started again. This guy who knows Daihua without doing anything all day, has started again? Has said that the strength of this saint child is not enough to spy on the future in the long river of time. Why don't you believe it? Just don't believe it. Can you stop doing it day by day, just make it there, and then force him to be terrifying? Saitama, did the group leader see that I was going to join the group a long time ago? That's amazing. After seeing the manager's words, Saitama was shocked again in his heart. Can the group owner be able to achieve this level? Chapter 40. It really deserves to be disgusted with being too weak, a ninth-order existence with unfathomable strength. Hexy, unbelievable. Similarly, Hexy was shocked after hearing this. It's really not too scary to be able to spy on the future group owner in the long river of time. She took it. Gusuner, hey, when you said that, I also remembered. At that time, the group leader knew that Saitama would join the group. Thor, it's really horrible, I knew that Saitama will join the group in a while. Highly important, horrible. Nanzionio, sure enough, the strength of the leader of the group is beyond our imagination. It's terrible. Although I don't know when it happened, it doesn't affect my feeling of horror. Yakumo horrible. Shock. After seeing Su Xiaohu's words, many members of the group were shocked. Being able to snoop on such precise information over a long period of time really shocked them beyond words. Today's shock made them feel almost numb. Group leader Ning Baikan. With his back leaning on the ancient tree, Ning Baikan looked at the endless starry sky, under the stars. There was a touch of despair in his eyes. Was desperate, he was completely desperate for this chat group full of Daihua atmosphere. Hexy, the strength of the group leader is really something I can't figure out, it's terrifying. Saitama, I feel more and more enthusiastic. A group leader with such a terrifying strength, he is very strong. At this time, Saitama decided. Tomorrow's workout, double it up again. 400 squats, 400 sit UPS, 400 push UPS. And, insist on running 40 kilometers every day. He wants to become stronger in the shortest possible time, reaching the strength that can challenge the group leader, the 8th peak. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. 55. Chapter 55. Linju, who did I just? Hey? The newcomer? But now I'm busy fighting zombies, I'll talk about it after the fight. At this time, Linju, who had just been mentioned, also appeared. But he took a dazzling look and disappeared again. Nanzionio, fighting zombies? Is that the kind of zombies with hideous faces, blue-faced fangs, and blood-sucking? Seeing Linju's bubbling and words, Nanzionio was taken aback. This guy didn't appear for a long time. Was he beating zombies? She has not opened the files of the zombie series in the group so far. Scared? She doesn't have the habit of watching horror movies secretly by lying alone in the bed at night. Although she has a black belly, it doesn't mean she is brave. Thor, I didn't listen to him 2 days ago. I was going to deal with a zombie with a cultivation base of hundreds of years. I didn't expect the group leader to send out the red envelope, he went. Go sooner, 200 points are just enough for him to buy the mahogany sword. I must try to get a zombie. Heroic management, indeed, he didn't dare to go without the 200-point red envelope given by the group leader to buy a peachwood sword. Didn't he expect to be so impatient? After a few words, everyone guessed that the zombie Linju was fighting was the one he had been talking about the previous 2 days. However, it's a pity that he didn't take the initiative to attack, but the zombie ran out to do evil by himself. I had no choice but to go out to fight. By the way, try the mahogany sword I just bought, how powerful it is. Hit zombies. After desperate for a while, Ning Baikan sighed helplessly, and took the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Linju went to fight zombies or something, although he was a bit eager in the words just now. He has nothing to worry about, a child of luck in the world, where is it so easy to play GG? What's more, he bought a 500-year-old mahogany sword, which has a blessing on the damage of zombies and ghosts. Saitama, what is a zombie? How strong is it? Is it strong? Hexy, it's the kind of thing that jumps, looks ugly, and blood. Hexy has a little understanding of zombies. After all, in a high-tech world where science and technology become gods, movies and TV dramas are naturally not scarce. I saw similar movies when I was bored. Saitama, how is this zombie's strength? Group leader Ning Baikan, as for zombies, the strength is strong or weak, and they are a little bit stronger than ordinary people. They can deal with them with a little strength, but they can't kill them. And the strong among the zombies, there are even horrible existences that I can't beat. Seeing that Saitama cares so much about the question of whether the zombies are strong or not, Ning Baikan twitched his mouth and explained it. As for why Saitama cares so much, he can guess a bit. With him, only hands are itchy. It was okay before, but I can hold it back for a while. After all, it has been invincible for a long time, and everyone is solved with one punch without any passion. Over time, I got used to it. After all, those weird people who appeared in my own world were a punch no matter how strong they were. Although empty, there is no alternative. But it's different now. After joining the chat group and knowing his strength, the passion in Saitama's heart was aroused again. It's a pity that he is not interested in abuse of food and did not agree to Saitama's challenge. Now that he sees something that he has never heard of before, but also in existence in the chat group, it will naturally attract his attention. Saitama, wow, is it so strong? There is even a group owner who is not an opponent. Seeing Ning Baikan's explanation, Saitama immediately shined. Then, Saitama, do you need help fighting zombies? I can help. Zombie world. Linju wore a Taoist robe, holding a peachwood sword in his hand, and cautiously confronted the zombies in front of him. At this time, he looked a little embarrassed, and the hat on his head was also missing, covered in dust. His Taoist robe was also torn out a few holes, and he was short of breath. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce battle. Saitama. Hearing Linju of 8's own in the group again, he took the time to glance at it again. After seeing this strange name, she was a little dazed. Newcomer? This newcomer is not bad, he still wants to come and help. After knowing that the other party is a newcomer, Linju also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, when he saw the Maozhang in front of him, he breathed out a breath of essence and blood and absorbed it, and his face suddenly sank again. I can't go on like this. The difference between his strength and Mao Zheng's strength is not too big, under the blessing of his Taoism and this 500-year-old mahogany sword. Can also crush this hair stiffly, even from time to time, it can even severely inflict a wave. But the only problem is, how many unexpected chi stored in the zombie's body. Once traumatized, he spit out a sip of the stored essence and blood to absorb it. Not only the injury is healed, but the strength is even stronger by 3 points. How many people did this animal kill? Thinking of this, Lin Ju felt cold again. The breath of the essence and blood was at least the sum of the essence and blood of more than a dozen people. From just now to now, this zombie has vomited at least 10 mouthfuls to absorb it. In other words, at least this zombie has already sucked the blood of the giant of 100 people. Nai barrier, poor Dao will surely walk the path for the sky today and kill you. After getting this amount that made him somewhat frightening, Lin Ju was furious, and after a loud shout, he rushed over with the peachwood sword in his hand. Roar! Seeing Lin Ju's sword rushing over, the zombie also stopped sucking the energy of essence and blood. In the mouth with fangs, there was also a cold roar, and he greeted Lin Ju directly. Scarlet eyes are full of bloodthirsty. Hurry like a law, kill. Lin Ju was holding a peachwood sword, and in 3 or 2 steps, he came to the zombie's body with a magic trick in his hand. The mahogany sword exudes bursts of golden light again, and only takes the zombie's head away. When the speed of this sword was extremely fast, and when the zombies hadn't even reacted to it, they were chopped onto the sky spirit cap. However, Mao Zheng, who had already cultivated to the realm of copper skin and iron bones, was not injured at all. A crisp sound resounded like a hard thing was chopped up, resounding through the town. Ha! After the zombie was struck by Lin Juyi's sword, on the cyan hideous face, there was a hint of human sarcasm. A breath of coldness was also spit on Lin Ju's face, causing Lin Ju to shiver. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes. 56. Chapter 56. After 10 days, the book is finally on the shelves. Sprinkle flowers is on the shelves, which means to start charging. The big guys won't all slip away, right? I don't think so. I don't say too many things, and I don't mention anything that sells badly. Just one sentence. Gooey beg the big guys to subscribe. Thanks for the support. Chapter 41. P.S. If you have any characters you want to join, post the comments below the top of the comment area, and I will reply one by one. Chapter 57. As night falls, the sun has already set. As the darkness fell, the hot temperature gradually became cold. It's dark. Seeing the sun set, Lin Ju's mood changed in vain, and his complexion changed. Although this hairy dog is not afraid of the sun, it can walk around the world in the daytime without being burned by the yang energy brought by the sun. But the night is the home ground for ghosts such as zombies. Roar! As expected, as Lin Ju's complexion changed slightly and bathed in moonlight, the state of that zombie at the moment became even more excited. The cold breath became even more cold, and even the air was filled with chill. Not good. Seeing this zombie change, Lin Ju's expression changed again. If he can handle the zombie just now, or even kill it, it is still a question of whether he can block it. Yet, just under Lin Ju's somewhat horrified gaze, this hairy zombie suddenly moved. In an instant, the zombie that was almost face to face with Lin Ju stretched out Senbei's hands with sharp claws and grabbed it towards him. The strong death spirit above the sharp claws shocked Lin Ju's mind and quickly avoided. Hurry like a law, kill. Avoiding the zombie's Senbei hands, Lin Ju squeezed again with a hand trick, waving the peachwood sword towards its body. Boom! However, as soon as he slashed past with a sword, the zombie rushed in front of him in an instant. Only heard a sound, Lin Ju's figure flew out in an instant, and smashed not far away. Ahem! Climbed up from the ground with difficulty, Lin Ju wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his pupils shrank slightly. The speed of this zombie has become so fast. At that moment, he didn't even react, and he was beaten out. Yet, smelling the breath of blood overflowing from the corner of Lin Ju's mouth, the zombie's expression became even more excited. In the mouth with fangs, there was another strange noise, as if chewing something. Master! Just as Lin Juyi watched the zombie nervously, the figures of Chuzheng and Wen Ke rushed over from a distance. What are they doing when they come back? Seeing his two apprentices ran back, Lin Ju frowned and just wanted to scold him. Saw Wen Cai still holding a wooden basin in his hand, and yelled at him with a look of excitement, "Black dog blood! Black dog blood!" Hearing these three words, Lin Ju's words that he wanted to scold also stopped abruptly. It seems that they still learned a little bit of their own skills. He came here a bit hastily before, and did not have time to prepare too much. After came over, he directly confronted the zombie again, before he had time to tell his two apprentices to prepare something. I didn't expect that these two apprentices would only cheat his apprentices, and they would have their minds enlightened one day. Master, catch it! However, Lin Ju's thought just came up in his mind, and he waved away immediately, his complexion sank. I only saw the excited literary talent holding the wooden basin. On the way to hurriedly, one inadvertently stepped on a stick. After that, I only heard ouch before the text fell. That pot of black dog blood also came out with it. Stupid! Seeing this scene, Chu Sheng was dumbfounded, covering his face as if he didn't even look at it. The black dog's blood that was finally found, just lost it. Even Lin Ju couldn't help holding his forehead, fearing that he would faint with anger. However, the next scene directly made him completely stunned. Roar! I saw the black dog blood that was thrown out by Wen Kai, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, and only splashed on the zombie. The blood is not spilled, but the basin comes first. The zombie saw a basin thrown towards him, and immediately hid behind. The black dog blood was swayed out in mid-air. Just intact, splashed all over the zombie. In an instant, bursts of smoke from the body burned by the black dog's blood rose up, making a sizzling noise, and a foul smell came to the face again. Can it still be like this? Seeing this scene, Lin Ju was first sluggish for a second, then his gaze condensed, and he secretly said, a good opportunity. Tai Shang Lao Jun is as anxious as a law. When the zombie was burned by the black dog's blood, roared in pain, turning around indiscriminately. Lin Ju immediately bit his finger and wiped the blood on the peachwood sword body, and a hand art was instantly pinched out again. Next second, when Lin Ju Xiaoju finished, the peachwood sword in his hand burst out with a strong golden light again. Kill! With the falling of a killing word, the peachwood sword that exudes dazzling light and carries a strong breath of the sun, instantly stabs the zombie. This time, due to the burning of the black dog's blood, the stiff body, which was already copper-skinned and iron-boned, rotted away. Only heard a whistle, the peachwood sword that pierced directly through the zombie's body, bringing out a pool of green blood. Roar! Then, a strong golden light broke out again, and under the mad roar of the zombie, the body suddenly exploded. Ended. Lin Ju was also relieved to see that this Mao Zone was killed. Fortunately, his two silly apprentices suddenly opened their heads and went to find a pot of black dog blood. Under the circumstances of the accident, he directly gave the zombie a wave of dog blood from this pot of black dog blood, and he didn't pull a drop of it. Otherwise, he really may not be able to solve it. Fortunately, I have you. Picking up the 500-year-old peachwood sword, Lin Ju silently thanked Ning Baikan in his heart. If it were an ordinary mahogany sword, the first sword that had been cutting this copper-skinned iron-boned hair would break directly, and how could it have been used until now? Master, you are so amazing. At this time, Chu Sheng, who saw the zombie being killed, also ran over immediately. Toward Lin Ju, he gave a thumbs up and said with a look of admiration. Wen Kai, who fell to the side, got up only without a promise, and then carefully glanced at his master. Humph! Seeing Wen Cai look like this, Lin Ju snorted coldly, too lazy to care about him, turned around and left. However, when he walked a few steps out, he glanced back at him again. This time, he did a good job. Master! Wen Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and the expression of fear was also put away, turning into a look of excitement. Master praised himself just now? Right? Must be. A literary talent who is rarely praised by Linju. After hearing this, I can't even mention how beautiful it is. What are you laughing at? Seeing Wen Cai's happy face, Linju glared at him again, and said in a cold voice, the time to practice will be doubled in the future. Chu Sheng, who heard this on the side, stopped seeing Wen Cai's excitement, and immediately started to sneer with his mouth covered. You, too. What? Chapter 58. Fighting the Horse Continent. Wuden City, Xiao family. Gu Suner's figure, sitting quietly in a corner of the martial arts field. That beautiful scenery, from time to time, will make a silver bell-like laughter, attracting the attention of many young disciples. Sure enough, is Saitama the biggest demon in the world? Gu Suner, who had read all of One Punch Man, couldn't help but vomit. When Poros, the overlord of the universe, appeared on the stage, she hoped that this overlord-level character would beat Saitama violently. Did not expect. After Nipolos made a crazy output against Saitama, he still failed to force his full strength. Only took a punch again. Although it was a punch that got serious, it was a punch. With one punch, he killed Poros, the overlord of the universe who had not found an opponent for a long time in the universe. Is this the horror of an extraordinary powerhouse? Gu Suner had no way to understand such a powerful and invincible power. Is like what she said earlier, her father, the patriarch of one of the 8 ancient tribes. Tang 26. The existence of a 9-star pinnacle fighting sage, squeezing the entire continent of fighting horses, is impossible to achieve such a punch for a child. Even if there are not many that can be enemies, there are opponents. Chapter 42. Where is like Saitama, no one can match it. Cousin Suner, do you want to practice together? Just when Gu Suner sighed about Saitama's power, a voice that made her extremely irritable, even disgusting, sounded next to her. Gu Suner, who heard the voice, said coldly, no time. Don't think about it, she knows who it is. Xiao Huo, the son of luck in the horse fighting continent, the 3rd young master of the Xiao family in Wuden City. Cousin here, but there is a volume of mysterious fighting skills, which is very suitable for you to practice. Xiao Huo, who was coldly rejected by Gu Suner, didn't give up, but took out a volume of fighting skills from Nag. Said to her as if showing off, the words were all full of superiority. Mysterious stage fighting skills. Is there anything great about the mysterious stage fighting skills? Hearing Xiao Huo's words, Gu Suner rolled her eyes, and her heart became even more irritable. A scroll of mysterious stage fighting skills, dare to show off in front of her? This kind of garbage, she doesn't want to give it to her for nothing. Is it suitable for her to practice? However, Gu Suner was indifferent to Xiao Huo's words, and even dismissed him, not wanting to ignore him. But the many Xiao family disciples who were in the martial arts field, after hearing this, all looked over with a shocked expression, with envy in their eyes. The 3 young masters actually have a mysterious fighting skill? That is a fighting skill that only the patriarch and a few elders are qualified to practice. This must have been given to the 3rd master by the mysterious teacher of the 3rd master again, right? It's so enviable. Ah, the 3rd young master looks so handsome with the mysterious stage fighting skills, I really want to marry him. Just you? This dinosaur looks like, don't you disgust me, okay? Do you think you are Miss Suner? Of course, only Miss Suner can be worthy of a genius like San young master. Hearing this shock, voices of envy and admiration came. Xiao Huo, who stood beside Gu Suner, immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. However, when he saw that he had already used the profound stage fighting skills, the person in front of him still had no reaction at all. His complexion became gloomy again, and his eyes were filled with fire and looked at Gu Suner. Maid, what kind of costume? Mysterious stage fighting skills can't attract your attention? I'm afraid that I already want it in my heart, right? Staring at Gu Suner, Xiao Huohuo speculated maliciously in his heart. Of course, he dare not say this. Last time, after he uttered wild words in front of Gu Suner, he was taught a lesson by a mysterious fighting emperor, and he almost didn't beat him up. This also let him know, Gu Suner's identity shouldn't be that simple. Cousin Suner, since you don't like this volume of profound stage fighting skills, then I also have a volume of ground-level fighting skills here, which is very suitable for us to practice together. Seeing that Gu Suner didn't want to deal with him, Xiao Huohuo looked gloomy for a while. Suddenly there was a smile on his face, and another roll of fighting skills was taken out of the ring. At the same time, looking at Gu Suner's gaze, it was also full of greed and insignificance. It's this scroll, Joy Zen. This volume of ground-level fighting skills requires a man and a woman to practice at the same time. In the process of training. Just when Xiao Huohuo smiled and was about to introduce Gu Suner to the details of the training of this volume of fighting skills, Gu Suner finally couldn't stand this perverted low ICN, and continued to talk in front of her. Raised his head and yelled coldly, "Go!" At the same time, a ray of golden flame also appeared in Gu Suner's eyes. An ancient and terrifying coercion also came to Xiao Huohuo, who was smiling in vain following the appearance of this flame. The voice that sounded disgusting in Gu Suner's ears stopped abruptly at this moment. "You bitch!" After hearing Gu Suner's cold drink and the sudden pressure, Xiao Huohuo's expression turned gloomy again. When he was about to yell at him, with a face of sorrow, a voice suddenly came in his mind. "Boy, this little Nazai's identity is not simple, so it's better not to provoke him first." The master of this voice is surprisingly Xiao Huohuo's teacher in the original work. Sovereign Medicine, Medicine Dust. Humph. After hearing this, Xiao Huohuo's cursing stopped again, took a cold look at Gu Suner, and then turned away. The eyes hidden under the black hair are even more at this moment, like a madman. The good mood of the day is gone. Seeing that the disgusting guy finally left, Gu Suner breathed a sigh of relief. If she let this pervert stare for a few more seconds, she was not sure if she could really hold back her hands. "This guy! If you dare to provoke yourself, kill him?" Gu Suner, who had long been annoyed by Xiao Huohuo, had this idea long ago. If it wasn't for Su Xiaoyu who told her, if she rashly kills the son of luck, there will be accidents. If she doesn't pay attention, she may have to belch. She had already started to chop up this disgusting guy, chopped it into 8 pieces and feed it to Warcraft. The big deal, let the group leader help and kill him? If the leader of the group is okay, isn't it? Thinking of Ning Baikan, Gu Suner's delicate cheeks showed another flush. Chapter 59. Chat Group. Linju, it seems that I missed something big. After solving the stiff hair, Linju went straight back to his righteous village. When he finished washing and opened the chat group again, he saw the dense chat history. Suddenly felt that I missed 100 million? Bo Feng Shuman, hey? Linju, do you have finished fighting zombies? How good is the weapon bought by the chat group? Gu Suner, it must be easy to use, otherwise Daoist Linju won't be able to come back. Linju, indeed, if it wasn't for the red envelope sent by the group leader and bought a mahogany sword this time, I really wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing Linju say this, Gu Suner was stunned. She just teased, but she almost couldn't come back? Heroic management, what's the situation? Aren't the zombies in your world very weak? It's almost impossible to get it. Thor, yes, one thing with one hammer, you almost can't figure it out. Highly important, could it be that something has changed again? Yakumo Zi, you are you going to take a look at the power of the new outfit, and then you almost get killed? Seeing Linju saying this, everyone was surprised and almost couldn't come back. In the video of the zombie series, they saw it. Linju's strength is not strong, but when facing those zombies and ghosts, it can be said to be invincible. Basically, there is nothing he can't beat, right? Linju, the level of this zombie has reached the realm of hairy stiffness. The body is copper-skinned and iron-boned. It is even not afraid of the sun and can walk in the daytime. Linju, it was because this zombie came out to make trouble in the daytime and slaughtered many villagers, so I hurried over. Speaking of this, Linju was even more grateful to Ning Baikan. This zombie will inevitably appear today. If there is no red envelope from the group leader, the mahogany sword will be gone. He might have to be buried under his corpse today. Linju, the leader of the group, I don't want to repay your kindness, I can only get my body, ... Linju has been silenced for 10 minutes. Group leader Ning Baikan, go. Ning Baikan, who was originally watching the screen, watched well and was in a good mood. Who knows that this guy has made such a show again? If he were a cute girl, he would naturally not refuse. The man who pulls his feet is just a man who pulls his feet. Every day, I think about impossible things. Go sooner, deserve it. Heroic management, let me declare first, this time I moved my hands, it's the leader of the group. But I just want to say, well done. Highly important, despise, as a man who pulls his feet, he still wants to covet the boss of the group. Thor, I can understand these zombies with copper skin and iron bones, but can I still cultivate to the level of not being afraid of the sun? Nanzionio, as soon as you asked this question, I knew that you didn't take a good look at the self-humility of the group leader. Nanzionio, as I said before, the leader of the group, the strongest among the zombies, but even the leader of the group is not an opponent, why can't he practice enough to be afraid of the sun? Group leader Ning Baikan. Seeing this, Ning Baikan's mouth twitched again, speechlessly looking towards the sky. He said a truth seriously, why has he become self-humility again? Headache. Thor, it turns out that although it is the daily self-humility of the group leader, it can also show that the strength of the strongest among the zombies is definitely not low. At the very least, they are not opponents at all. Even if it is as strong as Saitama, it is probably hard to beat, right? Saitama, he has finished. At this time, Saitama has also finished watching the drama that belongs to her future. How do you say, it is really plain. Until the end, he didn't see an opponent who could bring him a hearty battle. Even if it was Poros, the overlord of the universe, he only made him give a serious punch and hit GG directly, without any passion at all. Just after watching the water group, he saw that Linju had finished fighting the zombies. What a pity, he said he was going to help. After all, the group owner said that the strong among the zombies could not even beat him. Go sooner, it has appeared, and the bald devil has appeared. Gao Yao, it has appeared, the bald devil has appeared. Chapter 43. Yakumo Zi, it has appeared, the bald devil has appeared. Heroic management, surprised, a certain bald devil came out and bubbled. Thor, speaking of which, the biggest boss in my world is also a bald head. It's a coincidence. Nanzionio, it is indeed a coincidence, but that big boss in your world is not only a bald head, but also a purple sweet potato. Bo Feng Shuman, haha, purple sweet potato essence? This is very spiritual, is it bald purple sweet potato essence? Saitama. Hey. It's too much, you guys. I'm a bald head, he already cares a lot, and even ridicule the screen, too much. The bald devil. Seeing the words of Gusuner and others, Linju silently peeked at the screen without knowing it. After being muted, he has no way to speak, so he can only watch and ask, what the is this big bald devil? Why did he go to fight a zombie? Not only did he add 2 newcomers to the group. There is this inexplicable and highly visual vocabulary. By the way, if newcomers join the group, there should be new fans to make up, right? Linju, who was unable to speak, flashed up when he thought of this, and immediately opened the group file. As expected. There are 2 new, good money, dramas released, and they are just there, waiting for his favor. One Punch Man and Super Seminary. Looking at these 2 names, Linju raised his eyebrows. From here, he felt that these 2 newcomers seemed a little bit uncomfortable. Is Superman again, Super God? After thinking about it, Linju opened the One Punch Superman video file that had already been played, and prepared to quietly make up a wave of drama. It's a kind of fun to be able to make up a new wave after fighting the zombies, so happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his newly bought teapot and took a sip. Then, mission. When he saw Saitama, he punched the weird guy who seemed so strong to kill him. And, after Saitama's personal monologue, he just bought the small teapot, and it fell to the ground with a scream and broke again. Fuck. This newcomer is too abnormal, right? Chapter 60. Super Seminary World. At this time, Hexie also looked at the future that belongs to him. However, to be precise, the future of her world should be more accurate. Because she has not seen herself appearing several times in this video, a large number of shots are all around the earth. Keisha is dead. How dare Liang Bing really kill his sister? Hexie, who saw this scene, was shocked, and then he was furious. Cool ice. Once one of the 3 angel kings, the king of apocalypse. The current demon king Morgana, the sister of the holy Keisha, even hooked up with the of death Carl. Killed his sister? Master. Feeling Hexie's anger and the terrifying power emanating from her involuntarily, Zhixin, who stood on one side, instantly turned pale. The powerful pressure of the Lord God level made her feel suffocated. Fine. Seeing his apprentice looking at him pale, Hexie shook his head, calmly retracted his coercion, and continued to watch. The more I saw behind, the more stormy seas turned up in my heart. In this video, after the divine Keisha dropped, it was actually the little boy Angel Yan who fought the flag? Over 7,000 years, she is indeed a child in her eyes. Huayat. When Hexie saw the appearance of the so-called Tianza Huayat, he was shocked again. After the sacred Keisha fell, all the monsters, ghosts, and snakes really appeared. This guy who was beaten by them at the beginning actually ran out of the depths of the universe again? Cool Bing, Huayat, and Carl withdrew from the chat group. Hexie's complexion also sank. These 3 guys can be said to be the first enemy of angels in the future? Although Morgana is the same now, after tens of thousands of years of fighting, many people have died on both sides. Keisha, will she really die? After the anger in his heart, Hexie returned to calm again, and muttered while looking at the endless starry sky. The strength of Holy Keisha is much stronger than her. She estimated that Keisha can get a 6th order evaluation in the chat group. After all, even she has the strength of the 5th order peak, and it is not surprising that Keisha can have the 6th order evaluation. Emerald Star retracted his gaze. Hexie opened the chat group again and continued to look at it. Fighting the Horse Continent. Wuyutan City, the back mountain of the Xiao family. Xiao Huohuo sat on the ground with a gloomy expression, and his eyes were full of gloomy birds. That bitch! Thinking of Gu Suner's attitude towards him, he felt a burst of anger in his heart, and he couldn't help cursing. Beside Xiao Huohuo, an illusory figure floated in the air, and his expression was also a hint of helplessness and regret. Looking at the young man with a gloomy look in front of him, Yao Chen really regretted his intestines. Why is he so unlucky to come to such a thing? If I don't practice well every day, I just want to hook up that little girl who doesn't seem to have a simple background? It's been almost half a year since he appeared. Didn't he expect that under the guidance of the first pharmacist in the mainland, he would only be promoted from 1 star to 3 stars? Are you kidding me? Even if he is a pig, with his help, at least in half a year, he can get 4 or 5 stars at least. The old man advises you not to provoke that little girl. Her background is not small, and there may be Dozun in the family behind. There may be fighting saints. Of course, he didn't say this. He was afraid that when he said it, he would scare this kid to death. If is scared to death, he really has no chance to resurrect. Finally, he found a medicine refining boy with a good cultivating talent, and he still thought about resurrecting himself in the future. Duzun. Hearing Yao Chen's words, Xiao Huohuo's complexion full of gloomy eyes was startled, and his pupils contracted slightly. No wonder my father and the elders in the family looked respectful when they saw her. And the Do Huang hiding in the dark? Isn't she from our Xiao family? Xiao Huohuo also reacted after being stunned. You just noticed it. Seeing Xiao Huohuo's astonishment, Yaokan suddenly get the corners of his mouth twitching. Everyone in Xiao's family knows that this little girl is not a member of your family. You are the only CO author who hasn't seen it yet? How about Dozun? Surprised, Xiao Huohuo's face showed a look of madness and greed. Dozun? So what? He is a traverser, even Do Sheng, even Do Emperor, will have to crawl under his feet in the future. GG, what about Dozun? What a arrogant kid! Just when Xiao Huohuo's face was frantic and vigorous, he was about to brag about himself. A dark laughter suddenly came in midair. Who? Hearing this laughter, Yao Chen's expression changed, and he immediately looked up. At the same time, a powerful aura no less than Dozun pressed out from his somewhat illusory soul body in an instant. Xiao Huohuo saw Yao Chen's reaction, his heart was also tight, and he quickly looked up. Dozun. From this look, Xiao Huohuo suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed in exclamation. Only in the midair not far from the two of them, a figure shrouded in black robes stood in the air. The powerful aura radiating from all over his body shocked Xiao Huohuo's heart. People from the Soul Palace. Similarly, after seeing this figure, Yao Chen was even more shocked. In the panic in his heart, his figure also involuntarily took a step back, ready to run away at any time. GG, kid, you want that little girl, right? Just when Yao Chen was about to run away, I saw that the Dozong of the Soul Palace was completely ignorant of him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Huohuo and smiled slyly, I can get him for you, but I need something from you. What? Hearing what the black-robed man said, Xiao Huohuo immediately lit up and asked anxiously. As for how this person knows who he wants and why he wants something from him, Xiao Huohuo doesn't want to think about it now. As long as Gu Suner can get Gu Suner, he thinks it is worth it to trade for anything except his life. Chapter 44. GG, is a jade pendant on your body. Hearing Xiao Huohuo's eager appearance, the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace smiled again, pointing to the position of his chest. Jade pendant? Hearing this, Xiao Huohuo was taken aback. Took out the jade pendant that he had worn on his body all day, and looked at the Dozong powerhouse in midair with some doubts. Is this? Yes, this is it. Seeing Xiao Huohuo pull out the jade pendant, the Dozong powerhouse instantly heated his eyes. Then secretly concealed his emotions, and smiled slyly, GG, as long as you give me this jade pendant, I will help you get that little girl. Chapter 61. At the same time, just when Xiao Huohuo and the people of the Soul Palace reached a consensus in Yao Chen's panic expression. In the chat group, Gu Suner was also constantly complaining about Xiao Huohuo. Gu Suner, I've been really fed up with that Xiao Huohuo recently. I've been harassing me all day, and I really want to cut him down something. Seeing Gu Suner's complaints, Ning Baikan's expression became more exciting. Really, the changes have been big enough. Although some time ago, I saw that Gu Suner was disgusted with Xiao Huohuo, but there was no intention to kill. Nan Zionio, that perverted lowly controlling Dumas, Suner, you should have chopped him down long ago. It would be a curse to stay in the world. Thor, agree, the soul of a big man secretly wants to go to a little girl's room, it is absolutely abnormal. Yakumo-zi, fortunately, Sunar's guard found out in time, and they couldn't let him succeed. Otherwise, Sunar would be dead for you. High demand, so, just cut him down and it's over. Bo Feng Shuman, well, I also think it would be fine to just cut it off for him. Keeping this kind of person is a scourge. Seeing Gu Sunar's complaints, a group of members suddenly appeared, expressing their same disgust towards Xiao Huo. A soul in his 30s, although it has passed through to a child. But that's also an uncle, okay? Was actually still climbing the wall in the middle of the night and turned into a little girl's room. Do you really consider yourself a child? This is not a perverted low ICN, what else can it be? Group leader Ning Baikan, what's wrong? Seeing the complaints from a group of members, Ning Baikan also asked aloud. Gu Sunar, this guy has been dangling in front of me from time to time recently. With that wretched look, it makes me sick to see. After finishing speaking, Gu Sunar thought of the ground-level fighting skills Xiao Huo took out on the martial arts field today. She almost couldn't hold back at that time, she just clicked on him. Nanzionio, since you see it, it's annoying. Just kill him directly? Anyway, if you have the strength in your family, it is not easy to kill him. Heroic management, it's not that simple. After all, Xiao Huo is the son of luck in fighting horse continent, and the world consciousness will not let him die so easily. Saitama, hey? The son of world consciousness and luck? What is this? Highly important, the son of luck should be the protagonist of a world. Cultivation, or doing other things, is usually smooth sailing. You should be the same as Saitama. Gao Yao still knows a little bit about the idea of the son of luck. I read online novels. After all, traveled from the era of the information explosion to the Qin dynasty. It is understandable that I have read online novels. Highly important, as for world consciousness, then I don't know. Yakumo-zi, world consciousness, should it be equivalent to the administrator of the world? Thor, are there any administrators in the world? Saitama, although I still don't understand, but I always feel like it's amazing. Nanzionio, I probably understand it, but why doesn't the world consciousness easily let Xiao Huo die? Is it because he is the protagonist? I don't believe it. This Su Xiaohu, you know a lot. Seeing Su Xiaohu's words, Ning Baikan poured a sip of dirty wine into his mouth again, and said with some surprise. Can become the manager of the chat group, and besides himself, all group members can upload their fan plays. Her identity should also be a traverser, but I don't know which world she traveled to. Group leader Ning Baikan, that's because the children of Qiyun are the protagonists of the same realm, and they are the people with great luck. If the son of Qiyun dies, then the large fortune in his body will dissipate, and it will be harmful to the world without any benefit, so. Speaking of this, Ning Baikan paused for a while, and poured some wine into his mouth again. But before he could continue to speak, Su Xiaohu took the conversation. Heroic management, therefore, in order to protect the world from damage, the world consciousness will protect the child of luck. Heroic management, if you want to kill the lucky son in your own world, you may have an accident halfway down the road, and you'll be GG directly. Seeing Su Xiaohu taking the conversation, Ning Baikan's forehead went black. I want to pretend to be coercive today, and I will give you a popular science wave, you for words? Is too much. Highly important, high? Is there such a thing? Also saw the high point of this explanation, but it was a horrified expression on his face. If you want to kill the lucky child in your own world, maybe you will have an accident halfway? Ask for flowers. Fuck. In his world, Yi Xiaochuan is the son of luck and the protagonist in the legend, right? Surely yes? Doesn't it mean that he is about to have some accident, and then he is directly forced to play GG? Highly important, I suddenly panicked, Quaiji or something, or else, I still won't go. What the hell? Seeing Gao Yao suddenly say this, everyone was surprised. Okay, why didn't you go to Kuiji and squat in Yi Xiao Chuan suddenly? Have you forgotten how he treated you? Group leader Ning Baikan, what are you panicking? Isn't it just an accident? Face him. When Ning Baikan saw Gao Yao say this, he knew what he thought of. He is now embarking on the road to cut his own son of world luck. Hearing this, he must have panicked. 0. After all, even if he starts practicing now, he is still in the category of ordinary people. It's impossible not to panic. Gu Suner, yes, he is on the front. Have you forgotten? In the original book, you became a because of him. And when Gu Suner saw Gao Yao's words, he was stunned for a while, and then he immediately lit up when he saw Ning Baikan's words. Yes. Gao Yao is also going to kill the lucky son in his world. He is just a ready-made mouse? If Gao Yao succeeded in cutting Yi Xiao Chuan, nothing happened. That Xiao Huo came to dangle in front of her again, and she stabbed it directly, the white knife went in and the red knife came out. Beautiful. That is, no matter how uneasy the road ahead is, you can't forget this hatred. Nan Zionio, if you don't cut him down, won't you be afraid of becoming an in the future? Yakumo Zi, or, in your heart, you actually don't refuse to become an eunuch. Thor, if this is the case, then I have nothing to say. Highly important. Hearing the high importance of Yakumo Zi's words, his forehead suddenly went black. The ghost doesn't want to refuse, hey. This kind of terrible thing that makes people tremble at the first thought, how can you not want to refuse? He still wants to be able to applaud love in the days to come. And is impossible, it is impossible in this life. Begging. Chapter 62. Saitama, 2, Eunuch. Seeing the chat above, Saitama's whole body was stunned, always feeling that he was swishing underneath. This high priority is a bit too miserable, right? Hexie, horrible. At this time, Hexie also just appeared, and saw this conversation. Eunuch or something, she knows a little too, for a man. How tragedy is this? Group leader Ning Baikan, so, if you don't want to become like in the original book, you can bravely rush forward. Heroic management, no matter what dangers are in front of you, can it be more terrifying than you becoming an eunuch? Gu Suner, yes. Don't persuade. Go directly to Kuiji to find Yi Xiao Chuan and let him play GG. Rush. White Mouse. Saitama, how much hatred does the one named Yi Xiao Chuan have with you? He turned you into an eunuch. Saitama said, how big a hatred is this? Can you do such a frenzied thing? For him, he is really going to be cut off, so why not just give him a knife? Highly important. When he saw Saitama, Gao Yao felt a little uncomfortable again, feeling down. Deep hatred? Between him and Yi Xiao Chuan, not to mention the development of the plot in the later period, just say that they have just gone through this meeting. He treats Yi Xiao Chuan completely, just like his brother. Where is the deep hatred? However, he was still unwittingly turned into an by Yi Xiao Chuan, and suffered so much. Group leader Ning Baikan, you can go with peace of mind. If you really are going to die, just say 8 and I will cross the border to save you. Chapter 45. After a laugh secretly, Ning Baikan also said sternly. For the shame of the traveler Yi Xiao Chuan, he is naturally happy to see him being stabbed to death by Gao Yao. As for the world consciousness of the mythical world? It's a low-strength world, but where can the means of world consciousness go? Heroic management, look, the boss of the group has said so, what can you worry about? Besides, what else can happen to the world of low martial arts? Isn't it just being besieged and killed? With your current strength, you can always escape if you can't beat them. The most, that is, a meteorite falls down and kills you. What are you afraid of? Just a small problem. Highly important. Seeing Su Xiao's words, Gao Yao's head went black again, and he was unable to complain. The meteorite fell down and hit yourself? Are you afraid of this? Is this just a small problem? He is just a small scum in the middle of the First Order, and the existence of the Saitama boss who can communicate with the meteorite by hand is completely incomparable. Saitama, don't worry, if there is any problem, I will go over and help you. Seeing the two big guys say so, although Gao Yao is still a little flustered. But I am not afraid to go. A 9th tier and a 7th tier two big bosses stand behind him. Where else can the world go? At the same time, after a wave of panic in Gao Yao, he calmed down again by what Ning Baikan and Saitama said. Even now when I immediately wanted to go to Kuiji and directly hacked Yi Xiaochuan to death. Yi Xiaochuan, at this moment, he also learned a good martial arts and some strategies from his uncle Xiang Yu. After saw some information he wanted by accident, he said goodbye to Xiang Yu and embarked on the trip alone. The way forward is Kuiji County. I don't know how old Gao is now. Riding on the horse, Yi Xiaochuan, who was dressed in a beautiful jade silk and dressed in fine clothes, had a hint of arrogance on his face. Made him look like a nobleman. After inadvertently thinking of Gao Yao, Yi Xiaochuan also stopped moving forward. Looked up at the cloudless sky, and the dazzling sunlight made him squint. Qin is so big, where can I find him? Shook his head, thinking of the vast area of Qin state without the existence of the internet. Wanting to find someone is like finding a needle in a haystack. With him alone, it is impossible to find it. Thinking about it, Yi Xiaochuan was urging him again, and continued to hurry up. The leisurely posture of traveling in the mountains and water seemed to him to be extremely comfortable at the moment. I just remembered the high points, and in an instant, he was thrown out of the sky. However, at this moment, a layer of haze quietly enveloped his heart, lingering. Hey! It's so good, why do you suddenly feel flustered? Yi Xiaochuan, who noticed something wrong, immediately became vigilant and looked around. Nothing happened. However, he stopped and watched for a long time and still found nothing unusual, and shook his head again. Is only his illusion. Nan Zionio, by the way, Gao Yao, how far are you from Kuiji now? Gao Yao, it will take about 3 days to arrive. 3 days left? Didn't he start leaving a few days ago? Why does it take 3 days? Group leader Ning Baikan, why does it take so long? Seeing Gao Yao's answer, Ning Baikan also frowned and asked with some doubts. According to Gao Yao's current strength in the first tier midterm, he was on the road while watching Fan. After 1 day, how can it take 100 or 200 miles to get there? Why is it hundreds of miles away after a few days? Nan Zionio, yes, it's been a few days, and it will take 3 days. You are not afraid of it for a long time, and then you dare not go there. Yakumo Zi, wait until Yi Xiaochuan has almost left from Kuiji and then go there, you can miss it perfectly. Hexy, isn't this self-deception? High demand, I am not, I don't talk nonsense. Seeing the speculation of several people, Gao Yao's forehead went black again, and the corners of his mouth twitched. No matter how scared I am, I won't deceive myself, right? In fact, he didn't expect it to be so far. There is no specific description of where he crossed at the beginning in the original work, and he thought it would not be too far. However, as of today, he has walked nearly 1,000 miles, and it will take 3 days to get to Kuiji. Can you blame him for this? Can't. Go sooner, then you have to speed up, or wait for you to pass. If Yi Xiaochuan really leaves, then you have to go to Tuan to find him. After a high-level explanation, everyone also knew why. Is indeed a bit far away. Group leader Ning Baikan, at this speed, after Gao Yao has passed, Yi Xiaochuan should not have arrived in Kuiji yet, so don't worry too much. However, Ning Baikan remembered one more thing. While Yi Xiaochuan was on his way to Kuiji, there was a wave of opportunities for heroes to save the United States. Thus killed the little sister Lu Susu. Chapter 63. In this case, it seems that a wave can be arranged. Thinking of Lu Susu, who died tragically from the plague because of Yi Xiaochuan, Ning Baikan rubbed his chin and started to ponder. According to Gao Yao's current speed, it must be much faster than the speed he used to live in Kuiji. Maybe, can a wave of heroes save the United States in front of Yi Xiaochuan? Group Leader Ning Baikan, after you pass, you can go and see if you can save Lu Susu before Yi Xiaochuan. After thinking about it, Ning Baikan also directly talked to 8 and said. Is a pretty good girl no matter what, she was killed by Yi Xiaochuan, which is a pity. Gao Yao, understood, the leader of the group. Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Gao Yao was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what the group leader meant when he asked himself to save Lu Susu first. But it also complied. After all, it was the order of the leader of the group. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. Just do it. Yakumo Zi, the boss of the group is planning to ask Gao Yao to rescue Lu Susu first, and then show up when Gao Yao is about to have an accident. When rescued Gao Yao, did he pull her into his harem? At this time, I saw Yakumo Zi, who Ning Bei 26chen said so, with a ridiculous expression on his face, and said with a bit of bitterness. Of course, it is unclear whether it means ridicule or not. Heroic management, it seems that it is the eyes of the group leader who the girls in our group have lost, and the group leader has to go to other worlds to find girls. The boss, did he originally mean that? Gao Yao saw this, and his eyes immediately brightened. This is a good opportunity. As long as he does this thing beautifully, that group leader can't be happy? Then reward him with a little pill, points, or something. Even if you don't reward it, it doesn't matter. There is Princess Yusha behind, I'm afraid there is no benefit? Sure enough, the thoughts of the group leader, I still can't guess at all. Fortunately, there are 2 big guys who gave me a hint. Highly important, don't worry, boss, I will do this properly, and make sure that Yi Xiaochuan will not see Lu Susu. Group Leader Ning Baikan, don't make trouble. I saw the words of Yakumo Zi and Su Xiaoyu, and Gao Yao's remarks that he didn't know what he had made up. Ning Baikan's forehead is black, and the harem or something will be troubled by the giant crab beast. Besides, I don't have any ideas in this regard, okay? Group Leader Ning Baikan, I just look at Yi Xiaoquan's uncomfortable, plus this Lu Susu died because of Yi Xiaoquan's relationship with the plague, which is a pity. Yakumo Zi, is it just like this? No, I don't believe it. Thor, I don't believe it either. Heroic management, I don't believe it either, but the group leader thinks that we are all rouge and vulgar fans and look down on us, so I went to other worlds to find girls. Yakumo Zi has been banned for 1 minute. Thor has been silenced for a minute. The heroic management has been banned for a minute. Group Leader Ning Baikan, I said no, am I that kind of person? Hey? Seeing the scene where these 3 guys were banned, everyone else was a little gloating. But, can the administrator also be muted? Nan Zionio, as expected, he is the leader of the group, and he can still mute the administrator. This authority is high, envy. Wave Feng Shui Men, envy. I go. Seeing that he was muted, Su Xiao was stunned. Isn't she the administrator? Although the authority is not as high as the group owner, I didn't expect that the group owner could still be banned. It seems that I can't hide it in the future, otherwise I will feel the pain of being authorized. Found that Su Xiao, who could also be muted, did not dare to talk to Ning Baikan again. As an administrator, if every day is silenced by the group leader, where is the coercion of the administrator? Gu Suner, speaking of which, the plot here seems to have undergone some changes. Chapter 46. Ignoring the noise above, after Gu Suner instigated Gao Yao, suddenly remembered the plot in his own world. Discover. Has been in the chat group, and his own future plot is completely different. At this stage, it should be Xiao Huo, who had been sucked away by Yaoken's fighting energy and had fallen to 3 stages of fighting power, and had never experienced this stage at all. And that medicine dust has also recovered in advance. There is also Xiao Huo's character, even though it is in the original book or now. She is disgusted. But now, the same character in the plot scene in the chat group is completely different, right? Gu Suner felt a little panicked when he thought of this. Could it be that in his own world, there are also traversers like those in Hokage? What happened? Group owner Ning Baiken, there are some changes in the plot? What has changed? Seeing Gu Suner, Ning Baiken suddenly became curious. What happened in Doma continent? As for why you sit again? Now this Gu Suner who hates Xiao Huo so much that he wants to kill him, isn't it the biggest change? Gu Suner, this way. Under Ning Baiken's inquiry, Gu Suner explained Xiao Huo's strange changes. Then, everyone was a little confused. Nanzionio, I'm going, this is called some changes? It's completely changed beyond recognition, okay. Linju, it doesn't matter if it is totally different, it seems that the changes are quite big. Bo Feng Shui Men, no, this is completely beyond recognition, not to mention that Yaoken appeared in advance. As far as Xiao Huo's personality is concerned, it is completely different. Group leader Ning Baiken, yes, as long as the personality of the son of Kyun changes a little, it can completely affect the original process of the entire world. After listening to Gu Suner, Ning Baiken didn't know what to say. How magic has to be changed on this horse-fighting continent? It was originally just a bit of perverted low ICN and flower heart. Xiao Huo, who must be reported for watching, has now completely become a brainless arrogant traverser. I have to say that I still admire Yandi Ning Baiken. Is also Xiao Huo in the later stage, forget it in the early stage, he is a scumbag who is incompetent and furious and must report. But, this demonic change is too exaggerated, right? Highly important, Yao Chen came out early, plus his realm has not fallen, so he should be very strong now. Gao must remember one thing, this Xiao Huo's cultivation talent seems to be quite strong. When he was only 11 or how old, he became a fighter and caused a sensation in Yudin City. In the case that the realm has not fallen, and Yao Chen has appeared in advance, the strength of this product should have become very strong. Don't talk too much, there should always be a fighting master, right? Chapter 64. Strength. Seeing Gao want to mention this, Gu Suner couldn't help but shook his head. There was also a trace of boredom with Xiao Huo on his crimson face. Gu Suner, since he became a fighter, his strength hasn't improved, and he has been standing still. Only half a year after Yaoken came out, he changed from a 1-star fighter to a 3-star fighter. Speaking of this, Gu Suner's little face showed another look of disdain. Nanzionio, Isn't he a good talent? How could he stand still? Linju, is the talent overdrawn? Heroic management, quickly make up for the talent overdraft? Huiwen talent film, you deserve it. Su Xiaoyu, whose ban was lifted just now, after seeing Linju's words, she couldn't help but think of that advertisement in her mind. He's good, and I'm good? Group leader Ning Baiken, no, although Xiao Huo's talent is not against the sky, it shouldn't be a situation where there is no accident for a few years, right? Hearing this, Ning Baiken also asked with some doubts. At the same time, I was guessing in my heart. Could it be that Yaoken also absorbed his grudge, but didn't absorb it too hard? This has caused his strength to stay in place. There is no improvement, and there is no result of falling down? Gu Suner, no. Gu Suner, since he joined the fighter, he has started to float, pretending to be forceful every day, looking for flowers and asking Lu, and in 3 years he hasn't practiced for 2.5 years. It wasn't until Yao Chen came out early that he took him to practice for half a year. However, he still didn't put his mind on cultivation, and came to harass her every day, and met every day. Fug. Was still guessing what caused Ning Baikan, after hearing what Gu Suner said. A mouthful of dirty wine squirted out of his mouth uncontrollably, with a dazed expression on his face. Is this Yazi? Highly important, this Xiao Huo has something to do. He is only 11 or 12 years old, and he is looking for flowers and asking Lu every day? Show. Nan Zionio, it really deserves to be shameless and wretched. It's terrible to go to the willows at the age of 11 or 12. Yakumo Zi, on the surface, they are 11 or 12 years old, but they are in their 30s. Is it normal to be unable to hold back? Thor, but at this age, can it be used? Seeing the two suddenly driving, everyone burst into laughter. At the age of 12, indeed, whether that thing can be used or not is still unknown. Feng Shuman, although this operation also makes me feel very beautiful, but I am more curious about why such a big change happened. Nan Zionio, it should be the so-called butterfly effect. At the same time, just when Gu Suner was frantically complaining about Xiao Huo, on the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Huo and the fighting sect expert in the Soul Palace also reached a consensus in an instant. This speed is so fast that Yao Chen's panic is accompanied by waves of confusion, and his mind has not yet reacted. Boy! Looking at Xiao Huo who was excited and greedy, Yao Chen sighed silently. Don't you wonder who the other party is? Believed the other party so easily, and reached a consensus, ready to hand over his jade pendant after the transaction was completed. This jade pendant must not be simple, otherwise how could it attract the strong from Soul Palace fighting sect? In other words, why did the Dozong of the Soul Palace negotiate a deal so that this kid willingly handed over the jade pendant? Isn't it the style of the Soul Hall to grab directly? GG. Seeing the Soul Palace powerhouse who had settled the matter, he let out a strange laugh. Immediately afterwards, he glanced at Yaokan again, unexpectedly. I would meet you here, Master Yao. Not good. Was recognized? Hearing the words of this Soul Palace fighting sect expert, Yao Chen's expression was a little frightened, and instantly turned pale. GG, what are you nervous about? Seeing Yao Chen's reaction, the Dozong powerhouse was again a strange smile. Our Soul Palace has no interest in you now. After finishing speaking, the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace glanced at Xiao Huo with some contempt. This kid is completely different from what the young patriarch said. Didn't the young patriarch say that although this kid is not strong now, he is still a personal character, and his future achievements are immeasurable? But now it seems that it is completely a waste of rants. I don't even have to be vigilant at the very least, I just want to get the little princess of the ancient clan. I don't even look at what I am like. However, when he thought of this, the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace was a little confused again. He still remembers that when the young patriarch handed over this task to him, he repeatedly asked, "Don't grab or kill that kid directly, otherwise our soul race will be in catastrophe." After this, he also heard what his young patriarch said about the world consciousness, the son of luck. Although he did not understand, it does not prevent him from admiring his young patriarch. Just feel unpredictable. Not interested in yourself. After hearing the words of this Soul Palace fighting sect expert, Yao Chen was completely stunned. I didn't find him all over the mainland, and vowed to take him back. Why is he suddenly no longer interested in him? Could it be that the Soul Palace has changed its sexuality and stopped doing those sordid hard buying and selling things? Seeing Yao Chen's face, he showed a strong and wonderful expression again, and the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace snorted disdainfully. A 9th-rank alchemist. Their young patriarch is now also a 9th-rank high-level pharmacist. Even, there is hope to impact the legendary Emperor Pin Alchemist. In this case, who would care about you as a medicine master? Okay, I'll help you catch that little girl. After a disdainful glance at the two, the Dozong powerhouse of the Soul Palace looked at the Xiao family again, and a sullen smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before he came, the young patriarch had told him that the little princess of the ancient clan was a cover-up for the good money. There was only one strong man at the top of Duhuang Peak guarding him, and now he came to see that it was true. When he just came here, the Duhuang Peak powerhouse hidden in the dark was discovered by him. Duhuang Peak. As soon as the voice fell behind, the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace stepped out immediately, stepping on the void and walking towards the Xiao family residence step by step, without the slightest intention of hiding his breath. As for the strong man at the peak of Duhuang, he is a high-level fighting sect, killing him is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Ha ha ha, you will be mine soon. Seeing the movements of this fighting sect expert, Xiao Huohuo suddenly burst into a burst of mad laughter. In his eyes, a touch of enthusiasm and greed suddenly appeared. The person who has been coveting for so long can finally kiss fangs today. Jade Pendant? Chapter 47. What the hell? Isn't just a relic? People are gone, what else do you want this kind of relic? Chapter 65. Du Zong Strong. Just when the Soul Hall fighting sect powerhouse stepped into the air, he didn't hide his breath at all. Ying Lao, who was hiding in the dark to protect Gu Suner, found him the first time, and his figure rose into the sky instantly. However, when he saw the person coming, his expression changed drastically. People from the Soul Palace. Got it. After seeing the person coming from the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace, Ying Lao made a bad cry in secret. Why would the Dozong powerhouse of the Soul Palace appear in this corner of the corner? The matter of their ancient little princess in Xiao's house has been exposed? Miss, hurry up to tell the clan that there is a Soul Palace in the Dozong powerhouse. It seems that he is still coming for the young lady. I am not an opponent. After S complexion changed drastically, Ying Lao also immediately spoke to Gu Suner, who was still in the water group. A high-ranking Dozong existence, he can at most stop the time for a cup of tea. The Dozong of the Soul Palace. Hearing Ying Lao's voice transmission, Gu Suner's expression also changed, and her eyebrows clustered tightly together like a round of crescent moon. How could the people from the Soul Palace suddenly appear in Yudin City, or come toward them? The news that she was in the Xiao family was only known to some high-ranking Doshang in the clan. Who leaked the wind? Gu Suner, I have something serious here, and the people from the Soul Palace will appear in Yudin City at this time. After saying this, Gu Suner immediately withdrew from the chat group and walked out of the room. High-level Duzong looked up. The figure stepped in the void, covered with a black robe, exuding a powerful aura all the time. Is like the oppressive feeling from the suppression of a mountain, which makes her face sinking again. Apart from being surprised and suspicious, Gu Suner calmly took out a jade slip from Nag and squeezed it lightly. Next second, a spatial fluctuation that was so subtle that it almost didn't exist suddenly appeared, and an invisible portal was slowly formed behind Suner since ancient times. At the same time, at the pinnacle of the ancient clan in Zhongzhou, Dozheng Guyuan, his complexion changed in vain. Suner. GG. Which of the Dohuang Peak is here? It turns out that it is an old fellow like you. At this time, the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace also looked at Ying Lao, and laughed slyly, his expression even more disdainful. An old undead trash. People from the ancient race actually sent such an old guy to secretly protect their little princess? Ged, soul kill. Looking at the Dozong powerhouse in this Soul Palace, Ying Lao's complexion also completely sank. Facing a high-level fighting sect, he could only do his best. I hope to protect the young lady as much as possible before the people of the clan arrive. Who are these two people? What a terrifying aura! Just by virtue of this coercion, it almost suffocated me. Standing out of thin air, oh my god! That turned out to be a strong fighting sect. There is this one who turned out to be a strong man of Duhuang? How could this kind of existence appear in Yuten City? Are these two powerhouses the mysterious teacher of the third young master? At this time, everyone in the Xiao family also discovered the two facing each other in midair. The powerful aura made everyone panic and exclaimed. How could this kind of existence appear in our Xiao family? Xiao Zhan said with a pale expression, looking at the two figures in the air. The aura that was so strong that he couldn't give birth to a rebellious heart, it squeezed the entire Yuten city. Is it the teacher of Master Xiao Huo? Aside, the senior elder of the Xiao family also showed fear and some uncertain guesses. No. Xiao Zhan shook his head when he heard the words. He had seen his son, the teacher, and he was not like that. That's not the teacher of his son. Who are these two people, and why are they going to the Xiao family residence? Looking at the two people who had been facing each other for a long time, Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly changed. Could it be? Are these two people going to fight on Xiao's house? Maid. When thinking of this possibility, Xiao Zhan's expression became gloomy. If it really started fighting, their Xiao family land will be completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle in all likelihood. GG, the little princess of the ancient clan looks very watery, no wonder that kid wants her so much. At this time, the Dozong powerhouse in the Soul Palace also cast his sights on Gu Suner in the Xiao family residence. Seeing that purple dress, Gu Suner like a fairy. There was also a flash of heat in his eyes, and a wretched smile appeared on the face of the gloomy bird. That kid! Hearing the words of soul kill, Ying Lao and Gu Suner both frowned. Xiao Huo? For an instant, after hearing this, the two of them guessed who the kid in the mouth of the soul was. But, how could he hook up with the soul hall? Okay, don't talk nonsense with you. At this time, Soul Kill also retracted his gaze at Gu Suner, and his body was full of breath. He still remembers what the young patriarch once said, villains often die from talking too much. As for what is a villain? No one needs to tell him, the souls know that their soul hall, and even the soul clan, is a complete villain family. After all, they have never done anything good. Blood soul art. There was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and the soul slaughter was directly hands-on. With a soft drink, blood-colored phantoms suddenly appeared behind him. Above these blood-colored phantoms, there is a chain bound, showing a crazily bloodthirsty expression, and rushing towards Ying Lao wailing. All our souls. Seeing this scene, Ying Lao's pupil shrank, and immediately spurred a grudge. Shadow! A huge skull suddenly appeared in midair following the vindictiveness of Ying Lao. As soon as the skull exuding bursts of black smoke appeared, it opened the mouth of the blood basin and bit at the soul body that rushed in. GG. Seeing this scene of the soul slaughter, the yin bird laughed again. These soul bodies of his were all powerful fighting sects during his lifetime. How could an old man at the top of Dohuang be able to stop him? Not good. Sure enough, just as the skull had just bitten past, the blood-colored soul bodies wailed and rushed up. In less than a blink of an eye, the skull was eaten up and dissipated in the world. Seeing this scene of the old shadow, his face paled without a trace of blood. He didn't expect that those blood-colored soul bodies were so terrifying that even grievances could be eaten. Kill. Seeing Ying Lao's face pale, Soul Kill shook his head with disdain. Facing an old man at the top of Dohuang, he could look up to him with his fighting skills. With the killing word of the soul slaying, those blood-red soul bodies were biting towards Ying Lao in an instant. Next second, vengeance gushed out frantically, and the old Ying, who was about to bombard these blood-colored souls, spewed out his blood in vain. S face was pale, and even the vindictive wings behind him were somewhat unsustainable. Almost fell out of the air. Shadow old. Seeing this scene, Gu Suner couldn't help but exclaimed. 66. Chapter 66. Zhongzhou. Seoul clan residence, a young man with a slightly too fair face, his eyes closed, sitting cross-legged under the waterfall. Is obviously practicing some fighting skills, and the aura that this young man exudes inadvertently is actually a peak fighting saint? Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the time for a stick of incense passed. And this young man who had closed his eyes and practiced for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. A brilliant light suddenly appeared in the opened eyes, exuding a powerful, terrifying aura. Now, the soul should be in Yuten City, right? After opening his eyes, the boy looked in the direction of the northwest continent. A smile that resembled a spring breeze also appeared on his face, just like a young man. It made people feel good when they saw it. Xiao family in Yuten City, ancient Emperor Jade. After retracting his gaze, the smile on the face of Soul Destiny was also taken away. In the next second, that book that makes people feel good at a glance, the style of painting changes suddenly. A gloomy feeling appeared on his face instantly. Son of Luck. This time, the Xiao family and the ancient clan were directly destroyed together. What about the son of Kyun? Chapter 48. A child of luck who has not grown up can only be a mermaid. Yuten City. Just after Ying Lao was beaten to vomit blood with one move, Soul Slaughter smiled again. GG. I really don't know what the ancient patriarch thought, but only let one Do Huang protect his daughter. As soon as S words fell, the soul looked at Gu Suner again, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. His whole body was shrouded in a black robe, only the gloomy gaze revealed. Gu Suner's face turned pale. Old Ying, are you okay? Holding on to Ying Lao, who had already fallen from mid-air, Gu Suner's heart was tight. Ken Ying Lao, who was pale and vomiting blood, obviously couldn't continue fighting. And even though she crushed the space jade slip, even if someone in the family sensed it in time, it would take a certain amount of time to come over. Ahem. Upon hearing Gu Suner's words, Ying Lao coughed, and another mouthful of blood was spit out. Resisted the injury, stood up tremblingly. I'm okay, miss, have you notified the clan? Gu Suner nodded, and took out a pill from Nag, and quickly took it to Ying Lao. Then, he looked at the soul kill in the midair again, and met with him. My identity is really revealed. The words of the soul killing just now made her ascertain that her identity had been exposed. But, who on earth had leaked this news and let the soul race learn it? Boy, I have solved this little girl's bodyguard for you. Give me the jade pendant. Retracted his gaze, with a slight joking expression on Soul Kill's face, he suddenly said lightly towards the Xiao family Hyushin. This faint voice, with his intention, spread throughout the entire Xiao family in Yuten City. Damn it! Hearing this sound that resounded throughout Yuten City, Xiao Huohuo's expression suddenly became gloomy. Now, no matter how stupid he is, he knows that this guy is on purpose. Back Mountain. And Xiao Zhan and the others, after hearing this sound, their expressions were also stunned. If they remember correctly, Xiao Huohuo just went to the Back Mountain, right? What kind of power does this fighting sect have something to do with his son? And also, this defeated Emperor Do, turned out to be a member of the Suner family? Xiao Zhan was a little dazed at this time. If he said that, his good son Xiao Huohuo is now uniting with outsiders to deal with Suner? Nazai. Really an antagonist? When he thought of this, Xiao Zhan became furious, and even wanted to kill the infamous son on the spot. Others don't know the identity of Gu Suner, but he knows a little bit. What kind of fighting sect is strong? It is a fart in the family, as much as you want. If Gu Suner really had something to do in Xiao's family, would they be fine in Xiao's family? Look, is that the third master? How is it possible? It turned out to be the third young master. Hiss, the third young master unexpectedly united with outsiders to attack Miss Suner. At this time, an exclamation came from the Xiao family residence in an instant. On the back of the mountain, a slightly thin figure came down from the mountain, that gloomy face, who was it not Xiao Huohuo? Sure enough, it was Xiao Huohuo's pervert. Seeing Xiao Huohuo's figure coming down from the back mountain, Gu Suner's brows were also tightly frowned. Ask for flowers. Has the plot really changed completely? Nico. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know who Suner is? Seeing Xiao Huohuo walked over with a gloomy expression, Xiao Zhan also violently screamed at Xiao Huohuo. This rebellious child! On weekdays, I searched for flowers and asked the willows, and it was nothing more than to cause trouble. Today, it caused such a big disaster. I don't know where I found a Dozone powerhouse to attack Gu Suner. Noisy. Hearing Xiao Zhan's angry curses, the soul snorted coldly, and his whole body pressed towards Xiao Zhan like a stormy sea. Puff! Under the pressure of this tyrannical aura, Xiao Zhan instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. Fell down with a languid breath, unconscious. The Patriarch. Seeing Xiao Zhan fainted, everyone in the Xiao family's expressions changed, and they all glared at their souls. However, the terrifying strength of the Dozone powerhouse prevented them from moving. Hand over the jade pendant. Seeing this scene of soul kill, he snorted with disdain, and then looked at Xiao Huohuo with a gloomy face. The young patriarch said that he can't kill him and ruin his reputation. There shouldn't be any problem, right? The waist of a 3-star fighter can still make the young patriarch look at him with admiration. At this point, the soul can't figure it out. Chat group. Just after Gu Suner left a sentence, he left the chat group. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Nan Zionio, what's the situation? Why are the people in the Soul Palace appearing in Mutant City at this time? Bo Feng Shuman, this change in the plot is really a bit big. The Soul Palace appeared in Mutant City, shouldn't it be a few years from now? Highly important. By the way, when Gu Suner was in Mutant City, was there only an old man at the top of the Dohuang Peak to protect her? There will be no accidents, right? The person who appeared in the Soul Palace, he didn't seem to have seen anyone below Dozone. Basically, the strength of Dozone is the existence of Soul Palace with the lowest strength in the article, right? Thinking of the high points here, I suddenly became worried for Gu Suner. If this is the case of a Dozone, then you can't play GG? Begging. Chapter 67. People from the Soul Palace. Ning Baikan was also taken aback when he heard Gu Suner say this. As expected. This horse-fighting continent, is it a continent where the original plot is gone? Except that Gu Suner and the original work generally appear in the Xiao family in Mutant City, what else is the same as the original work? Yakumo Zi, shouldn't you start a live broadcast at this time and then go offline? At this time, I saw that Gu Suner had gone offline, and shook his head. In this situation, shouldn't we have a live broadcast to let everyone see how far the plot has changed? Incidentally, if it's dangerous, she and the group leader, the two big money with points, can also go to save her. Thor, open a live broadcast. Linju, let's start a live broadcast. Wave Feng Shui Men, it's just right, now I am resting, let us see what the situation is. However, after leaving them 8 for a long time, Gu Suner still didn't react at all. Is still offline. Nan Zionio, by the way, if the people in the Soul Palace know that Suner is in Mutant City, they must be swarming. It should be quite dangerous, right? Heroic management, I guess so, otherwise Suner won't go offline in a hurry. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but worry about Gu Suner. Are all small partners in a group, chatting together for a long time, there is always a little affection. It's human nature to worry about her a little bit. Saitama, I have not seen the future of Miss Gu Suner's world make me look bewildered and can't stop talking. Hexy, looking blank. Saitama and Hexi, who have been peeping at the screen, all started talking in a daze at this time. They only watched their own future, they haven't had time to watch other people. Can only watch the discussion with a bewildered face. Group leader Ning Baikan, let's start a live broadcast, let us see what the plot has become. At this time, Ning Baikan was also a little curious. 8 gave Gu Suner a look. This kind of event with a dramatic change in the plot, I always feel a bit regretful if I don't take a look in person. Heroic management, if you go offline, you shouldn't be able to see us, right? Linju, it seems to be impossible. Thor, she didn't respond for a long time after we ate, maybe she can't see it, right? After visiting Gu Suner and Ning Baikan 8, everyone waited silently for a while. Seeing that there was still no reaction, I started talking with a headache. Nanzionio, hey, this is a bit uncomfortable. However, just when everyone thought that Gu Suner was completely invisible, an accident happened. Gu Suner, start the live broadcast, wait a minute. Ding, Gu Suner has opened the live broadcast room. Chapter 49. I heard the voice of the group leader 8, just now that Seoul Palace fighting sect was arguing with Xiao Huo, not paying attention to himself. Gu Suner opened the chat group and opened the live broadcast room directly in response to everyone's request. Of course, 8 of Seoul and others, she really didn't hear it. As for why? She wouldn't say, she quietly said a special concern for the group leader. The other side. At this time, Xiao Huo, with a gloomy expression, was about to drip, staring at the figure in the sky. After hearing this guy's voice, it resounded directly throughout Yuten City. Xiao Huo knew that his reputation was completely ruined. As expected, after he appeared, not only the eyes of the Xiao family changed when they saw him. Even his father Xiao Zhan yelled at him directly, very angry. Although he doesn't care much about his reputation, even in the past few years, he has developed a reputation as a dude. But this can only show that he is a second-generation ancestor, and he has not reached the level of innocence. And now, I am afraid that the next day, Xiao Huo, in order to get someone he can't get, hesitate to link outsiders to the family to gain fame, and he will spread throughout Yuten City. Actually, he can choose not to come down, but he has to come down. The longing for Gu Suner in his heart no longer allows him to wait any longer. Damn it! When he thought of this, Xiao Huo shot the soul with murderous intent, his eyes gloomy. Why, want to regret it? Seeing Xiao Huo's silence, Soul Slayer's gaze also became gloomy. If it weren't for the young patriarch Jian's admonishment, I shouldn't do anything to this kid. As early as when Hunji showed up, he slapped it to death and took the jade pendant over. One-handed delivery. Seeing the gloomy eyes of Soul Kill, although Xiao Huo was extremely angry, he was not ready to regret it. After all, the opponent is a strong man in Duzong, although I don't know why he didn't his jade pendant directly. But since we can cooperate, it must be great. Can. Hearing Xiao Huo's words, after Sunji frowned, he also nodded. For him, as long as he got the jade pendant, he completed his task. As for the little princess of the ancient clan, although he was a little hot in his heart, he was not ready to do anything. Group leader Ning Baikan, this change is too great, right? Xiao Huo actually used Tuashi ancient emperor jade to make a deal with the soul race. At this time, Gu Suner also appeared a few faint shadows, all of them stared at this scene dumbfounded. Heroic management, what the hell, exchange Tuashi ancient emperor jade for Xiao Suner? Why do you think this is a bit of a loss? Seeing this scene of Su Xiaoyu, the corner of his mouth also twitched, and said blankly. Take a chance to become the emperor, to exchange Gu Suner with his dead opponent? Say it. Looking at the appearance of Xiao Huo, changing to Xioxuniar, shouldn't you be ready to do something right? Gu Suner. What does it mean to lose money for taking Tuashi ancient emperor jade for oneself? I am a dignified little princess from an ancient tribe. Her identity is so expensive and she looks good. Can't compare to that ancient imperial jade of Pochuashi? Highly important, these soul race people, since they know that it is Tuashi ancient emperor jade, why don't they just grab it? Nanzionio, that's right, don't just grab it directly, and still make a deal with Xiao Huo. Is your brain sick? Thor, the of thunder, this soul race person, really has a brain. At this time, everyone was completely stunned. They didn't know what the soul race people were thinking. If you change them, you must grab them directly. Even went to Malaysia to make a deal, and also handed in hand and delivered the goods. Playing around. 68. Chapter 68. Can. After hearing this request from Xiao Huo, Hunji looked at Gu Suner again and waved his hand directly. Suddenly, a powerful grudge swept towards Gu Suner. Be careful, miss. Seeing this scene of Ying Lao, his pupils shrank slightly, and he blurted out a loud shout. After that, fighting hard for the body that had been severely injured, his whole body began to revolve desperately, and a dashing body stood in front of Gu Suner. Puff! In the next second, under this powerful fighting spirit, Ying Lao vomited blood again. The whole person became languid and dying. Shadow old. Seeing that Ying Lao was hit hard again, Gu Suner screamed out after covering her mouth, and hurriedly went up to support him. At the same time, the golden flame in his eyes appeared again. An ancient, terrifying coercion slowly radiated from her body, staring at the soul full of killing intent. Did the Golden Emperor burn the sky? Seeing the golden flame in Gu Suner's eyes, Soul Slayer's eyes became fiery. However, 20 Six's gaze that didn't reach for a breath of fiery heat disappeared again. This kind of thing, he just thinks about it, he doesn't dare to think that it is his own. Come on, you! After hiding that fiery gaze, Soul Kill once again waved his hand at Gu Suner, and a powerful grudge swept toward her again. Nanzionio, Suner is dangerous. Heroic management, danger in capitals. Yakumo Zi, do you need me to help? Highly important, is it necessary to talk about it? Go over to help, otherwise it will be too late. Bo Feng Shuman, this Soul Palace guy is so strong, he should be able to reach the third order peak, right? The current Miss Suner can't handle it yet. Thor, it's only tier 3, if I have points, I can beat him to death with a single blow in the past. Seeing this scene, everyone was worried about Gu Suner again. The Dozone powerhouse is not something she can handle now. The only bodyguard also played GG just now. Whether he can survive is still a question. Yakumo Zi is also at this time, directly opening the function of crossing the world, preparing to cross the border. Group leader Ning Baikan, this Soul Hall guy is going to hang up. However, before Yakumo Zi crossed the boundary, Ning Baikan's speech made her wait for the action. Hey! Ning Baikan's words not only made Yakumo Zi stop, but also made a group of members bewildered. Even Gu Suner couldn't help being surprised. Is going to hang up? Seeing everyone looking at him blankly, Ning Baikan pointed his finger at the space passage behind Gu Suner. Group leader Ning Baikan, the members of the Suner family are about to arrive, and they are not weak. Looking at the spatial passage, Ning Baikan said slowly again. Although he can't shoot directly in the live broadcast room, he can still feel about the situation here. The invisible passage behind Gu Suner, although the aura was very weak, it was so weak that the Soul Palace Dozone could not find it. But it failed to stop Ning Baikan's induction. Yakumo Zi, I almost crossed the border and almost wasted 1,000 points. Crowd members. Believe you a ghost. The guy who got 7,000 points for the first mission, and he couldn't bear to send even a red envelope. Would be willing to use 1,000 points to cross the boundary? Yakumo Purple, black question mark face JPG. Seeing a crowd of people, even the leader of the group looked a little disbelief. Yakumo's eye suddenly blacked his forehead. It is a matter of the life and death of the group members, would she be so stingy? I bother. Is really what that sentence says, with the heart of a villain, save the belly of a gentleman. It's coming, it's coming. Seeing that the strong man at the top of Duhuang Peak played GG, Xiao Huohuo's eyes became even more fiery. Immediately. This Gu Suner, who faces him coldly every day, belongs to him. When the time comes, he will treat her as he wants. He wants to make Gu Suner regret not being able to agree to be with him earlier. Ha 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 ha. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Huohuo laughed out loud, his expression crazy. As a traverser, shouldn't everything belong to him? Nothing is exception. How did the three young masters become so terrible? It's terrible. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a person. He is simply the scum of the Xiao family. I used to idolize him, but now I only feel disgusting, shameless. Seeing Xiao Huohuo's frantic laughter, many of the Xiao family disciples shouted angrily. My father passed out with a languid breath, and he didn't even see it. It's a scumbag to be still in a pleasant deal with the person who severely injured his father. Chapter 50. Humph. Hearing the abuse from many disciples of the Xiao family, Xiao Huohuo gave a cold snort. Now that the matter has developed to this point, after getting Gu Suner, he plans to leave Yuten City directly. Leave the Xiao family. The world is so big, he is a traverser, afraid that there is nowhere to go? Thinking about it, Xiao Huohuo looked at Gu Suner with fiery eyes again, and on his fairly beautiful face, at this moment, there was only a sense of wretchedness. GG. Seeing that the grudge is about to sweep to Gu Suner, the soul slayed a strange laugh. As long as the little princess of the ancient clan is taken down, and then the ancient jade is taken with Xiao Huohuo, his task will be completely completed. By then, the young patriarch will surely give a lot of rewards. However, just when he was about to come into contact with Gu Suner, the fighting spirit he swayed. Anomaly happened. Boom! Strong enough to suffocate everyone, even a turbulent aura suddenly appeared in the heavens and the earth, and crushed the entire Gamma Empire. The sole guilty wave of fighting spirit training towards Gu Suner was also directly annihilated at this moment. Who dares to touch my daughter? After the appearance of this powerful and incomparable breath, a voice containing anger resounded between heaven and earth. Next second, everyone only saw it, a figure that was so powerful that it could reach the sky, and sooner slowly appeared behind him since ancient times. His gaze was stunned, and his murderous intent rose from the sky to stare at everyone. Ancient Patriarch. After seeing this figure appeared, the soul was suddenly scared to death. The whole person was shaking, terrified. After blurted out with a cry of horror, Sokil's head went blank. Even forgot to escape. Soul people! Gu Yuan looked up after hearing this horrified sound. Then, in the horrified gaze of the soul, stretched out his hand and shook it at him. Ah! After screamed, the soul was held by this distant place, and it was turned into nothingness. Chapter 69. Good, so strong. Dou's own powerhouse has been directly seconded? What realm should this powerhouse be? Hi, how come there are so many powerful people in our Xiao family today? Really terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Xiao family also lost their voices in horror. Too frightening. This is a terrifying powerhouse, they have never heard of what realm it is. Father. At this time, Gu Suner, who saw that the soul was killed, was also relieved. The pale complexion also returned to normal, and he shouted towards Gu Yuan with a smile. What? After hearing Gu Suner's father, everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. This strong man turned out to be Miss Suner's father? What kind of respect should be the identity of Miss Suner? Why did she appear in the Xiao family? This time, the people of the Xiao family were stunned. Except for Xiao Zhan, who passed out, and a few elders who looked terrified, everyone else looked at Gu Suner with an incredible expression. What? Has been staring at Gu Suner Xiao Huo with fiery eyes, and at this time he was also in shock. He never thought that Gu Suner's father would be so powerful. A high-level Duzong, even a strong man who is about to reach the pinnacle of Duzong. Was the second in an instant? What a terrifying strength this should be. Why is the strength of Gu Suner's father so terrifying? Ancient Patriarch. Similarly, the dust in the ring on Xiao Huo's hand was also shocked at this time. That little girl's father turned out to be the pinnacle fighting sage, the Ancient Patriarch, Gu Yuan, who stands on the ceiling of the Fighting Horse Continent's combat power. Dead and dead. At this moment, Yao Chen was desperate. He was completely desperate by Xiao Huo, a stupid guy. Although he has not been involved in this matter, he persuaded Xiao Huo not to provoke that little girl. But who knows if this great will directly anger him? Hexi, is this the breath of another world? Who is this person, so powerful? Saitama, I finally came in. At this time, Hexi and Saitama also appeared next to Ning Baikan. Once the other people started in the live broadcast room, they ran in directly, leaving the two of them staring at each other in the chat group. Didn't know how to operate at all, and ran in after groping for a while. It's okay. Seeing Gu Suner well, with no damage at all, Gu Yuan was also relieved. Then, he looked at Gu Suner with some doubts. How come people from the Soul race appear here? In such a place, the Soul clan's hands were stretched in, which of course made Gu Yuan feel a little scary. In the entire continent of fighting horses, there seems to be no place where the Soul race cannot penetrate. I don't know why it appears, but... Hearing that his father had a problem, Gu Suner also recounted what happened today. Gu Yuan's complexion became more and more embarrassing when I heard it, and that terrifying aura was also at this moment. Broke out again, pressing the entire Xiao family with fear and anxiety. Looking for death. Just after Gu Suner's voice fell, Gu Yuan was furious. Filled with raging anger, he also looked directly at Xiao Huo, who was dumbfounded on the side. This Xiao family kid unexpectedly united with the Soul race people and didn't say anything to his daughter. Actually want to hand over Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade to the Soul race people? It's just looking for death. Boom! Gu Yuan, who was suddenly angry, slapped Xiao Huo directly with his palm. In an instant, a big hand formed by the condensed fighting spirit that covered the sky directly fell from the sky and slapped Xiao Huo fiercely. Fuck! When Yao Chen noticed this scene, his eyes widened, and his face exploded with horror. Really want to be to death by this kid? With a horrified expression on his face, he got out of the ring and was about to flee. But the palm of the hand that covered the sky and sun was too terrifying, completely locked him and Xiao Huo, unable to move half a step at all. Impossible! Seeing the palm that covered the sky and the sun fell, Xiao Huo's expression was horrified, and his expression was crazy. Impossible! I am a traverser. I am the protagonist. How could you die so easily? Impossible, impossible! Ha ha ha, what makes Gu Yuan so angry? Just when the big hand that covered the sky was about to kill Xiao Huo, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded. Then, the big hand formed by the condensed fighting spirit also quietly resolved and turned into nothingness. At the same time, a figure also appeared in the Xiao family residence, looking at Gu Yuan with a smile on his face. Soul Emperor. Seeing this figure, Gu Yuan suddenly frowned, and he blocked Gu Suner behind him without a trace, his expression dignified. Fine. Seeing that his father's big hand to kill Xiao Huo was blocked, Gu Suner was also relieved. She didn't forget what Su Xiao said to her, if Xiao Huo was really killed by her father. That might happen in the next second. Ding! After testing, the world of group member Gu Suner has changed, and the mission is being generated. Just when Gu Suner breathed a sigh of relief, a prompt sound in the chat group suddenly sounded. Makes Gu Suner dumbfounded. I just thought of the word change, and the chat group said that my world is really changed. Also posted a task? This is too much for her, right? Nanzionio, wow, no wonder the plot has undergone such a big change. Is there something abnormal? Feng Shuman, unusual change. I don't know if it is the same as the last time. Good money Zhao, is it the traveler of the main space? Yakumo Zi, it looks like there are points to get again. Highly important, if you have it, you must have it, but I don't know who is so lucky to have it. Thor, my hammer is already hungry and thirsty. Saitama, is there any other task? Hexi, the world has changed. Linju, if I can, I hope it's me this time, because I'm looking at a peachwood sword again. Chapter 51. Sure enough, such a big change can only be explained by an abnormal change. Ning Baikan, who heard this prompt, also had such an expression. Such a big change in the plot, if there is no change, tell him that he doesn't believe it. I just don't know what the change is this time. The person who dominates the space of God? Or is the world of Fighting Horse continent? What special changes have taken place? Chapter 70. Quest content, find and solve the abnormal changes. Task reward, 30,000 points. Number of participants in the mission, 2 persons, group leader Ning Baikan, and a random member selected. Seeing the reminder sound of this chat group once again, the hearts of the group members were a little excited. But, a little flustered besides the excitement. Nanzionio, in other words, the last time the 4 main space travelers in the Naruto world had the strength of Tier 3, they were only worth 10,000 points. That 30,000 points mission, are the enemies stronger than them? Linju, it seems to be true. After Linju heard this, he was still a little excited, and he was stunned. He is only a 2nd tier evaluation, and he couldn't beat the 4 passers in Naruto world last time. Would it be stronger this time? Linju, I can't afford to offend, I'll let you have this opportunity. High demand, well, since Lin Daoking has said so, then I will give this opportunity to you. Highly important, he shrank his head after thinking about it, this time this task doesn't seem to be something he can participate in. Feng Shuman, I don't know if my flying thunder god can cross the world, if possible. Heroic management, no, you think too much, this is impossible. Before Shuman could finish speaking, Su Xiao interrupted him. What do you think? Flying Thor can cross the world, it's impossible to think about it, right? Even if you can, but you, a 2nd tier guy, can't sense the mark of Flying Thunder God's supremacy. Then you still cross the world of a fart. Saitama, can I go to this mission? It seems very interesting. Hexi, if I can, I would also like to participate. Thor, as long as you are picked by the chat group, you can pass. However, many of us have a quota. I don't know who can be random. Yakumo Zi, we feel that I have been lucky recently, should I have my part? Heroic management, no, you think too much, this time it should be my turn. As an administrator. The only administrator in this group, even if he doesn't have the authority of the group owner, he will follow every time. The first time I didn't have her share, I should be able to have it the second time, right? Group leader Ning Baikan, hey? Did you give me another place directly? At this time, Ning Baikan also looked at the chat group task in a bit of amazement. Actually gave him another spot directly? The authority of the group owner is really big? By the way, can I bring pets to do missions across the world? Glanced at the old cow lying next to him, Ning Baikan raised his eyebrows, although this guy had a relatively cheap personality. But the strength is still very strong, it is still possible to take it to be a thug. On? Just drank a drink next to him. Doesn't he enjoy watching the show? Ding, you can bring pets. Facing Ning Baikon's question, the chat group responded immediately. Hey, is it really okay? Hearing the response from the chat group, Ning Baikon suddenly smiled. Guru. Lao Niu, I will take you to a place later. Ning Baikon, who was in a good mood, took another sip of wine into his mouth, and then said to the old cow. However, he always feels that this cow is a little sluggish today. I wonder if it is his illusion? No, Grandpa Niu, my back hurts. Hearing Ning Baikon's words, Lao Niu looked up at him and replied weakly. Then. So he went back on his stomach again, with a trace of aftertaste on the cow's face, and a little whiteness. Take you to meet the world. Ning Baikon was a little puzzled looking at the weakened look of the old cow. Isn't this stupid cow jumping alive every day? Why are you so sluggish today and still have back pain? The bull demon who can step into the realm of supreme immortality with only 1 foot on the horse, still has a backache? Don't go. How old can you be? How old is your grandfather cow? I have never seen in the world. Ged. The old cow uttered disdainfully when he heard the words, buried his head and didn't want to speak at all. Your grandfather knew, I have been to the mainland for tens of thousands of years, how big a scene I haven't seen. Also show you Grandpa Niu to the world? Stop making trouble, okay? He just wants to lie on his stomach quietly and let his waist slowly recover. Stay for the night, go to fight again? When I think of this, the old Niu's face shows a slight smile. The taste of those female calf demon makes it impossible to stop, and the aftertaste is endless. Came back from Ning Baikon, after it ran out, it was the time it just came back. The old cow has already wiped out the little bull demon in the Tian Kai Mountains. If it weren't for feeling weak, how could it be willing to come back? I said, you won't be at a loss, right? Seeing that Lao Niu was weak and lacking in yang qi, Ning Baikon speculated maliciously. And many more. He suddenly remembered. It's normal for this stupid bull to run out in front of him. Why does he look wilted when he comes back? Still lack of yang qi, back pain? Fuck. Thinking of Ning Baikon here, he suddenly looked unbelievable and stared at the old cow. You don't want to go to the heifer, right? So what? Hearing this, the old Niu curled his mouth, turned his body and turned his tail to Ning Baikon. Said angrily. You can go to find flowers and ask Lu, you can't find Grandfather Niu. After hearing that Lao Niu himself confessed, Ning Baikon smacked his mouth, with a trace of joking in his eyes. This old man is fine. Is beginning to glow with spring? However, when did I go to look for flowers and ask Lu? I just stepped on a horse and babbled. Ding, mission participant, group owner Ning Baikon, Gao Yao. Please go to the mission world as soon as possible. Just when Ning Baikon wanted to tease Lao Niu a few words, the chat group had already identified random members. Highly important? This guy is lucky. Just about to go to Kuiji to squat for a wave of Yi Xiao Chuan, worrying about something unexpected, he was chosen to participate in a mission? Although his strength will not change after completion, he gets a little bit of points. It's okay to buy some good things in the group mall and add some safety measures to yourself. Okay, get up quickly and get ready to go. After seeing that the chat group had determined who had gone, Ning Baikon stood up and kicked the cow's ass. Mounts and thugs are definitely needed, right? He never made a move in Naruto World last time, and didn't want to make a move. A 9th tier existence, he took action against a few 3rd tier people. He himself felt a bit bullying the children. Don't go. The old cow who was kicked turned back and glared at Ning Baikon. Your grandfather knew, I have a rest, and I have to go back to fight for 300 rounds. Go on your own, I'm not free. Chapter 71. Mythical World. Gao Yao was on the way to Kuiji, after seeing that he had been randomly arrived. Can't be happy at all, with a miserable look on his face. Although I really want a wave of points, but it has to be a life flower? No, judging from his strength, he is straightforward, just lose his life and make money. I haven't seen that in Mutant City. There are already 2 Tier 5 pinnacles facing each other there, and they don't agree. Are you ready to fight? Let alone what else changed. Highly important, I was a little panicked when I was picked. I had to face 2 Tier 5 bosses in the past. What should I do? Wait online. Very anxious. Feng Shuman, after the past, you can hide behind the boss of the group. It is impossible for you to do it. It will not be possible in this life. No, I still want to move my hands in the rest of my life. Chapter 52. After all, there is a golden finger like a chat group, if it is such a first order in a lifetime. Then play a hammer? Linju, by the way, if a group of big bosses are fighting with others, wouldn't it be possible to just come to a villain to give up Gao Yao? Yakumo Zi, even if he won't be stunned by the villain, but after the battle, it is estimated that he can directly play GG. Thor, there is such a possibility. Nanzionio, this possibility is more than a little bit. If it develops to the end, the Ancient Clan and the Soul Clan will directly come to a decisive battle? Isn't that heroic management? In the gloom of life, ignore me. Highly important. When you say that, I am even more panicked. Upon hearing these high points of ridicule, his face suddenly turned pale. He knows it now. For the big guys, this task is a way to earn points. But for a first-order member like him, it's just a proposition? High demand, can I not go? Saitama, can this quota be transferred? If possible, please give it to me. Hexy, you can give it to me. Group leader Ning Baiken, okay, why are you panicking? Isn't I here? Ning Baiken shook his head when he saw Gao Yao's face so embarrassed. I have myself, do I need to panic? In the continent of fighting horses, there will only be a 6th order existence when it reaches the sky. He is a 9th order boss. Can still make you babbled? Highly important, ahem, you can take care of me, the boss. I don't want to hang up yet. Group leader Ning Baiken, prepare to cross the border. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Baiken also directly let the chat group open the cross-border channel. Then, I grabbed it with a big hand. Nima, I can't tell you Grandpa Niu anymore, don't step on me. Let me down, I want to stand up against you. A big hand covering the sky and the sun grabbed the old cow, amidst its struggle and abuse. Ning Baiken grabbed it and bought it directly and stepped into the space channel. The figure of one person and one cow disappeared instantly. Fighting the Horse Continent. Mutant City, Xiao family resident. Since the appearance of the Soul Heaven Emperor, the atmosphere in the Xiao family has become extremely tense. The 2 Xians standing on the top of the continent, their eyes constantly collided with sparks. The terrifying aura that was like a stormy sea made everyone in Mutant City tremble with discoloration. And Xiao Huo. While waiting for death in disbelief, he found that he did not die, but survived. A terrifying existence that didn't look simple appeared in an instant, blocked the big hand that was slapped at him, and saved him. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, I am the protagonist of the destiny, I will not die, no matter how strong the enemy appears, someone will appear to save myself. Looking at the Soul Heaven Emperor, who was dressed in mysterious clothes and had an elegant and free temperament, Xiao Huo laughed wildly in his heart. This, I will be the master in the future, right? According to the general novel routine, this kind of existence that saves the protagonist suddenly appears when the protagonist is about to die. Is not related to the protagonist, or because of the protagonist's talents, and want to accept the protagonist as an apprentice? It seems that the time for my rise will come soon. At this time, Xiao Huo glanced at the panic-stricken dust on the side. Could not help showing a trace of contempt in his eyes. Have a look. Many gaps? The one who suddenly appeared in the air was so calm and unhurried in the face of the strong man who didn't know what realm. Look at his current teacher in name again? Thinking of this, Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but sneered in disdain, and stopped paying attention to Yaoken. That's it. Also boasted to himself that he was the #1 alchemist in Fighting Horse Continent when he was alive? The other side. Ask for flowers. Gu Yuan looked dignified, staring at the Emperor's Soul Heaven like a torch, and asked in a cold voice, Emperor Soul Heaven, why are you here? Why, this is the site of your ancient clan. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Soul Tiandi's cheek suddenly showed a smile like a spring breeze. As long as you Gu Yuan can come, I can't come. The voice fell off. The Soul Heaven Emperor looked aside again, staring at Xiao Huohuo after he appeared. Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade. After sensing the ancient jade aura that Xiao Huohuo hung on his chest, the corner of Soul Tiandi's mouth showed a smile again. As expected. The news is accurate, and the ancient Emperor Tuashi Jade of the Xiao family is in this place. Guys from the ancient race, they are quite good at playing. Let the little princess of his own family hide in Xiao's house, and then look for a chance to give Gu Yu along? Not good. Seeing the sight of the Emperor's Soul Tian, and the intriguing meaning in his eyes, Gu Yuan secretly said a bad voice. The Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade of the Xiao family has been exposed. It seems that there is a ghost in the clan. Gu Yuan, who sensed that the situation of the Xiao family had been controlled by the Soul clan, couldn't help but get frightened secretly. Those who know this news are all high-ranking fighting saints in the clan. Unexpectedly, the people of the Soul race have stretched out their hands to this extent? Little brother, can you show me the jade on your chest? At this time, just as Gu Yuan was secretly frightened in his heart, the Soul Heaven Emperor looked at Xiao Huohuo and said gently. That smile like a spring breeze, people who don't know him would surely think this is a gentleman. I'm coming. Hearing the Soul Heaven Emperor talking to him, Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but feel a touch of excitement in his heart. As predicted. Does this guy who looks very powerful just have anything to do with him? Besides, it might have something to do with his cheap mother in this life, otherwise, how could he look at the relics his mother left for him? Since you want to see it, kid, I'll give it to you. Xiao Huohuo showed excitement, and directly took out the jade pendant hanging on his chest. Is going to hand it to the soul of the emperor. Stop it. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan frowned immediately and stopped shouting. However, Xiao Huohuo glanced at him with disdain, and handed Gu Yu over regardless. You just stepped on a horse and almost killed yourself. Who listened to you? Begging. 72. Chapter 72. Damn it! You can't let the Soul Tiandi get this ancient Emperor Jade, otherwise. Seeing Xiao Huohuo handing Gu Yu over to him, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and made a bold move. In terms of the Soul clan's behavioral methods, if they were to get this Imperial Jade, Horse Fighting Continent will surely make waves again. Falling over the sky. Gu Yuan, who made a bold move, immediately hit the Soul Heaven Emperor with a seal. Next second, everyone saw that the originally clear and cloudless sky was instantly dark. A series of tyrannical fighting spirits condensed in an instant, and they pressed down towards the Soul Heaven Emperor. The terrifying power made everyone in Duotan City horrified and pale. Humph! Seeing Gu Yuan directly attacked himself, the Emperor's Soul Heaven condensed his eyes and snorted coldly, if this is the case, then I will kill you first. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of the Soul Heaven Emperor rose into the sky, and the terrifying aura of Dosage Peak completely exploded. If it can overwhelm the power of heaven and earth, the group members in the live broadcast will be stunned. Boom! Following the move of the Soul Heaven Emperor, the heaven-shaking seal that had been suppressed by the sky, after a terrifying bombardment, quietly dispersed. Who killed who is still unknown. Seeing Gu Yuan, whose heaven-shaking seal had been broken, he also gave a cold snort and stepped forward. The figure instantly appeared in the air, opposing the Soul Heaven Emperor. Today, let you be buried in the land of the horns of the continent. Seeing Gu Yuan rushing forward, on the face of the Soul Heaven Emperor that had always been smiling like a spring breeze. At this moment, there is a hint of intriguing color. Then it depends on your ability. Seeing the intriguing color revealed by the Soul Heaven Emperor, Gu Yuan's heart immediately became vigilant. Even though he has been slightly better than the Soul Heaven Emperor every time he fought against the Soul Heaven Emperor for thousands of years. But he didn't dare to be careless. Chapter 53. After all, the Soul clan was the most mysterious and unpredictable among the 8 ancient clans. All kinds of means shocked the world. No one had imagined that the people of the Soul race would successfully siege and kill Xiao Xian, who had suppressed an era. There are not many other Soul races, only. Soul Tiandi saw that Gu Yuan showed a hint of alertness, and the unidentified smile on his face even worsened. Flatly spit out words that made Gu Yuan horrified, only, Juxing Do's Hung, I have enough Soul races. Boom. As soon as the voice of the Emperor's Soul Heaven fell, the 2 extremely terrifying coercion appeared almost at the same time. What? Sensing these 2 terrifying coercion, Gu Yuan was suddenly horrified, and his face was incredulous. 9-star fighting saint. Are still 2 9-star fighting saints? He can clearly sense the terrifying power contained in those 2 coercions. The early stage of a 9-star fighting saint. There is another one, even better than yourself? How can it be? How can the Soul race have 3 9-star fighting saints? Horrified. At this time, Gu Yuan has no longer the slight sense of wind and wind. Only the color of horror filled his heart. What is the concept of the 3 9-star fighting saints? In the entire continent of fighting horses, there were only 2 in the past, he and the Soul Heavenly Emperor. Now there are 2 more people who are still from the Soul race? Fear. An infinite horror. 2 statues. Similarly, after hearing the words of the Emperor's Soul, Gu Suner and the group of members in the live broadcast room also showed a hint of surprise. Nanzionio, there are 2 more 9-star fighting saints? Isn't there only 2 Soul races, 1 Soul Heaven Emperor, 1 emptiness swallowing inflammation? Where did one come out again? Thor, I remember, the other powerhouses of the Soul race are at best the 8-star fighting saint, right? Linju, could it be that the change this time is the extra 9-star fighting saint? Yakumo Zi, it looks like it should be, but I don't know if it is the original person of the Soul race or the Transcender. Saitama, what is the Traverser? Hexi, does it mean the kind of person who travels from one world to another? Bo Feng Shui Men, well, that's what it means, but behind them, there is a main controlling them. Someone else is controlling? Hexi was stunned when he heard this. Can things like crossing the world be manipulated by humans? Father. At this time, Gu Suner, who also sensed the appearance of 2 horrible auras, couldn't help showing a worried look. She knows it. Although her father and the Soul Heaven Emperor have the same strength, he still has the upper hand every time. That's nothing more than the Soul Tiandi hiding clumsy. In fact, compared with the Soul Tiandi, Gu Yuan still slightly lost. However, now there are 2 9-star fighting saints, her father must be unsure. But I thought of the group leader who had already crossed the boundary, and Gu Suner's worries had also faded a little. As long as the leader of the group can arrive in time, the souls of these souls are naturally fearless. 9 stars fighting saint. At this moment, Xiao Huohuo also heard the words of the Emperor's Soul Heaven, and he became even more excited. He thought, these people are at most the strength of Dozun? Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a strong fighting sage standing on the top of the mainland. Moreover, this existence that might have something to do with him, there are actually 3 9-star fighting saints in his family? Xiao Huohuo is very clear. Such an existence is undoubtedly the ceiling of this continent's combat power. After thinking about it, Xiao Huohuo's breathing was also rushed at this moment, his eyes fiery. Even Gu Suner was left behind by him at this moment. If he really has something to do with this strong man, wouldn't he just take off from now on? Even, it turned out to be a strong fighting sage. A terrifying existence. How can such a terrifying existence appear in our city of Yutan? Moreover, that strong man seems to have something to do with the third young master. Even if this terrifying powerhouse has something to do with Xiao Huohuo, he is still a scum, shameless person. I look down on him. Yes, he is a shameless scum. I am ashamed to be a child of the Xiao family with him. It is best that he is not a member of the Xiao family like me, otherwise I will feel sick. At this time, everyone in the Xiao family also heard the words of the Soul Heaven Emperor. After the initial shock, the building suddenly crooked, and he began to condemn Xiao Huohuo again, and made no secret of his disgust. Xiao Huohuo looked gloomy and angry. Damn it! When I grow up, I will be the first one to destroy this broken Xiao family. Xiao Huohuo, with a gloomy expression, also made no secret of his killing intent. Gazed at the Xiao family with gloomy eyes. 73. Chapter 73. Something big happened. At this time, Gu Yuan, who was still standing in the air, looked extremely heavy. After the aura of the 2 9-star fighting saints was revealed, he did not relax for a moment, and he was extremely vigilant. But, while being extremely vigilant, Gu Yuan was a little confused. If the strength of the Soul clan is already so strong, why did you see the Emperor Jade on the Xiao family boy? Still not robbing it? Even traded with Yan Yuis, even the Soul Heaven Emperor did not directly grab it. Among them, what inside information does he know? Father! Just as Gu Yuan was horrified, 2 figures slowly appeared behind the Soul Heaven Emperor. Are the 2 9-star fighting saints? And one of the handsome-faced teenagers, with a smile exactly like that of the Soul Tiandi, respected him. Son of the Emperor Soul. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes again. The other person, he saw his identity at a glance, the second-ranked Void Tunyan on the 26th ranking. Several of their big families have also searched for the mainland, but they didn't expect to be in the Soul race. However, what really shocked him was that this was somewhat similar to the Soul Heaven Emperor. This boy who calls the Soul Tiandi his father. The patriarch of the ancient clan, as well as Gu Suner, Xiao Huohuo are all here, everyone is here. At this time, Soul Destiny also glanced across the audience, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Especially when he looked at Xiao Huohuo, that brilliant smile, what I didn't know, thought it was the joy of meeting old friends. How about it? How about the 9-star fighting saint of my soul race? Soul Heavenly Emperor, at this moment, also looked at Gu Yuan, and said with a little joking. There is a strong complacency in the words, of course, this is not his own complacency. But, the contentment of his child's fate. Within a mere 10 years, it has achieved a state that others have not reached for thousands of years. Humph! Gu Yuan didn't reply when he heard the words, but snorted in embarrassment. At the same time, I am also preparing to take the opportunity to drive my daughter directly. There are 3 9-star fighting saints and 2 others of the same rank as him. Even if he has great abilities, he can't fight against them. Why, want to go? Seeing Gu Yuan's expression, the Soul Tiandi suddenly put away the smile, and said coldly, "Today, you will sleep here forever." As soon as the voice fell, the Soul Heaven Emperor blatantly attacked Gu Yuan, and a terrifying attack came in an instant. Followed by the 2 people, Void Swallowing Flame and Soul Heaven Emperor. GG, why didn't you think that, Gu Yuan? Will you be buried here today? Void Swallowing Yan's eyes were cold, and the Yin bird smiled, the enemy of the past, today is also an end. In an instant, the 3 top powerhouses all shot at Gu Yuan, the terrifying fluctuations of grudge made everyone present involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their complexion pale. Boom! With the sound of a earth-shattering bombardment, Gu Yuan's figure immediately fell from the midair. Puff! Fell beside Gu Suner, a mouth full of blood that couldn't stop squirting out of her mouth, her breath languishing. Father! Gu Suner's expression changed when he saw this scene, and he quickly helped Gu Yuan up. A thick worrying color came out from those bright eyes. Chapter 54. Nanzionio, this guy named Sol Tiendi's father has changed this time, right? It seems that there is no such thing in the original work. Linju, well, it should be, and there is no third 9-star fighting saint in the soul race in the original book. Bo Feng Shuman, unexpectedly, this time the abnormal change was caused by the existence of a fifth-order peak. It was terrifying. After seeing the appearance of Soul Destiny, he confirmed that he is the world of the horse-fighting continent. Watergate can't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, the few guys that appeared in his world last time had only tier 3 strength. Hexy, so strong. Hexy also frowned after seeing the power brought about by the spirit trio. The existence of the 3 main levels, except for one person, she can easily defeat. If she meets the other 2, it will definitely be a fierce battle. It's still unclear who wins and loses. GG. At this time, seeing Gu Yuan's devastated void-swallowing inflammation, he suddenly laughed again. Who was covered in wisps of black inflammation, immediately shot again, go to hell. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of void-swallowing flame instantly appeared in front of Gu Yuan and Gu Suner. In the horrified eyes of everyone, he shot it directly with a palm. Intends to kill Gu Yuan and his daughter directly. The leader of the group. After seeing void-swallowing inflammation, Gu Suner's breathing was also suffocated. With a trace of panic in his eyes, he involuntarily murmured, "If you don't show up again, the boss of the group, you really won't see me. Damn it!" Similarly, Gu Yuan's eyes widened at this time, and he was already hit hard by the combined force of the 3. Couldn't resist the killing of void-swallowing flames at all, and could only watch him slap him with a palm. Ha ha ha! Kill him, yes! Kill him! Let him just want to kill me! Seeing this scene, Xiao Huohuo suddenly laughed wildly, his expression inexplicably excited. As expected. These 3 fighting saints are all related to him, otherwise, why would they plan to kill that guy directly to avenge him? At this time, he is already immersed in his imagination, lingering. Moo! Just as void-swallowing Yan's eyes were cold, Gu Yuan was already desperate, and that palm was about to be taken. Suddenly, a moo sound resounded throughout the world. Then, everyone saw a huge green cow suddenly appeared in the Xiao family residence. At the same time, at the moment this blue bull appeared, its huge body turned directly towards the void. Fly away? Worry, you dare to count against your grandfather Niu when you step on a horse. With the roar that shook the sky, the huge figure of this blue bull smashed into the void-swallowing inflammation in an instant. Boom! Next second. Everyone only saw the majestic and arrogant void-swallowing inflammation just now. After a huge noise, the green bull sat down directly and pressed under him. What's the situation? Seeing this scene of the Soul Tiendi and the 2 fathers and sons of the Soul Tianming, his eyes suddenly widened. What the is this cow? Especially Soul and Destiny, after seeing this blue bull, the whole thing was dumbfounded. Does this blue bull exist in the world of fighting horses? What is this horse riding? Chapter 74. Worry. You dare to kick your grandfather Niu's when you step on a horse, I want to single out with you. Just when everyone became confused, and Gu Suner was excited. The green cow gave out another roar that shook the sky. The roar of anger resounded directly across the entire world, and the terrifying demon energy that was so huge that the soul and destiny felt suffocating was constantly pouring out of the blue bull. The sky that had been dimmed at this moment became extremely gloomy, and thunder rolled. Worry. You stepped on a horse not only to kick my ass, but also to burn it. Just before everyone was overwhelmed, they saw a trace of human anger suddenly appeared on the face of the blue bull, and he roared again. Then, he suddenly jumped up, staring at the big eyes, glaring in the direction of Gusooner. To shut up! Everyone followed the gaze of the blue cow and saw two human figures, who did not know when they appeared behind Gusooner. One of them was plain-looking, and his strength was nothing more than a pinnacle contender. And another person was to let everyone see it, and they were completely stunned. The mighty power, like the majesty of the sky, involuntarily radiated from the white-clothed man, oppressing the entire world. At the same time, there was vitriol that was visible to the naked eye, rushing to flee from this person. It was as if even Grudges had encountered some great horror, and he didn't dare to stay a little longer. Guru! Under the shocking and inexplicable gaze of everyone, Ning Bikin raised his eyebrows and poured a sip of dirty wine in his mouth. Looked at the angry stupid cow again, and pointed to the spot where it had just jumped up. Raised his eyes slightly, and said in a flat tone, "He is burning your ass, I just kicked you. Worry." Looking along the location pointed by Ning Bikin, Old Nu suddenly burst out another swear word. "I only saw a figure with a black flame all over it, lying in the position where it just fell, dying. Let you step on your horse and burn your grandfather cow and my tail, I will trample on you to death." Next second, everyone only saw this huge, monster-looking blue bull, looking angry. Directly lifted the cow's hoof, and stomped on the dying emptiness lying on the ground. Bang bang bang! After shaking the mountain for a while, Lao Nu saw that this figure was trampled to pieces by it. Only then took the hooves away. Made! Cursed inwardly again, and the old cow flicked his tail and moved its huge body. Walked towards Ning Bikin slowly, and asked as he walked, "Boy, where is this place?" "Your grandpa knew, I feel that something is not right here, the spiritual energy is so thin that it is almost non-existent. Isn't that you want to take your grandfather Niu to meet the world? This is the ruined place." Stepped to the side of Ning Bikin again, and the old man also asked all his doubts. Widened his bull's eyes and looked at him suspiciously. "That's it. This is a broken place, and I will show you Grandpa Niu to the world, don't be kidding, okay?" The leader of the group. However, before he could answer, Gusooner was teary, in the eyes of the old cow with a bewildered look. Plunged into Ning Bikin's arms. "Fuck! Boy, there is a little lover here." The old bull who saw this scene opened his eyes again. At the same time, I was also spitting out in my heart. If you stepped on a horse to find a little lover, would it be regarded as taking Niu Ye to the world? Wodai! Is this to abuse the cow on purpose? Ah, it's not. Gusooner blushed when he heard what Lao Nu said, and quickly let go of Ning Bikin. Stubbornly trying to explain, "I feel my heart beating so fast that I can't speak." "It's okay." Seeing Gusooner leaving from his arms, Ning Bikin slapped his lips regretfully. After a sideways glance at the old cow, he asked to Gusooner. "It's okay, the group leader came just right." Gusooner heard the words, the delicate little cheek became even brighter, and returned in a low voice. The other side. The Soul Destiny standing in the sky was completely stunned at this time, with a look of bewilderment. Who is this cow? Who is this group of guys in white clothes that look terrifying? Also, the guy who hides behind and dared not show his head, is that high-profile person in the myth, right? Must be? Damn it! What has changed? Soul Destiny at this time, the smile on his face like a spring breeze can no longer be controlled. His complexion became gloomy for an instant. Ever since he traveled to this world, he has been planning today. Chapter 55. Didn't expect such a change to happen suddenly? Father, the situation has changed. Let's leave first. The somber-faced Soul Destiny, after seeing Ning Bikin's figure, gave birth to a retreat. The radiant majesty that radiated all the time made him terrified. Mater! How could there be such a terrifying existence in Fighting Horse Continent? You know, his current strength is already the ceiling of Fighting Horse Continent. Apart from someone being promoted to Emperor Do, no one can fight him. Even Sol Tnd would not be his opponent, at most a cup of tea. He can take it. However, the two people who suddenly appeared today are one cow, the strength of one and the other is unfathomable. Go. Hearing the words of the Soul of Heaven, the Emperor of Seoul did not hesitate, and immediately prepared to leave. Boom! However, just as they were about to escape, there was a terrifying oppression. Came in vain. The mighty power that seemed to oppress the entire world and the space was about to crack. The two of them stopped in an instant, did not dare to change at all, for fear that the terrifying coercion would kill them. Good money, Zhao. Stupid cow. You go and clean up those two guys, how about I'll give you a tonic soup? Then, under the gloomy complexion of Sol Tianming that seemed to drip out of water, a flat voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. A decoction for tonic. Hearing Ning Baikon's words, Old Nu's eyes lit up and his mind moved. Those big eyes also looked at the soul and destiny Areniu. Two scum. At a glance, Lao Niu knew the realm of the two, and he was 1,000 miles away from himself. Is this true? After confirming the opponent's strength, Lao Niu looked at Ning Baikon again and asked with bright eyes. This thing, it just needs it right now. Those little bull monsters in the Tiankai Mountains are still waiting for it to go back to favor. If you make up for it, it is completely confident that it will sweep the entire Tiankai mountain range at once to get cows. Chapter 75. When did I lie to you? Ning Baikon saw that the old cow had already moved, and added, the effect of the decoction is enough for you to sweep the entire Tiankai mountains. Hearing this, Lao Niu's eyes lit up again, and a smile appeared in Do Da's eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked at the two souls and destiny standing in the air. Hey! The two over there, stand obediently and don't move, your Grandpa Niu is here to get you guys. While speaking, the huge body of the old cow also stepped into the void, slowly walking into the air, staring at the two men fiercely. Saitama, this blue cow is very powerful, is it the pet of the group leader? At this time, after seeing Ning Baikon and Lao Niu come out, Saitama also kept staring at it with bright eyes. He felt the aura of a strong man on the huge green bull. Is the kind of breath he has never encountered before, the strongest. As for Ning Baikon, Saitama just glanced at it and was not interested. After all, after a glance, it was like the scorching sun of the sun. Let him know that he is definitely not an opponent. No wonder the group leader allowed himself to the 8th peak before he was willing to fight with me. Was it so terrifying? Hexy, it's very strong. I can feel the terrifying sense of oppression across the live broadcast room. On the other side, Hexy also felt the huge and incomparable skyrocketing spirit of the old cow. Among those beautiful eyes, there are all shocking colors. Nanzionio, this bull seems to be the mount of the group leader, right? And, the group leader said that the strength of this bull can also have an 8th rating in the chat group. 8th order? Upon hearing Nanzioteri's words, both Saitama and Tsurugi's pupils shrank slightly. At this time, Hexy's beautiful eyes are full of shocking colors, and the shocking colors are even worse. Even a mount has the terrifying power of Tier 8. Is it true that it is the owner of this unpredictable chat group? Xiao family residence. In mid-air, Lao Niu stared at those big eyes, looking straight at the two souls and destiny. In that terrifying monster, the two men were overwhelmed, so that the expression of soul and destiny became gloomy to the extreme. How is it possible that the strength of this cow is so terrifying? Damn! Hun Destiny's gaze was filled with shock, looking at Ning Baikon and Gu Suner. There are still high points. The three of them stood together, making him full of confusion and panic. Destiny, what to do, Ged? At this time, the Soul Heaven Emperor also asked the Soul Destiny with a gloomy face, and the words were all frightened. How to do? Hearing that his father had to ask questions, Soul and Destiny also had no answer at all. Such a big change in Fighting Horse Continent also made him completely unexpected. That Gu Sooner has nothing to do with Xiao Huo Huo, so it's fine, but he actually rushed into another person's arms? Is it? Is he also a traverser? Glanced at Ning Baikan and Gao Yao, and then at the head of the monster, staring straight at their blue bull. Yes, it must be the same as myself, and they are all traversers. Otherwise, how to explain the current situation? As soon as he appeared on the stage, he wanted to leave him and the Soul Heaven Emperor directly, and he must have discovered that he was also a traverser. After all, in the original work, he did not exist. At this time, the Soul race did not appear in Yuten City. What's more, the Soul Heavenly Emperor is here. Thought of this. After Soul Destiny groaned for a while, he squeezed out a dry smile and arched his hand at Ning Baikan. This senior, we must all come from the same place. How about giving the younger generation a life? As soon as the voice fell, Soul Destiny also looked at Ning Baikan cautiously. I want to see how this senior among the traversers reacts. What the hell? Hearing the words of Soul Destiny, Lao Niu was stunned. He came from the same place as Ning Xiazi? Is this a person from Heavenly Holy Land? In this case, it would be difficult for him to make a shot. After all, Boy Ning asked himself to do something with this girl. Was he planning to clean up the door? The same place. Similarly, after hearing the words of the Soul of Heaven, the face of the Emperor of Soul was also taken aback. Where? Are they Soul race? Among the Soul race, there is no such a terrifying existence? Just in the frightened look of the Soul of Heaven, the old bull and the Emperor of Soul of Heaven were in a daze. After hearing these words, Ning Baikan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at him, and said in a flat tone, Sorry, I am not from the same place as you. How can it be? After hearing Ning Baikan's words, Soul Destiny suddenly shrank his pupils, his expression unbelievable. At this time, the old bull who also heard Ning Baikan's words gave a slightly uncomfortable cry. Maid! Dare to tell you, Grandpa Niu, I am simply tired of living. Fate! I felt like I was being scolded, and the unhappy old man glared at the two of them again and started directly. Boom! After another roar from the old cow, he immediately lifted the sturdy leg of the corbel, and the demon spirit rushed into the sky. A hoof directly kicked at the two souls and destiny. Under these hoofs, it seemed that the space had been completely solidified. Not good. When he noticed that the old cow kicked over, the expressions of Soul Destiny and Soul Heaven Emperor suddenly changed, and there was a bad cry in secret. Damn! Can't move. Just when the two of them changed their faces and were about to flee directly, they discovered that their aura had been completely locked by the opposite youth. Even, the entire space of heaven and earth was sealed up, leaving them too immobile. Do not! In the horrified gaze of everyone, the Soul Heaven Emperor was the first to be trampled on by the hooves. With a terrifying howl, the big boss Soul Emperor in the original plot of the Fighting Horse Continent world came to an end. Father! The Soul and Destiny who saw this scene suddenly cracked his teeth, although he also passed through. But for the Soul Heaven Emperor, he also had feelings for more than 10 years. He saw that his father in this life was trampled on and exploded by a bull's hoof and turned into a blood mist. Soul Destiny's heart, completely cooled down. Give me to Grandpa Niu, I will die you. Chapter 56. At this time, before Soul Destiny finally came out from the scene where his father was directly trampled on by his foot. With the loud shout of the old cow, the hooves like a hill also stepped on it. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Everyone is a traverser, why are you so strong? My soul is not satisfied with the destiny. Boom! Just when Soul Tianming looked resentfully at Ning Baikan, the hooves of the old cow were also coming in an instant. After there was a loud noise, Soul Destiny was also crushed by a foot and died, turning into a blood mist. Only the roar of resentment and jealousy still echoes between the heavens and the earth, spreading for a long time. Chapter 76. Oh my God! What is the strength of this blue bull? Isn't that guy a fighting saint? It just trampled 3 fighting saints to death with their feet? Right. A terrifying existence. What happened to our Xiao family today? Why are there so many terrifying existences coming to the Xiao family? From the time when Ning Bike and 2 people played on the stage, it was only a mere cup of tea. However, during such a tea time, many disciples of the Xiao family actually saw the fall of the 3 fighting saints. When, even the strongest fighting saint standing on the top of the mainland could be so casually killed. No, was it trampled and killed by a cow? What exactly is going on? At this time, Xiao Huo, who was plunged into conjecture, his vigorous complexion was also sluggish. Passer? The fighting saint who was trampled to death by that blue bull just now is actually a traverser? There is also the guy standing next to Gu Suner, maybe it is also? Damn bitch! When he saw Gu Suner, Xiao Huo immediately became embarrassed again. No wonder no matter what he does, Gu Suner is indifferent to him. It turns out that someone is already outside? Alive! In the shock of everyone, the medicine dust on the side also looked at each other at this time. Compared with the shock of the Xiao family, his heart was even more like a stormy sea, and he has been unable to calm down since just now. First, Gu Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient tribe among the 8 ancient tribes, appeared. Immediately afterwards, the Soul Heaven Emperor appeared again. Then, the Spirit Clan actually had 3 9-star fighting saints, which was so shocked that he was almost not scared to death. What made him feel the most horrible was the 2 people who showed up at the end. That green bull, with its feet, trampled to death the existence of the 3 9-star fighting saints? What happened today has completely subverted Yao Chen's cognition of fighting horse continent. In the past, let alone a peak fighting sage. Even the appearance of a 1-star fighting saint can be regarded as the strongest in Zhongzhou, and no one dares to mess with it. But today, 9-star Do Sage almost lost 4 of them, which is not too frightening. Yes, that's right, it just almost lost 4 of them. If it wasn't for the last 2 people to appear, then the ancient patriarch should have fallen, right? This is the end. At this time, Gao Yao, who had been hiding behind Ning Baikan, also appeared. Looked around the Xiao family residence with a bewildered look, and found that there was nothing dangerous, and then walked out. Brother Gao Yao. Gu Suner couldn't help but smile when he saw Gao Yao slipping out from behind the boss of the group. The little face with some remaining crimson color also showed a narrow color, and joked to him, "If this is not over yet, are you going to fight, Brother Gao Yao?" Forward. Hearing Gu Suner's ridicule, Gao Yao shook his head quickly. Fighting is impossible. Fighting is impossible in this life. For a scumbag like me, just hide behind the boss of the group and win. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yao looked at the old bull who had trampled to death the soul and destiny and came back. What a fierce cow, envy. Deserves to be the leader of the group, his old man. Even a single mount can have such a great reputation. Boy, I'm done with your grandpa, what did you promise me? Under Gao Yao's enviable gaze, old Niu walked back proudly and said to Ning Baikan with a thunderous voice. At the same time, an ox hoof stretched out in front of Ning Baikan, ready to ask for what he deserved. Guru! What's your thing? Did I talk to you just now? However, under its look of expectation, Ning Baikan took a sip of dirty wine into his mouth. I looked at it a little bit unclearly, and that pretending to be silly and stunned made the old Niu angry suddenly. Maid! Your kid lied to you, Grandpa Niu again. The old bull who rose up in anger, waiting for the big eyes to stare at Ning Baikan, his whole body rose up into the sky and went straight through the clouds. Under its terrifying demon aura, the entire world of Fighting Horse Continent shuddered. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and thunder rolled. As if the whole world would collapse under this evil spirit. Yuten City, and even the entire northwestern continent, all shuddered after feeling the demon energy rising to the sky. I'm afraid that the world will break and the world will collapse in the next second. Don't be angry, Lord Niu, boy, I have an exclusive secret recipe here, so I can make sure it works. Just when the old Niu was full of demon spirits, and was furious, he was ready to single-handedly challenge Ning Baikan. Gao Yao's small voice suddenly came over. After hearing this, Lao Niu immediately turned his head and looked over. The huge head of the bull almost directly hit Gao Yao's body, making Gao Yao panic. Really? Seeing what was just said by a guy who had just stepped into cultivation, the old man asked in disbelief. If it weren't for seeing this guy having been cats behind Ning Baikan just now, it seems that there is something to do with him, Lao Niu wouldn't bother to take care of him. Guaranteed well. Gao Yao heard the words, patted his chest immediately, and assured him. At the same time, there was a slight smile on his face, and he whispered, "Come on, Lord Niu, let's talk aside." 0. Then, this person, under Gu Suner's blushing complexion, ran to the side and began to whisper. Gu Suner, with a blushing face, listened to the content of 2 sentences. Even his little face became flushed, and he uttered a cow at the person, and stopped listening. "That's Xiao Huo Huo, what are you going to do?" Ning Baikan, who saw this scene, also shook his head speechlessly, so he ignored them. Instead, he pointed to Xiao Huo Huo who was aside, and asked Gu Suner. If Gu Suner had the will, then he wouldn't mind taking a shot for Gu Suner and cutting Xiao Huo Huo to death. Xiao Huo Huo. Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Gu Suner also looked at Xiao Huo Huo, who was standing not far away, with a cloudy face. Nanzionio, does this need to be said? It must be done directly for him. Heroic management, yes, what about the son of luck? With the strength of the leader of the group, he will slash at the word. There is absolutely no accident that can hurt the leader of the group. At this time, after seeing Ning Baikan mention Xiao Huo Huo, Su Xiaohu's originally gloomy appearance also recovered in an instant. If this product is not cut, what are you still keeping? Has grown up in the future, hit the ancient clan to avenge today. Gu Yuan wants to kill him? Wave Feng Shui Men, chop. Linju, agree. Thor, agree +1. Begging. Chapter 77. Chop it. Gu Suner hesitated a little at this time, of course, not hesitating about whether he wanted to chop Xiao Huo Huo. With regard to this question, she has no possibility of hesitation at all. The white knife goes in directly, and the red knife goes out and it's over. What she hesitated was that if the leader of the group helped her cut Xiao Huo Huo, would the world consciousness accidentally cause the leader of the group to be injured? After all, the big guy said it was so scary the other day, and it was very scary at first sight. Rest assured. Seeing Gu Suner hesitating, Ning Baikan also knew what she was hesitating. After reached out and rubbed her head, Gu Suner's complexion was instantly reddened again. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly said, "The world consciousness of Fighting Horse Continent can't help me." Found that the leader of the group touched his head and rubbed it twice. The hot temperature from the big hand and the breath from the group leader's body made her head go blank. The heart began to beat violently, and he nodded unconsciously. I go. Chapter 57. Seeing this scene of Gu Yuan, his eyes widened, his Chinese cabbage. Is this being arched? Why, Suner was taken by such a powerful existence, he should have been happy. But, why did he feel that he was hit by the soul of the emperor and the others in his chest, and now he felt more pain? Heroic management, Su Xiaohu, who also saw this scene, was suddenly mad, with a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn Gu Sooner! Not only did he pounce on the boss as soon as he saw the boss, and now he was killed by the boss? Ah! This jealousy made her completely unrecognizable, and the whole person showed a grayish color. Yakumo Zi, ah, touch your head and kill. Yakumo Zi also, watching this scene, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This touched the head. Although she does not envy, what she envy is the gentle treatment of the group leader. The last time we crossed over to participate in a mission together, the leader of the group was not so gentle to her at all. Saitama, ah, why do you feel that my eyes are dazzled suddenly? Feng Shuman, it always feels like touching the head and killing something. It was unexpectedly good. Go back and try Kuna Kuna. South Birdie, no, I advise you not to try, be careful that Kuna gives you a shoulder fall. Wave Feng Shui Men. How could her Kuna be so violent? Although there is a nickname called Flaming Red Pepper, but he has always been gentle to him, okay? Except for occasionally being irritable. Hexy, it's probably because of the feeling that a single dog has been shown? I always want to burn these two people to death. Is it my illusion? Linju, burn to death +1. Thor, the great FFF group is looking forward to your joining, burning to death by +1. Gao Yao, burn to death +1. At this time, the high-ranking man who was whispering to the old cow on the side also ran in and said something. Then he started talking with Lao Niu again. Occasionally, I can still hear the old cow laugh. Just that kid, when I rescued him, Grandpa Niu, he was still a kid, and my little brother was playing with ashes, ha ha ha. Grandpa Niu, I used to urinate. Just when the old cow laughed loudly, with a smug look on Gao's face. There was a crisp sound, and it rang suddenly. Then, a sharp sword was inserted directly beside the old bull's leg. If you want to die, you can edit it. At the same time, Ning Baikon's words were also passed over coldly, causing the old cow to shake involuntarily. Guru. Seeing that the old cow was not continuing, Ning Baikon took another sip of the wine gourd into his mouth. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Huo, who looked uncertain. What does this guy think of himself? Seeing Ning Baikon's eyes look at him, Xiao Huo also looked over. After seeing the figure of Gu Sooner again, there was another fiery expression in his eyes. But this time the meaning of fiery heat is fleeting. After all, this guy dressed in white does not look simple, he is a powerful character. Even though Xiao Huo thinks he is the protagonist of the destiny, he will not be too dying. A traverser died just now, right? Is still a powerful traverser who has already stood on the top of the continent of fighting horses. If you play GG, you will play GG. It is undeniable that Xiao Huo knew that he was terribly scared for a while. Nico. Where is that rebellious son? I am going to kill him today. At this time, Xiao Zhan, who had been stunned and fainted by the breath of the soul, also suddenly woke up. After woke up, he was looking for Xiao Huo's figure with a furious expression. Patriarch, are you okay? Seeing Xiao Zhan wake up, everyone in the Xiao family also greeted again and again. Incidentally, he also fully told Xiao Zhan the scene that had just happened. What? Hearing the words of the people in the clan, Xiao Zhan's dull face was obviously shocked. Fighting saints are all dead? Still 3 dead here? Shocked, at this time Xiao Zhan had already forgotten the urge to kill his rebellious son. There is nothing but shock that stays in my mind and can't be added. Guru. At this time, Ning Baikon also retracted his gaze to look at Xiao Huo, after another sip of turbid wine. There was a crisp sound, and it sounded again. The sharp sword that was just inserted next to the old cow flew up instantly and went straight to Xiao Huo. What? He wants to kill me. When Xiao Huo saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and his complexion turned pale. He is nothing more than a 3-star fighter, facing this handle, in his opinion, a sword that can split the world is pierced. Has no ability to dodge at all, and can only watch the breath of Senhan, the bearer of that sharp sword, assassinate him. Impossible. I am the son of destiny, I am the protagonist, how could I die? Xiao Huo, who felt the threat of death again, roared frantically in his heart. Someone must appear again and save himself, I am the protagonist. Seeing that sharp sword getting closer and closer to him, Xiao Huo shuddered involuntarily. Trembling lips, looking forward to the appearance of a strong man again, to rescue him. 78. Chapter 78. Boom! Just when Xiao Huo looked horrified and desperate, that sharp sword was about to pass through his throat. A terrifying coercion suddenly spread from the sky, and crushed the entire continent of fighting horses. At the same time, the sharp sword that pierced Xiao Huo was also imprisoned in the air. World consciousness. Perceiving this movement, Ning Baikan also took a joking look at the endless sky. There was a blood-red eye, exuding a terrifying power. Was staring at him tightly. Even if I want to kill him, what can you do to me? Seeing this scene, the corners of Ning Baikan's mouth evoked an arc of disdain. The world consciousness of an intermediate world, in a chat group, there can be at most a 7-level rating. Is similar to Saitama, and may not even have the strength of Saitama. What is this? An eye grew out of the sky? What is this? What a terrifying 26 power! The eye of heaven, is this the eye of heaven? Who is this that actually provoked God's wrath? In this blood-red eye, after manifesting from the sky above, the creatures of the entire fighting horse continent fell into fear and trembled all over. This is the accident that will occur in the legend to kill the son of luck. On the other side, Gao Yao was shocked when he saw this scene. He never thought that this small accident, which is not worth mentioning among the group leader and the administrator, would be so scary. The blood-red eye above the sky made Gao Yao feel as if he saw a high god, looking down on them mercilessly. Horror! Heroic management, let me go, this thing is world consciousness? It's a bit fierce. In the live broadcast room, Su Xiaohu's complexion also changed after seeing the big eyes. Although she was talking about something trivial to Gao at the time, there was nothing to be afraid of. But that's just her bragging. Now that he saw the real world consciousness show up and rescued Xiao Huo, Su Xiaohu's eyes were also full of shock. Nanzionio, hi, is it so scary? Wave Feng Shuman, even if it is separated from the live broadcast room and not in the same world, I can feel the horror, it is terrible. Yakumo Zi, this world consciousness, I'm afraid it is not weaker than the 7th order, right? Thor, I can't see it, I just think this mighty, tyrannical group, shivering. Hexy, it should be there, very strong. Saitama, this eye gives me the feeling that it is enough to fight me, I really want to fight. Chapter 58. Linju, is the gangster worthy of being a gangster? After seeing this eye, we are all shocked, and the gangster still wants to fight. Shock. Everyone in the live broadcast room, after seeing the appearance of this world consciousness, are all shocked by the terrifying huge momentum, and their throat becomes dry. Especially after seeing the Saitama boss confirm that this world consciousness actually has the horror of the 7th order. Is even more shocked. And many more. In other words, the boss of Saitama can actually be equivalent to the world consciousness of fighting horse continent? Are all terrifying existences of the same tier 7, isn't this something that should shock them even more? The leader of the group. After being shocked, Gu Suner looked at Ning Baikan with some worry. If this makes the leader of the group hurt because of this incident, how can she feel comfortable? Don't worry, little girl, the strength of this world consciousness can't be compared with that kid at all. Even Grandpa Niu and I can easily balance it. At this time, I was still talking to Gao Yao just now, and I came to Gu Suner's side. Explained a fact plainly. Unexpectedly, he has already reached another world, this kid has something. The old Niu looked at the indifferent figure of Ning Baikan ahead, and his heart was a little shaken. Did not expect. This time I really took it to see a wave of worlds, and ran to another world. Moreover, it is not the kind of small world created by the immortal emperor in his own world, but another plane with independent world consciousness. In other words, did that kid just take his banner to the void? It's not right. Thinking of the old cow here, he looked at Ning Baikan with some doubts. The banner is empty or something, at least it takes the great strength of the immortal king to do it. Although he is very close to the fairy king, he can even say that he has already stepped in half of his foot. Isn't that the fairy king? Is it? What kind of fairy tools can travel through the void in this kid? As soon as he thought of this, Lao Niu stared at Ning Baikan with bright eyes, and a thief smile appeared on Niu's face. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, I am the protagonist in this world, the son of destiny. I can't die. Even if you are strong, what about? You can't kill me. Ha ha ha! At this time, Xiao Huo, who closed his eyes in horror and waited for death, found that he was intact. As expected. Found that he was okay, he was rescued again, he laughed at Ning Baikan. The words are full of arrogance and complacency, as well as a trace of resentment. Humph! Don't tell me if you snatched the girl who should belong to the young master, you still want to kill the young master? When the young master grows up, the first one will kill you. After burst into laughter, Xiao Huo also snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he looked at Ning Baikan arrogantly, as if saying, "You have the ability to kill me?" Noisy. Hearing Xiao Huo's arrogant laugh, Ning Baikan raised his eyebrows and suddenly gave a cold snort. Next second, a tyrannical aura that horrified everyone was also radiated from Ning Baikan's body instantly, directly facing Xiao Huo. Boom! Under this terrifying coercion, Xiao Huo had no time to react. In an instant, he was killed on the spot. How can it be? Am I the protagonist who will never die? At the last second of Xiao Huo's death, his heart was also incredulous. Why? As a traverser, the son of destiny, and the protagonist of a world, he would still die? Nan Zionio, this Xiao Huo, is he really dead? Dare to be so provocative in front of the group leader. The heroic management, look, this is the consequence of being dead, you are going to die, and don't forget to provocation, tusk. Linju, from this, I can be regarded as knowing a famous saying, pretending to be forced to die. Thor, therefore, there is a reason why the group leader is so humble on weekdays. 79. Chapter 79. Boom! Just after Xiao Huo was directly killed, the big eye that appeared above the sky suddenly exuded a terrifying power, and the oppression of the many creatures on the continent of Fighting Horse squatted on the ground, terrified. In those eyes, a look of anger was also clearly revealed. In an instant, the entire continent of Fighting Horse was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds, and the thunder billowed. The terrifying thundercloud is also slowly condensing, and there is the power of thunder in it. Is as tyrannical as a series of 9 heavenly thunders. Want to do it? Seeing this scene, the corners of Ning Baikan's mouth evoked a curve of disdain. There is only a world consciousness of rank 7 strength, if you dare to attack him. He doesn't mind letting Fighting Horse continent regenerate a world consciousness. The voice fell off. Ning Baikan's breath that resembled the scorching sun suddenly rose into the sky. Under the radiant majesty of the sky emanating from him, there are layers of dark clouds covering the continent of Fighting Horse. Disappeared instantly. The whole world was bathed in the sun again, and a trace of warmth appeared in the bodies of many creatures. Humph! And that big eye, after feeling the terrifying breath of Ning Baikan, also slowly faded away, leaving only a cold snort that rang through the entire continent. Hiss! Gu Yuan, who didn't dare to blink his eyes from beginning to end, took a breath after seeing this scene. The shock in his heart made his eyes protruding. This guy who has taken his daughter's Chinese cabbage, has such great strength? Can scare away the eyes of heaven? Fear is really horrible. There is a record in an ancient book of their ancient clan, a strong fighting emperor with the power of the sky. After inexplicably provoking God, the eye of the sky also appeared, the moment a 9-9 sky divine thunder descended. That one fighting emperor powerhouse was turned into ashes and was completely annihilated. In this case, doesn't it mean that his son-in-law has a much stronger strength than the Emperor Do? Bo Feng Shuman, sure enough, he is the leader of the group, and he directly scared away the world consciousness as a seventh order, Niubian. Nan Zionio, the leader of the group is big and powerful. Thor, the leader of the group, the big guy, Niubi, Poyan. Yakumo Zi, the leader of the group is really big. Heroic management, the leader of the group is big. Hexi, the strength of the leader of the group is really tyrannical, shivering. Saitama, the leader of the group is awesome. It is indeed the leader of the group who dislikes me for being too weak. Linju, the leader of the group is really big. Seeing Ning Baikon's tyrannical aura, he frightened away the world consciousness that was comparable to a seventh-order existence. The many members in the live broadcast room were also shocked, and they knelt and licked. Even Saitama joined the team, calling the group leader Niubi. After all, an existence comparable to him was directly frightened back or something, which is enough to show how terrifying Ning Baikon's strength is. Ding! The task has been completed, the reward is being settled. At this time, the reminder that the mission has ended also rang from the chat group. Completed the mission? Looking at the hidden world consciousness, there is still a trace of terror in Gao Yao's heart. He is in a few days, and he has to start with the Son of Luck in his own world, when the time comes. Then you can't finish it. Ding! The reward has been settled, the group owner Ning Baikon won 25,000 points, and as high as 5,000 points. Just when Gao Yao was a little flustered, the points for the task rewards were also directly distributed. 5,000? When he heard the prompt, Gao couldn't help but feel a little wrong, wondering if he had heard it wrong. I didn't do anything, but I still have 5,000? Heroic management, jealous. I'm really jealous. Why didn't I watch a live movie, and I could have 5,000? Seeing Gao Yao's reward points, Su Xiao was completely stunned as if struck by lightning. Then, there was a burst of unwillingness, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why? Why, as the only manager of the chat group, I can only watch it eagerly at this time. Chapter 59. Shouldn't you let yourself be the same as the group leader, giving you a place every time? Yakumo Zi, this point is really a bit jealous. Do not. You don't deserve to be jealous. The last time you Yakumo Zi scored 7,000 points, you still didn't give out red envelopes. I am jealous of all things, but it is not your turn to come. Seeing Yakumo Zi's speech, Su Xiao murmured silently in her heart. Then was flopped weakly on the quilt, panting heavily. Jealousy is beyond recognition. Now she is completely different, she is almost unable to recognize her appearance. Linju, if there is still this kind of task, please make sure to let Xiao Dao go over and hide behind the group leader, just lie down and win. Thor, lying and winning makes people happy. Feng Shuman, it doesn't matter if the points are less, I just want to feel what it feels like to lie down and win. Nan Zionio, no, please let me experience it once. Saitama, what can you do with this point? I think you are all so excited, what is it? Hexi, same as curious. Heroic management, if you have points, you can use them to buy things in the group mall. There are a lot of good things in there, and everything is there. Can also be used to cross the world, of course, can only cross the world between the group members, 1,000 at a time. The most important thing is the enlightenment function in the group, which earns 200,000 points at a time. I don't know the effect yet, it should be very strong. Seeing the doubts of Saitama and Hexi, Su Xiaohu also crawled out of the quilt, and explained weakly, "Good promise. As an administrator, it's not right. As a welcoming lady, it's her job to answer everyone's doubts. Even if she feels sad again, she will get up and do her job well." Saitama, wow, is that so? Heroic management, by the way, maybe, that enlightenment function can make you, the Saitama boss, instantly become stronger to the 8th peak. After all, back is the legendary enlightenment. Once you have an epiphany, you will become immortal and so on. Doesn't it make you feel full? The name enlightenment function, isn't it pretty compelling? Hexi, hi, can I directly increase my strength to the 1st level? Hexi was shocked when Saitama didn't respond before hearing Su Xiaohu's words. This is incredible, right? Is it really that scary to use points to make yourself stronger in an instant? 80. Chapter 80. Yuten City. In the Xiao family residence. A terrifying breath erupted in Ning Baikan, scaring the world consciousness back. Everyone was completely silent, all of them looked at him foolishly. Was shocked. Okay, it's a terrifying existence. Although I don't know what it was in the sky just now, it's terrifying. The 3rd young master was just killed by him. Kill well, this kind of scumbag should go to death. If this strong man does not kill him, I will go up and hack him to death. Come on, you are a scum of the 4th stage of fighting strength. Even if Xiao Huohuo is a scum, at least people are still a fighter, and beating you is not a matter of minutes. After the audience was sluggish for nearly a cup of tea, everyone in the Xiao family calmed down. Looked at Ning Baikan in awe, showing respect. It's dead. And Xiao Zhan, looking at the location where Xiao Huohuo was just now, his expression was a bit complicated. Although he is a rebellious son, he is his son anyway? Is still a talented son. The other side. After seeing that the mission was over, he had gained 25,000 points. Ning Baikan's mouth evoked a smile again, muttering to himself, 20,005, 10 times that is 250,000. 250,000. It seems that after he goes back, he will be able to activate the 200,000 time enlightenment function. The leader of the group. Just when Ning Baikan was thinking about how amazing the enlightenment function was, and even the chat group gave him points to give priority to use. Gao Yao also walked over at this time, with a little horror on his face and said, "Since the mission is over, I will go back first." He was going to go back first and then went straight into the group mall, not finding a thing that could bear this kind of terrifying accidental injury. Will not come out. This horse-riding horse was too terrifying, and the power of the world consciousness shivered with shock. I can't imagine how scary would it be if this thing came out when I went to hack Yi Xiao Chuan? Directly blast him into scum? I dare not think about it. Seeing Gao Yao's horrified look, Ning Baikan also secretly amused. Nodded, then said to him, "The world consciousness in your world is not so strong. At most, there is only tier 3 or tier 4 strength, so don't be so panic. A low-strength world, even if there is a temporal and spatial causal existence. The world consciousness is not much stronger, and the sky is the 4th-order existence. Real." Hearing Ning Baikan's words, Gao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, and the frightening expression disappeared immediately. Tier 3, 4, or something, his 5,000 points can fully support him to deal with it. Then I will slip away first, see you later. The voice fell off. Gao Yao returned directly to his world with a hint of joy. He can't wait to go back and visit a wave of shopping malls to find out if there are any good things to prevent the emergence of world consciousness. Guru. Seeing Gao Yao's figure disappeared, Ning Baikan took a sip of wine into his mouth again. Then he looked to the side and his cheeks were still red, and his face was full of shame. Gu sooner. couldn't help but laughed again, and slowly said, "Then I'm leaving too." "What?" Gu Suner, who was still full of shame, was taken aback after hearing Ning Baikan's words. "Are you leaving now?" From the appearance of the group leader to the present, it has only been a stick of incense. If you are going to leave in such a short time, it would be too resolute, right? She still wants to stay with the group leader for a while. Thank you for the help of the group leader, come over and sit down if you have time in the future. However, although I don't want the leader of the group to leave now, I blurted out the words. Actually made her blush even more, her delicate little face was as red as a red apple. What the is this by myself? Ged, no problem. Ning Baikan nodded when seeing Gu Suner's appearance. Looked into her gaze, and said with a hint of teasing, "If I have time, I will come over more. I hope that Patriarch Gu Yuan won't mind." What the hell? After hearing this, Gu Yuan on the side looked at Ning Baikan with a dazed expression. Mind? No, 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 how could he mind? It's too late for him to be happy. There is such a strong son-in-law, although my own Chinese cabbage has been arched, which is a bit sour. But the one in front of him is obviously better than any of the proud of heaven on the continent of Fighting Horse. Ahem. The little friend joked, how could Gu mind? Come to Zhongzhou to find me if you have time in the future. No, I'm looking for a little girl to sit down more, my clan is completely welcome to the little friends. After was forced, Gu Yuan also coughed dryly, and under Gu Suner's hot red complexion, he slowly spoke to Ning Baikan. Between words. It's all the way the father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, and the more he looks, the more satisfied he becomes. There was still a trace of pale complexion, and it was also a little more ruddy at this time. Since the ancient patriarch said so, he would often come and sit after the next day, and keep in touch with the nobles. Well, you can connect more with the little princess of the nobility, this is absolutely possible. Isn't it 1,000 points? He has so many points now. Sit down. How to sit? Who is on the top and who is on the bottom? On the side of, after hearing their conversation, the Cyan Bull's face suddenly showed a slight smile. Unexplained gazes turned back and forth between Ning Baikan and Gu Suner. Gone. The voice fell off. Ning Baikan nodded to Gu Suner again, and grabbed the cow's tail. Chapter-60. Directly crossed the boundary and returned to the top of Tiankai Mountain, his figure disappeared instantly. In the live broadcast room. It was also Su Xiao who saw the conversation between Ning Baikan and Gu Yuan, and immediately gritted his teeth. See the parents. The leader of the group and Gu Suner have seen their parents together. Uncomfortable. Want to cry. Ming Ming, she was clearly first. Why did Gu Suner, a dead girl, move so fast? See the parents directly? Thor, tisk tisk, this wave of parental operations, it's almost impossible. Nanzionio, envy. Yakumo Zi, this is really, it makes people enviable. Seeing parents or something, she will never be possible in this life. After all, own parents, it seems that she has never seen her. If you want to meet, you can only see the parents of the group leader. And many more. Does the group leader have a parent? If the group leader is so strong, how terrible his parents should be. 81. Chapter 81. Tiankai Mountain Top. Ning Baikan and Lao Niu's figure, after leaving a stick of incense, once again returned to the wooden house. I said your kid is okay, but you went to another world to find a lover person. After seeing that he had returned to Tiankai Mountain in an instant, Lao Niu was surprised. Looked at Ning Baikan with a wretched look again, and the thief laughed up. Go aside. Seeing Lao Niu's wretched look, Ning Baikan knew that he was definitely not thinking about anything good. Master, I still have business to do right now, go find your heifer yourself. After waved away the old cow, Ning Baikan opened the chat group again. This time he scored 25,000 points in the quest on Fighting Horse Continent. According to the 10 times the mission point income of the chat group owner, it is a full 250,000. Let me take a look at the effect of this enlightenment function. It takes 200,000 points to activate it once. After turning on the enlightenment function, Ning Baikan also had some expectations in his heart. After all, he was in the group mall. A piece of fairy artifact is only worth 200,000 points. The enlightenment function that is comparable to the value of a fairy tool, wouldn't it be too simple to think about? It takes 200,000 points to turn on the enlightenment function. Whether to turn it on or not. Whether. With the sound of this chat group prompt, Ning Baikan nodded and said a word in silence. Turn on. Just after Ning Baikan meditated a sentence in his heart, the outside world centered on him suddenly had a vision. Boom! A terrifying breath suddenly radiated from Ning Baikan's body, squeezing the entire celestial sacred place within a million miles. Caused many creatures with low intelligence to squat on the ground, shivering. At the same time, a series of terrifying auras of heaven and earth also fell from the sky above the sky. Crazily poured into Ning Baikan's body. The aura of the entire area with a radius of a million miles around him was drawn out in an instant. All condensed on the top of Tian Kai Mountain, so that the aura in this place was so rich that it almost turned into water droplets. Same. The several fairy kings in the heavenly Holy Land also suddenly opened their eyes at this moment. Tian Kai Mountain. Ning Baikan's master, Mo Yandao, the head of the heavenly sacred land, was shocked instantly after discovering these changes. Then, when he sensed the person who exuded this breath, a touch of joy appeared on his face again. This kid is being promoted to the Fairy King. Realizing that this was Ning Baikan's promotion to the Immortal King, Mo Yandao burst into laughter. Really deserves to be his apprentice. Within a mere 1,000 years, he has cultivated to the Immortal King, such an astonishing talent. Who else can compare with it? Maid. My apprentices are almost catching up with me. It really makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Mo Yandao, who laughed loudly, flashed himself to the top of Tian Kai Mountain in an instant. Looking at the several immortal kings of the same family who were also shocked, he suddenly uttered a few words. The smug expression on that face, plus his words that he didn't know why, caused the eyelids of the other immortal kings to jump uncontrollably, frowning one after another. Humph! After a cold snort, several immortal kings also looked at Ning Baikan who was being promoted. In his gaze, there was also a hint of joy. Even if Ning Baikan is not their apprentice, but he is also the saint son of their heavenly holy land. Such a terrifying cultivation speed, maybe 10,000 years later, the head of their heavenly holy land. Is the existence of a supreme immortal emperor who is in charge, can this not make them excited? Although there are several supreme immortal emperors in the Holy Land. But those who exist have been in retreat for a long time, unless something big happens, otherwise they will basically not show up. Hundreds of thousands of years of retreat are all about comprehending the great truth of the day. I hope to get a glimpse of the supreme Taoism of the immortal realm, and achieve a height that no one has reached for millions of years. My dear boy! How on earth did this kid grow up and be so perverted? At this moment, seeing Ning Baikan coming back from that other world, he immediately started to be promoted to the Fairy Queen. Lao Niu was also directly shocked and stunned. It still remembers that a few days ago, this kid was only a supreme immortal in the late stage. Went out in it, and when I came back, I saw it became the peak of the supreme immortal. Is now a direct Fairy King? Then next time it goes out and wanders around, this kid won't directly become a supreme immortal emperor, right? Ask for flowers. Blue Bull. Just when the old Niu was shocked by Ning Baikan's cultivation speed, there was a somewhat illusory voice. Also reached its ears at this time, and it almost jumped up in surprise. Fuck! Who is speaking? The startled old Niu suddenly widened his eyes and looked around. There is another hint of anger in his eyes. Dare to scare your Grandpa Niu? On top. Seeing Lao Niu looking left and right, even when he was not looking up, several immortal king powers also shook their heads speechlessly. How stupid is this? Moo. The old bull, who heard this again, raised his head and looked at it. Then he discovered that the several immortal king powers in the heavenly sacred land were all standing on the sky, staring straight at it. Fuck! What do I call you, Grandpa Niu? I scared your Grandpa Niu to death. I also said that someone is coming to attack your Grandpa Niu. As soon as he saw a few immortal kings in the heavenly holy land, the old bull stared at him with big eyes. Grinned angrily. Well, what kind of style is it in a mouthful of vulgar language? Hearing Lao Niu's curse, an immortal king frowned and yelled. The gaze that looked at the old cow also revealed a hint of danger. Certainly. Is not murderous. It means wanting to be beaten, so that the old cow can't take care of himself. Go to your uncle. Your grandfather knew, I just talked like that, how come? Hearing these words, old Niu was suddenly angry and stared at the fairy king and turned back. Between words. Didn't put these celestial kings in the heavenly sacred place in his eyes at all, and he was not afraid of being killed directly. You stupid bull, it seems that you really need to be disciplined and disciplined. The immortal king was stunned by the old cow, and his eyelids jumped uncontrollably.